that there is policy continuity. So too much tinkering of taxes destroys sentiment. That's the big thing. Second, your foreign investor is not paying any tax. They are covered by double taxation avoidance agreement. Your retail investor pays tax. Your Madhu Kela pays tax, Sushil Kedia pays tax. So you have a very uneven or non-level playing field as it is. So business models are based on forecasts of taxes. People have made business models. If you keep on tinkering with that, then it destroys sentiment. That's the big thing, but that's the view of the 1% or the 0.1% of the 1%. The big issue is middle class needs a tax break. That has not happened from 2014.
You can give that without introducing changes in the capital markets.
Yeah, there is no connection. You have enough.
There is no connection between the two.
That is tax.
It's not
what Madhu and I are saying enough. You have so much bulging in your pockets. You have so much money that a small giveaway can be done for the middle class without. There is no connection in the two. The capital gains is a very small portion. Your STT is 36,000 crores. This year it will go to 60,000. It's a very decent tax. It's like Atal Bihari's 2 rupees on your petrol. Now we don't even remember that the cess is there. It just gets and roads get made of that. Now same way STT is collected at source, put in the treasury, very neat, clean, no leakage. Everybody who trades in the market pays the STT. You're making 36,000 crores. You tinker with the small capital gains, people will not book the capital gains. The markets will move off the books. You will have dabba trading happening. People will go to the local shop and start trading there instead of your markets will get destabilized.
Madhu wanted to come back on that with what you're saying. Madhu.
Yeah. Arnab, the moot point is, we should not go by anyone's opinion. We should go by empirical facts. You see, the government has not tinkered in the tax, and we have the biggest buoyancy in taxes ever in the history of India. That the taxation, the tax kitty has grown by approximately 20%. So the taxation, the tax corpus doesn't grow by making sure that you charge higher taxes, but it grows only by complying to whatever stable tax regime which you have introduced. If there is a better compliance, I am sure there will be better taxation in India rather than living in this myth that you can increase taxes. You go back to the era when we had a higher capital gains, higher taxation on the corporate sector. What was the taxation amount we collected, and what are the taxation amount we are collecting today when our taxation are actually being lowered? So it is now about more compliance than about really making sure that taxations are higher. And why does the government need the money? They are in a very good situation. I don't think the government needs any more money. We will anyway be around 4.5%
elections are coming. They need
on
to
the
win
fiscal
elections.
deficit of 2026.
More social schemes,
which
the
is a
kind
very
of stuff, Madhu, that you don't worry about. You don't have to run a coalition government. They are running a coalition government.
Arnab, trust me, my friend, they still have enough money. They have still enough money to satisfy everyone.
Trust me, Madhu, my friend. Trust me, Madhu, you are very happy. Can you imagine, Madhu, if it was a 15-party coalition? then we would make you finance minister of a 15-party coalition. We'd like to see how you distribute the money. How much money you give, which part of the,
Anyway,
Shawan wanted to say something.
That's my view. I reserve the right to be wrong.
Shawan has a point to make.
The government keeps saying that, they've done the heavy lifting all this while. The 2 terms, the heavy lifting has already been done. Time to be
good point.
Shift.
There is a coalition government and
if there is a narrative, it is always that, why is it the corporates are not really spending? Why is it we are not boosting the consumption? See, it again goes back to the same drawing board that look here, things won't really change. Government will not have the elbow room further if the corporate spending also does not really go up.
Yeah. I think Madhu has to go. Madhu is looking at the markets and his watch. We'll let him go. Madhu, by the way, thank you for joining us. Ajay, you've been great. Stay on.
Thank you so much, Arnab.
Yeah. Look forward to seeing you later, maybe after the budget presentation. We have familiar friend, and right now we have the managing director and founder of Equidus Capital. Private Limited, Ajay Garg with us this evening. Can I have him on air, please? Ajay, old friend, suddenly appears on screen. Sought after name, by the way. Sought after name on budget day. Pithy with his comments, a little cheeky, but people follow him because he's made some incredible investment decisions. And what I do know, Abhishek and Shravan, about Ajay is that, you know, he's a long-term viewer of the Indian market story. And one of the reasons he's got his investments right is also because he looks at the overall picture of the Indian economy and not just from a capital markets perspective. So maybe we'll start with you, Ajay, on this one. Ajay, good morning. And it's
good morning, Arnab.
So
thanks, and that was a pretty elaborate introduction.
I know you guys. I know you. I know Ajay. I've had the privilege of knowing you all personally, and I know how practical and rational you are, and also how nationalistic you are about the India growth story. So Ajay, this time we've been talking to Madhusudan Kela, Ajay Bagga is still with us, and others. Sushil Kedia is also there. They say there's more money than the government has ever had. First of all, do you agree with that sentiment? Because there can never be enough money. And second,
no, there cannot be enough money because, I guess with a per capita tax collection of $250, $260, vis-a-vis, what you have in the case of US, which is $20,000 per capita. And aspirationally, in terms of public services, income level growth, capital expenditure requirement and all, I think the government needs to, with the discipline they have always maintained for the last 10 years, keep a very growth momentum and a fiscal consolidation, because both of them have to go hand in hand. The government has done a fine balancing act, but yes, the government can do with a lot more money. They also have to think through, because they're also enjoying a great capital market of looking at sources outside the tax ambit in terms of things like disinvestment. One of the idea which I also floated some time back is that why can't even railways be listed in the market and the whole railway budget be financed by the market? So I would say that there are many more avenues to provide government the money, because I think there is always in a global environment where businesses have a certain pressures to maintain their numbers. Taxing them beyond a point is difficult. We have a large part of the population which has a tax situation. So there are a lot of creative ways to get government more money, and I think that's the way one has to keep thinking about.
So and if the government were to be looking at where it needs to spend the money to generate the employment, and also look at its own political considerations, where would that be?
So I think they obviously need to look at two ways of seeing how more jobs in manufacturing can be done, because I think the government did a lot of initiatives on the PLI side. And we have, a government like this has also sort of, if I look at the type of projections we are seeing, Apple, they're talking of something like close to 60,000-70,000 crores of revenue of manufacturing production the company could do in last 4-5 years from some single situation. So there are many such opportunities out there. And I think the continuing investments in the PLI schemes, boosting the manufacturing, also sort of, they have to work on farm income too, and whatever ways that can be done to improve the productivity there, and the situations would be very helpful and needed for the country, because I think not only the economic growth, but economic growth which has inclusive, where has income growth levels at all levels will be the agenda the government should drive towards.
Yeah.
Sushil, as far as the government is concerned, they say that you have a subdued agricultural sector right now. In terms of the biggest concerns that has been raised in the economic survey is about the job creation. But they also say that this is not a job that can be done all by the government itself. You will have to have the private sector coming in right now. It's high time for them to come into this big concern that they have about job creations. Sushil.
The job creations is something that, has been a element of greater politics than greater good. And economies that make such shifts, and where, our internal accounting on the hidden employment and hidden unemployment. So this remains more a political assessment than truly, a measure of any economic progress, because our data and our employment markets are not as organized as the West, but we try to mimic that. So I don't want to delve deep on this. except that, आदमी खोजने जाओ तो मिलता नहीं है. Domestic help in Bombay is not available at 25,000, and we are screaming about unemployment. So there is a vast, complex net of opportunities, missed opportunities, untrained people, ill-trained people, and exceptionally large capacity utilization, growth in the economy. So talking about employment for Indian situation currently, vis-a-vis the frameworks with which we talk about them in the West, is absolutely inane.
Okay, viewers, I'll take a break at this point. Ajay Garg has given us an overall perspective. Sushil Kedia followed up with that. Ajay, we would trouble you once again on the other side of the break, so we'll reconnect in a bit. Viewers, short advertising break. This is the Budget 2024 pre-budget analysis with our expert panels across the country on Republic. See you again.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
I'm the nominee of this party because 14 million Democrats like you voted for me in the primaries. You made me the nominee, no one else, not the press, not the pundits, not the insiders, not donors. You, the voters, you decided, no one else, and I'm not going anywhere. I've been doing this a long time. The idea that I'm the old guy, I am. I'm old. But I'm only 3 years older than Trump, number one. And number two, my mental acuity has been pretty damn good. I've gotten more done than any president has in a long, long time in 3.5 years. So I'm willing to be judged on that. I understand why people say, God, he's 81 years old. Whoa. What's he going to be when he's 83 years old or 84 years old? It's a legitimate question to ask.
Is there a sense of wanting to get back on the horse?
I'm on the horse. Where have you been? I've done 22 major events, met thousands of people, overwhelming crowds, a lot happening. I'm on the horse. What I'm doing is going out and demonstrating to the American people that I have command of all my faculties, that I don't need notes, I don't need teleprompter. I can go out and answer any questions at all. And I stood there when NATO was in town. I stood there for an hour and answered questions.
If you were to continue to run and be officially nominated, what happens if you have another episode like we saw during the debate?
What happens if another?
Yeah, what happens if you have another performance on that par, on that level?
I had spoken about global factors, the introduction of artificial intelligence, the need to balance energy security and energy transition, and of course the imperatives of employment and skilling. Now this economic survey actually picks up on those themes. And more importantly, it tries to identify the areas and actions that we need to take such that these 4 important challenges can be addressed as best as possible.
News coming in, the cabinet meeting which is scheduled around 10:15 this morning. In fact, also you've had the opposition parties having their parliamentary meet at around the same time, around 10:30 this morning. Abhishek, with the Congress party also scheduling their parliamentary party meeting around 10:30. The cabinet meeting will be taking place around 10:15 this morning. That's the breaking news now coming in. Slipping at a short break as we continue with our coverage of the union budget.
All right, welcome back, friends. In fact, Ajay Garg and Sushil Kedia continue to be with us, and joining us in this section of the broadcast, Abhijit Roy. He's the Managing Director of Berger Paints. And as we get those pictures also of a Finance Minister perhaps reaching Rashtrapati Bhavan, if I could ask you, Mr. Roy, what are your expectations from the Finance Minister as she takes to the podium in about an hour's time?
I think the first expectation is that there will be a boost to demand, and the consumer demand has been a bit stagnant for the last 5-6 months, and we expect that there should be some sort of a tax break given to the consumers, which will push up demand to some extent. That's the first thing that is expected. Of course, infrastructure push along with the Prime Minister Awas Yojana. I think that will get an increased allocation and probably will continue as has been happening in the past few budgets. So those two things are expected. The rest, of course, in the rural areas, again, I think the government will continue to look at, how to increase the farmers' income. There's another, consumption driver as well. With the increase in consumption, there will be probably increase in capex of private companies as well, and then that is beneficial, and it sets off a virtuous cycle in terms of increased demand, increased investment, and therefore increased employment as well.
Right. Markets are, in fact, egging on the Finance Minister to make some big-ticket announcements so far as the consumption story is concerned. But if I could do a follow-up question with you, Mr. Roy, before I go back to Ajay and Sushil Kedia. You say that consumption has not been in the best of territory over the last 6-7 months. And of course, that's the picture everyone else is also talking about. But why, from your industry perspective, given that it's a contributing segment insofar as the larger construction industry is concerned, how you explain this dichotomy that the RBI says there is too much happening in the housing space, even the markets are reflecting that, the real estate sector, and yet is it not percolating down to your segment of the industry, the paints, given the fact that the housing market is actually doing well?
No, it's right, because in our case, in the paint, especially the household painting sector, 80% of the demand is from the repainting side, and 20% comes out of, 15 to 20% comes from the real estate new buildings. So new buildings are doing fine, and that is growing reasonably well. But the 80%, which is the repainting cycle, which is there, the repainting consumption has gone down a bit, largely because of, the income being restricted in the hands of consumers, and that's something which needs to be boosted a little bit, I think, in this budget.
Okay, what's that silver bullet, Ajay Garg, then, which can bring out the consumption story back on track, according to you?
I think it may not necessarily be addressed.
Or is there a silver bullet? Perhaps there is no silver bullet. There could be some measures.
It's very hard for a large country like India to only find one bullet. That's a difficulty part of the complexities of this country. But if you were to look at it, one of the things which did impact, and it may not necessarily be covered in the budget, is that the interest rate scenario, which also was talked in the last economic report, that we do want to look at some relaxation there, which may obviously give a much more fillip in terms of, because I think one of the big factor which has impacted consumption is that a lot of in the housing sector, the mortgages costs have gone up. So people who did during post-COVID also look for a little bit of a better situation, suddenly realize that from loans they had contracted had gone up. So I think that has an impact on consumption. So I think that could be one way to help the segment where Mr. Roy works out of, where the consumption can be improved by looking at the interest rate scenario. And this is not something which comes in the budget, but it's more of an RBI outlook, and hopefully that will happen subsequently.
Abhijit, I'll just bring back the focus on your sector, because for the government too, the clarion call has been housing for all. So that in itself would ensure some sort of a boost in the consumption, which would effectively have that the allied sectors would also benefit from it. So where is this entire narrative really emerging from, that, at the end of the day, it appears to be some sort of a, doomsday kind of a narrative that we've been peddling for some time now, that, there hasn't been any growth and perhaps that there isn't enough push?
No, so it's not a doomsday narrative as such. As I said, In our case, 80% is basically repainting demand, which is basically existing houses who paint every 5 to 6 years. The new house, consumption is about 15 to 20%. So this boost that is given by the government as far as projects are concerned, like the Prime Minister Awas Yojana, it does help. But 80 to 85% has also to kick in. Now if you look at the consumption GDP growth, it's been around 4%. That's the government figures, if you look at it. And whereas the investment GDP is growing at a much faster pace of about 10%. Overall GDP, therefore, is about that 7.5 odd percentage. And now the consumption GDP has to go up, then only the growth rate will further accelerate. And the way to do it is to have more income in the hands of consumers. And that's something both for rural and urban. As far as rural is concerned, I suppose, the government will do something there. As far as the urban market is concerned, taxation is one of the routes. If there are other routes which the government can think of to increase consumption, that's more than welcome.
Okay. Mr. Roy, just stay with us. I have one more follow-up question with you, but I have to tell our viewers the pictures that we are getting are from Rashtrapati Bhavan. This is the customary thing of Finance Minister presenting the budget to the President of India before it is submitted to the Cabinet for its approval. And the Finance Minister has reached there along with the MOS Pankaj Chaudhary and rest of her team, the Finance Ministry bureaucrats, all the secretaries, the Finance Secretary, Revenue Secretary, Expenditure Secretary, Financial Services Secretary, all of them, the DPAM Secretary, they are all there. And the Rashtrapati, the President, Draupadi Murmu, can be seen giving a bite of curd and perhaps sugar in it for the Finance Minister. That's also a very traditional thing to be doing, like it happens in many of our Indian homes, right. Shawan, when we have to appear in an exam, we take a bit of curd and sugar in it, and so that custom being followed there by the President with the Finance Minister. Those pictures there. She had done that during the vote on account also. Coming back to Mr. Roy, Abhijit Roy, you think that GST is one window which provides an opportunity for the paint industry, so for example, to come back and beat this demand consumption issue? Because I believe the GST in the paints segment is about 28%. Do you think that can help if it is brought down?
No, the GST is at 18%. So, I don't expect that, much of tinkering will happen as far as the GST rates are concerned in the paint segment. So, it's at a level which is has been there for long years now. And I don't see that actually kicking up the demand in the paint sector.
Okay, fair enough. We'll look forward to what the Finance Minister has in store for you, Mr. Roy. But PK Basu also joining us on this broadcast, as also, of course, Sushil Kedia and Ajay Garg continue. We'll take a short break and come back. And, of course, everyone else continues to be with us.
Yeah, I mean, I think, she's had 4 years of experience in the White House, has seen the execution of the Biden policies, has been part of that. So I think for her to carry the torch makes sense.
I feel like she didn't have a great track record running as president, and then Joe Biden selecting her as vice president, that was a choice as well too. I feel like people really need to get to know her more. Being the vice president doesn't give you the best, doesn't give you a huge limelight, you know what I mean? We don't really know what she's running on. It's very much Biden's policy, so it's now what is she gonna do, And then vice president on her end too, who would she pick as vice president? For me, look, anything, my biggest thing is making sure that Trump doesn't get in the White House. So I feel like even if she was to become the nominee, I'm going to vote regardless, for her. But I really want to know too what her policies are. That's the big thing for me.
All right, these are pictures coming in straight from the Raisina Hill, where the carcade carrying finance minister and the budget in her hand is going downhill from there and on to the parliament, down to the Vijay Chowk, and then takes a left turn and goes to the parliament complex. Finance minister there leaving Rashtrapati Bhavan atop the Raisina as of now, goes down to the Vijay Chowk and then takes the turn towards Parliament complex. These are pictures coming in from New Delhi, from Raisina. Okay, and of course, so we'll keep tracking those pictures. She reaches the Parliament, and then there is a photo op at the gates, and then she goes inside, presents the budget to the cabinet approves it, and then of course the final presentation of the budget before the Parliament. P.K. Basu is with us in the studios, and a familiar face, familiar voice on all things economics. Right, Mr. Basu?
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts? Is there any surprise? Are there any surprises possible? I mean, I've been thinking about it, Mr. Basu, that if the finance minister, with all these things going good for her, had something in a stable, she could have brought out during the vote on account and maybe had some electoral dividends. She did not do that. What do you think can be different this time?
Well, I think, first of all, vote on account, you can't really have significant tax changes. So, tax changes, I think, will be an important aspect of what happens in the budget. Employment clearly is a major focus area, has to be a focus area.
Right.
Basically, creating, I think, labor-intensive manufacturing is the one conspicuous area of relative failure over the last decade.
Yeah.
The economy is growing. I think, the economic survey had a forecast of 6.5% to 7% growth for this year. I think that is way too conservative. The actual growth number is likely to be around 8.5% in my view. So there's growth in the economy, but what is lacking is a real pickup in employment across the economy, but particularly in manufacturing. So, and that is not a phenomenon that is true of just the last 5 or 10 years. Since 2005, if you look at the CLEMS database, there's been very little growth. In fact, I go back all the way to 1980, and if you see the employment growth, it has stayed below population growth, below the working age population growth for 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
And this is something that is now becoming a serious challenge and needs to be addressed. So I think
so. Something on jobs.
I think there should be more incentives for labor-intensive manufacturing. PLI extended to, to include incentives for employment and exports.
Let's look at how the jobs would come, because jobs come when there is consumption and hence production. So we are told the Blue Star MD B. Thiagarajan is joining us live, and very good morning to you, Mr. Thiagarajan. The fact that it's been a hot summer, unusually hot summer, would have given some tailwinds to your industry. You think At least for you, the consumption story has been good, and going forward, it's going to be good. What more the finance minister can do to help you?
Good morning. It's a pleasure interacting with you. As you may know, April was around 70% growth in air conditioner segment, and in May again 70%, and overall Q1 the industry would have grown more than 50%. This is coming at the back of the PLI scheme, which kick-started while manufacturing jobs are yet to be created, at least in air conditioners and quite a few consumer durables categories. The growth is really happening, and the employment would have gone up close to around 100,000 already last year. Now, our estimate shows in about 5 years' time, by 2030, the industry will double, consumer durables industry. By 2047, we will overtake China. In that context, I am confining myself to consumer durables and electronics. We would look forward to three things. Number one is we have to build scale. For that, some more PLI schemes will be of help. Even if PLI is not there, we simply look forward to continuation of infrastructure development. And that 1 lakh crore rupees which was set aside for R&D and innovation, that is to be operationalized. And in order to grow our exports, to an extent you have to ease the component ecosystem. And the economic survey calls for selective FDI clearance from China. It is good because in the US, we end up competing with Chinese players. So if they are following the law of the land, if they are going to invest, if they are going to do domestic value addition, it will help us to further improve our competitiveness. So consumer durable industry is looking forward to development in which the infrastructure improves so that we are able to bring down the logistics costs, R&D and innovation growth. And we are excited about what is happening already. We will move forward towards a globally competitive industry from India, which can play a significant role in exports.
Yes, Mr. Tyagarajan, good morning. This is Arnab here. I totally agree with your sentiments there. Please stay on with us. I'm also joined by Niranjan Hiranandani right now. Ajay Garg is continuing to be with us. Viewers, while we are doing this, keep one thing in mind, that this is a fantastic time, we're talking about sectors, but at the end of the day, we are all vested in the India story. IMF has upgraded its economic forecast for India in 2024. The world, growth will dip the following year. So we need to make the best when things are good. We are expected to grow at 7%, higher than April's projection of 6.8%. That is tremendous. What can we do to make sure we make the best of a good year ahead? Niranjan.
Good morning, Arnab. Glad to meet you up again. I wanted to share with you that let's hear the China story. The double-digit growth of China beyond 12% took in the years when you focused on real estate and housing.
Yes.
I think and also job employment. Two aspects of it need to be covered in this budget. Number one, we need to put in much, much more into affordable housing. It has had a setback in the last 1 year. And I think the PMAY scheme will come back. We expect a 60,000 crore commitment in this budget for affordable housing, which will boost the economy. And I think the 7 and 8% will go to 9 or 10% if they can do that. Number two, we are very, very, very short of skill sets. In my industry, when I want 100 skilled workers, I get only 20 now. If we can get the skilling done, the job and unemployment issues which are there is going to be taken care of by the growth in infrastructure and housing. I think that's a story that it needs to be repeated because the skill sets are certainly not keeping up with the times. Industry is trying its best, government is trying its best, not enough. So I think these two aspects of it, if we do, you can even think of 8-9% GDP growth in the next 1 year rather than 7 and 8% that you're talking about. Number two, the housing this year has grown by 12% growth in the last 1 year from the last year's high figure also. So I think that can take another thing which goes up. infrastructure, not only of the national highways, but also urban infrastructure needs to be boosted still further. Yes, Mumbai has got 300 kilometers of metro going to be added in the next 2 years.
Yes.
The Cross Harbour Bridge, the coastal road, all this and more is needed. But the periphery of Mumbai, the outer segments also needs a push up, along with the Adani Airport, which is coming up at Navi Mumbai. I think this and more is needed in order to meet the headwinds that may happen in the international market. I think India's story itself will be a great one.
Well, that's absolutely agree. I like to look at the big picture on days like this, Niranjan, Mr. Tyagarajan. PK loves it as well. And since I have 4 such eminent panelists here, I want to go to one of my pet subjects, which also was referred to in the economic survey. Ajay, briefly, we say the US wants to de-risk from China. The US wants to decouple from China. We have seen depressed China numbers, 4.8%. We don't know if it is a continuous trend. We must understand they are not a democracy. They can do things which we cannot. They can make moves which we cannot. But here also is an opportunity, and I thought it was very, very prescient of PK, before I come to Ajay, of this to be mentioned in the economic survey. So we need to take advantage of this moment that the world is seeing vis-a-vis China.
So, you see, what China is now facing is overcapacity across all industries and massive overcapacity in real estate. There is no final demand for real estate because there's almost everybody in China owns 2 or 3 or 4 houses or apartments, and everybody wants to sell the second, third, and fourth. And therefore, you've got what China is facing is growth that cannot be sustained. You cannot really have 4 to 5% growth in China even on a sustained basis going forward.
But everybody's saying China plus one now.
So that's one. The other aspect is that China has alienated everybody else. Everybody else has come to the conclusion that China is dumping its overcapacity and has been doing this for 15 years until 5 years ago. The rest of the world was oblivious to this situation. But now we are trying to ensure, almost every country is trying to ring fence its domestic market.
But we have a unique problem. We are also their biggest import.
No, we are a huge source. See, now the interesting thing is that we have an enormous bilateral trade deficit of over $90 billion annually with China. So what the economic survey advocates is that we should, in fact, encourage Chinese companies to import substitutes, to produce more in India, rather than to simply import components.
Also, just to Mr. Tyagarajan, if you can also come into this, because the argument here is that how do you really do this? Dip into the supply chain, because that's where the key area is, where India could actually play a pivotal role.
Arnab, the China plus one, we are making an assumption that plus one is India. So
it may not.
When I talk to a European supply chain manager or an American supply chain manager, they are looking forward to a product which is of highest quality at the lowest price, which China is able to do because of domestic scale. So principle number one, domestic scale should be built. Number two, we are not at global quality standards at all. Lot more to be done for us to improve the quality standards. And the government has made certain initiatives. Now, take for example air conditioners. China's domestic market is around 85 million. They produce, including their exports, 120 million. India has crossed only 12 million. So 12 million to 140, if you are to look at it, that scale is formidable. In that event, we should innovate. And our R&D expenses for as a country is less than 0.65% of GDP. So therefore, we have to focus on building domestic scale. 2, we have to improve the quality standards. 3, we have to innovate substantially. 4, we have to add substantial value addition, which is happening in some industries which received PLI scheme. Now, PLI scheme is not bad for the simple reason The incentive is not paid based on production. Incentive is paid on incremental sales. In order to earn PLI, I have to go ahead and dilute this money. Eventually, PLI money goes to the consumers. So we have to pick those sectors where, in order to beat China's competitiveness, for improving domestic value addition, we will have to bring in PLI schemes. And in air conditioner industry, it has worked, and something more can be done in order to reach that last mile of another 20% value addition will have to take place. Same way, we can identify the sectors, and I am confident that we will be able to become a formidable player replacing China. Wondering that China plus one should happen because countries do not want to do with China is incorrect. We have to deserve to export. That's all I would like to say.
Well, that's very interesting. Viewers, the economic survey this time has actually recommended that Chinese FDI is an alternative, rather than the present strategy, and that will boost our exports. China plus one is a talking point tonight. We are also getting Indian entrepreneurs, and we have the very dynamic Harsh Jain of Grow joining us today. Harsh, you founded a company, you lead a company, and you've done exceptionally well in the last 1 year. What do companies like yours, look forward to in this budget?
Yeah, thanks, Arnab. Two phenomena that's happening in the country and very important to look at is one is the advent of digital, innovations, and there's a lot more digital infrastructure that we need to invest in, whether it is about cyber security or artificial intelligence or even electric vehicle automobiles infrastructure. So this investment, I'm looking forward to some more movements happening towards this. Second is, when we see our country, there are a lot of young people now who are, India is a very young country. Now, once, few years from now, there will be issues and these all get old. Now, we should have some investment, some thought process done for incentivizing them to have retirement plans. So anything that is coming to encourage savings investments for a longer term, kind of planning how they should be in the 10 years, 20 years, that will also be a great, this will be a great help to the country.
So it's very fascinating right now that we have four very interesting and diverse personalities. Niranjan Hiranandani, tycoon of the real estate sector. We have P.K. Basu, I consider him one of the best macroeconomic voices of the country. Mr. Tyagarajan is such an experienced gentleman. He's managing director of Blue Star. He's there joining us from CII. He understands that space. He's a doyen of Indian industry. And I have Harsh Jain. So all four different business individuals. Sharmila, I'd like you to take this forward with Harsh, because Harsh represents for me that whole startup space in this on this panel. And as we all know, Harsh, I think, was a part of the founding team at Flipkart. He's seen companies grow. So I'd like you to take it forward in that sense from him, what the unicorns, entrepreneurs are looking at today.
Yes, sir. The climate is wonderful for investments, for new businesses, startups. Clearly, the funding winter is over. Harsh, what is your take on young entrepreneurs, young Indians wanting to fund their dreams?
Yeah.
So a lot more is happening already, and we've been the beneficiary. The whole startup industry has been growing really well. One area where I would like to see our country do really well is the high-tech side. If you look at the US market and you look at the companies which are about $1 trillion, none of, all of them are very high-tech, whether it's about the silicon or it's about the big techs like Google and Apple, Meta of the world. So more plans around that will definitely help encourage entrepreneurs to take larger bets, will encourage entrepreneurs to take more interest in the high-tech industry. So I would really want to see how we focus on that. There's another initiative which is really good, which is happening on the gift city side. Last few years, there's a lot of development, but this budget should give more clarity to the techs. Rebates there, even the incentive plans, what kind of industry should come in and will have better prospects there. So that gives us an advantage to bring a lot of money back to the country where we can use it.
So, please go on.
I also wanted to ask you that, Indian startups have been, for a long time been dependent on international funding agents like SoftBank, etc. But we see a tendency towards self-reliance. and there is a lot of IPO movement in the country. Do you think the Indian startups can sustain through the IPO route? Is the climate good enough? What is your take?
No, extremely happy to see two trends. One is a lot of state governments have started their own, angel and startup funds where they have been encouraging early stage. And a lot of entrepreneurs who are the second, they're in second life, basically they have done their startups, they have taken exits, they have become angel investors and venture capitalists. So money has started flowing in from Indian companies to Indian startups. That's a good change, but I would still want to see a lot more happening there. Because if you want to take, there is one is the, having the money to be able to invest in startups, and second is the risk appetite. So still, there's a lot more work needs to be done on the risk appetite and taking a larger bets, encouraging a lot more on the new developments, which are very early stage, building startup ecosystem right from college, and that we have seen from, schools like Stanford and all. A lot more has happened from IIT and good big engineering colleges in India also. They should continue doing that.
Absolutely. Going back to Mr. Tyagarajan, and this next 15 minutes, we are looking closely at what India Inc. wants from the budget. And Mr. Tyagarajan, S&P is giving us an upgrade after 14 years. I want to keep going back to that recurrent theme. Unfortunately, the political environment, some people think is not as stable today as it was maybe 4 months back. PK can disagree with that. But basically, the world is saying one thing about India. They are saying you have sound economic fundamentals, right? And very good growth momentum. You've taken very good decisions. In fact, Mr. Tyagarajan, I don't think it has ever been better through my journalistic career of more than 25 years. And I'm thinking S&P now saying we are actually expecting improvement beyond this for the next 2 years. So everyone on my morning panel has said continuity, continuity, we just continue the way you are. Is there anything we can do differently? Or anything we should watch out for?
Arnab, they are also saying that finally India has arrived.
Yes.
So when you visit Europe, when you visit United States, I see a distinct difference in the past 5-6 years that India has arrived and India has a role to play in the global economy. Now, I do not think we should do something differently at all. We should continue with our theme of infrastructure building, capability building, and taking us to the next leap of growth with ambitious and aspirational goals. Now, from the companies, we were not used to thinking about setting up factories which can make 2 million units. 4 years ago, if you asked me, an air conditioner factory which is going to make 5 lakh units was a big thing. Today we are talking about can we look at 2 million units, 5 million units, can we acquire 100 acres of land, where 20 acres was a big question mark 5 years ago. So there is a big mind shift change that has happened. Now, according to me, it is the last mile that we have to cross in the consumer durables sector. It is again to do with coming to terms with the scale and behave like the big players. 2, go ahead and invest in R&D and innovation. 3, learn to compete by producing products that are world-class quality. Now, I do not think the government can do anything in that except keep providing us a good infrastructure and keep providing or improving the ease of doing business in terms of import restrictions in certain components, etc. The industry ask is very, very simple. We are migrating to that we can now beat China in about 10 to 15 years' time. There is absolutely no problem.
That's incredible. And Goldman Sachs actually has forecast world economic growth by 2075. And they're saying India can pip US, Germany to that position. So yes, I think what you're saying is think big, build scale, behave like the big boys. But there are uncertainties, PK. I want to take, are there any uncertainties in that? DK Srivastav is Chief Policy Advisor at EY, Ernst & Young. Are there any uncertainties that we'd also need to factor in, Mr. Srivastav? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Well, the main uncertainty actually emanates from the global economy. That uncertainty is likely to continue in the medium term, and therefore we have to plan very largely on domestic strategy for sustaining growth. The story that is being led through infrastructure development needs to be completed possibly from this budget, in the sense that we need higher multipliers associated with infrastructure investment.
You say only external, but what about
purpose?
What about internal challenges? I'm also looking. I know corporates won't talk about it. If I ask Niranjan, he will keep mum on it. Even Tyaga will not talk much about it. But the fact is that we have a very, very polarized polity. We are heading towards a monsoon session of Parliament, PK, and it's going to be crazy. Let me tell you. And political tension in this country has never been greater.
I am of the view that the labor reforms, new wage code, that has to be operationalized by the states, setting aside the political differences.
Right.
Because we are on one end talking about inclusive growth, other end we are talking about also consumption growth. Now the laws, the bills that have been passed are landmark ones, and it is time we go ahead and implement that. It is, according to me, very important. Now, I'm not getting into politics. We had talked about it earlier. In e-commerce world, FDI in multi-brand retail, if it can generate employment within set rules, I think we should go ahead and implement that. And the third part is connected with one more contentious issue, not only within India, internationally. If India is going to grow, what happens to the carbon footprint? Now, the LIFE program, that is Lifestyle for Environment, and green credit schemes of Prime Minister Modi are brilliant schemes. It's path-breaking ones. Now, you can encourage consumption of environmentally sustainable products. In my case, a 5-star air conditioner, okay, you are not able to reduce the GST, but if you are going to give a green credit which can be encashed by people, it is good for the economy. So innovative schemes and bills are already in place. So these are issues without getting into political differences,
which can be sorted. No, I know you are looking at the glass as half full.
Globally competitive.
No, you are looking at the glass as half full. What I'm trying to say, however, is that, for example, Moody's, which says that you are at BA3, P3, which means the basic signal is you're stable. You're signaling stability, but it is saying that there are escalating political tensions in India. I know the checks and balances are not there. Our long-term growth trajectory could be affected by these things. Could they? Or is this an external perspective on India? We here in India know it's part of the story. We've handled instability for 25 to 30 years, but are the expectations different now?
Well, I think first of all, this government has delivered macroeconomic stability and has delivered a macroeconomic situation which positions India for much faster growth. The current account deficit was 0.7% of GDP last fiscal year. The latest quarter, there was a current account surplus. Inflation is coming down. There is a significant problem with vegetable prices and vegetable inflation. But otherwise, core inflation is at 3.1% in the last couple of months. So, macroeconomic stability is a major factor. Now, there is a difference between the opposition's approach to fiscal. In my view, the significant factor that made a big difference in the last election is the perception that employment is not being created rapidly enough.
They need to make
and
the
there
right
is no doubt that not just this year,
I want
but I'd say
Niranjan to
for
comment
20
on that.
years, we've had a problem.
I think that's
with
the point. They
employment
have
creation.
to. They have to balance
Scale.
these things out. Yeah.
And with regard
Let's
to
get
scale,
Niranjan in because before
Mr. Tyagarajan talked about scale in consumer durables. There's scale that can be achieved in basic labor-intensive manufacturing. I think one of the interesting things is that this government,
but you can't make labor change.
New labor laws. New labor laws were passed by Parliament.
Okay, I have to take a
4
short
years
break.
ago.
Before that,
They
I'll
need to be notified.
I'll get a comment from 30-second comment from Niranjan before I go into break. Niranjan.
Arnab, I think the focus which Mr. Basu talked about, employment is important. If I was the finance minister, I would focus on tourism. I would focus on textiles. I would focus on real estate. I would focus on infra and on services. But more important than all that, I would focus on skilling. I would focus on upskilling, and I would focus on reskilling. If you can do that, then with the growth of the economy, which is already there, all this will meet the employment needs of the country simultaneously. And we will be having a better employment situation along with the growth of GDP and per capita GDP growth. Arnab, this is what I would do if I was the finance minister.
Absolutely. And before I go into the break, I want to go to the visuals of the finance minister. We've got it on the Hindi channel. We can quickly get it up with the President of India. Viewers, so this is a 37-minute run-up to the presentation of the Union Budget. There the visuals are. Our production team has got it right now. And I think the stage is now set. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to just keep in mind there are sectors which can benefit, defense, infrastructure, PSUs. But the broad picture is continuity. Nirmala Sitharaman is presenting her 7th budget, 6th complete budget, 7th consecutive budget, and the important thing is she's breaking Morarji Desai's record today. So it's a historic day for her as well. I'll see you in just about 3 or 4 minutes.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Yeah, I mean, I think, she's had 4 years of experience in the White House, has seen the execution of the Biden policies, has been part of that. So I think for her to carry the torch makes sense.
I feel like being
2014 से है कि हमारा भारत आत्मनिर्भर बने और अमृत काल के समय से जो संकल्प है कि हमारा देश विकसित भारत बने और श्रृंखलाबद्ध तरीके से जिस तरह से इस दिशा में देश आगे बढ़ रहा है और उसको बढ़ाने के लिए बजट डिक्लेयर किया जाता है, उसी कंटिन्यूएशन में इस बार भी बजट की घोषणा होगी।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Okay, so welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have a 30-minute run-up to the budget. I'm joined in the studio by Ridham Anand Bhardwaj and are we on air? Okay, now we are on air. I'm joined in the studio by Ridham Anand Bhardwaj, camera 3. You can get that right on Ridham. And thank you. And we have Bhaskar Majumdar with us. He is the founder of Unicorn. The Unicorn Capital Fund Group, and he is joining us from, if I'm not mistaken, Bhaskar, where in the world are you nowadays? Because you keep traveling so much. You're presently in London.
That's right, Arnab.
Great, Bhaskar. We woke you up early this morning. So we are looking at an overall picture, Bhaskar, and you invest incredibly. I must say one thing about Bhaskar and Unicorn. They have been raising money for investment in India. They've been doing successful rounds and successful exits. Recently, Bhaskar has been in the US, has raised almost $100 million recently, all aimed at India. So, obvious question to you, Bhaskar, would be that what does the world need to continue to be excited about India? You know, the global media always gives negative headlines about India. But what would the world need for people like you to continue to keep the excitement in India going? Bhaskar Majumdar, please.
Absolutely, absolutely, Arnab. And over the last 1 year, during our journey of raising money,
That's Bhaskar,
primarily for the Indian startups and the early stage companies, one of the things we have seen that irrespective of wherever we were, looking at raising money, India remains to be seen as the fulcrum for growth and the driver for growth going forward. The entire China
Great
Plus strategy
picture, great breaking news grid. Bhaskar, yeah, please continue, Bhaskar. Yeah.
Yeah, the entire China Plus strategy that is emanating out and the move towards manufacturing, clearly the world, whether it be large institutions, family offices,
Bhaskar,
everyone is looking at India as becoming the next fulcrum for growth. And the thing that the world is looking at is primarily stability. There was a week of, a natural slowdown after the election results came, but it was basically a blurb more than anything else. And once again, things are back on track. Apart from stability, the most important factor which people are looking at is the continuity and going back on some of the taxation structures and other things that have happened. And simplification of the taxes. That for me is the biggest area where people are pretty much concerned even to this date about the India growth story.
Can you explain that in detail? We just had a slight reference to it here in the studio. When you say simplification of taxes, presumably ease of doing business. Yes, please. If you can elaborate in a little more detail.
Sure. I'm going to speak more from what I do, which is the early stage ecosystem. And that's very, very important from the employment discussion we had. When Prime Minister came in 2015, he said for India to become the world superpower by 2047, India has to move from becoming a country of job seekers to a country of job creators. And that was the essence around which he started the entire startup mission. Now, one of the biggest drawbacks in this whole mission has been the fact that, every budget we've been hearing about the government looking aggressively at angel tax. Angel tax is one of the taxes which was basically a figment of imagination of the bureaucracy. They suddenly came up with it, and this has started to slow down the entire investment for the early stage people. Now, every budget we keep hearing about angel tax being removed, but nothing of that has happened. Again, one must understand that there are smaller companies, US, 90% of the growth of US is from MSME companies.
Yeah.
In India, you cannot expect an MSME company to file constantly the GST and all of that. The 20 lakh cap that is there on turnover has to be increased to somewhere near 1 crore so that at least the companies can, flourish to that extent rather than being caught in the trappings of the tax reporting. So I think these are some of the simple things in taxation that the government needs to look at for the growth of the startup industry, which according to me is going to be the biggest employer going forward.
Very important point. I want Harsh to respond to that. You've been part of startups yourself. By the way, that's Harsh Jain Bhaskar, formerly Flipkart, presently leading Grow with a double W into its next phase of growth. So would you agree with that? Because after all, Harsh, investment remaining attractive to foreign capital can't just be in big sectors like insurance and defense. It has to be among the small startup ecosystem as well. The early stage startup ecosystem as well. Harsh?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing that, external and outside India, the investors look for is the stability and the clarity. Ease of business. We've done tremendous job in the last 10 years in building the positioning for India outside. So it's more like a David versus Goliath, right? We were small, but then now we projected as the large economy with the land of opportunity. Almost like the largest of the economies are looking forward to participating in India in different form and factors. The continuity and the stability of whether it's a taxation or it's about setting up a company, closing a company, setting into a business, investments, the movement of money from India outside versus outside India. I think all those things are something that the young entrepreneurs and the investors outside are looking forward to. If there is a clarity, there is always scope of more innovations out there. but the stability is something that gives confidence for people outside to be able to participate in India.
Let's get an economic perspective with Rhythm there. Rhythm, we are joined, as you can see, by Yuvika Sehgal. She's the chief economist at Quantico. And she also looks at the macroeconomic picture. So over to you, Rhythm.
All right, if we can actually just ask you what are, of course, your expectations of the Modi 3.0 in the first budget, but also despite India being one of the fastest growing major economies in the world, there are several issues that we've been talking about since morning, whether it's job growth, whether it's a political social issue and an economic one. What should be done to ensure that there are more jobs in the market?
So let me answer your second question first, and then I'll give you the laydown of some of our budget expectations. So when we talk about the macroeconomic picture, I think most of us would agree that the 8.2% that we clocked last year looked stupendous from a growth perspective. But whether that growth has been inclusive enough, whether it has trickled down to the masses, whether it's in terms of improvement in incomes and jobs, probably the verdict is still out there, and we think that there is much more path on that front that the government has to traverse. Largely because in large part the growth that we have seen, which is 8% plus, has degrees of unevenness within it. And when I say unevenness, we typically call this a K-shaped recovery, where the top income earners have continued to thrive, which is reflective in consumption of premium cars or housing. But it's the middle class which has stagnated, and the bottom of the pyramid, the Masi class, which has continued to see wages lower. And mind you, this is the class which also bears the brunt of inflation the most, which has continued to remain somewhat higher than midpoint of the inflation targeting band, and food inflation continues to remain a worry. So growth needs to become more inclusive, and in large part this 8.2% growth has been driven by public capex. So if you look at the fiscal deficit at 5.6% for FY24, it still continues to remain high vis-a-vis pre-pandemic levels. While the economy has normalized, it has stabilized after the pandemic, but our fiscal deficit remains largely high because a large part of it comes from public capex, which continues to drive growth at the headline level. But there is limit to which public capex can actually come in and provide jobs. If you look at the capex distribution, there are only 3 industries that are taking the bulk of the capex spending: roads, railways, and defense. And there is a limit to which all these 3 industries can absorb higher capex as well as create jobs. So there was a very interesting point that the CEA also made yesterday when he tabled the economic survey. And he said that it's the role of the private sector mainly to create jobs. And the focus of the government, therefore, has to be how to spur private capex cycle in the country. We have seen some improvement, but how do we get back to the last economic cycle where there was a boom?
Totally, Yuvika, and combined with what we just discussed, some time back we discussed China. And in that context, Abhishek just has some breaking news inputs on what we can expect. And one of the things which has warmed my heart, because I saw the piece of paper where he was taking notes from his sources. And he knows that there is something coming up in terms of, we are told, source-based, nothing confirmed. Please don't take big decisions based upon a small little source-based inputs. But we are talking about PLI for toys sector.
Yes.
This is very important. It's straight targeting of China. Leather and the rest you can break yourself, please. These are source-based information, the kind of stuff that trickles in, Abhishek?
Yes.
You're still messaging. You want to get...
Yeah, I'm putting it in the group so that
you can put it out across and then put it in the group. Go ahead.
All right. So
some breaking news inputs, ladies and gentlemen, on the grid. Likely, I'm just saying to those who are on our breaking news grid, likely source-based info. Please.
Right. So 2 announcements possible, and they draw from the manifesto of the BJP, the promises made by the party. One is that there might be an announcement of a new bullet train corridor. One is already being made between Ahmedabad and Mumbai. Then there is the announcement of Ayushman Bharat to include all senior citizens. As of now, it is meant only for the poor.
This is very good.
All senior citizens.
It is going to be extremely well received.
Yes. And then in terms of the focus of the budget is going to be pushing the consumption story and jobs. And to that extent, for example, the PLI is going to be strengthened for the existing sectors, and then toys and leather, those 2 sectors to be included.
Specifically.
Yes. And there is likely an announcement by the finance minister about a deep tech policy focusing on the future technologies. We were discussing about the AI as a disruptor and
deep tech policy.
Yes, deep tech policy. On the side of agriculture,
focus on deep tech policy.
Yes.
So I'm seeing the headline: source-based focus on deep tech policy.
Yes.
New bullet train corridor.
Yes.
Ayushman Bharat may extend to all senior citizens.
Yes.
Then you are saying PLI for jobs.
Yes.
PLI for the leather product sector.
And toys.
And toys,
Yes.
which is again aimed at China. So
Yes.
this is some initial info.
And a very important one, which is perhaps the most going to be most important.
Yeah.
There is to be an announcement for a digital agricultural mission.
Yeah.
And the limit of Kisan credit card is expected to be increased from rupees 3 lakh to 5 lakhs because this is going to give a push to the rural demand.
Okay, so you can put those news inputs in our news WhatsApp group. They'll break on the channel. Mohandas Pai, good morning. Good morning, Mohandas Pai. We got you at this critical time, 17 minutes to presentation. Straight question, your expectations, a few singular focus areas you'd like to see.
Arnab, the budget should address the problems in the economy. What are the problems? First is lack of purchasing power in the bottom 50% of our society. The trickle-down impact is not working, will not work. The election sent a message that they're very unhappy, and the taka-tak really had an impact. Second is creating jobs in the poorest 300 districts in the country where there is distress. The third is the middle class. The middle class is angry and upset that they've not got a fair deal in the last 10 years. They're paying the majority of taxes, and whatever tax base they get is based upon housing interest and housing loans, where only 1 crore out of 6 crore people get the benefit. And their actual net income, I think in real terms, has come down in hand. School fees have gone up, education costs have gone up, EMI has gone up, housing costs, rental has gone up. They're very angry and upset all over the country. And the next big issue is the regulatory overreach. People are scared in business of ED, CBI, all of them, because the cases are not being decided. Income tax goes in raids and destroys people's reputation. But 65 to 70% of all cases against the income tax department is against them. No, I think we have to remove this fear in business. All this has to be done. For that, there is 3 lakh crores. Arnab, there is 3 lakh crores more income coming than the budget. RBI has given 1.3 lakh crores more dividend. About 50,000 crores more dividend will come from the public sector. Income tax is going up in 22-23%. So what we need now in the budget is a DBT program for the 10.6 crore women who get subsidized gas, 2,000 rupees a month. So the purchasing power goes up. In the poorest 300 districts, a special employment zone where employment created gets benefits from the government in the form of training grants and reimbursement of ESI and PF as done in the Kaushal scheme. Third, for the middle class, enhancement of the tax slab, 0 to 5, no tax, 5 to 10, 10%, 10 to 15, 20, above the 30 plus surcharge, no tax breaks. They can keep the 7th slab, which Finance Minister loves so much as it is, and give an alternative to these people, so there's more money. Next is make sure the regulatory agencies will file chassis within 6 months and finish the case within 3 years. We need government whom we have elected to power to remove this fear, and no publicity for any tax rates. Don't destroy people's reputation. You know what has happened to you, Arnab, when the Maharashtra government went after you, right? At the end of it, you are innocent, but they hurt your name. Yeah. That is not acceptable in a democracy. And the last thing I will tell you, 8 lakh crore is the subsidy given for farmers and others. What are the middle class got? Nothing. The middle class are only made to pay more and more. So there has to be a focus, the middle class, focus on this. And of course, investments. There's money in the budget, there has to be focus, and there must not, fiscal deficit will be 5.1%, 1 to 0.1 to 0.2%, and this has to set the trend for the next 5 years. It has to be a new dawn, as promised by Prime Minister Modi, who said the first 10 years are a trailer, and now we're going to see what happens. Special focus on it, help all set of the people, increase the mojo with the industry, and Arnab, India is in great shape. Our economy is growing 6.5%, 7.5%, 8% last year. Banking sector is in great shape. We invest more than $1 trillion in capex as per the national income statistics. Huge amount of jobs are being created, except that 80% of jobs are less than 20,000 rupees. Their income has to go up, and infrastructure is going up. But we need much more in the next 5 years. In the next 5 years, we must reach $6 to $6.5 trillion GDP and get ready to go to 10 trillion by 2032-33. So I think great expectation across the board.
Well, Mohan, you put it across very comprehensively. We have Bhaskar Majumdar, you may know him from Unicorn, joining us from London. Sharmila is with us. We have the macro picture. See, one thing which concerns me, Mohan, is that we keep saying we are the best place for investment, best place for growth. We are, but everything is in relative terms. I would also compare it to the fact that we are not doing as well as we did 2 years back. You know, we had hit almost 50 billion in terms of FDI inflows. We were 8th in the world. Now we are 15th in the world. We've gone down to about 25 billion. That's not good. And Bhaskar, you can repeat what you just said. You know, maybe you can get a response from Mohan here that, you know, we need to do more to improve our global FDI rankings. We will need the money. We'll need as much money as we can get over the next 2 to 3 years to achieve our targets and to get jobs going in India.
Absolutely. And the point that I was making is, you know, the entire startup and early stage ecosystem is definitely one of the biggest routes when it comes to employment. And for us, what the global markets are looking at and global investors are looking at is stability and simplification of the tax structures. And some of the points which I earlier mentioned was around the, you know, what the startup industry is looking at is simplification of the angel tax. You know, that had no rationale. Yeah, absolutely. And more importantly, you know, the point which the government must realize for MSMEs to grow, they have to look at it from a separate view. They have to look at it from a separate prism. So having the GST only till 20 lakhs is really a arduous task.
Why did we go down? Why did we go down in 23? Some people tell me, Mohan, we went down in FDI inflows in 23 because it was a big election year. I don't believe that. Because the global fall was 2%, we fell by over 40%. It was nothing to do with elections. It was not political. Yeah.
Arnab, one lot of people took their money out because the market was buoyant, private equity sold. So you must look at the gross figures, the net figure. Net figure is very low.
Now I'm talking about FDI inflows.
No, I know, I understand. Because we are looking at net figure. Net figure is very low. Yeah. The second important thing is they made it very difficult to get money by having too many documentation, too many things.
Absolutely.
For example, in the startup industry, if you get money, they harass you for angel tax. The angel tax has created a fear. They came with new norms to say that Singapore and other countries are out of it when most of the money comes from there. And also the point that taking money out for when you sell your company has become harness. You see, RBI has become an institution which believes that they alone save this country and the rest of us are all marathas. I think the RBI attitude towards this should change. We need for startups and private investments a system like in the public markets where you can go to a depository and all the documentation can be done there and you can take your money out the next day after you sell. We got valuation report which are very silly because when you invest in a company with a PPT, who knows how to value? You negotiate. You don't value. Then the income tax officer says he knows better how to do the valuation. Then he says, why didn't you meet your norms? I mean, the harassment for startups in reality has only gone up in the last 3 or 4 years. Arnab, I want to tell you this seriously. In March of this year, I had a call from 3 startups who said they had an anonymous call on faceless investment saying that we're going to add back your angel tax and it pays money. They called me and I said, don't pay money, fight it out. Now, when you fight it out, we have a broken assessment system, broken appeal system. Appeal takes 8 years, 10 years, 20 years. There is no justice in this country. Any justice to go to court takes time forever.
On that, Mr. Pai, I would like to pivot to Mr. Basu here.
It's true point.
Is there
exactly the point?
Is doing business in India really difficult or easy? Because as we know, our guests really want to say right now is that it's not as easy as it sounds. Is that the case, Mr. Basu?
Doing business in India is relatively difficult when you compare it to the rest of the world. It has improved. The ease of doing business has improved, but as the economic survey, as the chief economic advisor clearly states, it can do a lot better. There's a lot of room for improvement in easing the environment for doing business, and in particular, there is a need to deregulate the environment for SMEs and MSMEs. Those parts of the economy are bearing an enormous burden of regulatory compliance that everybody on the panel is pointing to as an impediment to successful startups and to growth. The MSME sector is struggling partly because it has an excessive burden of regulation. So deregulation is part of the key. Simplification of the tax code. This government has done quite a bit to simplify the tax code. The new tax form, for instance, is slightly, is substantially easier than the old. But the point is that India still has one of the most complicated tax regimes in the world. There's no question. And so therefore, compliance.
He's saying something. Mohan is adding to that.
Arnab, remember, Finance Minister Jaitley promised us end to tax terrorism. In 2014, tax disputes were 4,25,000 crores. Today it's 12 lakh crores. Every day on TV, you see somebody getting a demand for 500 crores, 1,000 crores. They'll be struck down. How can they go on raising demands like this? And the resolution takes a long period of time. The courts are broken. What do? You look at the balance sheet of every listed company. Contingent liability, tax dispute, 12 lakh crores. 12 lakh crores, you spend all the time going in appeals. And there is no hope. Because every appeal you win, they still go to Supreme Court. Everybody goes to Supreme Court is clustered. And I know in my case, long back, when Supreme Court had taken a decision, it took us 3 years to get a refund. What do? I think, tax terrorism is real. Many things have happened. Refunds come faster, technology for tax filing, individuals are paying more tax, all that. But tax terrorism, dispute resolution has to end. And 3 years back or 4 years back, Arnab, Finance Minister increased the time period for reopening assessment to 12 to 16 years from 6 years. It has brought down to 6 years, now 12 to 16 years. So there's a hanging overhead.
I think just to, this is where the whole aspect of harassment happens. You can keep making that period longer. But if you believe your system is more transparent, if you believe that you've made it faceless, I see no reason government get re-elected in 5 years. You're basically allowing 6 years so that you can, go after people you want to persecute.
16 years.
You are not giving. So person will say, I paid my taxes, but somebody next year will pick up something 10 years old and use it against me. That's so unfair. These are we don't need to live with a Damocles sword around our head. This is a very sarkari approach. It has to change.
Arnab, there's a problem. Arnab, what is the problem? Arnab, let me tell the problem. The problem is our political leadership has given into the bureaucracy. The tax department will go to Finance Minister and say, everybody is a crook, they're not paying taxes, give me more power, give me more power. This government has given more power to the tax than the previous government. They're supposed to protect us from the tax collectors.
We have
to make sure they don't exceed their powers. Political leadership has to protect us. That is the big demand of all people in this country.
I totally agree with you. We have to be more we have to be more compliant, but this is not compliance. This is trying to put fear into the minds of honest taxpayers.
Harassment.
We have with us the very eminent Devin Choksi, Managing Director of DR Choksi, FinServ Private Limited. He looks at the markets, he looks at the big picture. Mr. Choksi, we are exactly 4.5 minutes now from the presentation of the budget. What should investors look at? What should those in the market look at? Right? From your perspective, your initial thoughts.
Yes, Arnab, good morning.
Morning.
Well, I think the investment in 3 areas, the agriculture, the infrastructure, including social infrastructure, and manufacturing. And these 3 areas, I think the investments of the government and the allocation of money in the budget is going to be significantly playing out role. Their intention to create higher amount of jobs, I think, will get satisfied because of these 3 areas of investment that they are talking about. And at the same time, every rupee so spent on infrastructure in particular would have the tendency to collect a significantly large amount of GST as well as income tax for the government, which will possibly create the situation of collecting gross tax revenue of around 50 lakh crore down the line 2.5 years from now. So this is what I think the market is expecting. This is how I think the investors are looking at the comprehensive outlook of the budget, I think giving the benefit to one and everybody in the economy.
Do you think there'll be any change in approach in Modi 3.0 compared to earlier, Mr. Choksi?
Well, I believe that I think the government is going to remain firm-footed as far as I think the program is concerned. Because in last 10 years, whatever the program that they chopped out, They've seen the success out of this program, and the larger part of the economy has been benefited out of these programs that they have carried out. So in my viewpoint, I think considering the fact that 2029 would be the election year in which I think the larger amount of sentiments also will play a role, government may want to implement maximum amount of schemes in this 5 years' time. And that's where probably I think one can argue for implementation of some of the most important schemes, including the public sector undertaking divestment. Because the market valuation of public sector companies, I think, has reached 50 lakh crore from what it used to be 5 lakh crore. So there is already a 10-time growth in that
so
valuation.
fair to say, maybe I'll go to Bhaskar first, then come to you, that Prime Minister is going to dig in his heels for a 5-year term. Not something very dramatic, right? He's going to dig in his heels for a 5-year term and keep it going. Bhaskar?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And, one of the earlier points which you touched upon, which is the deep tech policy, I think that is also something which is very, very relevant. Because one of the points, what Mohan was talking about, is we had, when it comes to valuation and when we are talking about a deep tech policy, we have to look at the intellectual property part of things. And in a holistic basis, the government needs to look at things for the overall growth of the economy and the MSME sector. I think that, for me, is the biggest takeaway which I'm looking at from the budget.
Yeah. PK?
Well, I think privatization has been an area of relative failure. Apart from Air India, no other privatization has occurred. And, recall that about 4 years ago, the finance minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, talked about the fact that this government believes that everything should be privatized except for a few very small sectors. Everything else is open to privatization, and this government is focused on that. So IDBI, for instance, was a deal that should have been done 3 years ago. BPCL came and went. So there is a huge opportunity to pick up the slack on that front, and if privatization begins to get a significant political focus, privatization does not happen without political backing. If you leave it to the DPAM secretary, then you're not going to get enough of a political push to get that thing done.
Would they do it more? These are political hot potatoes,
Arnab, the only hope I see is Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi should listen to the citizens of this country and then make sure that their requirements are met in full. And I think it's very important for the political leaders to listen to more Indians, listen to your channel, listen to all opinion makers and do it. I want to talk about this deep tech policy. See, deep tech requires money. They got some 10,000 crores for AI. China spent $150 billion. What is this 10,000 crores to get some 15,000 GPUs? It's very small. By the time the GPUs come and install, it'll be 2 more years. What is the point? In 2 more years, the ChatGPT would have gone through multiple iterations. So, Arnab, we got to think big, Arnab. This small thing, 5,000 crores, 10,000 crores make no difference. I mean, please remember, 11,000 crores for the AI policy, 12,000 for AI policy spread over 5 years. What are we going to get? We're very proud that among the 500 top servers for speed, we are 49. 49, man. We're the 3rd largest digital power in the world, and we are 49. What is there to be proud about? They must put more money there. Arnab, 8 lakh crore is the subsidies given by the government of India and the state for people of the BOP. How much are they spending on startups? How much are they spending on innovation and job creation? What is the allocation? We want a 50,000 crore startup fund, like the 10,000 crore startup fund.
Okay, totally with you, Mohan. And with that, we are cutting to Parliament Live for the budget session.
माननीय सदस्यगण, मुझे अपनी ओर से तथा सदन के माननीय सदस्यों की ओर से अंतर संसदीय संघ IPU की प्रेसिडेंट और तंजानिया संयुक्त गणराज्य की नेशनल असेंबली की अध्यक्ष माननीय डॉक्टर तुलिया एक्सन का स्वागत करते हुए अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। वे हमारी सम्मानित अतिथि के रूप में भारत की आधिकारिक यात्रा पर आई है। ये हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है कि डॉक्टर एक्सन बजट सत्र को देखने के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित है। माननीय डॉक्टर तुल्या एक्सन शुक्रवार दिनांक 19 जुलाई 2024 को भारत पहुंची। उन्होंने 21 जुलाई 2024 को आगरा का भ्रमण किया और इस समय वह विशेष बॉक्स में आसीन है। हम भारत में उनके सुखद और सफल प्रवास की कामना करते हैं। हम अंतर संसदीय संघ के प्रेसिडेंट के रूप में उनकी भूमिका के लिए सफलता की भी कामना करते हैं। उनके माध्यम से हम तंजानिया गणराज्य की संसद के सदस्यों, तंजानिया की सरकार तथा वहाँ की मित्र जनता को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देते हैं। माननीय सदस्यगण, जैसा कि आपको समाचार भाग 2 के माध्यम से पहले ही सूचित किया जा चुका है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की प्रतियां हार्ड कॉपी के रूप में उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी। अतः बजट प्रस्तुत हो जाने के पश्चात माननीय सदस्य कृपया बजट भाषण की अपनी अपनी प्रति प्रकाशन काउंटर से प्राप्त कर लें। आपको ये भी सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय मंत्री द्वारा बजट प्रस्तुत किए जाने के पश्चात बजट की प्रतियां आपको मेंबर्स पोर्टल के माध्यम से भी उपलब्ध करा दी जाएगी। माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन।
Honorable Speaker, I present the budget for 24-25. Introduction. The people of India have reposed their faith in the government led by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and re-elected it for a historic third term under his leadership. We are grateful for their support extended for 5 years, benefiting more than 80 crore people. Administrative actions for approval and implementation of various schemes announced in the interim budget are well underway. The required allocations have been made. Budget theme. Turning attention to the full year and beyond in this budget, we particularly focus on employment, skilling, MSMEs, and the middle class. I'm happy to announce the Prime Minister's package of 5 schemes and initiatives to facilitate employment, skilling, and other opportunities for 4.1 crore youth over a 5-year period, with a central outlay of 2 lakh crore rupees. I will speak about them shortly, while more details may be seen in the annexure. This year, I've made a provision of 1.48 lakh rupees, 1.48 lakh crore rupees for education, employment, and skilling. Budget priorities. The people have given a unique opportunity to our government to take the country on the path of strong development and an all-round prosperity. In the interim budget, we promise to present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Vikasit Bharat, in line with the strategy set out in the interim budget. This budget envisages sustained efforts on the following 9 priorities for generating ample opportunities for all. Number 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Number 2, employment and skilling. Number 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice. 4, manufacturing and services. 5, urban development. 6, energy security. 7. Infrastructure. 8. Innovation, research and development. And 9. Next generation reforms. Subsequent budgets will build on these and add more priorities and actions. A more detailed formulation will be carried out as part of the economic policy framework about which I will speak later in this speech. This budget details some of the specific actions to be initiated in the current year towards fulfillment of these priorities with potential for transformative changes. The budget also covers some of the previously made announcements with intent to strengthen them and step up their implementation for expediting our journey towards the goal of Viksit Bharat. Priority 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Transforming agricultural research. Our government will undertake a comprehensive review of the agricultural research setup to bring the focus on raising productivity and developing climate-resilient varieties. Funding will be provided in challenge mode, including to the private sector. Domain experts, both from the government and outside, will oversee the conduct of such research. Release of new varieties. New 109 high-yielding and climate-resilient varieties of 32 field and horticultural crops will be released for cultivation by farmers. Natural farming. In the next 2 years, 1 crore farmers across the country will be initiated into natural farming, supported by certification and branding. Implementation will be through scientific institutions and willing gram panchayats. 10,000 need-based bio-input resource centers will be established. Missions for pulses and oilseeds. For achieving self-sufficiency in pulses and oilseeds, we will strengthen their production, storage, and marketing. As announced in the interim budget, a strategy is being put in place to achieve Atmanirbharta for oilseeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soybean, and sunflower. Vegetable production and supply chains. Large-scale clusters for vegetable production will be developed closer to major consumption centers. We will promote farmer-producer organizations, cooperatives, and startups for vegetable supply chains, including for collection and storage and marketing. Digital public infrastructure for agriculture. Buoyed by the success of the pilot project, our government, in partnership with the states, will facilitate the implementation of the digital public infrastructure in agriculture for coverage of farmers and their lands in 3 years. During this year, digital crop survey for Kharif using the DPI will be taken up in 400 districts. The details of 6 crore farmers and their lands will be brought into the farmer and land registries. Further, the issuance of Jan Samarth-based Kisan credit cards will be enabled in 5 states. Shrimp production and export. Financial support for setting up a network of nucleus breeding centers for shrimp brood stocks will be provided. Financing for shrimp farming, processing, and export will be facilitated through NABARD. National cooperation policy. Our government will bring out a national cooperation policy for systematic, orderly, and all-round development of the cooperative sector. fast-tracking growth of rural economy, and generation of employment opportunities on a large scale will be the policy goal. This year, I have made a provision of 1.52 lakh crore rupees for agriculture and allied sectors. Priority 2, employment and skilling. Employment-linked incentive. Our government will implement following 3 schemes for employment-linked incentive as part of the Prime Minister's package. These will be based on enrollment in the EPFO and focus on recognition of first-time employees and support to employees and employers. Scheme A, first-timers. This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees as registered in the EPFO will be up to 15,000 rupees. The eligibility limit will be a salary of 1 lakh per month. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths. Scheme B, job creation in manufacturing. This scheme will incentivize additional employment in the manufacturing sector linked to the employment of first-time employees. An incentive will be provided at specified scale directly both to the employee and the employer with respect to the EPFO contribution in the first 4 years of employment. The scheme is expected to benefit 30 lakh youth entering employment and their employers. Scheme C, support to employers. This employer-focused scheme will cover additional employment in all sectors. All additional employment within a salary of 1 lakh rupee per month will be counted. The government will reimburse to employers up to 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years towards the EPFO contribution for each additional employee. The scheme is expected to incentivize additional employment of 50 lakh persons. Participation of women in the workforce. We will facilitate higher participation of women in the workforce through setting up of working women hostels in collaboration with industry and establishing creches. In addition, the partnership will seek to organize women-specific skilling programs and promotion of market access for women SHG enterprises. Skilling program. I'm happy to announce a new centrally sponsored scheme as the 4th scheme under the Prime Minister's package for skilling in collaboration with state governments and industry. 20 lakh youth will be skilled over a 5-year period. Industrial training institutes will be upgraded in hub and spoke arrangements with outcome orientation. Course content and design will be aligned to the skill needs of industry, and new courses will be introduced for emerging needs. Skilling loans. The model skill loan scheme will be revised to facilitate loans up to 7.5 lakh rupees with a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. This measure is expected to help 25,000 students every year. Education loans for helping our youth who have not been eligible for any benefit under government schemes and policies. I am happy to announce a financial support for loans up to 10 lakh rupees for higher education in domestic institutions. E-vouchers for this purpose. E-vouchers for this purpose will be given directly to 1 lakh students every year for annual interest subvention of 3% of the loan amount. Priority 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice, saturation approach. Our government is committed to all-round, all-pervasive and all-inclusive development of people, particularly farmers, youth, women, and the poor. For achieving social justice comprehensively, the saturation approach of covering all eligible people through various programs, including those for education and health, will be adopted to empower them by improving their capabilities. Implementation of schemes meant for supporting economic activities by craftsmen, artisans, self-help groups, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and women entrepreneurs and street vendors such as the PM Vishwakarma, PM Swanidhi, National Livelihood Missions, and Stand Up India will be stepped up. Purvodaya. The states in the eastern part of the country are rich in endowments and have strong cultural traditions. We will formulate a plan, Purvodaya, for the all-round development of the eastern region of the country, covering Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. This will cover human resource development, infrastructure, and generation of economic opportunities to make the region an engine to attain Vikasit Bharat. On the Amritsar-Kolkata Industrial Corridor, we will support development of an industrial node at Gaya. This corridor will catalyze industrial development of the eastern region. The industrial node at Gaya will also be a good model for developing our ancient centers of cultural importance into future centers of modern economy. This model shall showcase Vikas B, Virasat B in our growth trajectory. We will also support development of road connectivity projects, namely 1. Patna-Purnia Expressway, 2. Buxar-Bhagalpur Expressway, 3. Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Vaishali and Darbhanga spurs, and 4. Additional 2-lane bridge over River Ganga at Buxar at a total cost of 26,000 crore rupees. Power projects, including setting up of a new 2,400 megawatt power plant at Pir Painti, will be taken up at a cost of 21,400 crore rupees. New airports, medical colleges, and sports infrastructure in Bihar will be constructed. An additional allocation to support capital investments will be provided. The requests of Bihar government for external assistance from multilateral development banks will be expedited. Reorganization Act. Our government has made concerted efforts to fulfill the commitments in Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Recognizing the state's need for the capital, recognizing the state's need for a capital, we will facilitate special financial support through multilateral development agencies. In the current financial year, 15,000 crore rupees will be arranged with additional amounts in future years. Our government is fully committed to financing and early completion of the Polavaram irrigation project, which is the lifeline for Andhra Pradesh and its farmers. This will facilitate our country's food security as well. Under the Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, for promoting industrial development, funds will be provided for essential infrastructure such as water, power, railways, and roads in Kopparthi node on the Visakhapatnam-Chennai Industrial Corridor and Varavakal node on the Hyderabad-Bengaluru Industrial Corridor. An additional allocation will be provided this year towards capital investment for economic growth. Grants for backward regions of Rayalaseema, Prakasham, North Coastal Andhra, as stated in the Act, will be provided. PM Awas Yojana. 3 crore additional houses under the PM Awas Yojana in rural and urban areas in the country have been announced, for which the necessary allocations are being made. Women-led development. For promoting women-led development, the budget carries an allocation of more than 3 lakh crore for schemes benefiting women and girls. This signals our government's commitment for enhancing women's role in economic development. Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan. For improving the socio-economic condition of tribal communities, we will launch the Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan by adopting saturation coverage for tribal families in tribal majority villages and aspirational districts. This will cover 63,000 villages, benefiting 5 crore tribal people. Bank branches in northeastern region. More than 100 branches of India Post Payment Bank will be set up in the northeast region to expand the banking services. This year, I have made a provision of 2.66 lakh crore rupees for rural development, including rural infrastructure. Priority 4, manufacturing and services, support for promotion of MSMEs. This budget provides special attention to MSMEs and manufacturing, particularly labor-intensive manufacturing. We have formulated a package covering financing, regulatory changes, and technology support for MSMEs to help them grow and also compete globally, as mentioned in the interim budget. I am happy to announce the following specific measures. Credit guarantee scheme for MSMEs in the manufacturing sector. For facilitating term loans to MSMEs for purchase of machinery and equipment without collateral or third-party guarantee, a credit guarantee scheme will be introduced. The scheme will operate on pooling of credit risks of such MSMEs. A separately constituted self-financing guarantee fund will provide to each applicant guarantee cover up to 100 crore rupees, while the loan amount may be larger. The borrower will have to provide an upfront guarantee fee and an annual guarantee fee on the reducing loan balance. New assessment model for MSME credit. Public sector banks will build their own in-house capability to assess MSMEs for credit instead of relying on external assessment. They will also take a lead in developing or getting developed a new credit assessment model based on the scoring of digital footprints of the MSMEs in the economy. This is expected to be a significant improvement over the traditional assessment of credit eligibility based only on asset or turnover criteria. That will also cover MSMEs without a formal accounting system, who have availed and successfully repaid previous loans under the Tarun category. Enhanced scope for mandatory onboarding in TREADS. For facilitating MSMEs to unlock their working capital by converting their trade receivables into cash, I propose to reduce the turnover threshold of buyers for mandatory onboarding on the TREADS platform from rupees 500 crore to 250 crore rupees. This measure will bring 22 more CPSCs and 7,000 more companies onto the platform. Medium enterprises will also be included in the scope of the suppliers. SIDBI branches in MSME clusters. SIDBI will open new branches to expand its reach to serve all major MSME clusters within 3 years and provide direct credit to them. With the opening of 24 such branches this year, the service coverage will expand to 168 out of 242 major clusters. MSME units for food irradiation, quality and safety testing. Financial support for setting up of 50 multi-product food irradiation units in the MSME sector will be provided. Setting up of 100 food quality and safety testing labs with NABL accreditation will be facilitated. E-commerce export hubs. To enable MSMEs and traditional artisans to sell their products in international markets, e-commerce export hubs will be set up in public-private partnership mode. These hubs, under a seamless regulatory and logistic framework, will facilitate trade and export-related services under one roof. Measures for promotion of manufacturing and services. Internship in top companies. As the fifth scheme under Prime Minister's package, our government will launch a comprehensive scheme for providing internship opportunities in 500 top companies to 1 crore youth in 5 years. They will gain exposure for 12 months to real-life business environment, varied professions, and employment opportunities. An internship allowance of 5,000 per month, 5,000 rupees per month, along with a one-time assistance of 6,000 rupees will be provided. Companies will be expected to bear the training cost and 10% of their internship cost from their CSR funds. Industrial parks. Our government will facilitate development of investment-ready, plug-and-play industrial parks with complete infrastructure in or near 100 cities in partnership with the states and private sector by better using town planning schemes. 12 industrial parks under the National Industrial Corridor Development Program also will be sanctioned.
Veggie paper, no. Please, Patty.
Rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be, just 1 minute. Rental housing, I repeat, rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be facilitated in PPP mode with VGF support and commitment from anchor industries. Shipping industry, ownership, leasing and flagging reforms will be implemented to improve the share of Indian shipping industry and generate more employment. Critical mineral mission. We will set up a critical mineral mission for domestic production, recycling of critical minerals, and overseas acquisition of critical mineral assets. Its mandate will include technology development, skilled workforce, extended producer responsibility framework, and a suitable financing mechanism. Offshore mining of minerals. Our government will launch the auction of the first tranche of offshore blocks for mining, building on the exploration already carried out. Digital public infrastructure applications. Turning to the services sector, I propose development of DPI applications at population scale for productivity gains, business opportunities, and innovation by the private sector. These are planned in the areas of credit, e-commerce, education, health, law and justice, logistics, MSME service delivery, and urban governance. Integrated technology platform for IBC ecosystem. An integrated technology platform will be set up for improving the outcomes under the Insolvency Bankruptcy Code for achieving consistency, transparency, timely processing, and better oversight for all stakeholders. Voluntary closure of LLPs. The services of the Center for Processing Accelerated Corporate Exit, CPACE, will be extended for voluntary closure of LLPs to reduce the closure times. National Company Law Tribunals. The IBC has resolved more than 1,000 companies, resulting in direct recovery of 3.3 lakh crore to creditors. 3.3 lakh crore rupees to creditors. In addition, 28,000 cases involving over 10 lakh crore rupees have been disposed of even prior to admission. Appropriate changes to the IBC, reforms and strengthening of the tribunal and appellate tribunals will be initiated to speed up insolvency resolution. Additional tribunals will be established. Out of those, some will be notified to decide cases exclusively under the Companies Act. Debt recovery. Steps for reforming and strengthening debt recovery tribunals will be taken. Additional tribunals will be established to speed up recovery. Priority 5, urban development. Cities as growth hubs. Working with states, our government will facilitate development of cities as growth hubs. This will be achieved through economic and transit planning and orderly development of peri-urban areas utilizing town planning schemes. creative redevelopment of cities. For creative brownfield redevelopment of existing cities with a transformative impact, our government will formulate a framework for enabling policies, market-based mechanisms, and regulation. Transit-oriented development. Transit-oriented development plans for 14 large cities with a population above 30 lakh will be formulated, along with an implementation and financing strategy. Urban housing. Under the PM Awas Yojana, Urban 2.0, housing needs of 1 crore urban poor and middle-class families will be addressed with an investment of 10 lakh crore rupees. This will include the central assistance of 2.2 lakh crore rupees in the next 5 years. A provision of interest subsidy to facilitate loans at affordable rates is also envisaged. In addition, enabling policies and regulations for efficient and transparent rental housing markets with enhanced availability will also be put in place. Water supply and sanitation. In partnership with state governments and multilateral development banks, we will promote water supply, sewage treatments, and solid waste management projects and services for 100 large cities through bankable projects. These projects will also envisage use of treated water for irrigation and filling up of tanks in nearby areas. Street markets. Building on the success of PM Swanidhi scheme in transforming the lives of street vendors, our government envisions a scheme to support each year over the next 5 years the development of 100 weekly hearts or street food hubs in select cities. Stamp duty. We will encourage states which continue to charge high stamp duty to moderate the rates for all and also consider further lowering duties for properties purchased by women. This reform will be made an essential component of urban development schemes. Priority 6, energy security, energy transition. In the interim budget, I had announced our strategy to sustain high and more resource-efficient economic growth, along with the energy security in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. We will bring out a policy document on appropriate energy transition pathways that balances the imperatives of employment, growth, and environmental sustainability. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. In line with the announcement in the interim budget, PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana has been launched to install rooftop solar plants to enable 1 crore households obtain free electricity up to 300 units every month. The scheme has generated remarkable response with more than 1.28 crore registrations and 14 lakh applications, and we will further encourage it. Pumped storage policy. A policy for promoting pumped storage projects will be brought out for electricity storage and facilitating smooth integration of the growing share of renewable energy with its variable and intermittent nature in the overall energy mix. Research and development of small and modular nuclear reactors. Nuclear energy is expected to form a very significant part of the energy mix for Vikasit Bharat. Towards that pursuit, our government will partner with the private sector for 1. Setting up Bharat Small Reactors, 2. Research and development of Bharat Small Modular Reactor, and 3. Research and development of newer technologies for nuclear energy. The R&D funding announced in the interim budget will be made available for this sector also. Advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants. The development of indigenous technology for advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants with much higher efficiency has been completed. A joint venture between NTPC and BHEL will set up a full-scale 800 megawatt commercial plant using AUSC technology. The government will provide the required fiscal support. Moving forward, development of indigenous capacity for the production of high-grade steel and other advanced metallurgy materials for these plants will result in strong spin-off benefits for the economy. Roadmap for hard-to-abate industries. A roadmap for moving the hard-to-abate industries from energy efficiency targets to emission targets will be formulated. Appropriate regulations for transition of these industries from the current perform, achieve, and trade mode to Indian carbon market mode will be put in place. Support to traditional micro and small industries. An investment-grade energy audit of traditional micro and small industries in 60 clusters, including brass and ceramic, will be facilitated. Financial support will be provided for shifting them to cleaner forms of energy and implementation of energy efficiency measures. The scheme will be replicated in another 100 clusters in the next phase. Priority 7, infrastructure investment by central government. Significant investment the central government has made over the years in building and improving infrastructure has had a strong multiplier effect on the economy. We will endeavor to maintain strong fiscal support for infrastructure over the next 5 years in conjunction with imperatives of other priorities and fiscal consolidation. This year, I have provided 11,11,111 crore rupees for capital expenditure. This would be 3.4% of our GDP. Infrastructure investment by state governments. We will encourage states to provide support of similar scale for infrastructure, subject to their development priorities. A provision of 1.5 lakh crore rupees for long-term interest-free loans have been made this year also to support the states in their resource allocation. Private investment in infrastructure. Investment in infrastructure by private sector will be promoted through viability gap funding and enabling policies and regulations. A market-based financing framework will be brought out. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, Phase 4 of the PMGSY will be launched to provide all-weather connectivity to 25,000 rural habitations, which have become eligible in view of their population increase. Irrigation and flood mitigation. Bihar has frequently suffered from floods, many of them originating outside the country. Plans plans to build flood control structures in Nepal are yet to progress. Our government, through the Accelerated Irrigation Benefit Program and other sources, will provide financial support for projects with estimated cost of 11,500 crore rupees, such as the Kosi-Michi intra-state link and 20 other ongoing and new schemes, including barrages, river pollution abatement, and irrigation projects. In addition, survey and investigation of Kosi-related flood mitigation and irrigation projects will be undertaken. Assam grapples with floods every year by the Brahmaputra River and its tributaries originating outside India. We will provide assistance to Assam for flood management and related projects. Himachal Pradesh suffered extensive losses due to floods last year. Our government will provide assistance to the state for reconstruction and rehabilitation through multilateral development assistance. Uttarakhand too suffered losses due to cloudbursts and massive landslides. We will provide assistance to the state. Recently, Sikkim witnessed devastating flash floods and landslides that wreaked havoc across the state. Our government will provide assistance to the state. Tourism has always been a part of our civilization. Our efforts in positioning India as a global tourist destination will also create jobs, stimulate investments, and unlock economic opportunities for other sectors. In addition to the measures outlined in the interim budget, I propose the following measures. Vishnupad Temple at Gaya and Mahabodhi Temple at Bodh Gaya in Bihar are of immense spiritual significance. Comprehensive development of Vishnupad Temple Corridor and Mahabodhi Temple Corridor will be supported, modeled on the successful Kashi Vishwanath Temple Corridor to transform them into world-class pilgrim and tourist destinations. Rajgir holds immense religious significance for Hindus, Buddhists, and Jains. The 20th Tirthankara Muniswarata temple in the Jain temple complex is ancient. The Saptarishi, or the 7 hot springs, form a warm water Brahmkund that is sacred. A comprehensive development initiative for Rajgir will be undertaken. Our government will support the development of Nalanda as a tourist center, besides reviving Nalanda University to its glorious stature. Odisha's scenic beauty, temples, monuments, craftsmanship, wildlife sanctuaries, natural landscapes, and pristine beaches make it an ultimate tourism destination. Our government will provide assistance for their development to Odisha as well. Priority 8, innovation, research, and development. We will operationalize the Anusandhan National Research Fund for basic research and prototype development. Further, we will set up a mechanism for spurring private sector-driven research and innovation at commercial scale with a financing pool of 1 lakh crore rupees in line with the announcement in the interim budget. Space economy. With our continued emphasis on expanding the space economy by 5 times in the next 10 years, a venture capital fund of 1,000 crore rupees will be set up. Priority 9, next generation reforms. Economic policy framework. We will formulate an economic policy framework to delineate the overarching approach to economic development and set the scope of the next generation of reforms for facilitating employment opportunities and sustaining high growth. Our government will initiate and incentivize reforms for 1. Improving productivity of factors of production, and 2. Facilitating markets and sectors to become more efficient. These reforms will cover all factors of production, namely land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, and technology as an enabler of improving total factor productivity and bridging inequality. Effective implementation of several of these reforms requires collaboration between the center and the states and building consensus as development of the country lies in development of the states. For promoting competitive federalism and incentivizing states for faster implementation of reforms, I propose to earmark a significant part of the 50-year interest-free loan. Working with the states, we will initiate the following reforms. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1. Land administration, planning and management, and 2. Urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1. Assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2. Digitization of cadastral maps. 3. Survey of subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4. Establishment of land registry. And 5. Linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land-related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments and overseas investment. The rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote opportunities for using Indian rupee as a currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing and management of data and statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. I will now move to part B. Indirect taxes. Sir, I start with GST. It has decreased tax incidence on the common man, reduced compliance burden and logistics cost for trade and industry, and enhanced revenues of the central and the state governments. It is a success of vast proportions. To multiply the benefits of GST, we will strive to further simplify and rationalize the tax structure and endeavor to expand it to the remaining sectors. My proposals for customs duties intend to support domestic manufacturing, deepen local value addition, promote export competitiveness, and simplify taxation while keeping the interest of the general public and consumers paramount. In Budget 22-23, we reduced the number of customs duty rates. I propose to undertake a comprehensive review of the rate structure over the next 6 months to rationalize and simplify it for ease of trade, removal of duty inversion, and reduction of disputes. I shall now take up sector-specific customs duty proposals. Medicine and medical equipments. To provide relief to cancer patients, I propose to fully exempt 3 more medicines from customs duties. I also propose changes in the BCD on X-ray tubes and flat panel detectors for use in medical X-ray machines under the phased manufacturing program so as to synchronize them with the domestic capacity addition. Mobile phone and related parts. With a 3-fold increase in domestic production and almost a 100-fold jump in exports of mobile phones over the last 6 years, the Indian mobile industry has matured. In the interest of consumers, I now propose to reduce the BCD on mobile phone, mobile PCBA, and mobile charger to 15%. Critical minerals. Minerals such as lithium, copper, cobalt, and rare earth elements are critical for sectors like nuclear energy, renewable energy, space, defense, telecommunications, and high-tech electronics. I propose to fully exempt customs duties on 25 critical minerals and reduce BCD on 2 of them. This will provide a major fillip to the processing and refining of such minerals and help secure their availability for these strategic and important sectors. Solar energy. Energy transition is critical in the fight against climate change. To support energy transition, I propose to expand the list of exempted capital goods for use in the manufacture of solar cells and panels in the country. Further, in view of sufficient domestic manufacturing capacity of solar gas, glass, and tinned copper interconnect, I propose not to extend the exemption of customs duties provided to them. Marine products. India's seafood exports in the last financial year touched an all-time high of more than 60,000 crores of rupees. Frozen shrimp accounted for about 2/3 of these exports. To enhance their competitiveness, I propose to reduce BCD on certain broodstock, polychaete worms, shrimp, and fish feed to 5%. I also propose to exempt customs duty on various inputs for manufacture of shrimp and fish feed. Leather and textile. Similarly, to enhance the competitiveness of exports in the leather and textile sectors, I propose to reduce BCD on real down-filling material from duck or goose. I am also making additions to the list of exempted goods for manufacture of leather and textile garments, footwear, and other leather articles for export. To rectify inversion in duty, I propose to reduce BCD subject to conditions on methylene diphenyl diisocyanate MDI for manufacture of spandex yarn from 7.5 to 5%. Furthermore, the export duty structure on raw hides, skin, and leather is proposed to be simplified and rationalized. Precious metals. To enhance domestic value addition in gold and precious metal jewelry in the country, I propose to reduce customs duties on gold and silver to 6% and that of platinum to 6.4%. Other metals, steel and copper are important raw materials. To reduce their cost of production, I propose to remove the BCD on ferronickel and blister copper. I am also continuing with nil BCD on ferrous scrap and nickel cathode and concessional BCD of 2.5% on copper scrap. Electronics. To increase value addition in the domestic electronics industry, I propose to remove the BCD subject to conditions on oxygen-free copper for manufacture of resistors. I also propose to exempt certain parts for manufacture of connectors. Chemicals and petrochemicals. To support existing and new capacities in the pipeline, I propose to increase the BCD on ammonium nitrate from 7.5% to 10%. Plastics. PVC flex banners are non-biodegradable and hazardous for environment and health. To curb their imports, I propose to raise the BCD on them from 10 to 25%. Telecommunication equipment. To incentivize domestic manufacturing, I propose to increase the BCD from 10 to 15% on PCBA of specified telecom equipment. Trade facilitation. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship MRO, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. I'll read that again. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship maintenance, repair and operations, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. In the same vein, I propose to extend the time limit for re-import of goods for repairs under warranty from 3 to 5 years. I now move to direct taxes. We will continue our efforts to simplify taxes, improve taxpayer services, provide tax certainty, and reduce litigation while enhancing revenues for funding the development and welfare schemes of the government. It has been our endeavor to simplify taxation. We have taken a number of measures in the last few years, including introduction of simplified tax regimes without exemptions and deductions for corporate tax and for personal income tax. This has been appreciated by taxpayers. 58% of corporate tax came from the simplified tax regime in the financial year 22-23. Similarly, as per data available till now, for the last fiscal, more than 2/3 have availed the new personal income tax regime. Comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act. I am now announcing a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. The purpose is to make the Act concise, lucid, easy to read and understand. This will reduce disputes and litigation, thereby providing tax certainty to the taxpayers. I will also bring down the demand embroiled in litigation. It is proposed to be completed in 6 months. A beginning is being made in the finance bill by simplifying the tax regime for charities, tedious rate structures, provisions of reassessment and such provisions, and capital gains taxation. Simplification for charities and tedious. Two tax exemption regimes. The two tax exemption regimes for charities are proposed to be merged into one. The 5% TDS rate on many payments is being merged into the 2% TDS rate, and the 20% TDS rate on repurchase of units by mutual funds or UTI is being withdrawn. TDS rate on e-commerce operators is proposed to be reduced from 1 to 0.1%. Moreover, credit of TCS is proposed to be given in the TDS to be deducted on salary. Further, I propose to decriminalize delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement for the same. I also plan to provide a standard operating procedure for TDS defaults and simplify and rationalize the compounding guidelines for such defaults. Simplification of reassessment. I propose to thoroughly simplify the provisions for reopening and reassessment. An assessment hereinafter can be reopened beyond 3 years from the end of the assessment year only if the escaped income is 50 lakh rupees or more, up to a maximum period of 5 years from the end of the assessment year. Even in such cases, a time limit of 6 years before the year of the search, as against the existing time limit of 10 years, is being proposed. This will reduce tax uncertainty and disputes. Simplification and rationalization of capital gains. Capital gains taxation is also proposed to be hugely simplified. Short-term gains on certain financial assets shall henceforth attract a tax rate of 20%, while that on all other financial assets and all non-financial assets shall continue to attract the applicable tax rate. Long-term gains on all financial and non-financial assets, on the other hand, will attract a tax rate of 12.5%. For the benefit of the lower and the middle income classes, I propose to increase the limit of exemption of capital gains on certain financial assets to 1.25 lakh rupees per year. Listed financial assets held for more than a year will be classified as long-term, while unlisted financial assets and all non-financial assets will have to be held for at least 2 years to be classified as long-term. Unlisted bonds and debentures, debt mutual funds, and market-linked debentures, irrespective of holding period, however, will attract tax on capital gains at applicable rates. Taxpayer services. All the major taxpayer services under GST and most services under customs and income tax have been digitalized. All remaining services of customs and income tax, including rectification and order, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. Litigation and appeals. While our concerted efforts to reduce pendency of appeals at various appellate fora are beginning to show good results, it will continue to engage our highest attention. To dispose of the backlog of first appeals, I plan to deploy more officers to hear and decide such appeals, especially those with large tax effect. For resolution of certain income tax disputes pending in appeal, I am also proposing Vivad Se Vishwas Scheme 2024. Further, I propose to increase monetary limits for filing appeals related to direct taxes, excise and service tax in the tax tribunals, high courts and Supreme Court to 60 lakh rupees, 2 crore rupees and 5 crore respectively, with a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation. We will expand the scope of safe harbor rules and make them more attractive. We will also streamline the transfer pricing assessment procedure. Employment and investment. I have a few proposals to promote investment and foster employment. First of all, to bolster the Indian startup ecosystem, boost the entrepreneurial spirit, and to support innovation, I propose to abolish the so-called angel tax for all classes of investors. Second, there is tremendous potential for cruise tourism in India. To give a fillip to this employment-generating industry, I am proposing a simpler tax regime for foreign shipping companies operating domestic cruises in the country. Third, India is a world leader in the diamond cutting and polishing industry, which employs a large number of skilled workers. To further promote the development of this sector, we would provide for safe harbor rates for foreign mining companies selling raw diamonds in the country. Fourth, to attract foreign capital for our development needs, I propose to reduce the corporate tax rate on foreign companies from 40 to 35%. Deepening the tax base. I have a couple of proposals for deepening the tax base. First, security transaction tax on futures and options of securities is proposed to be increased to 0.02% and 0.1% respectively. Second, for reasons of equity, I propose to tax income received on buyback of shares in the hands of recipients. Other proposals. To improve social security benefits, deduction of expenditure by employers towards NPS is proposed to be increased from 10 to 14% of the employee's salary. Similarly, deduction of this expenditure up to 14% of salary from the income of employees in private sector, public sector banks and undertakings opting for the new tax regime is proposed to be provided. Indian professionals working in multinationals get ESOPs and invest in social security schemes and other movable assets abroad. Non-reporting of such small foreign assets has penal consequences under the Black Money Act. Such non-reporting of movable assets up to 20 lakh rupees is proposed to be depenalized. Other major proposals in the finance bill relate to withdrawal of equalization levy of 2%, expansion of tax benefits to certain funds and entities in IFSCs, and immunity from penalty and prosecution to Benamidar on full and true disclosure so as to improve conviction under the Benami Transaction Prohibition Act 1988. Personal income tax. Coming to personal income tax rates, I have two announcements to make for those opting for the new tax regime. First, the standard deduction for salaried employees is proposed to be increased from 50,000 to 75,000 rupees. Similarly, deduction on family pension for pensioners is proposed to be enhanced from 15,000 to 25,000 rupees. This will provide relief to about 4 crore salaried individuals and pensioners. Second, in the new tax regime, the tax rate structure is proposed to be revised as follows. 0 to 3 lakh rupees, nil. 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5%. 7 to 10 lakh rupees, 10%. 10 to 12 lakh rupees, 15%. 12 to 15 lakh rupees, 20%. And above 15 lakh rupees, 30%. As a result of these changes, a salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax. Apart from these, I am also making some other changes as given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, revenue of about 37,000 crore, that is 29,000 crore in direct taxes and 8,000 crore in indirect taxes will be foregone, while revenue of about 30,000 crore rupees will be additionally mobilized. Thus, the total revenue foregone is about 7,000 crores annually. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
Item number 2.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management, FRBM Act 2003, Medium-Term Fiscal Policy cum Fiscal Policy Strategy Statement, and Macroeconomic Framework Statement.
Item number 3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Number 2 Bill 2024.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पुनर्स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
Item number 4.
The Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir budget. Sir, I rise to present a statement, Hindi and English versions, of the estimated receipts and expenditure of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir for the year 24-25.
सभा की कार्रवाई कल बुधवार दिनांक 24 जुलाई 2024 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Of this now. So Abhishek, let's also get PK in. PK, watching this, not quite what the middle class would have expected. Minor tinkering in those, in the tax slabs. Minor increase in standard deductions on both pensions and income. What do you think, PK?
Well, I think the first thing, the most positive aspect of the budget is the lower fiscal deficit. The fiscal deficit target is now 4.9%. It was previously 5.1% for the current fiscal year. I think 4.9% will actually be exceeded because tax revenue continues to be very strong. But in terms of the personal income tax slabs, there's no significant change. It seems to be an increase in the securities transaction tax for FNOs, futures and options, which I think is appropriate from a policy standpoint, but obviously has been taken negatively by the market.
Abhishek.
Capital gains tax hasn't really seen too much change.
Yeah.
But
what do you feel about
to be an increase in the rate.
I
the
think
rate has gone up. Long-term capital gains has
yeah.
gone up to 12.5% from 10%.
Yeah.
All right,
so there's some surprises there, some negative surprises.
Yeah, so the big picture is that the Modi government remains a fiscal hawk, or no, with the kind of focus on the fiscal deficit.
Yeah.
And then I think there is very accentuated focus on job creation and formalization of the jobs sector, essentially, in terms of getting more youth into the EPFO, for example. And then I see a lot of focus on.
What do you think about the comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act? I want to, there were quite a few positives there that they said we aim to close all litigation within a 6-month period.
6-year period.
6-year period. Then the reassessment, I think that was very good to bring it down. The possibility of reassessment from 10 years to 5 years. So the idea is to make it a little less cumbersome.
More compliant economy?
A more compliant economy. They set up a SOP for TDS defaults. Then there was a decision on decriminalizing TDS delays. So the idea is to try and get more people into it.
Bring down litigation.
Get government less litigious, more cooperative with taxpayers kind of mode. But it didn't go all out. I mean, the moment you said comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act, I thought that fundamental slabs would get all changed with it. Sushil Kedia is with us. Sushil, first response. Can't hear you. Unmute yourself, Sushil. We have Sanjeev Goenka with us. Let's go to Sanjeev. Then Sanjeev, hi. First response.
Audio is clear.
Yeah. Sanjeev, you can hear me?
Hi, Arnab.
Hi, Sanjeev. First reaction to the budget. Sanjeev, from you. Sanjeev of RPG.
Yes, I can hear you, Arnab. Positive. This is a furtherance of the government's commitment to a Viksit Bharat towards the plan for 2047. Focus on agriculture, focus on employment and skills development, focus on MSMEs, simplification of direct access, the focus on the eastern region, which means they want the underdeveloped parts of the economy to grow, a Yuva and Nari Shakti push, the development of religious tourism. All these are things that give me a lot of optimism and cause for buoyancy.
Sanjeev, do stay there. We have the Managing Director of Amul, Jain Mehta, with us as well. Jain, good afternoon. If the idea was continuity, has that been achieved? Would you have expected more? What are the hits and misses?
Good afternoon. Yes, I think it's a pretty good budget, and you are right. It is continuity, and more importantly, a focus on where we want to go towards. As outlined in the last budget, they talked about the focus of the government on the 4 major castes, and they talked about poor, women, the youth, and the farmers. And in this year's budget also, the emphasis given on the new cooperative policy and how cooperatives as a tool of development will help support all these 4 the castes as outlined by Honorable Prime Minister last year is a very clear indication of where the government wants to go and how they want to take everybody in the growth story. And the cooperatives have been identified as a tool of development, and this is what I think we welcome in this budget. More importantly, the focus on organic farming, the natural farming also gets a good place in this budget, and the resources allocated and the objective to get more than 1 crore farmers into this outlines the objective of the government also to see that consumers get food which is grown without chemical fertilizers and pesticides, and we become a healthy nation and also grow the economy.
Yes. Sanjeev, in several decisions of the government, both in terms of export and in terms of incentives, I found a clear focus on the China policy, on countering China. I saw that when, in terms of basic custom duties on mobile mobile chargers. Then the government talked about critical minerals, in removing them from custom duties such as copper, cobalt, lithium, so that the processing of these minerals could help in these strategic sectors, could help Indian entrepreneurs. We saw that in solar, leather, textiles, even down to the detail of spandex, yarn and rawhide. So I see a broad thinking within the government that we need to compete more aggressively, encourage as far as possible, encourage manufacturing in India. Did you also see that in the first sort of 1 hour of the budget presentation?
For sure, Arnab. I think it's not only just compete with China effectively, but make India into the manufacturing hub for the world. So when the finance minister says that she is going to have a complete economic policy overhaul, which focuses on land, labor, and capital, she is rationalizing duties. And I think it's all pointing towards converting India into the manufacturing capital of the world.
Yes, absolutely. It is. Markets down, though. I want to get in from Sushil. Why markets are down? Markets down. What are they reading? What has got them nervous? Sushil?
So,
can you put the markets numbers? Market has nosedived actually.
Now it's rebounding back.
Rebounding back now? Okay, good.
Yeah, it's rebounding back. So obviously, if you touch the long-term capital gains tax negatively, and the short-term capital gains tax has been increased, so that's a knee-jerk reaction. But Arnab, we spoke in the morning. Global markets have topped out. India was hesitant for the budget. If in case the budget will spoil the bears' party, and actually the budget for stock market has given negative news, I see a sustained downtrend. It is a great budget, but the market will be going down.
Sohail, your first reactions, please. Sohail, to this budget. One of the things we saw there was...
I love Sushil's optimism. It's a great market, but it's a great budget, but the markets will be going down. What is going up? What is going up? Arnab Goswami launched a one-man crusade on the middle class being helped. I don't know if it has or it has not. So obviously, Arnab, you need to be very effective against this government if they're not listening to you. But jokes apart, I think parts of this budget are superb, but parts of them are miserable. Let me tell you why. You can do a lot with your space economy. First, fix your roads and your bridges and your electricity. वो तो होता नहीं चले आप moon पे. Number one. Number two, this whole thing about long-term and short-term capital gains is a bizarre move, because it has already led, actually Sushil is the expert, this has led to the markets going down. Because people who are invested in the stock market, you're again messing with their head. Number three, the savings rate in this country is already on decline. With this short-term and long-term capital gain increase, this will see a further decline in the savings rate because people are not going to get big bang for their buck. So who are you messing with? And let me tell you, Arnab, with due respect, and you have one of the brightest corporate CEOs here, Sanjeev, and
Let's
the
get
Amul
Sanjeev
gentleman.
on here, please.
Let me tell you, they will perhaps not agree with me. The corporate world can understand deficit, ye, wo. But the common man wants to know three things. Bhaiya, bijli aayegi, pani milega, और सब्जियां महंगी होंगी या cheaper होंगी. These questions are never answered. Everyone says it's pro-farmer, pro-alliance. The only people who are helped in this budget are Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, which, by the way, they should be, because they have helped prop this government to power. But in real terms, what are we actually seeing? We have a great Prime Minister. We have a great Finance Minister. To be honest, Nirmala Sitharaman is very gravitas-driven, very mature. So I would have expected, and Nirmala comes from the middle class. She's not from the entitled classes. She doesn't have a five-letter surname which starts with a G and ends with an I. So she comes from a very, very middle-class background. She should understand the pain of the middle class more than anyone else does. So what would I give the budget? I would give the budget 7 on 10. But as your maths teacher, Arnab, would always tell you, a lot of scope for improvement.
Now, my maths teacher never went too far with me, but the point here is that you see what will happen is now in terms of economics. I reserve my judgment because I'm going to look at what happens overall. So we'll have to look at a person, for example, a family earning 15 lakhs or 20 lakhs, apply the standard deduction, try and get the demographic composition of that family, look at which tax bracket they are in, then look at family pensions applicable or not, and create 5 or 6 scenarios. Now, what is the amount that the Abhishek that is being said by the finance minister that a household or a family will save?
About 55,000 if you are in the, if you qualify for
all
the entire bracket.
All the applicable categories. So that's the maximum.
If you're earning 15 lakh rupees and more.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, I'll get one more voice. I've got Rajiv Gupta here of Policy Bazaar, also the co-chair at ASSOCHAM, joining me right now. Before that, I want to go back to the two busy men, Jayan Mehta and Sanjeev Goenka. You want to take it forward first with Sanjeev, on how corporate India is viewing it. And Sanjeev is going to be in conversation with the finance minister in a couple of days. We'll be live telecasting that on our channel. What would be the first thing you think Sanjeev should put to the finance minister when that happens?
Well, my question would be, couldn't she have done more, given the fact that they have just come out of an election and there was sort of a freeze in terms of policy making? It could have been a big bang, it could have been a big bang, Philip, but it seems not to be happening.
Arnab, you asked Jayan Bhai, ask Mr. Mehta, will the prices of Amul products go up or down? Let him commit.
Jayan, will the products, will Amul ice cream strawberry flavor go up or down?
Ice cream, yaar. Ask about butter, ghee.
Will Amul butter go up or down? Yes. Anything else? Any personal preferences?
Amul butter is the best butter in the world. But will the prices go up or go down?
Jayan, you can tell us, yeah.
Thank you, sir. But unfortunately or unfortunately, the GST discussion is being moved out of the union budget declarations for quite some time now. So for prices to go up and down, it's the tax regime which makes a very important role. And I wish in the next GST council, they say the GST on butter is going to be reduced from 12% to 5%. We would have the good news right here in the studio. But having said that, I think when you encourage more cooperatives in the country, when you encourage more women to be members of the cooperative, they directly get linked to the bank accounts, they get earnings in their own hands. I think it leads to overall development of the economy, and more milk, since I come from that sector, comes in the organized sector. It means an overall growth of the country. So it's not just looking at the consumer side, we also look at the producer side. And that's where actually such policy changes and the sharpened focus on cooperatives as a tool of development come in. And this is what the new Ministry of Cooperation has been championing. Honorable Finance Minister has been very nicely articulating it in all her budget speeches in the last 3 years, ever since this new ministry has come. So I'm sure India will become a dairy to the world, and of course you will see Amul butter not just in India but every country of the world.
Okay. Before I go back to Sanjeev, Sushil, how's the recovery in the markets? I saw a slight recovery of 0.17%. Last I saw.
It's rebounding sharply. I think mostly it's a short squeeze. Everybody just looked at the long-term, short-term capital gains tax and everybody slammed it. They're getting punished, and markets are rebounding to punish those who react.
Yeah. Sanjeev, very quickly to you before I let you go. You do a lot of investing as well. You think this is going to encourage you to invest more? Abolition of the angel tax? Sanjeev?
I think overall, I am betting strong on the Indian economy. The fact that the government intends to increase supply by increasing the manufacturing base, the fact that they're talking of a comprehensive economic policy reform, and the fact that they're talking of renewable energy, pump storage, I think all these things give me the feeling that go long on the Indian economy. I'm not one of those who looks at 1 month or 2 months or 3 months. Go long and you can't go wrong.
Absolutely. Sanjeev, thanks very much for joining us. I'd like to go to Sanjeev and Jayan. Thanks very much. Bhaskar Majumdar joining the panel, and Rajiv Gupta, sorry to keep you waiting. Rajiv, what is the headline at ASSOCHAM, at Policy Bazaar from your perspective?
Arnab, I think while there are plethora of benefits which we've seen from the budget coming, particularly to create more employment opportunities, particularly for skilling more people, for Policy Bazaar, I think we were certainly expecting some initiatives on the insurance segment, but there have been virtually no announcements there. And one area which I am really, looking forward is how do the government plans to address the insurance gap. The penetration levels currently in this country are single digit, and particularly two areas. One is the living expenses, which includes health insurance policies. Now you're aware that 60% of our healthcare expenses come out of pocket. So one obviously needs direct incentives to attract people to buy health insurance policies. So we were expecting increased tax benefit there and some waiver on the GST, which I think currently is at 18% on the health insurance. Also, from pension perspective, pension contribution towards the insurance premium is not on par with NPS.
Yeah.
And the annuities which you receive at the end are also added to your taxable income.
Yeah.
Now, with country's aging population, by 47 we will have 30% of India's population as senior citizens. So if you don't attract younger citizens today to start investing in pensions, other than NPS, insurance is a big segment.
Yeah.
I guess there could be a big social problem we are going to face,
Yeah. I take your view on that, Rajiv. Thank you, Rajiv, for joining us. I'm going to Bhaskar Majumdar. Bhaskar, financial indicators of the country are healthy, very healthy, super healthy, 4.9%, the target being 4.5%. Our expenditure for FY25, 48.21 lakh crore, receipts 32.07 lakh crore. We're doing good. No. So my question to you, Bhaskar, is what have the people got? Sohail's been at it since morning. Rightly so. What have the people got? Have they got any major relief in the tax system, in what is being described as a comprehensive review of the tax policy?
I think if we just split the fundamental point, Arnab, is the government has carried on being a fiscal deficit hawk. There's no doubt about that. And this, from a global perspective, will be viewed very, very positively. I think it is correct, and I sort of concur with Sohail that when it comes to the Aam Aadmi, so to say, there isn't that many lanyards which have been given. And while the FM did say it's a comprehensive policy change, nothing comprehensive has been about it. Yes, there would be certain more cash at hand at the hands of the common people, salaried people, but fundamentally nothing more than that. But I think the key aspect which this budget has tried to handle is the job creation part of it. And I think that is one part which I have to appreciate that aspect of it. One, from the startup industry perspective, doing away with the angel tax has been something which is very well appreciated. This has been an ongoing demand for us for quite a few years. And finally, after some tinkering at every budget, they have abolished it. This will no doubt help in more and more monies coming into the startup industry. Second point, which is also very good, is what I would term it as ELI type of thing, which is employment related incentive scheme. I think that is again another very good thing. I have seen that work very well in the UK, where from the CSR budget, companies have been encouraged to take on interns. Companies have been encouraged to give the first employment. And I think this is fundamentally going to change to a great extent the employability aspect of it. Linking that again with the skilling part of the budget which they have come through. So I think the focus this time was more around creating employment, which, like in the earlier session we spoke, was one of the biggest reasons for the government getting what it did during the elections.
Okay, I feel they could have done so much more, as far as the salaried employees, taxpayers are concerned. They've simplified the reassessment and reopening of returns, which is good. 2 tax exemption regimes for charities merged into one, which is good. But PK, I call this tinkering. I don't think this is as substantial as could be. Piruz Kambata is joining us from CII. Piruz, of course, from Rasna and from CII tonight. What's the mood at CII, Piruz, to this? You've been part of so many budget sessions. What's the actual sense? Continuity, anything more? Any standout thing you'd like to mention?
No, I think we had expected something which will really help the rural India, which will help the youth, skill development. So to that extent, I think it is in line with our expectations. And as regards taxation is concerned, even if the same taxation is there, we are happy because there is no further hurt. I do believe that an income tax, that the government has really increased the threshold for litigation, Supreme Court, High Court tribunals, which is very great.
That's good.
And I think we appreciate it.
Yes.
But more details are required that what are the changes going to happen in the capital gain taxure. But overall, I believe that, as you rightly said, Arnab, I think if you ask me, the government has now what I call a clear 5 years. So they should have really taken the lead and announced some very bold reforms and some very new and bold initiatives. I personally believe that should have happened in this first year, which I have not seen.
You feel they've been cautious?
And I do, and I think that is probably the reason while the markets also have not actually reacted in a very positive manner.
Yes, because the expectations were very high before the election, given the February announcement.
I think those, exactly, because something of that whole thing, like I somehow believe that we now have to get into this economic reforms in a major way. Taxation also, even let us say individual taxation, there is small tinkering around. I believe that individual taxation should have been much better than what it is today.
But having said that, though these fiscal numbers, won't they have an impact on overall global confidence? PK, in the Indian economy, which will have an overall cascading turn.
I am happy with one thing, that the fiscal deficit is under control,
That's the
which will also control the inflation. But please don't forget one thing, that we are a developing economy, and in a developing economy, our fiscal deficit norms should be different than developed countries. And to an extent, if you ask me, when you support industry with better taxes, I think it only helps further growth. And I think we are at a stage that we should go for growth. So I think we should say we want to grow by 10% and not at 7%. And this is what the government needs to do to grow at 10%. Imagine between the priority to grow at 10% and to keep the fiscal deficit in control, I think growth is better than just keeping the deficit in control.
PK and then Ajay.
And I will go for growth, personally. So I somehow believe that India's growth should be 10% plus.
Yes, I agree. India's growth should be 10% plus, but the way to achieve growth is not to be fiscally profligate. And I think the important thing is that this government has been fiscally quite conservative right through, and that continues. I think the fiscal deficit target of 4.9% is already below the original estimate of 5.1. The actual outcome almost always is going to be better, because the economy is growing much faster than the government is forecasting. The government is forecasting 6.5% to 7% real growth. I think it's forecasting around 11% nominal growth. So you're actually going to get much faster growth than that.
Sharmila, how
I think the important thing is that what I like about the budget is that there is a lot of focus on reforms that are broad-based. Land reform, reform of the land regime. They've created lots of parcels of land that will be available for industry. That's one. Then there is a bunch of reductions of customs duties to improve manufacturing.
No, there is.
So not only in electronics, but things like leather and textiles. There's a lot of focus on labor-intensive manufacturing.
I tell you,
which is really important for
what has been mentioned, I slightly disagree there with you, Piroj, because they are saying that the farmers, you said, they would initiate 1 crore farmers in natural farming, pulses, oilseeds, mustard, groundnut, sesame, soybean, sunflower, financial support for shrimp breeding center, Kisan credit card in 5 states, finance for shrimp farming, marketing, vegetable production, supply chains, and also identifying the high-yielding, climate-resilient crops, which is part of the Prime Minister's overall natural crops and natural seeds scheme. So it's not as if that's not there. Also, I see that for now that I'm looking at things in a bit of detail, scheme for first timers, of course, the 1 month wage for all persons newly entering the workforce in all sectors. Is that 1 month wage? Or is that 1 month's PF contribution?
No, it's 1 month's wage.
1 month wage?
Yes, it's 1 month's wage. And what I find interesting in the budget
1 month wage extra?
Yeah. 1 month's wage will be given extra
by the government.
By the government.
But
no,
1
month wage.
Yeah, 1 month's wage.
Why do that,
Why do that?
Because
why do that? It's a political move to win over young people.
It is exactly.
Have a job.
No.
Both the internship proposals and this 1 month wage, it clearly indicates that the government has made a demographic address through the budget. It's targeted at the young people. India is getting younger, and they want to capture that age group.
No, but there is the scheme for support to employers, job creation in manufacturing. First time wage, I'm still confused about it, Abhishek.
It is
1 month wage. 1 month wage for all persons newly entering the workforce in all sectors.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you join Republic, but you're not newly entering the workforce, Abhishek, so don't look at us, that this is going to happen to you.
Yeah.
But if you were a new job entrant, first job, then you would get 1 month wage from the government.
But as a policy also, I'm not very convinced. Like someone who's already got a job, the person is secure. Why give him one or her more one month
job?
First time job,
Abhishek, not you.
First time job.
Yeah, first time job.
You
not
see,
for
the
me.
problem in India is
first time job. You see,
haldi, halwa, dahi, chini being given to the finance minister. We are sweetening every goddamn thing. It's a ridiculous idea that because the guy is getting a first-time job, usko aap ek aur month ki salary
give it to someone who does not have a job.
There is someone who is consuming some massive substance which we must find out what it is. It is a ridiculous idea. Nowhere in the world has this happened. That, you're getting your job for the first time, so beta aao, 1 mahine ki salary tumko aur de denge.
So says our resident cynic. Today, I don't know. He's been in some mood since morning. I think Ajay, he's just irritated that he got up 4 o'clock London time.
I'm very clear-headed. I'm doing my punch karma. My toxins are out. I'm very clear-headed.
You're in a different club. He goes to Hyde Park to do punch karma. Anyway, my question is, now, Ajay, are there any hits that you see? Are there any hits, Ajay Garg? Are there any hits, and what are the misses in terms of expectations? One of our panelists said earlier that first of a 5-year budget, they could have set a stronger, setting the goals kind of mood in this budget, which perhaps is absent. Ajay.
No, I think, Arnab, if I were to say that, when you're looking at all the commentary before the budget, there were 3 expectations where I think the government has hit nicely. One was obviously, clearly show a commitment to growth. So the capex which they had committed on the 16% in the interim budget, they maintained that. They have also made a sincere attempt in trying to sort of, look at various aspects to improve income for the large part of the population, whether it is in the lower middle class or the agriculture side and all these other data points. So I think all that has been achieved. The big other thing which was also showing an intent to remove things in the irritation like angel tax and all, which obviously almost every startup has faced that problem there in the last 5 years since it has been introduced, and it's not resulted in anything except litigation. So, removal of those things have also actually gone in a big benefit in terms of the government's intent to simplify the tax administration. Obviously, the misses also, in my mind, are clearly some more bold reforms in terms of improving the capital expenditure, because the government is paying more focused attention on the fiscal. They're trying to sort of maintain the discipline out there. And also the administration part, because India is only a country where you have to pay advance tax, estimate advance tax. The whole process of tax administration is still so complicated.
Yeah.
And I think the government could have, looked at it something today, because no other developed country has this whole process of advance tax and TDS the way we have it in this country.
Yeah. So what Ajay Garg of Equirus is saying, that good initial set of moves. He doesn't seem to be expecting something very big bang in the budget, but he seems pleased with continuity. We have with us from CII the chairman of the Boston Consulting Group, BCG, very eminent voice in the world of Indian business and the corporate world, Janmajay Sinha. Janmajay, nice to see you. Arnab here. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. And we'll put our first question to you will be from Sharmila, our business editor, to you. Sharmila, over to you.
So, good afternoon. Sir, am I audible to you? So,
yes, you are.
So, from the primary look at the budget, it looks like, as Arnab said, there is continuity. There is going to be inflow of funding because of the tax rebates given to angel investors. And there has been a considerable attempt to sort of stabilize the employment scenario, which was a feedback of the economic survey. But what is the feedback of corporate India? How does it respond to the budget announcement today, sir?
So let me tell you why I am so relieved and happy. The overall movement on fiscal consolidation has been accelerated. I was actually expecting that maybe we'll get to 5%, but it's gone to 4.9%. And the next year we are targeting 4.5% fiscal deficit.
Yeah.
The second thing is, taxes have mostly been kept untouched. And there's been a little increase in capital gains, which is fine. The people can pay it. But on the other side, what you really find is that there is a desire to relook at GST, simplify it, and extend it.
Yeah.
The overall GDP to the debt to GDP ratio will come down. So, if you look at the overall fiscal movement,
correct,
it is very comforting. You can see that the credit rating agencies already changed their outlook on India. Yeah. This will give them even stronger they're going to just love it.
Yeah, I also thought so,
and then,
Janmajay.
As a Bihari, I can't...
You cannot complain.
Yeah.
I can't complain about a little bit of money going towards Bihar and improving Bihari tourism.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt about it, Janmajay. No doubt about it. I agree.
I would have wished a little bit more for water. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you on both. I think you're the great guy to get on Republic right now, because this view, PK, is a very important view. People like Janmajay, they have played a very important role, Abhishek, in attracting foreign investment to India. Having followed what he's done over the last few decades. He is one of those people who will look at this budget very well. And Janmajay, from your perspective, would I be fair in saying there's a 9 on 10 budget in terms of attracting foreign investment? Because we are just sending the right message to the foreign rating agencies. If we are looking at investors, if we are looking at a FDI route, we have fallen on the FDI index to 15. Now, we've just kept it so right for next year. At 4.5%, it's just the right message in the right direction. So if you look at this, Janmajay, I'm looking at China faltering. and India getting the macro completely right. Somebody sat down and taken a call on this. Okay, we're going to give a little bit to the middle class, little bit, tinker around a little bit, but we get the fundamentals really, really strong. So, very good FDI-oriented budget from that perspective, Janmajay, global indication.
Absolutely, you know, as it is, if you look at all the things that were done with the reform, overall reform agenda, it was very pinpointed. You know, they are going to reduce and relook at any duty inversion. So tariffs is being looked at to make it more competitive. If you really look at it, the 5 things I had originally wanted have all been ticked off. Fiscal deficit prudence, come down. You can see that tariffs are being reduced in the areas that we want to, and a relook. A relook on direct taxes. A relook on indirect taxes. Infrastructure spending going on. And then to announce a relook on the first budget, to relook at reforms of factor costs.
Also, I thought that, and by the way, that's
the other thing, if you read the economic survey, the brilliant statement that the economic survey has actually gone on and put out, that the government should do less, but what it does, it should do better. So it should get out of the way and make things easier for business. That's such a relief.
I think now, you know, people are beginning to see what happens is, Janmajay, in a budget, you see the few headlines, markets react, somebody's got, everybody's sort of crushed for the first 10 minutes. And then you begin to read through, and I think this analysis, Bhaskar, is very important. By the way, that's Varun Dua, great entrepreneur. Varun Dua is ACO Insurance. I'm going to go to you in a minute. Varun, just wait. I'm completing my chat with Janmajay because he's joining us from a very lunchy and noisy CIA headquarters, it appears to me. But, you know, Janmajay, the challenge will be, and I want to bounce this off you and PK and Bhaskar Majumdar also. You know, we've got a lot of tightrope walking to do. You're going to have to maintain this financial discipline. You are going to have to spend a lot on infrastructure. You know, then you need to tell the private sector, you put in your capex based upon what we are doing. Show your confidence in your own country, right? And then added on top of it, you have to manage Chandrababu Naidu, you have to manage Nitish Kumar, and you have to manage upcoming elections in Maharashtra. You know, so everything, there is no free lunch for a government, Abhishek. Am I right? Do you want to take that with Janmajay, that it's numbers are right, not going to be easy, right, Abhishek? Take it with Janmajay.
No, I have a question, in fact.
You can put it to Janmajay.
Are you suggesting, Mr. Sinha, that instead of giving a direct SOP by way of making capital cheaper, the government has taken the fiscal hawkish route, and by keeping our finances in good order, so overall cost of capital perhaps would come down, because that's an industry complaint that the cost of capital is high, the private capital is not coming for that reason.
So you're absolutely right. You know, the amount of, in the budget, if you look at our expenditure, the amount of expenditure and interest payments is very high. So as you start reducing the fiscal deficit, you get both the advantage of a better credit rating and less debt.
But does it solve the industry problem of cost of capital?
That direction is fine. If there is one place, I really want India to start looking at water more seriously. In one of the 9 priorities, it was mentioned in urban infrastructure. But I really believe that water needs to also be brought into a mission mode.
You know, point number 69, if you see there, where under water supply and sanitation, government says in partnership with multilateral development banks, So there needs to be a global effort on it. Government has acknowledged that, Janmajay, and they're saying water supply, sewage and solid waste management programs for 100 large cities for bankable, through bankable projects. So the government is open, really looking at global investment in this area. You're right, spot on. I think this is going to be one big area for treated water for irrigation and filling up of tanks, because we're going to face a crisis here. Janmajay, you've been looking at it, I'm sure.
Exactly. Yes. That's the one area that I want more. Otherwise, I'm very happy with the budget.
What's overall mood at CI? Happy? Or?
It's really well thought through. Oh, yes.
Okay.
You know, everyone was clapping when the 4.9% was announced.
Oh, yeah. That's the big one. Bhaskar, sitting in London, were you also clapping with that? Because that's, you know.
No, absolutely. And we can, very shortly, I can see the ratings agencies going for an upgrade on the bond ratings. And as Mr. Sinha rightly said, once that sort of happens, there'll be a natural inflow of capital at a reduced cost. And I think the government this time has stuck to the macro. You know, yes, they could have been tinkering, and in the short term, people would have been much happier. But they have stuck to the overall directional macro of, you know, playing the fiscal hawk. It's always a question of
you have to admire the Prime Minister for that, you know. These things, PK, don't happen. Obviously, Prime Minister is saying to the country, I am unmoved by the numbers of the election. I'm going to keep doing what I do. I've got target 2030. I've not got target 2024 October. He's still, it's admirable, PK. You know, PM, Prime Minister is keeping his politics and policy aside. This is, I think it's
political courage.
This is political courage by the Prime Minister.
If you look at it, 16.9% increase in public investment. Still happening. So the government's focus on keeping public investment growing at a rapid rate continues for the third consecutive year. And yet the fiscal deficit is coming down. You know that the government is very conservative. Last 2 years, the government has been very conservative with its estimates for direct tax revenue. And if you look at the numbers, I look at them monthly, and what you find is that every month the numbers are well ahead of what the government was estimating. And as a result, you know, this 4.9% is actually a conservative estimate. The actual number will be more like 4.5, 4.6% this year. For next year, the current target is less than 4.5% of GDP deficit. By this time next year, we'll be talking about a deficit of 4% of GDP for FY26. Now, the point is that if you just remember, for the fiscal year that ended in March 24, the original deficit target was 5.9%, the outcome was 5.6. For next year, for the current year, we are looking at a target now of 4.9. It'll probably be more like 4.6 or 4.5. So, in effect, the government is not only fiscally conservative, but is extremely conservative with its estimates of revenue. And the outcomes, therefore, for the fiscal deficit are much better. Now, what that does is that it helps to crowd in private investment over time. As the government's market borrowing, as the government's borrowing requirement keeps going down, you get a crowding in of private investment. And that is the long-term story for how India is going to grow. Now, that's one side. The other side, I think, is that they have created a lot of incentives for manufacturing, which has to be a major thrust area in the years ahead.
Completely.
To try and get some of the supply chains that are centered in China to start moving away. And in areas like labor-intensive manufacturing, like textiles, leather, toys. I mean, those are the areres where India needs to attract investment. So if you look at the opportunity there,
just to
our exports of textiles and garments are 1/9 of China's. If we can triple ours in the next 3 years, our share will still be 1/3 of China's.
Amitabh Kant, former CEO, Niti Aayog, waiting, and before I go to you, Amitabh, hi, Arnab here. How are you, Amitabh? Varun, if you don't mind, just bearing with us for a while. I don't think the audio line is through with Amitabh, so I'll take a word from Varun in before that. Varun Dua is CEO and founder of ACO Insurance. Varun, your first thoughts of the budget. You heard Janmajay, you've got a broader perspective on your industry and overall. Varun, hi.
Thank you for having me. I think the panelists, I was hearing the panelists as over the last 5 minutes. I think it's a very, very balanced budget. I think, growing at 7-8% without printing money, without increasing debt, it's like you rightly said, it's a huge tightrope walk. I think we're getting it right. From my vantage point, when we look at raising capital from...
It is going to be easier to attract foreign capital because our country indicators are very solid. So thank you very much, Varun. Sorry to make you wait there. Thank you for now. Sunil Munjal is joining us. Sunil, can you hear me? Hi. What's your first reaction overall? We had a very happy Janmajay Sinha join us a minute back. What are your thoughts, Sunil? Arnab here. Good afternoon.
I would agree with Janmajay as well. I think overall it's a well-formulated budget, considering both the internal and the external pressures on the economy. She has done a wonderful job maintaining fiscal deficit at 4.9% and announcing next year at 4.5. Not only has she announced that, she's also said the borrowing year on year after that will continue to drop as a percentage of GDP every year. In this budget, I see two things, not only an annual budget, I also see a statement of intent of the government for the next 5 years. That we want to cover all sectors. We want to cover the young, we want to cover women, we want to cover startups, we want to cover agriculture, we want to focus on rural development, we also want to cover cities as economic entities. So overall, I think a very well-balanced budget, development and growth oriented, and recognizing the need to encourage jobs, encouraging individuals to skill themselves and join business, and encouraging companies to say, we will support you if you hire more people. The other thing I liked was there are multiple things they said, we will work with multilateral agencies to bring monies, but the government or government-backed agencies will provide the guarantee for those funding. I think that was a very smart move. And in some of the areas, they expect the state governments to pitch in as much as the center does. So that it's a combined effort to create a multiplier in the overall availability of resources. Upping the spend on infrastructure for 10 lakhs crores to 11 lakhs, that was already expected because it was in the interim budget. I had actually hoped it might go to 12 lakhs. But nevertheless, in the interest of balancing the budget, I guess that was the best available to us. And on personal income tax, she's also helped the lower income bracket individuals. So I think all in all, and she's given away 17,000 crores in the balance. Overall, I would say well-defined budget. There are some things on which work is yet to be done. Study groups will be set up, which will come back in 6 months. So let's wait and see those, plus some fine print detail about the big schemes also would be important to understand for the purpose of effectivity of the implementation.
So Sunil, the sense from CII, Corporate India is extremely happy. Thank you very much for that. Now going to Amitabh Kant. Amitabh, sorry to keep you waiting. Good afternoon. Arnab here. I hope you can hear us. And we'll, in conversation with you, will be Abhishek Kapoor. We have P.K. Basu, well-known macroeconomist. We have Ridham Anand Bhardwaj, our executive editor, Sharmila, our business editor. I think we all will like to take questions to you. I'll throw it open first. It seems to me that there was a choice somewhere, Amitabh, and the government has taken it. It just wants to, in a world which is a little uncertain, it wants to make India more a center of certainty. It wants fiscal consolidation. It wants to tell the world that our financial indicators are healthy, and perhaps look at getting $1 trillion in FDI over the next decade. So that's the idea is standout moment for India. We can compete with China if we remain solid, and that will get global confidence into India. Not what people would have expected. There's no knee-jerk reaction, Amitabh, I see, to the slightly muted numbers of the general election. It's just straightforward. Let's continue what we were doing. Your take, Amitabh, big picture from you. You work closely with government.
So I think it's a very well-crafted budget. it's a growth-oriented budget with a huge focus on employment. And I think the remarkable thing about this budget is that it's kept an emphasis on financial discipline. So the fact that you are keeping your fiscal deficit and down, and yet you are increasing your outlay for capex spend as a percentage of GDP, which has gone up. So, important thing is also the finance minister saying that we are coming down from 5.1% to 4.9%, and we'll come down to 4.5%. And we will subsequently have a glide path. So that demonstrates a great amount of financial discipline. But I think the important thing is that this budget lays a lot of emphasis on employment. Giving benefit to those who are first time getting jobs for 1 month, then those who are getting manufacturing jobs, the benefit, for both employer and employee. And thirdly, to give benefit to for new jobs coming out on the new employers to get benefit up to 3,000 rupees for a period of 2 years, and also creating interns, very large number of interns in the 500 top corporates. All these, and also the fact that you are creating a new scheme for skill development, which is a centrally sponsored scheme. So I think these are remarkable features of this budget. But the budget also lays a lot of focus on urban development.
Mr. Kant,
and that is really shows.
Okay, Mr. Kant, you continue to be the G20 Sherpa. You've just last week returned from Brazil. What is the world talking about when it comes to India? This budget, is it going to make us a little more attractive vis-a-vis China?
So India is an oasis of growth in the midst of a very barren economic landscape across the world. And the fact that we've grown at about 8.2% is remarkable. The economic survey, in a very moderate basis, talks about growth of 6.5 to 7%. But my view is that with budgets like this, we'll accelerate the pace of our growth in the coming years, because fiscal discipline, focus on innovation, focus on research, focus on urbanization, focus on employment really shows that India will be a country which will drive growth with job creation. That is important.
Right. PK?
Yeah, I think as you just said, the government is really conservative about its growth forecasts. 6.5 to 7%. This is the same sort of number last year. If you look at, there seems to be a consensus every year that growth is going to be 6.5 to 7%, but the actual numbers are much higher. And if anything, all the momentum, exports are picking up, consumption is likely to be stronger given that there's a better monsoon, and there's so many incentives for investment to pick up. Why do we keep focusing on such a conservative estimate of 6.5 to 7% growth, when in fact 8 to 9% is more likely?
So I think in a way it's good that you are conservative as far as your estimates are concerned, but you achieve much higher in delivery terms. And I think the Prime Minister has also always emphasized that your delivery should be much more than what you've promised. And that's why my belief is that with a budget like this, the two challenges are one of consumption, one of exports. Both will get driven.
Absolutely. I think we've got Ashish Wakankar coming in right now. Ashish is a very well-known veteran of the capital markets, runs his own capital markets firm. Ashish, you're very excited with this budget. Why is that? And any point you want to raise directly with Amitabh Kant tonight, because this afternoon, because you were giving your own analysis of how things stand. Ashish.
Yeah, thanks, Arnab. I was looking at the reaction post-budget, and I think people were fixated with a few things. In my opinion, Arnab, this is a fantastic budget. And somebody was giving ratings. I would say it deserves 9 out of 10. And if you look at the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, he said we should be looking at not just 2024, 25. We should be looking at 2030. So given this backdrop, I think we are preparing the ground, preparing the economy for that. Look at the budget. What does it focus on? It focuses on maintaining fiscal discipline. This budget is perfect if you're looking at attracting foreign investments, if you're looking at sending the right message to the global rating agencies. They matter. You've just got yourself on the JP Morgan bond index. Now, people wanting to enter into India through this route, they would be looking at all these things. What we saw in the last election, just see how things change in just 5-6 months. 5 months back, we were saying that this budget is interim budget is being presented. Elections in June, the incumbent would come back, so on and so forth. They were gung-ho. But the elections have thrown a surprise, and what matters now, the message that has come out of these elections is that freebies and doles matter. So when you're looking at these aspects, the government has maintained fiscal discipline. It's maintained a glide path, maintained focus on capex and infra. The government borrowing has gone down. Government is making every noise to ensure that the private sector capex moves in. Private sector is borrowing is crowded in. And with these, what you've seen all these time is that some of the states which were not on this bandwagon, for example, Maharashtra, now they've also jumped onto this. So given this backdrop, the focus on maintaining the glide path, maintaining focus on, capex, I think it's fantastic. Last point that I want to make over here. People have been worried about, the short-term and long-term capital gains tax being, changed with. You have seen in recent times the regulator, the RBI, in fact, even the courts have come up with, raising concerns on what is happening in the futures and options side. Someone even said that this is now not a micro issue; this has become a macro issue. Do you want a situation when everything is gone? Now, what is India today? India today is a fantastic compounding machine. Despite not giving any fiscal stimulus post-COVID, you had Red Sea, you had Ukraine, you had West Asia, number of crises. We still stuck to the path. We still maintained fiscal discipline. We focused on investment-led growth. In such a situation, you have a situation wherein the capital markets have now, come up with a surprise wherein it's got kind of into the heated zone, particularly in the futures and options side. To ensure that aspect of it does not become an economic issue, you have the short-term capital gains tax being raised, and you have the securities transaction tax which has gone up. I think they have pressed on all the right buttons. We are setting ourselves for a long-term growth. You don't want a situation wherein you give a stimulus to this economy unnecessarily when it is not needed. I think it's a fantastic budget. People will appreciate it. The reaction of the market is kind of knee-jerk because it is fixated on the long-term capital gains tax and short-term capital gains tax being, changed marginally. I think.
So as a person who's been an insider, Amitabh, to the system, and now is watching this budget from the outside as well, and you are in the government, but you know, on the economic side, you are looking at it. What does it tell you about how the Prime Minister is viewing his term in terms of economic policy? See, there's always a takeaway we wanted.
Arnab, it's a budget by a very confident government. It's a budget by a government which is taking a perspective of making India grow for the next 3 decades. It's a budget by a government which wants to drive and accelerate growth. It's a budget by a government which wants to create jobs. It's a budget by a government which wants to do energy transition in a very sustainable manner. And it's a budget by a government which is very clear on the path to development that it wants to take till 2047. So I think it wants to accelerate the pace of growth, but it also wants to create jobs. It wants India to grow in the manufacturing sector. It wants to bring stability in the development process. If you look at research and innovation, if you look at urban development, if you look at MSME sector, all these are key sectors for growing in the long run.
So no nervousness because of the election result, or massive political management?
None at all.
What's the feeling? What are people saying in the government? What happens?
I felt it's
yeah. Is the Prime Minister as confident as he would have been in February?
I thought it's a budget by a I think it's a budget with has been delivered with immense and supreme confidence.
Yeah. Amitabh, I thank you so much for your initial reactions to the budget, and thank you for joining us live. We are seeing some Rajya Sabha proceedings start. We'll cut to them for a minute and then cut back. Yeah, let's go for a minute. Exactly 1 minute.
Member of Lok Sabha 2011 to 14 and 2014 to 19, and a member of West Bengal Legislative Assembly 2001 to 2011. He exemplifies amiability, decorous demeanor, and his participation has been highly impactful and enriching. He is married to Srimati Sahana Bakshi, and the couple is blessed with son Saptarshi. Honorable members, on behalf of this House, I wish him a long, healthy, and happy life, and extend greetings to family members. Ruling on electronic notices. Honorable members, yesterday I had indicated that I will give my ruling on the issue of electronic filing of notices. Honorable members, India's digital stride has globally been acknowledged. The World Bank chief, Shri Ajay Banga, reflected thus, I quote him, "I cannot praise enough what India is doing to open up space for entrepreneurs that is visible in the digital space. India put in place public digital infrastructure that is so well attuned for private initiatives to blend in to take advantage of this infrastructure," unquote. World Bank in its G20 document has reflected that India has achieved financial inclusion targets in just 6 years, which would otherwise have taken at least 47 long years, owing to its digital payment infrastructure, such as Jan Dhan Bank accounts.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education. Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Director Cheadle, your opening statement indicates that the Secret Service constructed a security plan for the site in Pennsylvania. I'm assuming that security plan would also include the security footprint for the site, but it also would be based upon a threat assessment for the threats associated with Donald Trump and the crowd in attendance. Would it not include a threat assessment?
Yes, it would.
So that threat assessment, as we know, basically would have started with, there's a generalized threat against Donald Trump because he is a presidential candidate. Then it would have gone to, he's a former president, and he gets security coverage just as Bush, Clinton, Carter, and Obama do. And then you also have the heightened political environment. Even for those, it's clear that the security footprint, that the threat assessment was insufficient, which permitted then a 20-year-old to actually enter with a weapon and shoot Donald Trump. But I want to ask you about two other aspects of the threat assessment. It is known and public that Iran is a threat risk for Donald Trump. They're a threat risk for John Bolton, former Secretary of State Pompeo, and Donald Trump, because they have indicated they want to assassinate them as a result of retaliation for the killing of Soleimani. That is both, for Iran, a generalized threat, they're targeting these individuals, but also most recently a specific threat to Donald Trump himself. Now, I want to enter into the record by UC a Department of Justice Public Affairs release, a CNN article, an article from Fox News, and an article from CBS, all of which acknowledge
without objection to order
that this threat exists for Donald Trump from Iran, and that there are specific threats most recently that have been acknowledged. Director Cheadle, have you read the intelligence of the generalized threat to Donald Trump by Iran as a result of their desire to retaliate for the killing of Soleimani?
I have.
Have you read or been briefed about the intelligence of the specific recent threat to Donald Trump from Iran?
Yes, I have.
Director Wray, when we were getting our briefing, indicated that he thought the threat assessment should have included this threat from Iran. Is it your testimony today that the threat assessment, since you've read this intelligence, was sufficient to protect him from this threat from Iran?
My testimony today is that the information that we had at the time was known.
Was it sufficient? Director Cheadle, was it sufficient for the Iranian threat that you said you have read the intelligence briefings for?
That information was passed to...
Well, I'm not asking the bureaucratic issue of who did it get passed around to. Director Cheadle, was it sufficient for the specific and generalized threat to Donald Trump's life from Iran?
Yes, I do believe it was.
Director Cheadle, is an Iranian assassin more capable than a 20-year-old?
Sir, I think we've acknowledged that there was gaps and a failure that day.
When I raised this issue with Director Wray, he was incensed. He was shocked that the threat assessment of Iran did not seem to be, as we and I discussed, baked in to your security footprint and your threat assessment. And he went on to say that the generalized threat that he has told the whole country that we are under from a potential terrorist threat. He has said we're under the highest threat level since 9/11, that the lights are flashing red. And he has specifically indicated that people have crossed the southern border as a result of the Biden administration's policy, and that there are in our country today terrorists and individuals who are affiliated with terrorist groups and organizations. That would be a heightened threat environment, Director Cheadle, would it not?
Yes.
In his public statements, he has said he is making these statements because he wants people to take them into consideration in threat assessments, specifically. Now, that would be a threat not just to Donald Trump, but it would also be a threat to the crowd there, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Are ISIS terrorists and Al-Qaeda terrorists and international groups and terrorists more capable than a 20-year-old in pulling off either a mass shooting or an assassination of Donald Trump?
Sir, again, there was clearly a breakdown and a failure that day.
Have you read the intelligence of the terrorists that are currently in the United States that Director Wray speaks, and those individuals that are here that are affiliated with terrorist groups and organizations that are in the process, as Director Wray said, of representing a significant threat of a terrorist attack occurring in the United States?
I have read reports that apply specifically to the Secret Service's mission.
Director Cheadle, because Donald Trump is alive, and thank God he is, you look incompetent. If Donald Trump had been killed, you would have looked culpable. There is no aspect of this that indicates that there has been any protection to Donald Trump. The threat was identified before he took the stage, and the shooter was only killed after Donald Trump himself was killed. Not only should you resign, if you refuse to do so, President Biden needs to fire you, because his life, Donald Trump's life, and all the other people which you protect are at risk because you have no concept of the aspect that the security footprint needs to be correlated to the threat. I yield back.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Director Cheadle, the American people
are watching, and they're wondering if there are any questions you can answer honestly today. So, Director Cheadle, I have a series of questions, very specific questions. I want very specific answers. Most of my questions are going to demand a yes or no answer. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay, my first question. Both sides of the aisle today have asked for your resignation. Would you like to use my 5 minutes to draft your resignation letter, yes or no?
No, thank you.
Was this a colossal failure?
It was a failure.
Yes or no? Was it a colossal failure is the question, yes or no?
I have admitted this is a terrible...
This is a yes or no series of questions. Was this a colossal failure, yes or no?
Yes.
Was this tragedy preventable, yes or no?
Yes.
Has the Secret Service been transparent with this committee?
Yes.
Would you say the fact that we had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today as being transparent, yes or no?
I have always been
yes or no. You didn't want to answer the question.
Committee.
We had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today. That is not transparent, by the way. You stated earlier, Secret Service is not political. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say leaking your opening statement to Punchbowl News, Politico's Playbook, and Washington Post several hours before you sent it to this committee as being political, yes or no?
I have no idea how my statement got out.
Well, that's bullshit. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record articles by Punchbowl News, Political Playbook, Washington Post, all done at 5:24 a.m., 6:12 a.m., 6:34 a.m., a solid 3 to 4 hours before this committee got your statement.
Without objection, so ordered.
Okay. Is the Secret Service fully cooperating with our committee?
Yes.
Okay, you say you're fully cooperating with this committee. On July 15th, this committee sent you a list of demands of information that we wanted. Has the Secret Service provided this committee a complete list of all law enforcement personnel that were there that day? Have you done that? Have you provided a list to the Oversight Committee? Yes or no?
I will have to get back to you.
Okay, we have with us Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General of CII. Joining our panel, Ashish Wakankar continues to be with us. Chandrajit, good afternoon. This is Arnab here. Good fiscal consolidation path, but not everybody is very happy. But corporate India is very happy. Markets are rebounding. The criticism being that there isn't enough in terms of tax slabs, changes for the salaried middle class. There is some criticism coming in about the removal of the indexation part as far as property sales are concerned, and there is an apprehension that the cost of property sales will go up, the withdrawal of indexation from property sale transactions. But I want your overall sense, because the good news is that the numbers are very good. We'll be a shining star in the world in terms of our global numbers, and that's what Ashish is very excited about. What's your overall take? You're the man at CII. What's CII's overall response to the budget?
Thanks, Arnab, and thank you very much for having me on your show once again. Few points. Number one, as you mentioned, the macroeconomic fundamentals have come out clearly very strong, and that's very important for an emerging economy which is aspiring to be a developed economy soon. Number one. Number two, if you see, the budget carries forward what the economic survey also talked about as to how do we involve different sections into the economic growth story of India. So it's just not the government, but there is this trust which has been given to the private sector. It's the focus that we see on the rural economy. The focus, very interestingly, the way states have been incentivized to say that you do the next gen reforms, we give more incentives. That's a very, very innovative way of looking at how do we usher in the next gen reforms, which are all at the states at this point in time. So I think from the story of employment creation, from the story of skilling, to the capex being very well biased towards the agri economy and rural economy, and the focus on states, it's a good story for India, just not the Indian business.
So but is it enough? I mean, for example, I think you spoke about the incentive to states when one is talking about a provision of 1.5 lakh crore provisioning, I thought, for I think long-term interest rates in order to encourage states to put in money for infrastructure. Is that enough? You see states responding?
You see, I see states responding because what's happening is investments would go. If I really look at the entire budget as a piece, there is a lot of focus towards how private sector can play a role into enhancing its investment and thereby creating more employment.
Yeah, please continue.
So from the point of view of the states really coming in strongly, I think that's a great opportunity for states because private sector will come into those states and create employment, create wealth, and create prosperity for the state.
Yeah, Niranjan is the next question. I've been telling our producers.
How the industry responds to, for example, there was a specific mention of Bihar. There was a specific mention of Andhra Pradesh. There was a thrust on both these states, and we know why. It's what was classically called coalition compulsion that the UPA had to do some sort of balancing during the UPA times. And are we seeing a return of that now in Modi 3.0 with a special package for Bihar, special package for Andhra? How does the industry respond to this? Because these are the only two states that are seeing big allocations. Mr. Banerjee.
So while you say that, yes, these are the only two states, but if you really look at certain infrastructure issues, which has been also put on focus in the budget, be it the Assam, say for instance, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, the FM did speak about many other states for many other very critical areas of infrastructure, and especially when it comes to disaster management and areas like that. So, and I think if the states perform, they get more. It was not a good story for a particular city which was to be built up to be completely shelved. So I think there will be a lot of opportunities even for the industry to get into specific states as well as beyond.
Yesterday when we did an interview with you, you had some expectations from the government. Specifically, we spoke about unemployment. That problem seems to be resolved, but we do not understand, sir, what is the benefit of giving an internship worth 5,000 rupees and how is it going to impact both the government and the companies which take on board these interns? If you can explain that and break it down for us, sir.
So I think there are the entire employment-linked incentive that we have been talking about actually benefits not just the large-scale companies, but also goes down to the mid-size and the smaller size. The ELI or even like before the PLI, these are only triggers, and once you trigger through a scheme of this kind or an incentive of this kind, you see that there is more and more traction that grows, and people, the tendency to employ more, the incremental employment goes up. And I think the part which is the government which is going to pay is a big boost, big help for because one of the things that did not work out very well was, if you remember, the apprenticeship program which the government had launched some time back. But we now see some of these schemes really working, and therefore this expectation from the private sector is also going to be very strong. And I think that the private sector should play a role in terms of seeing how it can create a virtuous cycle by creating more employment, more demand, and greater depth in the economy.
You think all those measures that have been announced are going to crowd in the private capital, Mr. Banerjee?
I think, the capex, which is, we were talking about a 25% growth. With that not being there, even then, I see private sector crowding in because the focus today is to also on urban infrastructure, There is a lot of scope there on private sector. The rural infrastructure, there is a lot of scope on that. I also see a lot of work being done. The finance minister talked about tax simplification, which is a very, very big announcement to be done in 6 months' time. She'll get into a project mode, something which has really never happened. Some archaic laws being really revisited on a mission mode. These are great boosters for the private sector. So it's just not the way you look at numbers, but the simplification, the decriminalization, all of these are going to be very critical issues for private sector to get boosted towards bringing in more investment.
Overall, if I could ask you, Mr. Banerjee, and then we'll take it forward with Ashish as well. Do you see this as a balancing budget? I mean, there was huge pressure on the government to do something for the middle class, and you look at the savings. The minister also made a mention. She made a specific mention on the new tax regime. She said savings up to 17,500, and you do the math. I mean, on the middle class, they were under pressure. They were under pressure from the corporates as well. They've reduced corporate tax for foreign companies. They've tried to do a balancing act on every side. They've even tried to balance out with their allies. So would you call this a classic balancing budget, feel-good budget, one that's tried to keep everyone happy? Or at least tried to?
See, a budget should have everything. A budget should have something for everyone. And I think that's a very important the act of the finance minister. And yes, and each one is related. The private sector employs more people, so it creates wealth. And of course, the poorer section of the society, the middle income group, if their taxation regime is simplified and they can move over to the new regime, they also save money. There's more money in the hands of the poor. Yes, balancing is required, and I think it has been done very, very well.
And lastly, Chandrajit, was there a focus with China in mind? Did you think that, a shift in manufacturing focus, all this, about mobile phones, reduction of basic customs duty for mobile phone, mobile printed circuit boards, mobile chargers. Then she went on to critical minerals, where she reduced and removed customs duty. Then she went to solar. Then she went to shrimp. Then she went to steel and copper. So, and in fact, removed BCD on ferronickel. All this seemed to me quite clearly that here is our opportunity to compete more aggressively with China. How do you view it?
Absolutely so. Absolutely so. And I think we must, because we need to build domestic capacity, and we should not be sort of over-dependent on one source, or even just not only one source of input, but also in terms of technology, diversification. So I think we need to create, this gives the customs duty changes, etc., gives us very good opportunity for us to develop our internal capacity, as well as look at other sources where criticality of resources are involved. So I would imagine that this was a very, very tactical move to see development of Atmanirbharata in domestic capacity.
Chandrajit, stay with us for a while. This is going to be a very interesting chat. I want 5 more minutes with you. Ratun Lahiri of Unicorn is joining us. I'll take one question with her, and then I have Nilesh Shah also with us this evening. So, Nilesh, hi. I'll just make you wait just 2 minutes, Nilesh. Arnab here. Ratun, straight question. You've always been looking at mobilizing foreign capital into India. I'm sure you're going to get much more confidence back, given the numbers, given the fiscal deficit target, etc. How do you view the budget from your perspective?
Well, thank you. I think that is spot on. For me, the headline, statement was the budget deficit, which has been contained to, which is 4.9% of GDP, which the finance minister has very clearly said will go down to 4.5% of GDP, going forward. And I think that has been the headline from what I see of the international media here, that has been picked up by Bloomberg as the headline figures and everywhere else. Overall, I think this is a very well-balanced, positive budget, which seeks to make a difference keeping tomorrow in mind, very clearly 2047 in mind. That is my overall impression of this budget. No country can become a developed nation, without food security, energy security, and without manufacturing playing a key role. And I think, the finance minister has done that very credibly, in terms of the 9 priorities that she has laid out. There are things that, I had feared a more populist budget. I think this is a bold budget. I do not give it, I would rate this as an 8.5 on 10 budget. There are areas where I would have liked to see more, but, that is a conversation, a much longer conversation.
No, I think there is an aggression there and a quite determination of policy. Do stay on. Nilesh, we all love your macro views as well. And, you are not just one of the most successful people in the financial capital markets in the country and in Mumbai, but you always have a bigger perspective on India, the India story. So I'll start with that bigger perspective first with you, Nilesh. How do you view this budget in terms of direction? Does it give any clear direction as far as you're concerned?
Undoubtedly, yes, Arnab. This is budget in Amrit Kal for Viksit Bharat. On one side, we are doing fiscal prudence. 4.9% this year will be dropped from 5.8% earlier, 90 basis point fiscal reduction. There could be more divestment, there will be more tax buoyancy. That's not factored into this number. Second, we are also investing 11.11 lakh crore for investment. And there is boost to consumption via employment generation. So I will say this budget achieves trinity of impossible: fiscal prudence, investment, as well as boost to consumption through employment generation.
Mr. Shah, you are typically seen as the voice of calm and reason. You think that the measures that have been announced on the FNO side, on the long-term and short-term capital gains side, taken together are aimed at taking away some froth out of the stock markets?
Undoubtedly, there is froth in the stock market in low floating stock counters. There is froth in the stock market in some of the concentrated holding companies. But the real challenge is that in FNO, 9 out of 10 investors lose money. By and large, people who have better computing power, better connectivity, better algorithms make money on FNO. This is high frequency traders. By and large, people without absence of these tools end up losing money. It's important that we bring FNO activity under control. Increase in STT is a step in the right direction. However, on capital gains, I have a bone to pick. Today, when foreigners trade in our derivatives market, it's capital gains, and many of them don't pay any tax through double tax avoidance agreements. Local investors, when they trade in derivatives market, it is business income and they pay tax as per maximum marginal slab. Rationalization of tax slabs across real estate, equity, everything else is very good. Removal of indexation for property and bringing down taxes, again step in the right direction. But increasing STCG and LTCG while leaving the loophole between treatment of foreigners and locals in the same kind of income is something which we should correct.
Why do you say the indexation decision is right? Because as a middle class person, I thought that would have been, that helped me save some money, and I won't have that option now.
So again, the tax rates have come down from 20% to 12.5%. So you had 10 and 20 without indexation. Now that's been simplified at 12.5%. Any simplification is always positive. Of course, there will be some winners and some losers depending upon where they were taking advantage.
So I also am concerned about the decision on share buybacks, and I want to know where that is coming from before I hand over to Sharmila. So now what happens as far as buybacks by promoters are concerned? The tax liability is on the buyer.
Yes. Now here, Arnab, there is a slight doubt. If a company does buyback on the floor of exchange, I as a seller have no idea who's buying these shares.
Yeah.
Any company will now start buying on the floor of exchange and not through tender route. And that will defeat the purpose of levying this taxation. I think we need to modify this in a manner there is proper tax liability on the recipients.
I agree. There's not complete clarity on that. Sharmila?
Nilesh, hi. So, despite the knee-jerk reaction that we have received from the market immediately after the budget, we do know that the markets are at an all-time high, and the capital markets of India is a global, a story which the world is watching. And we also know that the way India is onboarding the capital markets, because in June we have seen some 42 lakh new demat accounts, there is a lot of enthusiasm among young people, first-time investors who want to experiment in the capital markets. But most of this, Nilesh, as you know, that when people try and experiment with their money, it's usually their disposable income. Now, not too many will have that elbow space to experiment with the market. Do you think that a little sort of relaxation in the taxation could have also benefited the markets in an indirect manner?
So, more the merrier. But I'm not too much worried about the taxation because that's paid out of the profit. I'm worried about the incentives which we are giving. Based on the household financial savings allocation between FY21 to FY23 as per RBI data, 93% of our savings goes towards lower real return product or negative real return product. People put 10% of their savings in currency notes. You don't make any money on it. Only 7% money comes into real return products like equities and higher yield debentures. And if you are going to put 93% money at zero or lower return and only 7% in higher real return, how will you become wealthy? How will you become prosperous? I think tax incentive should have been given to inculcate right investment habit, which is what NPS Vatsalya is doing. A parent will be able to set up NPS account for their kids till they become major, and then it will be converted into NPS. On an average, a newborn person will have 60 years of investment in NPS, hoping that they'll retire at 60. Now that's like
PM is speaking.
नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने वाले इस महत्वपूर्ण बजट के लिए मैं सभी देशवासियों को बधाई देता हूं। वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम बहुत बहुत बधाई की पात्र है। साथियों, ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है। ये देश के गांव, गरीब किसान को समृद्धि की राह पर ले जाने वाला बजट है। पिछले 10 वर्षों में 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले हैं। ये जो न्यू मिडिल क्लास बना है, यह बजट उनके सशक्तिकरण की निरंतरता का बजट है। ये नौजवानों को अनगिनत नए अवसर देने वाला बजट है। इस बजट से शिक्षा और स्किल को नई स्केल मिलेगी। ये मिडिल क्लास को नई ताकत देने वाला बजट है। ये जनजातीय समाज, दलित, पिछड़ों को सशक्त करने की मजबूत योजनाओं के साथ आया है। इस बजट से महिलाओं की आर्थिक भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने में मदद मिलेगी। इस बजट से छोटे व्यापारियों, एमएसएमईज को, यानी कि लघु उद्योगों का, उसकी प्रगति का नया रास्ता मिलेगा। बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर भी बल है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर भी बल है। इससे आर्थिक विकास को नई गति मिलेगी और गति को भी निरंतरता मिलेगी। साथियों, रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के अभूतपूर्व अवसर बढ़ा, ये हमारी सरकार की पहचान रही है। आज का बजट इसे और सुदृढ़ करता है। देश और दुनिया ने पीएलआई स्कीम की सफलता देखी है। अब इस बजट में सरकार ने एम्प्लॉयमेंट लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव स्कीम की घोषणा की है। इससे देश में करोड़ों करोड़ों नए रोजगार बनेंगे। इस योजना के तहत जीवन में पहली नौकरी पाने वाले युवा की पहली तनख्वाह हमारी सरकार देगी। स्किल डेवलपमेंट और उच्च शिक्षा के लिए मदद हो या फिर 1 करोड़ नौजवानों को इंटर्नशिप की योजना, इससे गांव के गरीब के मेरे नौजवान साथी, मेरे बेटे बेटी देश की टॉप कंपनियों में काम करेंगे। उनके सामने संभावनाओं के नए द्वार खुलेंगे। हमें हर शहर, हर गांव, हर घर एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बनाना है। इसी उद्देश्य से बिना गारंटी के मुद्रा लोन की लिमिट को 10 लाख से बढ़ाकर 20 लाख रुपए किया गया है। इससे छोटे कारोबारियों, विशेष रूप से महिलाओं, दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी परिवारों में स्वरोजगार को बल मिलेगा। साथियों, हम सब लोग मिलकर भारत को ग्लोबल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाएंगे। देश का एमएसएमई सेक्टर मध्यम वर्ग से जुड़ा हुआ है। एक प्रकार से एमएसएमई सेक्टर की ओनरशिप मध्यम वर्ग ही है और इसी सेक्टर से गरीबों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा रोजगार भी मिलता है। छोटे उद्योगों की बड़ी ताकत, उस दिशा में हमारा अहम कदम है। इस बजट में एमएसएमईज के लिए ईज ऑफ क्रेडिट बढ़ाने वाली नई योजना का ऐलान किया गया है। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और एक्सपोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम को हर जिले तक ले जाने के लिए बजट में अहम घोषणा की गई है। ई कॉमर्स, एक्सपोर्ट हब्स और फूड क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग के लिए 100 यूनिट्स, ऐसे कदमों से वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट अभियान को गति मिलेगी। साथियों, ये बजट हमारे स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम के लिए ढेर सारे नए अवसर लेकर आया है। स्पेस इकोनॉमी को बढ़ावा देने के लिए 1000 करोड़ रुपए का फंड हो, एंजल टैक्स हटाने का फैसला हो, ऐसे कई सारे कदम इस बजट में उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, रिकॉर्ड हाई कैपेक्स इकोनॉमी का एक ड्राइविंग फोर्स बनेगा। 12 नए इंडस्ट्रियल नोड्स, देश में नए सैटेलाइट टाउन्स का विकास और 14 बड़े शहरों के लिए ट्रांजिट प्लान, इससे देश में नए इकोनॉमिक हब विकसित होंगे और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में नए रोजगार बनेंगे। साथियों, आज डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट्स रिकॉर्ड स्तर पर है। इस बजट में डिफेंस सेक्टर को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए अनेक प्रावधान किए गए हैं। आज पूरी दुनिया में भारत के प्रति आकर्षण बढ़ा है और भारत में टूरिज्म के क्षेत्र में नई संभावनाएं बनी हैं। टूरिज्म क्षेत्र गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग के लिए कई अवसर लेके आता है। इस बजट में टूरिज्म क्षेत्र पर भी विशेष बल दिया गया है। साथियों, एनडीए सरकार ने पिछले 10 साल में ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग को लगातार टैक्स से राहत मिलती रहे। इस बजट में भी इनकम टैक्स में कटौती और स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन में भी वृद्धि का फैसला लिया गया है। टीडीएस के नियमों को भी सरल किया गया है। इन कदमों से हर टैक्स पेयर को अतिरिक्त बचत होने वाली है। साथियों, देश के विकास के लिए भारत के पूर्वी क्षेत्र का संपूर्ण विकास पूर्वोदय के विजन द्वारा हमारे इस अभियान को नई गति, नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी। हम पूर्वी भारत में कई महत्वपूर्ण इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जैसे हाईवेज, वाटर प्रोजेक्ट्स और पावर प्रोजेक्ट्स का निर्माण कर विकास को नई गति देंगे। साथियों, इस बजट का एक बहुत बड़ा फोकस देश के किसान है। अन्न भंडारण के लिए दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी स्कीम के बाद अब हम वेजिटेबल प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर्स बनाने जा रहे हैं। इससे एक और छोटे किसानों को फल, सब्जियों, अन्य उपज के लिए नए बाजार मिलेंगे, बेहतर दाम मिलेंगे। तो दूसरी ओर हमारे मध्यम वर्ग के लिए फल, सब्जियों की उपलब्धता बढ़ेगी और परिवार के लिए पोषण भी सुनिश्चित होगा। कृषि क्षेत्र में भारत का आत्मनिर्भर बनना समय की मांग है। इसलिए दलहन, तिलहन की पैदावार बढ़ाने के लिए किसानों को मदद की घोषणा की गई है। साथियों, देश में गरीबी समाप्त हो, गरीब का सशक्तिकरण हो, इस दिशा में भी आज के बजट में प्रमुख घोषणाएं की गई हैं। गरीबों के लिए 3 करोड़ नए घर बनाना तय हुआ है। जनजातीय उन्नत ग्राम अभियान सैचुरेशन अप्रोच के साथ 5 करोड़ आदिवासी परिवारों को मूलभूत सुविधाओं से जोड़ा जाएगा। इसके अलावा ग्राम सड़क योजना 25,000 नए ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों को ऑल वेदर रोड से जोड़ेगी। इसका लाभ देश के सभी राज्यों के दूर दराज गांवों को मिलेगा। साथियों, आज का बजट नए अवसर, नई ऊर्जा लेकर आया है। ये ढेर सारे नए रोजगार, स्वरोजगार के अवसर लेकर आया है। ये बेटर ग्रोथ और ब्राइट फ्यूचर लेकर आया है। आज का बजट भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी आर्थिक ताकत बनाने के उस पूरी प्रक्रिया में कैटलिस्ट का काम करेगा। विकसित भारत की एक ठोस नींव रखेगा। सभी देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
Prime Minister's first comments there, talking about defense exports being at a all-time global high, and then a keen emphasis on the making India a manufacturing hub. So some of the key comments there as far as the Prime Minister are concerned. We have our panel with us right now. I can see Keshav Bhajanka there, but first I'd like to go across to Shubhrakant Panda, former president of CII. I can also see Sanjay Nair. Sanjay, hi. Okay, we lost his audio. Salvador is with us. Salvador Babons is with us. He's joining us from the US today. And Rajiv Memani is with us. Rajiv Memani, as we all know, is the chairperson of ENY. So, and Ratun Lahiri continues to be with us. I think I've done my initial introductions. Have I missed anyone there? No, I think I'm good. So just to go to you first, Shubhrakant, we've had the first round of responses. We've had about an hour to analyze what this budget has been about, right? And to get a broad message. What's the message you get?
Good afternoon, Arnab. I think this is clearly a growth-oriented budget where there is an element of continuity, there is an element of inclusivity, and all of this while sticking to fiscal discipline, which is what lends credibility to the whole exercise. So from a manufacturing sector, I think there is much to look forward to, because the specific mention of promoting domestic manufacturing, of promoting export competitiveness, I think these are very important points, because this is a sector which has to do very well for India to continue and indeed step up its growth trajectory. And I think in that regard, the measures particularly taken for MSMEs, which is the new credit guarantee scheme, as well as the reduction in threshold for TREDs, which is something that FICCI had been suggesting, these are good measures. Of course, the focus on employment generation, whether it is for first-timers or schemes to promote employment in manufacturing sector and other sectors, all of these broadly, the 9 priority areas which have been, I think, elaborated very extensively in this budget, not only lays the vision for this year's budget, but indeed the vision for this government for the next 4 years as well, and something that lays the foundation for a step change in India's growth going ahead.
Absolutely. I think Sanjay Nair, I've got your audio through. Sanjay, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi, Sanjay.
I can. Hi, how are you?
Yeah, hi, Sanjay. Sanjay, of course, has been such a dominant figure in the Indian landscape of investing. He knows it through and through. He understands the way the global markets react to things like this. Sanjay, from your perspective, does this make us a more attractive investment hub? How do you see the world looking at India? How do you see investments pan out, given the numbers that have been promised in this budget?
Yeah, I think, Arnab, thanks. I think firstly, from a global perspective, just looking outward in, it's a bold budget put by this government when they could have been far more populist and far more easy in terms of giving away freebies and a consumption stimulus. They've taken the long, arduous route of really focusing on manufacturing, MSMEs, bridging the skilling gap. So at a very macro level, they've taken the tougher path, but I think it leads to longer term, if it works, and if it's executed well, it leads to longer term sustainable manufacturing, disposable income, and hence consumption, right? So that is, I think, one very big takeaway. Second takeaway is, managing the fiscal downwards, 20 basis points, unexpected. 4.9 going to 4.5 is a very positive message, I can tell you, for foreign and local investors. It will all hopefully play out in the next few days. But when you start to crowd out, when you start to crowd out less the private savings, it all comes towards the real markets, and that's when I think the private savings get crowded in. And thirdly, you've got to crowd in the private capex, and we're seeing a lot of initiatives they have promised in urban development, on the side of green technology. And you really have to crowd in the private capex as well. And balance sheets are pretty underleveraged. So the Indians have to respond to that. And I think the foreigners will follow. But policy continuity, prudent fiscal management, and a longer term view on creating consumption through sustainable income, through manufacturing and employment. I think that is the key message. And therefore, as I Arnab, it's a bold budget from their point of view.
Yeah, absolutely. Also joining us, I think from the CII, I think I have the audio through, is Arvind Goyal, who's the chairman of the Tata Autocomp Systems Limited. Arvind, sorry to keep you waiting. Your first reactions to the budget?
A very positive and growth-oriented budget. Certainly a lot of help to the MSMEs, which are suppliers to the large manufacturing companies. So it is also beneficial to them. And also reduction or no duty on so many minerals will help the new energy companies, telecom companies, which are large sectors. And once they grow, there is a growth in the MSMEs which will also come. And this will also help on the sustainability journey of the country. So overall, a good initiative on this budget.
Absolutely. I'd like to spend a couple of moments on China. And first, for an independent view on China, I'll go to Keshav. Keshav is, of course, is, running a Century, one of the sort of growing Indian companies, and also with a strong export focus and expanding into global markets. When you see this budget, do you see India sort of indicating a shift in manufacturing focus with China in mind? Did you see the China factor spread out over the budget somewhere?
I think it is a very good and a very holistic budget. It's balanced because the focus on long-term capital expenditure continues.
Yeah.
But at the same time, in the short term, there are a number of steps the government has taken that are focused on employment and employment generation, which is going to benefit us all. If you look at the housing sector, the focus on the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, that is going to be a very big thrust to industries such as ours, which are real estate dependent. Overall, I think, this China plus one narrative that has been going on has led to a lot of benefit for India. And considering a budget as strong as this, I think India is going to be very, very well poised to take advantage of the global macroeconomic scenario where everybody else seems to be in trouble, but our economy seems to be doing well.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to go to Sanjay Nair again. Sanjay, I want to focus on this aspect a little bit more with you. Are we overreacting? Are we overeating? For example, I saw a lot of focus on solar today. The announcements were all, as you noticed, Sanjay, in succession. Energy transition, very, very critical to fight climate change. And China is roughly accounting for 80% of global solar exports. So, and mainland China was shipping billions of dollars of solar panels to India. So is this a targeted encouragement to our own sectors in these areas? Do you see that or any of the other announcements, for example, to remove the BCD on ferronickel and blister copper? And there also, China had exported 94 metric tons of steel and copper around the world. So these are all focus areas for China. They are getting very specific focus in our budget. Are we overeating this? What do you think?
Yeah.
Plastics.
I think you're overeating it a little bit, Arnab. Maybe some of these things are to reduce the dependence on China in terms of the supply side. But I think it's more to do with what we should have done earlier, which is to get our manufacturing in order and got to be much more self-dependent and self-independent from the world at large, like we saw in the pharma sector. So I think it's high time that we corrected the duty structures and we made sure that we can encourage local manufacturing. And all these areas you mentioned make a lot of sense. So if there happens to be a message on China, that's fine, that's so be it. But I don't think it's targeted only from that perspective. We just need to get our own manufacturing and our own dependence in order, increase, enhance to make in India for India and for exports. So I think that's the real message here, Arnab.
Also, Mr. Panda, there has been this industry demand that we should increase visas for the Chinese engineers. So in a way, an oblique admission that we ultimately depend on China, even if we have to manufacture in India. There was also very innovative... Mr. Panda, are you getting me? My questions to you, which is that amid all this China focus, we have seen this industry demand of requesting the government to increase number of visas issued to Chinese engineers, for example, because even if we have to manufacture in India, we need those Chinese engineers to come in and skill our workers here. Couple that with all these measures that seem to be aimed at shifting, manufacturing from China to India. You think these measures are enough, or sort of like a halfway house, the government could have done more?
So, basically what you're doing is you're taking 2 or 3 issues and you're conflating them. One is, of course, the opportunity available to India from a manufacturing perspective, where we're looking at China +1. And that involves a slew of measures which we have done over the last several years and need to do more of, which is to enhance the ease of doing business, to reduce the cost of doing business. And in fact, in this budget, there is reference to broadening and deepening the reforms agenda, with the center working with the states to improve productivity of factors of production, for example. So that is one aspect of it. The second aspect, when you talk about specific visas and things like that, those relate to the fact that there are, unquestionably ongoing projects and things like that where, experts may need to come in. And if you look at the personal electronics manufacturing space, there is still, some degree of linkages with China. So these are 2 different issues which I don't think should be conflated. What we definitely need to focus on and look at is, how India can garner a larger share of trade, how India can garner a larger share of investments from global corporations which are looking to diversify their manufacturing base. I think lots has been done, lots more can be done and needs to be done. And what you saw in this year's budget is a clear vision articulating how we will go about implementing that, so that India's journey, as I keep on saying, we have done well in terms of growth, but I think the stars are aligning for a step change going ahead, which is what is also essential for us to become a developed nation and to grab the opportunities which come our way.
Sanjay Nair, coming to you. We can clearly see that this being the first budget of Modi 3.0, the effort here is to be consolidating the economy from the point of view of jobs, from the point of view of wielding in all the positives, so that the next couple of budgets can really build on from here. Your comments, sir. Do you think this is step 1 to more serious things and more accelerated growth coming in future?
I think if you get this year right in terms of both the fiscal target that they've put and the correction in the custom duty structure and all that, I think the next year onwards, if the Income Tax Act review is complete, if the the depenalization, decriminalization, and all the other simplifications they have promised this time on the SME, 1 year is a lot. And this government, as you know, executes pretty fast, pretty efficiently. If that can be demonstrated in the next 10 to 11 months, I think that's when their levers for doing more reforms improves dramatically from the year on. And I think that's when you begin to see sustainable growth and a sustainably downward gliding path, total debt. Remember, it's not the deficit. We have to bring the total debt down as well. So look, I think if you get this year right, simplification, ease of doing business, crowd in private capex, crowd in private savings, I think the FDI begins to come after that. And that's when your saving investment gap begins to close and you get a virtuous cycle of real GDP growth touching 7.5%, 8% on a sustainable basis. That's what we need to get to. And I think that is what this budget sets by getting manufacturing in India get started, MSMEs crowded in, simplify things, and hopefully 11 months we're in a very good place to get to the next level.
Absolutely. I must say thank you very much, Sanjay and Shubhrakant Panda, for joining us there from Master Chairman FICCI. One point on my side, and I'll carry it on with the others. I think the investment of a VC fund for 1,000 crores for the space economy, I'm reading the fine print, is just too little. Given the fact that there is so much that can be done, you could probably make it at least 10 times larger. You have startups in space who are doing extremely well, but to put 1,000 crores in that area is absolutely nothing. I want to go back to the global picture. I want to go back to Ratun. But before that, Niranjan, your question to Salvatore. Let's open it up.
Salvatore is an associate professor at the University of Sydney. He has research interest in globalization, development.
And a keen interest in India.
Keen interest in India. So how are you reading the Modi budget in his third term, Salvatore? You're sitting in Australia.
Farmers, then food prices being up is actually a net positive for India as long as those higher prices trickle through to the farm door. Because what India needs most of all is higher farm incomes. The big priority for India right now is to manage that shift from farm to city. India still has 45% of labor force engaged in agriculture, and that's got to come down to something like 3 or 4% of the population engaged in agriculture over the next 12 to 15 years. Managing that shift is going to be the biggest challenge India faces in the next couple decades.
Yeah. Abhishek. All right, let me take this to Ratun. Ratun, you said that this is going to build a lot of confidence among the international community, business community, when it comes to India's credit rating and overall credit worthiness, business environment. Specific to angel investing, is specific to startups. You think this is going to really change the scene on the ground? There's going to be a rush of venture capital into the startup ecosystem, particularly in the backdrop of the fact that over the last 1 year, we have seen some drying up of funds coming in the startup ecosystem?
Well, a couple of things. Firstly, I think certainly the fiscal deficit helps, as I've very clearly stated, and those are the headlines one is seeing in international media, number one. But most importantly, it is a continuity of policy, that I think will give a lot of credibility. Even I was in New York when the election results were, when the election results happened, and initially, for the first couple of hours, I think there was a lot of concern that, whether things, whether policy would continue, whether there would be continuity in policy. But that very quickly dissipated, in terms of that. And I think if I were correct, the international community has been sitting waiting to see what this new budget of a more coalition government is going to be, in terms of whether it would be a more populist budget to kind of, pander to, the other factors also, in the political landscape today. But this clearly has been a very bold, a very good, as I very clearly said, budget with a view to the future. And for me, the headline has been the abolition of the angel tax. I think that is a very, very good thing, number one. Number two, for me, another great thing is the ELI, Employment Linked Initiative, that the finance minister has announced. The PLI, the Productivity Linked Initiative, which added, according to the International Monetary Fund, added about 13% value to GDP in 2022. It has been celebrated as a very good step. I think the ELI, if executed properly, will be a great thing going forward. And the very first thing, if I've got my my facts correct, the internship in the 500 top companies that has been announced, and the internship allowance, the one time, and all this linked to CSR. I think this is a very bold and innovative and a very thoughtful step, towards employment. Because for us to reach the level of growth that we require, I think this is employment generation and creation is one of the key things, and startups can play a very important role in that, and the abolition of angel tax, etc., is fabulous. The only thing is I concur with Arnab when I say that perhaps 1,000 crore tokenism, in space tech that has been announced, I view it as tokenism. 1,000 crores is $120 million. That is really nothing. But this is a great, but to a certain extent, it shows direction of government, and to that extent, I warmly welcome it.
Yeah, I think we also have with us Mahesh Gupta right now, Mahesh Gupta is the founder, chairman of Kent, one of the largest companies in the water business, water purification business, but he's also a self-made entrepreneur. He's really built it up from scratch. What's your takeaway, Mr. Gupta, from this budget you've seen? Something you would have wanted a little bit more of?
Yeah, I think everybody expects more, but the government has its own limitation. But whatever has come is a very welcome step in terms of manufacturing and in terms of real estate. 10 lakh crores being spent on real estate for poor people that will boost consumption in the real estate and also bring employment in a big way. And the angel tax abolition is a very welcome step. The employment incentive for new employment is a welcome step. So many positive. MSME sectors are going to have more facilities which will come up for them in terms of loans. So that's a welcome step because MSME only can give you more employment. So I think this is employment oriented. This is rural sector oriented. A lot of incentives being given to the agricultural sectors with the available funds available to the government and little taxation benefits being given to the middle income group in terms of less income tax to them. Although little taxation of the long-term capital gain tax has come in. One negative aspect, I will say, share buyback tax has been increased in the hand of the beneficiary. That's something is a very negative aspect as far as the industries are concerned. The people who operate, I think that is a big, they will get into the 40% taxation rather than 23% taxation, which is hidden at the moment in time. So that's a negative.
Yeah. Niranjan,
Kamal Bali is also joining us live. He's he's the MD of Volvo. Good afternoon, Mr. Bali. We've had this huge debate around employment figures, and that debate is ongoing year after year. And looking at, the plan, the blueprint that the government has put forward, they have 3 schemes for employment-linked incentive. They're talking about 1 month wage to new entrants in all formal sectors, 3 installments up to 15,000 rupees, expected to benefit 2 crore youth, right? They will reimburse EPFO contributions of employers, so employees and employers will benefit there. Job creation in manufacturing. The skilling program. Skilling is a huge, and you're in the manufacturing sector. You know best about skilling, the importance of skilling and employment. So what's your takeaway specifically on employment skilling and then overall on the budget?
Yeah, I think first of all, let me compliment the finance minister for a very thoughtful, growth-oriented, inclusive budget. It has touched and addressed every aspect of the economy and every aspect of society, whether it is agriculture, whether it is manufacturing, whether it is infrastructure, whether it is innovation. So all elements have been touched. And the icing on the cake is that they have kept the fiscal deficit at 4.9 and a glide path to 4.5 next year. So this to my mind is very good, and this will bring in macro stability, and at the same time it is a tremendous growth-oriented budget. But when it comes to especially to internships and employment generation, I think to my mind this is a very good step. This is something especially for the manufacturing sector and the automotive sector. This will do tremendous amount of good. If you look at Germany follows a similar system, and Germany is one of the leaders in automotive manufacturing. And I think by doing this, the youngsters get exposed to the latest technology. They get accustomed to ways of working in a manufacturing setup, and this will give a tremendous leg up both to manufacturing and to employment generation, in my view. So overall, a very thoughtful budget, very pragmatic budget, Yeah.
Yeah. Just one small point. Sharmila, just making a point here. Some of the global headlines read that Modi's budget spooks investors, but I think the markets are up. They spoke too early. Yeah.
So the markets are responding positively to the budget, and I would like to come over to Keshav. Keshav, overall, from this primary study and a quick read of the budget, clearly the government's mandate on manufacturing industry is very, very strong. What is your take on that, and what do you think is the long-term impact of the couple of announcements about schemes which have been made today?
I think that, this is not the first budget where the government has put a thrust on the manufacturing sector. For the past 3-4 years, I think there has been a continuous thrust. And I think that we have seen the results of the same. If you look at the manufacturing sector in India, it has boomed over the course of the last 3 to 4 years. Of course, we still have a long way to go to catch up on economies like China. But I think the steps that they have taken, particularly with regards to employment and with regards to internships, are going to help substantially. Upskilling of the workforce was the need of the hour, and the government has focused on the same. So I think this is going to help the manufacturing sector overall substantially.
So the markets are already responding very positively to the budget because there was a knee-jerk reaction which we saw initially. But so overall, the mood is that the budget is going to benefit the economy, and the statement is clear.
Overall sense is that it's continuity. It's sort of it's sort of the whole sense that is being given is that we are back to business as usual. So everybody can just chill, not worry about what happened in the elections, or that you're 20 seats, 30 seats down. I think the messaging is here, back to business. But does it work that way for investors, for the venture capitalists, for the private equity sector? Recently we saw there were issues of corporate governance in India, for example, and then there were questions of whether, funding is going to slow down, and we had Paytm, we had Byju's, we've had some disasters, we're chasing of valuations. So I'm very keen to know, from your perspective, because you head this body that really looks at venture capital, how do VCs, Ps, how are they going to look at the budget?
Sure, thank you, Arnab. Thank you for having me on this show. So clearly, I think compliments and congratulations to our finance minister.
Yeah.
To us, like everybody talked about the angel tax, I think she's an angel to all of us at this moment. There is a lot of relief, something which was being asked for a while. It's kind of getting through to daylight now. With this will result a lot of investments, as we can surely be assured. And I think just as the finance minister has mentioned about her focus about MSME, and if you break the word MSME, let's say for the first M is the MSME, S is for your skill, M is again for your middle class, and E is for the employment. So keeping that in focus, an announcement on the angel tax, coupled with another announcement which was around the at least the partiality, which was now removed in terms of the long-term capital gain. So at least it allows the domestic investor to kind of make a wise decision of listed and unlisted. So there's an opportunity which gets opened onto the unlisted space. And as you invest into the unlisted space, certainly there is employment. Every $1 million which is spent into this asset class by the VCPE and the alternate asset class actually generates $5.4 million of revenue and about 45 jobs. So certainly from the numbers which are there right now, you will see an influx of that coming in because globally the capital is available. And I think this is what we are requested for: clarity, consistency and now the international as well as the domestic investors are going to see that. Coupled with that was another nice announcement, which you really need to find a little bit more detail, was another opportunity of putting across a fund structure by the VCC, the variable capital company. So that needs to be a little bit dwelled with. It's only for the IFSC, or it's also applicable outside, and only if it's limited to the aircraft. But again, that's another positive move which we've seen, which is coming up. There was a mention about the space tech. Well, I think the Honorable Finance Minister had put together a message about investment into sunrise sector. We saw an early announcement on agri as well, right? So the NABARD being more powerful and making sure that opportunities which are in our farmer world and the startups are being deployed will be held. Certainly this 1,000 crores is small, but at least it's a start. And there is opening of the defense, which was already talked about by Honorable Prime Minister earlier on. So those are some of the hard ones. The softer ones, if you really saw, the messaging came around ease of doing business, which everybody wanted to hear about, right?
Yeah.
So now And that also coupled with the fact that, look, we want to get more FDI into the country.
Yeah.
And FDI into the country, well, there were pools of capital which were Singapore and Mauritius. No, those are areas which were kind of restricted. Hopefully, I think, as we go in the detail.
Yeah. I'm thinking also, just a small comment from me before I go to Rajan Navani of Jet Synthesis, who's joining us from CII. Yeah. I think the markets are very mature today. Markets are not reacting to, for example, the tax rate for equity investments held for less than 1 year going up to 20% from 15%, for shares held for more than 12 months going up. LTCG, I think, goes up from 10% to 12.5%. Markets are not making a big deal of it. I like this. They're not having a meltdown.
No.
In that sense, I would say markets are not selfish. If LTCG is going up to 12.5%, then that investment goes to other categories. As you rightly use the word, there's some froth, then that investment goes somewhere else. As long as the economy is moving, I think the markets, those who are in the capital markets are beginning to say that, listen, we are all right. We accept there is some fraud, there's some overheating, but we are invested in India.
The long-term
India does well, we do well. That is, I think, so I'm also very, very happy that the markets did not, beyond the point, react negatively today. I know nothing about the markets, but when I saw that 1,000-point fall, I said, my God, this is the way you're going to react to STT on futures and options by 0.02%. But now I feel really happy about it. On that happy note, I'm on air with Rajan Navani. And Rajan is heading Jet Synthesis. He's, by the way, the biggest player in the gaming industry. We don't know that aspect about Rajan. He wears many hats. So from your perspective, from the point of view of technology, from the point of view of future technologies, deep tech, etc., not enough, I guess, Rajan, in this budget, but that and overall picture from you.
No, thanks, Arnab. Always pleasure to chat with you on such a subject that you also resonate so brilliantly with. As of today, I think this big budget has been about Gen Zs. It's been about young people. It has been about the hope. It has been about, the technology cutting across everything. First time we heard a finance minister talk about technology, skilling, capital, regulatory, all in one statement. So I think what really excites me about this budget is the roadmap for the next 25 years. The 9 buckets, and if we can fill up these buckets correctly, I think all the words that you mentioned, of deep tech and Gen AI and quantum and immersive technologies will all start playing out, over the next few years, provided we are able to create efficiency and productivity and resilience for agriculture, for example, all the way to, government reforms. So what I liked really about this budget was, of course, the fiscal prudence, keeping the fiscal deficit at 4.9 and more importantly, giving a direction that it will move to 4.5 over the next few years, and, keeping these 9 buckets. So if I really look at those aspects, truly excited. I know I was hearing in on this, you were mentioning that the public markets haven't acted too much on the 10 going to 12.5%. But I must tell you, the private investors are super excited because there the LTCG has actually gone down significantly, as was being commented, from over 20-odd%, now to 12.5, which will really spur domestic investment, global investment into unlisted securities, private companies, which is really going to drive India, right? India is not about many large companies. If you compare to the China and US, right? We might have 2 or 3 in the top 100. Those countries would have, 20, 30. But we'll have many smaller, medium-sized companies which will partner larger companies around the world and make India a super partner to the world rather than a superpower. So this journey to Viksit Bharat, if I look at the next 25 years, I think this budget has kind of, put a foundational framework, around which this can be populated, enhanced, and really keep youth and women and the poor who need to make the journey, the aspirational districts, all of that has been given tremendous importance to. So
yeah, but all this is good, but there are
and look forward to seeing how this goes forward.
What about long-term investors? People who are long-term investors. If you're an investor, Mahesh Gupta, I'm taking you off your area. I'm just making you wear your business hat. So the Modi government says that we have given you a stable government, okay, over the last 5 to 10 years, and you benefited from a stable government. Is Mahesh Gupta on? You have invested in shares, you benefited, gold, you benefited, real estate, you benefited, whatever asset class, net. As of today, you made more money, so be ready to pay more capital gains tax. So basic logic is if you gain more, you pay more. How is that going to be received by the business community, investors?
Well, I think 12.5, if you spend more than a year, is still the lowest taxation you have an option to. Where else do you spend? You spend either in a long-term capital or you spend in the FDRs. If you go into FDRs, then you get nothing. Yeah. And whereas in even at 12.5%, it is the lowest taxation one can get.
Yeah.
To my mind, the industry still remain positive. Suppose it would have gone to 20% as was being speculated in the market.
Yes.
Then it would have hurt us too much.
It would have.
But 10 to 12.5 is negligible, and one can easily digest it. I don't think there is any negative factor on this.
So Mahesh Gupta and Rajan, I'll let you both go. Thank you very much, for joining us this afternoon. And Abhishek is taking this forward with Salvatore and Ratun, who are continuing to be with us, Rajiv, of course. Please, over to you.
All right, Salvatore, though you said that, because the budget speech was in Hindi and you couldn't keep pace, though of course you understand some Hindi and we have heard you speaking in Hindi. This issue of foreign direct investment in the country, India lags behind substantially, say for example, vis-a-vis China. But there was an innovative suggestion in the economic survey yesterday, and that was in English, you would have read, which suggested that why not get the Chinese to do manufacturing in India through the FDI route and hence shift the focus of manufacturing for the rest of the world also from China to India. Do you see some signs of those happening and the budget giving a fillip to it?
No, look, trying to attract foreign investment is like trying to push on a string. Investment follows opportunities. We have a lot of very solid academic research on this, that a growing economy attracts investment. Investment does not lead to a growing economy. So the focus on foreign investment, the focus on attracting investors, while it may sound good from a layperson's perspective, while, if you're there in a role to foster venture capital, of course you want to attract venture capitalists to your country. It's good sense to promote that, but in the larger macroeconomic reality, somebody's going to fund the economy if the economy is growing at 8%. Everyone wants to get into an economy growing at 8%. When you look at the statistics, it can be difficult to see where that money is coming from, because you see domestic investment is flat. Oh, it's not coming from domestic investors, or foreign investment is falling. Yet the economy is still growing, which means the money is coming from somewhere. It may be coming simply from retained earnings. It's very difficult to trace the sources of the growth through the macro level economic statistics. Yet we know when we look at the macro statistics that countries that have investment coming in do not later grow. Instead, what happens is that countries that grow later have investment flowing into them. So trying to attract Chinese investors to come to India is, okay, there's nothing wrong with it. It's something that a government might sensibly do, but it's not the secret to India's growth. Growing the domestic economy is the secret to India's growth, and that's done through supply-side measures like having proper levels, appropriate levels of taxation, having favorable employment policies, deregulating the economy, making it easier to utilize land, making it easier to utilize labor, letting farmers sell their produce where they want instead of through restricted channels. Those are the routes to growth. The investment will follow if the growth comes.
Yeah, so actually, there is a reason why I'm so focused on China, because with the kind of overcapacity of manufacturing they have, any attempt we make at manufacturing is defeated by the fact that because of that overcapacity, they can still supply cheaper. So somewhere has to be found to this, right? There is a conundrum. Do you take the duties route, like become a tariff king, as Donald Trump says? And if that's not the way, what is the way out?
Look, the problem is this focus on manufacturing. Most people think of Bangladesh as being a manufacturing center, and yet India's exports, percentage of GDP, are actually larger than Bangladesh's, and they're higher value added. Whereas Bangladesh is exporting cheap T-shirts and textiles, India is exporting refined petroleum and cut diamonds. There's no secret that just because China had lots of low-wage manufacturing and China grew does not indicate that at a macro level, if you look around the world at economic success stories, that success comes from cheap assembly work. That's simply not the route to economic growth. Now, there's nothing wrong with doing cheap assembly work, but it's much better if you do mechanized assembly work. And anyone who thinks that, well, India has to soak up a large number of workers just has to look at the employment figures. Employment in India has been rising rapidly, regardless of the fact that India has not become a major offshoring hub competing with China. China plus one does not, for most companies, mean India. Producing in India is for the Indian market. China plus one means Vietnam, it means Malaysia, it means potentially Ethiopia even. It generally doesn't mean India, and that's not a bad thing. The important thing is for India to raise productivity in India. Productivity is the key to all economic growth.
True. Okay.
So, Rajat, as you can see...
Here's to announce a break and then we come back.
Okay.
Can we take a quick break?
Yeah.
Sure. Just a short commercial break and we're coming back. We've been live non-stop on our coverage of Budget 2024. Coming back with the live coverage. Continues on Republic.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Good morning. Today's hearing is for the American people who are seeking answers about the attempted assassination of President Trump. A little over a week ago, Americans watched in horror as a shooter attempted to assassinate President Donald J. Trump at a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The gunman nearly succeeded. The bullet that struck President Trump's head was less than an inch from taking his life. President Trump survived, but one rallygoer, Corey Comparator, tragically did not. 2 others were seriously injured. It was a horrifying moment in American history. The horror was exceeded only by the bravery of the law enforcement agents who threw themselves in harm's way when shots were fired. The bravery of a crowd unwavering in its refusal to panic, and the bravery of a bloody President Trump refusing to run. While we give overwhelming thanks to the individual Secret Service agents who did their jobs under immense pressure, this tragedy was preventable. The Secret Service's protective mission is to protect U.S. and visiting world leaders and safeguard U.S. elections through protection of candidates and nominees. The Secret Service has a zero-fail mission, but it failed on July 13th and in the days leading up to the rally. The Secret Service has thousands of employees and a significant budget, but it has now become the face of incompetence. The committee has a long track record of providing oversight of the Secret Service. Our predecessors, both Jason Chaffetz and Elijah Cummings, among others, worked together to issue warnings and recommendations to address obvious shortcomings in the agency's makeup and operations. Unfortunately, those warnings and recommendations have gone unheeded. A former president and current candidate for president was shot in the head by a sniper within 500 feet of the podium. This is unacceptable, and we are concerned the Secret Service lacks the proper management to keep protectees safe from bad actors. Americans demand answers, but they have not been getting them from the Secret Service. We are instead learning about new facts about the events surrounding the attempted assassination every day from whistleblowers and leaks. Americans demand accountability, but no one is yet to be fired for this historic failure. Today's witness, Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, is here under subpoena to answer questions about how the agency failed President Trump and the victims who attended the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. It is my firm belief, Director Cheadle, that you should resign. However, in complete defiance, Director Cheadle has maintained she will not tender her resignation. Therefore, she will answer questions today from members of this committee seeking to provide clarity to the American people about how these events were allowed to transpire. We will ask these questions because the Secret Service and its
Okay, welcome back, friends. We have Mr. Tandon continuing with us, the head of the Indian Venture Capital Association. Our business editor, Sharmila, continues to be with us. And we also have in the studios Ms. Nirupama Soundarajan. She's founder of Policy Consensus Group, Policy Consensus Center. Sharmila, since you want to discuss the focus of the government on Nari Shakti, and perhaps since morning, we have the first or second panelist only coming in. We also have Ratun continuing with us from London. But if you want to pick it up from there and take it to Ms. Soundarajan.
Yeah, clearly, Nirupama, I could see that the government has delivered on the sentiments for women in two things, that continuously she's going to support women to seek opportunities and employment, and also what she's announced for women buying property. So clearly we can see there's a thrust towards women becoming financially independent. What is your take on that?
I think when it comes to women, right, there are two things. I think the stamp duty reduction is something which is very good. And I think it's very important that we encourage, asset ownership by women. So I think that was a fantastic move. But otherwise, overall, if you see, I'm a little disappointed, because if you're looking at it in terms of what the requirements are, whether it's getting women back into the, labor force, etc., the allocation is great, 3 lakh crores, but if you get into the minutiae of where it needs to go is going to be the question. The only other announcement was about opening creches and opening working women hostels, which are important, but I really don't know how much of that will have a direct correlation in terms of actually increasing women participation in the labor force or bringing them back, etc. So to that end, I am slightly disappointed.
So what you're saying is that we are happy, but not too happy. But clearly there has been estimates of saying that, if India was to is to become a developed economy, 50% of its workforce cannot stay at home. So do you think that the push that we have got today is enough, or we should now sit and think seriously about inclusion?
See, I think, female labor force participation is a very tricky subject in itself. Because somewhere it is also, and my contrarian viewpoint to most others also is that if you look at where female labor force has been actually employed, and especially if you're looking at rural India, where drudgery jobs. Now, with the growth in gig economy, one is I think a lot of them have gone there, which I don't think is adequately captured in our employment data. The second is when you see where the general household income or the man of the family is earning a lot more, the women may probably choose not to work anymore because they want to stay away from the drudgery work. So there is also that element that we need to think of. I think the intention is very clear that we do want women to come back. But I think from a policy intervention point of view, while the allocation is great and the heart is in the right place, but I think it requires a lot more research and a lot more work in terms of what are actually the drivers that will bring women back. I don't think there's a lot that's been done even, in the Indian context in terms of identifying those factors. Until we have that, the 3 lakhs allocation, which is great, may not, really be effective if it's not allocated in the right way.
You think is it just a case of allocation, or maybe certain things that are invisible? For example, the manner in which the Mudra loans, about 50% of them have gone to women. The manner in which the government has gone after the concept of ease of living, which with focus on women, for example, with the toilets and the Ujjwala Yojana scheme, and that has made the quality of life better, both in urban and rural areas. And with better quality of life, there are more women who are participating in economic activity.
No, absolutely. See, one of the biggest has been the entire LPG this thing, right? Because you've moved away from using wood to LPG, cooking times have reduced, that has helped. The entire idea of bringing water into every household will also be a huge impact, because people will not have to walk maybe the kilometers that they otherwise have to. So all of them, as I said, are very good in terms of what you're doing. But if you're looking, but while all of this ensures participation in economic activity to some extent, if you actually want to focus on female labor force participation, that has to break down a lot more, including the fact that, why don't we have more women in senior leadership in corporate India? Forget rural India, forget economic activity. The problem is so deeply entrenched that you need to look at it that way. You don't have enough women, even though you have, you're supposed to have female participation in the boards. Those aren't fulfilled easily. You don't have a lot of senior people in your top management as far as corporate sector is concerned. So if we want to talk about that, we have to address all of that. And that is not going to get solved just by opening creches and, working women hostels. Those will do their job in one place, but that's not the solution. Which is why I mean that if you're giving incentives and the 3 lakh allocation, where do they need to go? In an ideal situation, I find it quite objectionable as a woman to go to any company and say, unless you have an incentive, you will not hire a capable woman. I mean, that's shocking and that's horrible. But as it is, if that is what it is...
There is a self-contradiction in what you are saying.
How?
You're saying that it should be facilitated. At the same time, you are saying that if it's facilitated, it's sort of...
No, I am saying it is horrible that such a contradiction has to exist. I'm saying that I take offense to the fact that societies in such a state and industries in such a state that you're having to incentivize people to hire women back into the labor force. I'm saying that is a sad state of reflection of the corporate sector in terms of female labor force participation. But I'm saying if it is that and it requires incentives, then we need to see what kind of incentives.
The government can do only that much,
Sorry?
The government can do only that much.
Agreed. The government can only do that much, which is what the incentive and the 3 lakh allocation is, whether it's building infrastructure, creating that.
Okay.
But that's what it is.
Understood. So, okay, Rajat, before I go to Ratun and Salvatore once more, the finance minister did mention something like there are funding challenges for the private sector, and that, the domain experts would oversee research for a private sector boost. Essentially, I believe she was talking about the heavy lifting that the government has done through its public sector capex, and the private sector is not matching up to it. You think this was just a suggestion? You think there needs to be more clarity? Or you think the government has right intent, but ultimately it's for the private sector to pick up the tabs?
So it's, the government has been supportive, no doubt about it. If you really see the funding industry in this country were supported through SIDBI. Now the government started a fund-of-fund structure for 10,000 crores. And the fund managers kind of gotten from outward sources and put in another 40 inside, and this money was kind of invested back into the ecosystem, generating upwards of 1 lakh crores. So the 10,000 crore which the government helped in supporting today has enabled a money flow of nearly 1 lakh crores. Similarly, typically what happens in innovation, and I think the Honorable Finance Minister also talked about, supporting 3 different ways of smaller nuclear facilities for power, etc.
Yes.
And in space as well. If you really see, even if it's 1,000 crore which is coming in, but again, that gives an initiative to some of our startups that money actually gets pooled by these VCs, right? And then they're invested in the proper channels.
Yeah.
Now, there is participation, but in terms of given the opportunities, it's, say, what is the best model, right? When does it stop? How much do we need from the government? What we've typically seen in innovation, the government support is much desired because the VCs come in usually either at a very early stage, but then it's all about as you see, AI, very successful in this country, right?
Yeah.
So all investments are happening. But when it comes to a health or a bio or a biosciences, etc., right? There is challenges because the VCs also borrowing in money from an investor who wants his return, right? So he'd rather play into something which is more of a growth market. So the government support comes in and actually helps to develop this. 3 years, 4 years down the line, certainly, AI will be a household discussion. Today, it's still a niche. It is still, it's there for investments, which will probably give out future returns in some time.
Oh, and there are certain cutting edge, sectors where the corporate sector would perhaps say that let the government be out of it. It's better.
Absolutely. And if you really see, we were earlier discussing about this funding winter.
Okay.
Right now, I'm seeing it's all rain, so it's good with the budget. So things will be
Mr.
nice.
Charan, very sorry. I wanted to come to the climate finance issue also because there is a mention of taxonomy for climate finance. But
Tarun Kant Pandey ji, Secretary Financial Services. Tuhin Kant Pandey ji, Secretary Financial Services.
This will go on
Dr.
for about
Vivek
an hour.
Joshi, Secretary Revenue, Shri Sanjay Malhotra, and Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, Dr. V. Anant Nageshwaran, to this press conference. Friends, I request you to follow this following point of order. It would be good if you each of one ask one question each. That will facilitate others to ask questions. And we will try to take most of the questions in this press conference. Ma'am will directly answer your question without any preliminary statement. Over to ma'am. Over to question. Anybody? Question 71, please.
What do you think of the budget?
मैम तरुण फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस. मैम आपने आज के बजट में शॉर्ट टर्म कैपिटल गेन और लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन दोनों के रेट्स को बढ़ाया है और रियल एस्टेट में आपने इंडेक्सेशन के बेनिफिट को ख़त्म किया है. तो मैम क्या हम माने कि जो इक्विटी है अब आप उसको बाकी एसेट्स क्लास के बराबर लाना चाह रहे हैं, इस वजह से आपने लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन के टैक्स रेट को 10% से 12.5% किया.
First of all, thank you very much for coming here. After having heard the budget, I chose not to make an opening statement because you've heard me almost for 1.5 hours, and I'm sure you have, you're eager to know what is in the budget and also seek clarification. For your, just for a matter of drawing your attention, we've put up a single slide which has used the word employment as an acronym to capture that is everything in the budget. So each letter actually highlights the important points of the budget, and we can elaborate more on that a bit later, but employment captures everything to do with this budget, and I would like you to, for a moment, spend a time on it. And deriving from that, everything which has been said in the budget falls in place. But with that said, yes, your question is on, the point there is we wanted to simplify the approach to taxation, also for the capital gains. One. Second, if anything, the average taxation actually has come down when we say it is 12.5%. Because we've worked out for each of the different asset classes, each varied with the indexation. I'll ask secretaries to elaborate on it. But the point that we brought it down from below the average to 12.5, which is the lowest if you can look at the last several years, encourages investment in the markets. With that said, I'll ask Somanathan or who is going to elaborate, Sanjay, on the specifics.
So you had, there were I think 2 or more parts to your question. One was on real estate and gold and other assets. So earlier the rate was 20% with indexation. It has now been reduced to 12.5% without indexation. If you assume that the rate of return on real estate is typically above 10% per annum, and if you take inflation at about 4% per annum, the real rate of return was earlier, let's say, somewhere between 6 and 16% per annum in real estate. If it was 16%, 20% of 16% was being taxed. The effective rate was 16%. It has gone down to 12.5%. If the rate of return was 10% per annum nominal, it has also remained approximately the same at 12.5%. So actually there is either a reduction or no change in respect of the effective rate of tax on property and gold. Now, as regards the equity, yes, it has gone up from 10 to 12.5. But you'll also find that unlisted equity has gone down from 20 with indexation to 12.5 without indexation. Basically, we have a very, very simple, easy regime. All listed, all unlisted are at 12.5% long term. And all are at 20%, I mean, equities are at 20% and everything else is at applicable rate for short term. So yes, short term has gone up, and yes, long term has been rationalized. It has not necessarily gone up. And Sanjay, would you like to add anything?
One point I would like to add over here is that we also need to keep in mind as to the kind of people who are actually paying these taxes, the capital gains on the securities, the listed securities especially. And so over there, when we did this analysis for the year 22-23, we found that about 88% of the tax is actually coming from people who have an income of more than 15 lakh. 61% of that income is actually coming from people who have an income of more than 1 crore.
That is income on capital gains on this.
And we are all aware that otherwise, the standard rate is, about 30%. And for some it can go up to 39%. So this marginal, very small marginal increase is actually impacting only those, primarily those who have an income of more than 15 lakh rupees per year.
Okay, number 3.
On capital gains.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria from CNBC TV 18. You announced a very lucrative new tax regime with changes in tax slabs. A lot of new changes are there in the income tax side, on the revenue side. And in the speech, you mentioned that revenue foregone will be around 29,000 crore rupees, whereas government will now try to mobilize around 30,000 crore rupees. What will be these revenue mobilization measures, and from where do you think this foregone revenue will be recovered? If you can highlight, where are you foregoing the revenue, and where are you going to recoup this revenue from?
First of all, it is not just because we've mentioned it in this budget, but the attempt to widen the tax net is something which we've been repeatedly saying, that India's tax net will have to be widened, whether it is in the direct taxation or indirect. Second, there are also now the PSU dividends which are improving because their valuations have gone up really high. And their performance is also now substantially increased. So revenue mobilization is not just tax-based, you have non-tax revenue mobilizations which are also coming up. Then we had, for almost now 3 years, been talking about asset monetization, which is not selling of assets, but optimum utilization of those assets which are lying in the form of unutilized stadiums or land which is available with PSUs which can be utilized for better purposes. That's a third one. Fourth, you're also looking at generating resources from newer areas. So in all those, the revenue is going to be mobilized better, and as a result of which the revenue foregone will be now made up for, is our expectation. We've said that in the budget. In my speech itself, I mentioned it. And I'm sure there are secretaries who will want to add to it. Sanjay?
Ma'am, I'll give the details. 37,000 crore, 29,000 crore in direct taxes and 8,000 crore in indirect taxes. So 29,000 crore direct taxes primarily comprises of three taxes, which is the increase in the STT only on derivatives, which is only on futures and options. And secondly, the buyback tax, which is to be now done in the hands of the recipient. While on the one hand, it will rationalize the tax and be more equitous and fair, because those who should be paying the taxes, higher taxes, in the higher income groups, they will pay higher tax, and those who are in nil tax category or in lower tax category, they don't have to pay a tax or a lower tax. While it does that, at the same time, it does bring in some revenue also, about 4,000 crore. And remaining, about 15,000 crore should come, from the capital gains taxes. On the indirect taxes, we are losing, as I said, about 8,000 crore primarily on the reduction in duties, especially in gold. There is a huge reduction from 15% to 6%. And then there is revenue foregone because of the personal income tax rates and the standard deduction being allowed in the new tax regime.
280, please. Backside, please. Give the mic.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Surbhi from Business Today. Ma'am, the angel tax has been abolished, which is a very welcome move. But just wanted to understand that one of the things the angel tax was also doing was checking money laundering concerns. So could you explain how these will be taken care of now? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad to hear it is welcome. You've been raising this issue as with many others outside of media also saying, are you considering it? Although it was introduced during the UPA government and it was introduced in 2012. 2 years had passed, and since after that when we came in, we tried keeping as is good governance principle, government being a continuum, the tax continued. Although we tried giving carve-outs for startups and also making it simpler, bringing parity for the non-resident Indians, the way in which they've been treated as opposed to the Indian investments and so on. Today we've announced that we will indeed remove it. Exactly the details, Sanjay, would you want to elaborate on it?
Yes, sure, ma'am. So we should be aware that this is actually a tax measure. It's not really a money laundering issue, but money laundering issue was being tackled through a tax measure. So first of all, I want to clarify that this tax, there are other provisions in the income tax itself, first of all, to find out the source of these funds. Number two, there is already, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, which continues to be in existence. So if there is money which is being laundered, money being paid as a bribe or for use in other purposes for terrorism, etc., there are enough laws, including the Nyaya Sahita, Bharatiya Nyaya Sahita, and the Prevention of Money Laundering Act to take care of those issues. While on the other hand, now some genuine money for investment, actually there is this deterrent provision no longer exists, while provisions for money laundering remain, and they should be sufficient to cater to it.
I would add that there are also certain provisions of the Companies Act which can be invoked if there is deliberate undervaluation of shares. So there are other legal remedies. The balance here is between preventing money laundering but accidentally also preventing investment. So that balance is what we are seeking to get it right.
211. Backside. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. Prakash Pedashi from ET Now. My question is, will the increased STT be applicable from April 1 or prospective? And if from April 1, will there be retrospective tax calculation for the increased amount?
It's not retrospective. It is with effect from 1st of October 2024. So we are giving sufficient time for the exchanges and the people, who collect this tax to put their systems in place to be able to collect it. It's not retrospective, it is prospective.
13, 11, 11.
Ma'am, Karishma here from Business Today. Ma'am, congratulations to you and everybody. Ma'am, my question is on this special assistance to Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. 15,000 crore is the number that you've given for Andhra Pradesh for this financial year. Is there further assistance that you are looking at, or is it going to be need-based in terms of the amount?
I've already mentioned in the budget speech that 15,000 crore is coming through the multilateral development assistance, which we borrow from the multilateral banks, whether it is World Bank or ADB or AIB, whatever. And I've also ended that paragraph by saying further assistance will also be extended.
There is no definitive amount?
No.
152.
मैम आलोक प्रियदर्शी फ्रॉम CNBC आवाज में मैम सवाल यही है कि जिस तरह से आप लोग न्यू टैक्स रिजीम को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, इस बार भी आप लोगों ने स्लैब में चेंज किया, स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन बढ़ाया, तो ये मान के चलें कि न्यू टैक्स रिजीम के जरिए आप मिडिल क्लास को राहत देने की कोशिश की है इस बार। ओल्ड टैक्स रिजीम को लेकर क्या कोई सनसेट क्लॉज है? क्योंकि आपने कहा है कि जो इनकम टैक्स एक्ट है उसका हम लोग कंप्रिहेंसिव रिव्यू करेंगे, तो रिव्यू में क्या ये मान के चले कोई सनसेट टाइम आएगा ओल्ड टैक्स रिजीम को लेकर?
अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ। जरूर हमारी इरादा ये है कि सिंपलर टैक्सेशन रजीम होना चाहिए, और सिंपल टैक्स रजीम की ओर अगर हम जा रहे हैं ये रिव्यू के द्वारा, वो ही हमारी मकसद होगा कि सिंपल कर दो। ओल्ड टैक्स रजीम को सिंपल करने के रास्ते पर ही ये नया टैक्स रजीम आया है। सनसेट होगा कि नहीं होगा वो अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ, वो रिव्यू करने के बाद ही हम एक डिसीजन लेंगे।
और ये एक आंकड़ा मैं आपको दे दूं कि इस बार पिछली बार जो हमने परिवर्तन किए थे नई टैक्स प्रणाली में, तो 70% लोग अभी तक जो 4 करोड़ के लगभग हमारे पास में रिटर्न प्राप्त हुए हैं पिछले वर्ष के, 70% ने इसको प्रेफर किया है बनिस्बत की पुरानी प्रणाली को। तो बड़ी तेजी से लोग नई प्रणाली की ओर आकर्षित हो रहे हैं और हमारा यही प्रयास रहेगा।
Yes.
Ongoing.
Yes.
Not yet. I mean, more returns are coming in. Yes.
271.
Hi, ma'am. This is Sumit Chaturvedi, ET Now. Ma'am, the corporate tax for foreign companies has been slashed to 35%. I want to understand the broad intent of this intention behind this decision, and what kind of benefits to economy increase in investment you are expecting.
You've, in your own question, answered it. We want more investment to come into this country. So that is why it has been brought down.
$95.
Just to add to that, there was a widened differential between foreign and domestic companies which arose after the tax cut in 2019. When the domestic rates were cut, the foreign rates were not cut. So there was a widening of the gap. With today's change, there is still a higher rate of tax for foreign companies, but it is not now disproportionately higher than domestic, and therefore this is something where, according to the feedback received from industry, we expect more foreign companies to invest now that this regime is adjusted in this manner.
Good evening, ma'am. This is Pal Singh from Outlook Business. So you have earmarked a significant allocation towards rural infrastructure today. So how much of a boost to consumption and overall demand are we expecting here from this allocation happening?
So it is difficult to quantify what would be the accretion to demand coming from, I mean, the obvious increase is whatever we have increased. But yes, would there be a multiplier? Probably yes. I think with the Awas Yojana Gramin and the Gram Sadak Yojana, these two do have a lot of multiplier effects as well. Traditionally, for capital expenditure, the multiplier has been calculated at somewhere around 2.5 to 3. In the Awas Yojana, it may be a little lower, but yes, there would be a substantial multiplier. I don't have a precise calculation.
But other than the Awas Yojana and Sadak Yojana, Gram Sadak Yojana, there's a major push towards the corridors. For instance, I mentioned in the context of Bihar, I mentioned in the context of Andhra, 2 corridors which are moving, one from Visakhapatnam to Chennai, the other moving from Hyderabad to Bangalore, Buxar, Purnia, and so on, and building of the Gaya node in the Amritsar to Kolkata are all towards building infrastructure in the rural areas in order that we attract more investment and enable transit of goods in those huge corridors. All these are essentially going to the rural areas in a big way. And therefore, it is not just through PM Awas Yojana and Sadak Yojana, but major investments in strengthening the corridors, building nodes, and therefore also in improving the rural infrastructure is happening.
11.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
The Secret Service's solemn mission is to protect our nation's leaders. On July 13th, we failed. As a director of the United States Secret Service, I take full responsibility for any security lapse of our agency. We are fully cooperating with ongoing investigations. We must learn what happened, and I will move heaven and earth to ensure that an incident like July 13th does not happen again of the Secret Service in decades. And I am keeping him and his family in my thoughts. Let me state unequivocally, nothing I have said should be interpreted to place blame for this failure on our federal, state, or local law enforcement partners who supported the Secret Service in Butler. We could not do our job without them. We rely on the relationships built over years of working together to secure events and conduct investigations. Our agents, officers, and support personnel understand that every day we are expected to sacrifice our lives to execute a no-fail mission. Since January 1st, 2024, the Secret Service has successfully secured over 7,500. As witnessed on July 13th, our special agents shielded former President Trump with their own bodies on stage while shots were being fired. Selflessly willing to make the ultimate sacrifice without hesitation, I am proud beyond words of the actions taken by the former president's detail, the counter-sniper team who neutralized the gunman, and the tactical team who was prepared to act. I will be transparent as possible when I speak with you, understanding, though, at times that I may be limited in providing a thorough response in this open setting due to associated risks with sharing highly sensitive protective methodologies. I do not want to inadvertently provide you today with inaccurate information. One set of challenges and requires a customized mitigation strategy, including specific assets. The comprehensive advance process involves collaborative planning between our Secret Service, the protectees staff, local law enforcement partners, and the level of security provided for the former president increased well before the campaign and has been steadily increasing as threats evolve. The security plan included a full assessment of the Butler Farm showgrounds to identify security vulnerabilities and craft a security plan for the protectee, attendees, and the public. These layers include personnel, technical, and tactical assets. Immediately following the assassination attempt, I directed the activation of my crisis center. I assembled my executive team to begin surging more protective resources to the former president and to ensure the wellness of our people post-incident, all while securing an active crime scene. I immediately ordered a reevaluation of the Republican National Convention security plan, and I increased the security posture in the National Capital Region for all permanent protectees and sites. At the same time, I initiated a mission assurance investigation within our agency. I have instructed my team that all necessary resources will be dedicated to investigating these matters. We will not rest until we have explored every option, and we will leave no stone unturned. But I want to be clear, I am not waiting for these investigations to be completed prior to making changes. I know this because I have spent 29 years in this agency. I came up through. It is now more important than ever for the men and women of the Secret Service to remain resilient and to focus on what is necessary to carry out our critical mission. Our agency needs to be adequately resourced in order to serve our current mission requirements and anticipate future requirements.
₹1,000 as from our side 1 month, what we think 1 month's salary, although his salary may be any amount, but to a cap of 1 lakh, and then he undergoes some financial literacy course, post which the second installment and the third installments can be withdrawn, put into his account. But most important is, if the employer removes him within 12 months, the employer will have to refund the subsidy given to the employer. So that's how that scheme works.
278.
If I may just add, details are available in the budget speech in the annexure on page 31. So there are details of all the five schemes in this package. If you go through them, there's considerable amount of detail which you can get.
Hi, good evening. This is Priyashmita from Informist. I have 2 points from the budget that I would like to ask. The first is nominal GDP has been pegged at 10.5%, and we have seen that growth is on a high momentum, and even the RBI has pegged growth at 7.2%, and the Econ survey said that it is going to be between 6.5 to 7%. So a 10.5% nominal GDP looks a little conservative. What is your view on it? And the second is that there's a mention that beyond FY26, you would want to reduce your debt to GDP. And you've mentioned that, the 4% debt to GDP it's a thing of the past. So what do you think is a sustainable debt to GDP or a desirable debt to GDP at this point? Thank you.
What was the first question again?
Conservative nominal GDP projection.
See, 10.5% could be a combination of 7% growth and 3.5% GDP deflator. So a combination of wholesale price plus consumer price could easily be 3.5%. That's a very likely scenario. So 7 plus 3.5, yes, it is slightly conservative, but I don't think it is way off what is likely. Or it could be 6.5% growth and 4% inflation as per the deflator. So I think the number is reasonable, slightly conservative, yes, but we would prefer to achieve the numbers. Second, on the path after 26-27, which has been outlined in the Finance Minister's speech at the end of the Part A. So the commitment, as she has mentioned, is to endeavor to reduce the debt to GDP every year. That is in future the fiscal consolidation path. What is the percentage that would result in that fiscal consolidation is not something that we are disclosing here today or can disclose today. It will depend on circumstances. But there is a commitment to lower the debt to GDP ratio. So if every year it has to be reduced, there will necessarily have to be a particular level of deficit which we cannot exceed. And that will depend on prevailing growth rates, interest rates, and the other parameters which go into the calculation of the debt dynamics. But I can tell you that it is most likely to be a figure not above 4.5%.
249.
सौरभ बोल रहा हूँ मैं आप पहले तो आपको काफी
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Mr. Chairman. Director Cheadle, what grade would you give the Secret Service's performance in Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13?
As I've stated, ma'am, this was clearly a failure. I would grade the agents and officers who selflessly threw themselves in front of the president and neutralized the threat an A. I think that we need to examine the events that led up to and prior to that day.
You stated in 2021 that the Secret Service has a zero-fail mission. It's clear that the events of July 13 show a cascade of failures that cost Corey Comparator his life, nearly cost former president his life, and injured David Dutch and James Copenhaver. When an agency fails spectacularly at its mission, those responsible must be held accountable, and the problems must be fixed so they cannot happen again. Why should the American people or the officials you're responsible for protecting have confidence in your ability to lead the Secret Service after such a spectacular failure?
I appreciate the question, and I am committed to finding answers so that we can make the agency stronger after this.
You said on July 15 that the buck stops with me. How are you taking accountability for the Secret Service's failures during the July 13 assassination attempt on President Trump?
I have taken accountability, and I will continue to take accountability. I am responsible for leading the agency, and I am responsible for finding the answers to how this event occurred and making sure that it doesn't happen again.
So I would like to explore how you got the job as director of the United States Secret Service. Is it typical for the director of the Secret Service to be recommended for the role at the behest of a president's family and senior staff, perhaps at the request of Jill Biden or Anthony Bernal?
I got the job as a director of the Secret Service because I spent 27 years in an agency with a mission that I absolutely love. I started my career in Detroit. I worked my way up through investigations and protection.
Was there competition for the position?
You would have to ask those who were involved in the interview process.
But you think you are the best person in the country to head the Secret Service?
I think that I am the best person to lead the Secret Service at this time.
The Secret Service receives billions in funding each year, as has been explained by my colleagues here. In fact, you've had an increase in real terms of 55%. As you're no doubt aware, staffing levels for those assigned to protect the president, former presidents, and other senior officials has decreased by about 350 between 2014 and today. Clearly, a lack of financial resources not to blame for the staffing shortage. In 2022, the Secret Service saw nearly half its workforce leave in 1 year. And during the same year, it was ranked dead last among law enforcement agencies in the best places to work in the federal government. Can you explain why your agency was so poorly rated and why so many staff left in just 1 year?
So with all due respect, I dispute the statistic of half of the employees leaving in 2022. I think that has been inaccurate data that's been reported out there. But what I can tell you is, as I have returned as the director of the agency, we have had an increase in
We are getting into this global understanding through the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. In any case, for India, equalization levy also meant for those who are living abroad that you were holding it, but eventually they're going to only adjust it somewhere. So in the interest of moving towards Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 solution, which the negotiations are still going on one aspect of it, on the other, in all probability, we are close to a conclusion. It was necessary for us, through the Parliament, to take steps to ensure that we are entering into that scheme of things without this equalization levy hanging on us, because this was important for us, but if it is a global system, this cannot continue. And therefore, with a positive approach towards the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, we've moved forward to inform the Parliament that we would like to close this.
270.
I may clarify that, it is only the 2% levy which has been withdrawn. The 6% levy which was earlier imposed, that continues.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I hope the American people do appreciate the incredible daily risks Secret Service agents take on our behalf. You mentioned there are 36 regular clients you've got that you protect constantly, but I was participating in the NATO summit just 2 weeks ago. We had 32 heads of government and heads of state, plus visiting heads of state and heads of government. Presumably you provided protection for all of them.
That is correct.
Just saying. Help us understand, however, I will stipulate that there's an ongoing investigation. You don't want to go into too much detail on that until you've been able to ascertain all the facts and analyze what they mean. You can understand, however, the anxiety we and the American public have about how could this happen and how can we ensure it can't recur. Now, there are some things my friends on one particular side of the aisle don't really want to talk about, like AR-15s and access to them by a 20-year-old, or anybody for that matter. Presumably, Director Cheadle, the ubiquity of weapons, guns in America, especially assault weapons or semi-automatic weapons, that's helped your job and the mission of your agencies, right? It's made it less complicated, isn't that true?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
Real simple. More guns, especially dangerous ones, have made your job protecting people easier. Is that not right?
I think from every
Director Cheadle, this is simple English. More guns, do they make your job more complicated or less complicated in protecting these 36 clients and visiting heads of state and heads of government that come to Washington?
I think the Secret Service needs to take into account.
I didn't ask that.
They're in.
I'm sorry. I asked a simple question, which deserves a simple answer. The ubiquity of guns, dangerous weapons in America, like AR-15s, has that made your job, that is to say the mission of the Secret Service, easier or more difficult?
I think the threat environment for protecting our Secret Service protectees is always difficult, and that's dynamic, and it's always evolving.
We stipulate it's always difficult. Again, this is a simple one. Does the ubiquity of guns make your job easier or more difficult today?
I understand the Second Amendment rights of individuals.
I didn't ask that question. I'm not questioning the Second Amendment. I'm asking a simple analysis, Director Cheadle. And I can tell you, you're not making my job easier in terms of assessing your qualification for continuing on as director. Please answer the question. You're the head of the Secret Service. You're speaking on behalf of 8,000 members who put their lives on the line. We just had a failure by your own admission. Do guns make your job easier or harder?
I think the job of the Secret Service is difficult on every day, and we need to make sure that we are mitigating all threats, whether that be
That
weapons,
isn't my question.
personnel.
That is not my question. And now I think you're evading the answer, which is not a hard one.
I am sorry that you feel that way, sir.
How else could I feel, Director Cheadle, when you're clearly avoiding a direct answer to a very simple declarative question? We almost lost a presidential candidate the other day.
Mounting experiments there, they're getting into that space. And if you recall, even FDI was opened up in that sector. This is an attempt that Indian entrepreneurs, Indian startup who want to risk capital to get into that area, that should be facilitated. We believe that the amount is 1,000 crore, but that can have a very large multiplier effect. And that's what the scheme announces.
On your question on the, I think your second question was on the government NPS, right? So, as you know, there is a committee which is looking into it. The committee has done a lot of detailed calculations of the fiscal implications of different ways of addressing what are the expressed sort of priorities of the employees.
Gentleman, years back. Chair now recognizes Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, were you guessing or lying? The day after President Trump is shot, Secret Service spokesman Anthony Guglielmi said, quote, "The assertion that a member of the former president's security team requested additional security resources that the U.S. Secret Service or the Department of Homeland Security rebuffed is absolutely false." The next day, Secretary Mayorkas said, "That is an unequivocally false assertion. We had not received any request for additional security measures that were rebuffed." But 5 days later, the Washington Post said this: "Top officials repeatedly rejected requests from Donald Trump's security detail for more personnel." The next day, the New York Times said this: "Mr. Guglielmi acknowledged that the Secret Service had turned down some requests for additional federal security assets for Mr. Trump's detail." So which is it? Because both statements can't be true. Were you guessing or lying when you said you didn't turn down requests from President Trump's detail?
Neither, sir, and I appreciate the question.
Well, what were you doing? Because those statements don't jive.
So what I can tell you is that for the event in Butler, there were no requests that were denied. As far as requests...
Well, maybe they got tired of asking. Maybe you turned them down so darn much, they said, not worth asking. How many times did you turn them down ahead of that?
I think that it is important to distinguish between what some people may view as a denial of an asset or a request.
Well, is Mr. Guglielmi your spokesperson? He said he acknowledged the Secret Service had turned down some requests. I'm asking how many?
A denial of a request does not equal a vulnerability.
Well, tell me what it is.
There are a number of ways that threats and risks can be mitigated with a number of different assets, whether that be through personnel, whether that be through technology, or other resources.
Well, tell the committee which it was. They asked for additional help in some form or another. You told them no. How many times did you tell them no, and what did you tell them no to?
Again, I cannot speak to specific incidents, but I can tell you in general terms, the Secret Service is judicious with their resources based on...
What does some requests mean? How many times? Some indicate requests is plural. So more than once they asked for additional help and you turned them down. What did they ask for and how many times did you turn them down? Pretty basic questions.
So again, without having all of the details in front of me, sir, what I can tell you is that there are times...
You didn't get briefed on how many times you turned down the Trump detail when they asked for additional help?
I'm sorry.
You didn't get briefed on that before you came to this hearing, knowing you were going to get asked that question?
What I can tell you is that in generic terms, when details make a request, there are times that there are alternate ways to cover off on that threat or that risk.
But that's not what he said. He said they were denied certain requests, some requests. This is your spokesperson, not me talking. This is the Secret Service talking. And what a change from absolutely false, unequivocally false to, oh, by the way, there were some times where we didn't give them what they wanted. That's a huge change in 5 days. And the fact that you can't answer how many times you did that, that's pretty darn frustrating, not just for me, but for the country.
I hear your frustration.
Let me ask you this. Were any of those requests denied to President Trump's detail after you knew about the Iranian threat?
What I can tell you, again, I don't know the specifics, is that there are times when we can fill a request. It doesn't necessarily have to be with a Secret Service asset or resource. We can fill that request with locally available assets.
You spoke to anyone at the White House since July 13th?
Yes, I have.
Who'd you talk to?
I have briefed the president and the vice president.
Talked to the First Lady?
No, I have not.
Talk to the White House staff? Anyone in White House communications?
No, I have.
मिलाकर के 230 पार नहीं किया और वो बोल रहे हैं कुर्सी बचाने के लिए। जब प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बने और देश के लिए इतना घोषणा भी कर रहे हैं जिससे भारत देश का हर राज्य सामने आए, डेवलप हुए, और 1.50 लाख करोड़ इस बार बजट में स्टेट्स के लिए हम दे रहे हैं बिना इंटरेस्ट 50 साल के लिए फ्री। फिनांस कमीशन तो हमारे उनके सजेशन में इसका जिक्र तक नहीं किए, हम ही कर रहे हैं स्टेट्स के साथ काम करने के लिए। हर स्टेट का उनके अपने अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स जो प्रोसेस के चलते हुए आता है उन सबको हम मानते हैं और ज़रूर उनको जो फाइनेंस करना है वो हम करेंगे, मगर जिक्र इसलिए नहीं किया बजट में कुर्सी बचाने। जब उनका टोटल को एक और बार चुनावी सीट जो जीते हैं वो 101 और बार उसको गिनकर देख लें, 237 पार्टीज कुल मिलाकर के कुर्सी बचाने वाले बात बोलने का अर्हत अधिकार उनके पास नहीं होता है।
Begin our 5 minutes questions, and I will begin. Just for the record, the Secret Service has an annual budget of around $3.1 billion, and I believe around 8,000 employees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, there were many security failures on the day of the attempted assassination and leading up to that day. Let's start with the building that the shooter used to shoot President Trump from. At any point Saturday, did the Secret Service have an agent on top of that roof?
Sir, I'm sure, as you can imagine, that we are just 9 days out from this incident, and there's still an ongoing investigation. And so I want to make sure that any information that we are providing to you is factual.
You can't, okay. Why did the Secret Service not, can you answer why the Secret Service didn't place a single agent on the roof?
We are still looking into the advanced process and the decisions that were made.
Okay. Wasn't that building within the perimeter that should be secured? Do we agree with that?
The building was outside of the perimeter on the day of the visit. But again, that is one of the things that during the investigation we want to take a look at and determine whether or not other decisions should have been made.
One of the things that you said, I believe in an interview, that there wasn't an agent on the roof because it was a sloped roof. Is that normal, and do you fear that that immediately creates an opportunity for future would-be assassins to look for a slanted roof? I mean, this is a huge question that every American has. Why wasn't a Secret Service agent on the roof? And there have been reports that agents were supposed to be on the roof, but it was hot that day and they didn't want to be on the roof. Can you answer any of those questions, Director?
So I appreciate you asking me that question, Chairman. I should have been more clear in my answer when I spoke about where we place personnel in that interview. What I can tell you is that there was a plan in place to provide overwatch, and we are still looking into responsibilities and who was going to provide overwatch. But the Secret Service in general, not speaking specifically to this incident, when we are providing overwatch, whether that be through counter snipers or other technology, prefer to have sterile rooftops.
Did the Secret Service use any drones for surveillance that day?
So again, I'm not going to get into specifics of that day in itself, but there are times during a security plan that the Secret Service does deploy an asset like a drone.
There were reports that the shooter used a drone just a few hours before the rally start time. Is that accurate?
I have heard those same reports, and again, am waiting for the final report.
Do you know, if you can't answer the question, that's your answer. But can you answer this? Do you know, I'm not asking yes or no, but do you know if the shooter used a drone before the shooting?
That information has been passed to us from the FBI.
How many Secret Service agents were assigned to President Trump on the day of the rally?
Again, I'm not going to get into the specifics of the numbers of personnel that we had there, but we feel that there was a sufficient number of agents assigned.
There are reports that several agents assigned to the rally on July 13th were temporary agents, agents not normally assigned to President Trump. Is that accurate?
What I can tell you is that the agents that were assigned to former President Trump are Secret Service agents that provide close protection to him, and that was what was actual on that day.
How many temporary agents were there that day?
Quite frequently, sir, during campaign events, the Secret Service utilizes agents from HSI or the Department of Homeland Security.
You don't know
to
how
help
many?
supplement
you can't answer?
our plan.
Have the investigators reconstructed the shooter's precise movements over the past days, weeks, and months?
So, again,
we need to have confidence that if the FBI is leading this investigation, that they're leading a credible investigation.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
And that was the finance minister explaining the fine details of the budget 2024 to members of the press. And now we are back again once again in the studio, and we have with us Mr. Rajat Tandon from IVCA. Rajat, so 2 days ago the conversation was completely about jobs, but today your community, the investors, are pretty happy. And we were, a little while ago you said that you would even give 9 on 10 to the union budget. So what are the big takeaways for you today from Nirmala Sitharaman's budget 2024?
Sure. Thank you, Shamila. So, I would say the stage was set from yesterday when the economic survey kind of captured a lot of items in areas related to this asset class. Right, so certainly what we had discussed a week earlier about visibility to this asset class. And the angel tax is probably the number one. I would say that's a 10 on 10, certainly. There's no doubt, which has really got the community jubilant. And as far as we can see, there will be with the taxation on the LTCG part, there will be domestic participation as well into this asset class. As we've discussed earlier, nearly 85% of the revenues of the money invested still continues to be international. So there will be more pools of domestic capital created. So there will be more individuals in the country who will be benefiting by investing into this asset class, which will be creating employment. Certainly there's a focus which is common on the sunrise sector, and one of them being on space tech and agri. So that is clearly a plus one here for us as well. There are more structures which the government is looking at, the variable capital company structure, which gives an option of a fund to actually, function as a LLP or as a VCC. So clearly we see that the government is opening up to multiple options, including ease of doing business, as we hear, is going to get beneficial, and hopefully the PN3 is also addressed. That'll be our expectation. So like we said, they'll always mange more, but I think we are good to carry on with some work right now.
Dil mange more, and you're giving a 9 or even a 10 on 10. But Nirupama, you don't seem to be so happy. You have some, access to grind. You are saying that certain things have not even been touched upon, like disinvestment. If you can illustrate that.
Sure. I think I would give 7.5, so I'm not going to say it's a bad budget. I think it was fairly good, but I am a little disappointed about a couple of things. I think we already spoke about, how in terms of women, I think there was a little, you left a bit high and dry in that sense, and I think we wanted a little more. But from an economics point of view, I think there were 2 or 3 things which I didn't quite understand. One is no mention of disinvestment. Now, obviously, with duty cuts and the cut on gold, which I'm very happy about, I think it's a fantastic move, and I know the industry's been asking for it for a while. With those kind of cuts, with whatever changes have happened in your new regime taxation, but with the revenue gap, while during the press conference they did say, but disinvestment is more than just raising revenue. It is also a question of governance. Right? And without actually even mentioning no targets, no direction, not saying what they want to do, I think that's a huge lacuna as far as this is concerned. That is the first one. The second, I'm not entirely certain why they've asked public sector banks to develop their own credit almost rating kind of formula for MSMEs. I really don't know what the purpose of that is. I mean, you've got already agencies that are doing that, because this is now going to create some amount of problems for MSMEs. You see, because MSMEs have a certain rating that is according to your agencies, credit rating agencies, and if they're going to, if you want them to list, if you want them to kind of get capital from outside FDI, that's what the investors are going to be looking at. The bank then basing it on its own criteria, while I understand the sentiment that they look at something broader and wider than this, but I think credit rating agencies are already doing that. So I think that's a bit of an overkill. I don't quite get why that did that. Second, the third, again with respect to MSMEs, you see the MSME sector is fragmented in the sense the majority of them are either own account enterprises or small nano enterprises. And somewhere in the policy discourse around MSMEs, most of your policy interventions are targeted at the, you know, the larger end of small and the medium enterprises, but the micro, and even amongst the micro, your own account enterprises and the smaller nano businesses get left out. So whether it is in terms of your mudra, whether it is in terms of your credit guarantee funds, all of that, I think it's this section of your own account enterprises and your smaller nano businesses needs a lot more focus, which I think has been missing for quite a while, and I'm hoping this will be a start, and in the next 6 months before the next budget, some of these things will change.
Chandra, if you're talking about misses, maybe I'll add one miss, and maybe that's ask
yeah, Rajat,
as well.
I was just coming to you about, you know, as she was mentioning a lot of misses. I would just like to add one note from you about your comment on people who are starting out now, because clearly the environment, the whole funding winter, the gloom and doom that we were talking about 2 years ago, that clearly has ebbed. And what is your sense of the entrepreneurial climate as we, conclude this budget discussion today?
So, I mean, it's growth. So, what I look at now, we've talked about, startups. The country can now start discussing about, growth and scale up. And growth investments into scale-up entrepreneurs. We have seen a lot of successful startups coming into the funding world, and as the more startups or founders of startups who are coming into investments, they will need access to capital, and this access to capital can be made available for them, since they're the first-time fund managers, etc., through a lot of pools of domestic capital. And with that, this budget probably, the Honorable Finance Minister had announced an earlier budget about, pools of capital from insurance and pensions. If those can also be made available to this asset class, it'll really certainly help us in the long run.
Well, thank you, Rajat Tandon and Nirupama, for being with us. It has been a very exciting day for us as for anywhere else. We have some very clear directions from the Finance Minister about where the economy is headed. It has been an inclusive budget. It has got reviews from one segment, though not everybody is happy. And clearly, the roadmap is now set. Thank you, viewers, for being with us on this budget special.
मैं समझता हूं कि ये पूरी बजट में कुछ मैंने पहले कहा ना, बजट केवल भ्रमित करने वाला है, लोगों को परेशान करने वाला बजट है, कोई दम नहीं है। कह रहा हूं ना, ये तो पूरी तरीके से मैनेज किया जाता है, और ये जो असली जो मतलब अगर चीज़ें सामने आ जाएंगी, मुझे लगता है कि पूरी की पूरी तरीके से सरकार बेनकाब हो जाएगी। सरकार केवल और केवल भ्रम में और दिखावटी काम कर रही है।
किंग मेकर हैं, तो आपको विशेष पैकेज भी नहीं दिया। अभी आप बजट में कह रहे थे कोशिश जो सरकार मांगेगी कोसी सीमांचल के बाढ़ के लिए। तो सरकार क्या मांगेगी? ये डिमांड तो हमारा है ही, हाई डैम को आप दीजिए, एयरपोर्ट पर दीजिए। ये डिमांड है कि जितनी बंद पड़ी फैक्ट्रियां उस पर आप दीजिए। बाढ़ से मुक्ति को सवाल के लेकर के है। तो अब आप कह रहे हैं कि आप विशेष राहत हमको मत दीजिए, लेकिन विशेष ये भी क्यों मांग रहे हैं आप?
बाढ़ है, बाढ़ पर कोई काम नहीं हो रहा है। जनता के घर द्वार डूब गया है, दहा गया है, खाने पीना फूल गिर रहा है, लगातार हत्या हो रहा है, मर्डर हो रहा है, चोरी डकैती सब हो रहा है। मजदूरों को मजदूरी नहीं मिल रहा है, रोजगार नहीं मिल रहा है। किसानों का खाद बीज सस्ता करना चाहिए, महंगाई पर रोक लगाना चाहिए।
मोदी सरकार का जो पुरानी हिस्ट्री ये बताती है कि रोजगार 2 करोड़ दे के सत्ता में आई थी। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा बेरोजगार देश हो गया। 4 करोड़ रोजगार, यानी वो 2 करोड़ के झूठ को डबल कर दिया। डबल इंजन की सरकार होती है, ऐसे डबल झूठ की सरकार नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार।
पिछले 10 सालों में एक मजबूत अर्थव्यवस्था का लाभ हमारे देशवासियों को मिले, समाज के हर वर्ग को मिले, इस बात को इस बजट में सुनिश्चित किया गया है। समाज के गरीब वर्ग के लोग हों, हमारी नारी शक्ति हो, देश को आगे लेके जाने वाले हमारे युवा हों या हमारे अन्नदाता किसान भाई हों, हर एक वर्ग का ध्यान इस बजट में रखा गया है।
1.25 लाख करोड़ का पिछले बार दिया था, जो 2 लाख करोड़ का निवेश हुआ, और इस बार जो बिहार को दिया गया वो बिहार के विकास में, पूर्वांचल के विकास में एक मील का पत्थर होगा। चाहे पुल हो, चाहे सड़क हो, चाहे सिंचाई की परियोजना हो, चाहे अन्य योजना हो, वो मील का पत्थर सा।
काफ़ी चीज़ें हैं और बिहार के विकास को और तीव्र गति मिलेगी। बिहार वैसे ही विकास दर में दोहरे अंक में कई वर्षों से है, और इसके बाद बिहार पूरे देश में विकसित प्रदेश के रूप में बिहार विकसित होगा।
Well, a special mention of Andhra Pradesh and Bihar does not mean that there is nothing in the budget for the rest of the country. The opposition should not politicize a budget as progressive as this one, as youth-focused as this one. It is their political compulsions to say the things they have said, but according to me, this is one of the most youth-oriented budgets the country has ever seen.
एनडीए सरकार ने पिछले 10 साल में ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग को लगातार टैक्स से राहत मिलती रहे। इस बजट में भी इनकम टैक्स में कटौती और स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन में वृद्धि का फैसला लिया गया है। टीडीएस के नियमों को भी सरल किया गया है।
For the first time in 8 years, Colonel Prasad Purohit has now spoken. Remember, as the special NIA court is hearing the Malegaon blast case, the final hearing which is expected to begin tomorrow. Colonel Purohit for the first time essentially speaks about his association with his parent organization. Remember, he's been associated with the military intelligence. This is for the first time in 8 years that he has spoken. Remember, it's Colonel Prasad Purohit who was tortured, beaten and was jailed by the Maharashtra anti-terrorist squad. Let's listen in to what Colonel Prasad Purohit had to say.
In court since ever since you got bail, in fact, in 2017, 21st of August, in fact. Being an army officer, I just have a question. Does your organization, an army officer, is that being supported by your primary organization?
You know, your question is wrong. Okay, question is wrong. Why you ask army supporting me? It is supporting. Why don't you ask me what I have done to the army? Am I contributing? Why haven't you asked this?
So as far the support is concerned, like
remember one thing. It is our responsibility to work for the country and for the army. Okay. Organization takes care of you. Remember always. It is our duty to work for them, isn't it? And it is a family which takes care of all its people.
You have faced a lot of torture as well in this very investigation as well, sir.
Nothing more, yeah.
As far as Kargil Divas is concerned, what is your message to them?
Sacrifices make the country. Freebies don't. Okay. And stop asking this leftist-like questions. What our army is doing for you? Ask what I am doing for the army. Okay. I feel ashamed of myself that I am not able to put my 100%. Understand this, okay?
You want to contribute more for the country?
Not only me, you all should do. Okay. We all should do this. It's our land, it's our people, it's our soil. Remember this.
Thank you, sir. We have seen you coming out here in court since ever since you got bail, in fact, in 2017, 21st of August, in fact. Being an army officer, I just have a question. Does your organization, an army officer, is that being supported by your primary organization?
You know, your question is wrong. Okay, question is wrong. Why you ask army supporting me? It is supporting. Why don't you ask me what I have done to the army? Am I contributing? Why haven't you asked this?
So as far the support is concerned, like
remember one thing, it is our responsibility to work for the country and for the army. Okay. Organization takes care of you. Remember always, it is our duty to work for them, isn't it? And it is a family which takes care of all its people.
You have faced a lot of torture as well in this very investigation as well, sir.
Nothing more, yeah.
As far as Kargil Divas is concerned, what is your message to them?
Sacrifices make the country. Freebies don't. Okay. And stop asking this leftist-like questions. What our army is doing for you? Ask what I am doing for the army. Okay. I feel ashamed of myself that I am not able to put my 100%. Understand this, okay?
You want to contribute more for the country?
Not only me, you all should do. Okay. We all should do this. It's our land, it's our people, it's our soil. Remember this.
Thank you, sir.
Well, in fact, Ridham, this is the first time that Colonel Purohit has spoken in the last 8 years. Just about a few days ago, in his final submission before the court, he's also made some sensational allegations, particularly with regards to the investigation that was carried out by Hemant Karkare, who was at the helm of affairs, and not to forget also Parambir Singh. It is quite significant as it comes to the final lap of this entire hearing.
Absolutely. And even as we're going to play that fantastic reaction, Shravan, that Sandeep, our colleague, has got in Mumbai with Colonel Purohit, let's tell our viewers what this is really all about. This is about the Hindu terror theory that had been espoused, a saffron terror theory by the then UPA government. Whether it was Digvijay Singh, whether it was Shivraj Patil, who was at the forefront of it, we remember how this theory had come out then. We remember certain letters that had been written by an undersecretary at that time and a book that had been written by Mani. But I'm not going to go into that. What is Colonel Purohit really relevant for? Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit had been in prison for 9 years. He spoke about torture that had been done to him, the beatings, the way his family had been threatened. In 2017, August, I remember when we were in the Supreme Court, we met Lieutenant Purohit, the person whom Sandeep is right now speaking to, and we tried to understand the case. Mr. Harish Salve, senior advocate of the Supreme Court, King's Counsel, was fighting the case for him. And finally, after a wait of 9 years, an innocent army officer was released. This is Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. His story went back to the days of the torture that had been done at the time of the Malegaon blast and how he had been treated. There are 7 accused in the Malegaon case, Shravan, and you've been at the forefront of several breakings along with Alisha, our colleague, on the Malegaon blast case. We've seen in the recent past several defense witnesses and several other witnesses have turned hostile. What was this case? This was a case in which there was a blast in Malegaon. People were suddenly taken into custody. One of these people was Sadhvi Pragya, the other was Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. I remember meeting him at court proceedings in Mumbai, and what transpired was shocking. The kind of torture that he spoke about in a 23-page written statement to the court, he says he was told to name RSS and VHP leaders. This also included Yogi Adityanath. Viewers, before I go across to more details and Shravan tells you what the court order says, once again I'll request our director to play that interaction, that exclusive interaction with a man who was in prison for 9 years, with a man who was beaten, his private parts were kicked, he was he was hung on iron rods, he was beaten with hands. This also included the Thane Police Commissioner, then Parambir Singh, and other people of the ATS. I want to go across. After 8 years of having got bail, for the very first time, he gives out a sound bite. It's not just a sound bite. This is the speakings of a man who's been jailed, who's been incarcerated, who's now a part of the army in Mumbai. And even today, he's saying, don't ask me what they will do for me, but let me tell you what we as nationalists have to do for them. I think Sandeep asked a brilliant question when we spoke about Kargil Divas, because this is coming just before Friday. India celebrates Kargil Divas. India salutes the martyrs of the Kargil Divas. Let's once again listen into that exclusive reaction.
Coming out here in court since ever since you got bail, in fact, in 2017, 21st of August, in fact. Being an army officer, I just have a question. Does your organization, an army officer, is that being supported by your primary organization?
You know, your question is wrong. Okay, question is wrong. Why you ask army supporting me? It is supporting. Why don't you ask me what I have done to the army? Am I contributing? Why haven't you asked this?
So as far the support is concerned, like
remember one thing, it is our responsibility to work for the country and for the army. Okay? Organization takes care of you. Remember always, it is our duty to work for them, isn't it? And it is a family which takes care of all its people.
You have faced a lot of torture as well in this very investigation as well, sir.
Nothing more, yeah.
As far as Kargil Divas is concerned, what is your message to them?
Sacrifices make the country. Freebies don't. Okay. And stop asking this leftist-like questions. What our army is doing for you? Ask what I am doing for the army. Okay. I feel ashamed of myself that I am not able to put my 100%. Understand this, okay?
You want to contribute more for the country?
Not only me, you all should do. Okay. We all should do this. It's our land, it's our people, it's our soil. Remember this.
Thank you.
Well, in fact, Rhythm, in the 23-page submission that he made in the court, he essentially highlighted the fact that how he was forcefully detained in a bungalow in Khandala. This was when he was picked up from Panchmadi. And thereafter, he also makes a point by saying that the professional moral corruption of the police was completely exposed, given the fact that they were going through a particular narrative. And the narrative that he speaks about is that this was already pre-decided, that they wanted to perhaps implicate a few. And the claim that he's making is the fact that few VHP as well as RSS leaders, their names were to be taken out. And they wanted Lieutenant Colonel Purohit to take the names of the RSS leaders. What has also, perhaps come out from the hearing that has taken place with the multiple witnesses that have been cross-examined is the fact that somewhere down the line, there isn't a proper investigation that was done by the Maharashtra ATS, and the lacuna in the entire probe has already been exposed.
Absolutely. And Shravan, I want to take our viewers back to what happened in those days of 2008, how he was picked up. He was detained, like you're saying, in Khandala, and the ATS Maharashtra police and some constables took him. And I'm going to now detail out a little bit of the torture that he went through. And he wrote not only in the written statement, but also to the NHRC in 2013, if I recall. And he said, they held my hands, pulled my hair, exposing my face to receive blows on it. He then detailed how Colonel Srivastav, the ATS chief, the then Thane Police Commissioner Parambir Singh, tortured, stripped him, attacked his private parts to confess on the responsibility, the fake responsibility of planting bombs in Malegaon. We then remember what he did when he was produced. He also wrote out great details about how he was tortured when his body parts, including his private parts, were met with injuries. They were numb. He remembers those days when there was iron rods and he was hung on them for days. And all this torture taking place and him being told, your kids will be orphans. For weeks and hours, they inflicted injuries to his parts, stripping him, hanging him on iron rods in different positions. This letter came out even when he was in jail. When he was in jail, I remember the first time in 2017 when I met him in Mumbai, he was not allowed to speak. The moment he tried to speak, there were other people there who were getting scared that he would be getting out and they won't, and therefore they were not letting him actually open up. But this torture that he reveals and what Shravan was talking about, he was also being forced to name RSS leaders, including Yogi Adityanath. Who was these torturers? There was Thane Police Commissioner then, Parambir Singh. His name is very clearly cropped up much before, in 2013, when Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit was in jail. And now he's talking about still, Shravan, look at an army in officer who gets commendations, and even today when he's talking to Sandeep, he's talking about what we all being nationalists and what we can do for our country.
Well, in fact, he also talks about the fact that how fabrication of evidence has largely taken place. The fact that from the statement that has been recorded, he says that the RDX was planted by the ATS. There was nothing to corroborate from the claims that were made by the Maharashtra Anti-Terrorist Squad, and also the fact that the panchnamas that were fabricated by the ATS. This has also been questioned in the court with regards to how several of the witnesses have turned hostile. So it remains to be seen how exactly is this taken forward with the final hearing that's expected to begin. 323 witnesses, if I'm not wrong, Rhythm, they've already deposed in the court. So this is the final leg of the hearing that's taking place. Several of the accused have already been granted bail by the court. So interestingly, what we are looking at, two set of findings that have been made.
Yes.
One with the Maharashtra ATS and the other by the National Investigation Agency.
That's right.
And there are contrary findings of both of the agencies, and that perhaps is one of the difficult areas for the court to navigate through.
Bigger questions also remain on who really sprouted this Hindu terror, saffron terror theory, whether the UPA government would at all take any responsibility for why one of the 7 accused was in prison and has to be released, but 9 years of his life gone. Viewers, we slip into a quick break only on Republic TV. We continue tracking Colonel Purohit and getting you the real picture of the so-called saffron terror theory that was espoused by the UPA government. Stay on with us.
Director Cheadle, the American people are watching, and they're wondering if there are any questions you can answer honestly today. So, Director Cheadle, I have a series of questions, very specific questions. I want very specific answers. Most of my questions are going to demand a yes or no answer. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay, my first question. Both sides of the aisle today have asked for your resignation. Would you like to use my 5 minutes to draft your resignation letter, yes or no?
No, thank you.
Was this a colossal failure?
It was a failure.
Yes or no? Was it a colossal failure is the question, yes or no?
I have admitted this is a terrible
This is a yes or no series of questions. Was this a colossal failure, yes or no?
Yes.
Was this tragedy preventable, yes or no?
Yes.
Has the Secret Service been transparent with this committee?
Yes.
Would you say the fact that we had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today as being transparent, yes or no?
I have always been
yes or no. You didn't want to
talk
answer
to
the question.
committee.
We had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today. That is not transparent, by the way. You stated earlier, Secret Service is not political. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say leaking your opening statement to Punchbowl News, Politico's Playbook, and Washington Post several hours before you sent it to this committee as being political, yes or no?
I have no idea how my statement got out.
Well, that's bullshit. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record articles by Punchbowl News, Political Playbook, Washington Post, all done at 5:24 a.m., 6:12 a.m., 6:34 a.m., a solid 3 to 4 hours before this committee got your statement.
Without objection, so ordered.
Okay. Is the Secret Service fully cooperating with our committee?
Yes.
Okay, you say you're fully cooperating with this committee. On July 15th, this committee sent you a list of demands of information that we wanted. Has the Secret Service provided this committee a complete list of all law enforcement personnel that were there that day? Have you done that? Have you provided a list to the Oversight Committee? Yes or no?
I will have to get back to you on that.
That is a no. Have you provided all audio and video recordings in your possession to this committee, as we asked on July 15th? Yes or no?
I would have to get back to you on
That is a no. You're full of shit today. You're just being completely dishonest.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
Chairman, I want to.
Come on.
We have to maintain decorum in this committee, no matter how
have you provided
upset we
any
get.
and all memos to this committee that we've asked you on July 15th? Have you provided all memorandums within the Secret Service?
I would have to get back to you on that.
That is a no. You are being dishonest or lying. Like you're being dishonest here with this committee. These are important questions that the American people want answers to, and you're just dodging and talking around it in generalities. And we had to subpoena you to be here, and you won't even answer the questions. We have asked you repeatedly to answer our questions. This isn't hard. These are not hard questions. Have you provided us all communications from the Secret Service related to that day and that rally? Have you provided this committee? We've asked for this information on July 15th. Have you provided any of this information that this committee has asked of the Secret Service? Any of it?
I'll have to get back to you on
Have
that.
you even read this letter that we sent you? Did you even read this?
Yes.
Okay, and you have said you don't know, you have no idea. Well, the answer is no. We haven't gotten a single document or piece of information or data from you or your agency in related to the rally that we have asked you for. So, was this attempted assassination of Donald Trump a failure of training or execution or both?
I think that those are answers that we need to
Training,
examine.
execution, or both? Which one?
Well, with the budget now being tabled, you've had the opposition parties taking on the BJP, saying that this is a kursi bachao budget by the NDA government, primarily hinting at the fact that a larger pie of the tourism was given to Bihar, and of course the special funding that has been given to Andhra Pradesh. These two aspects haven't really gone down well with the opposition parties taking on the government. Listen to some of the reactions that are also coming in, and what exactly is the government really doling out for two states, one Andhra Pradesh and the other, which is Bihar.
Pradhan Mantri Kiran Saman Yojana, Phase 4 of the PMGSY will be launched.
Union Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced special aid packages and mega infrastructure boost for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. The announcement followed funding requests from the two main NDA allies, the JDU and TDP. Presenting her 7th consecutive budget, the Union Finance Minister announced new airports and medical colleges in Bihar. Sitharaman said an additional aid package for Bihar will be expedited. Turning to Andhra, the Finance Minister also announced a funding bonanza for the state.
The industrial node at Gaya will also be a good model for developing our ancient centers of cultural importance into future centers of modern economy. This model shall showcase Vikas B, Virasat B in a growth trajectory. We will also support development of road connectivity projects, namely 1. Patna-Purnia Expressway, 2. Buxar-Bhagalpur Expressway, 3. Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Vaishali and Darbhanga spurs, and 4. Additional 2-lane bridge over River Ganga at Buxar at a total cost of 26,000 crore rupees.
The budget packs a special capital investment for the development of Andhra Pradesh. The budget also provides for a dedicated funding push for Bihar. While stopping short of granting special category status to Andhra and Bihar, a key demand put forward by the TDP and JDU, the centre has done enough to keep its ally happy.
देश के विकास के लिए भारत के पूर्वी क्षेत्र का संपूर्ण विकास पूर्वोदय के विजन द्वारा हमारे इस अभियान को नई गति, नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी।
कहने को आम बजट, पर आम जनता के लिए कुछ नहीं। किसानों के लिए बड़े वादे किए थे, पर मिला क्या किसानों को? ना न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य का जिक्र आया।
देखो, बजट दिल्ली के कागजों में उनको ठीक लगता होगा, लेकिन ग्रामीण पृष्ठभूमि पे ठीक नहीं है। इसका ज़्यादा लाभ किसानों को नहीं होगा, कंपनियों को जरूर लाभ होगा। जो ऑर्गेनिक और नेचुरल फार्मिंग की बात करिए, वो भी कोई न कोई एनजीओ, कंपनी, कोई संस्था वो इसको लेगी और वो कहेगी कि हम इतने किसानों को खेती करने सिखाएंगे ऑर्गेनिक। या आएगा, उस पर पैसा चला जाएगा वो।
What is unfortunate, however, is that Maharashtra continues to be ignored by the centre. Maharashtra has become a state where you keep sucking in money from, a cash-rich state where you keep taking money from, but do not give in money for its infrastructure needs and its development.
क्या वहाँ के किसान के लिए कुछ बड़े फैसले हैं? किसान की फसल की पैदावार, उसकी कीमत के लिए क्या कोई इंतजाम है? कहने को तो याद होगा आप सबको कि पिछली बार कहा था कि मंडी और एग्रीकल्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए स्ट्रेंथन करने के लिए लाखों करोड़ रुपए हैं।
मोदी सरकार का जो पुरानी हिस्ट्री ये बताती है कि रोजगार 2 करोड़ दे के सत्ता में आई थी। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा बेरोजगार देश हो गया। 4 करोड़ रोजगार, यानी वो 2 करोड़ के झूठ को डबल कर दिया। डबल इंजन की सरकार होती है, ऐसे डबल झूठ की सरकार नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार।
कहा गया कि 4 जाति हैं, गरीब, युवा, महिला और किसान। ये लोगों के ऊपर अभी समझ में आएगा दरअसल उनके लिए क्या किया गया है। बिहार के लिए जो हुआ है, बिहार का होने के नाते बहुत अच्छा लगा, लेकिन बाकी आपने तेलंगाना के लिए क्या किया, पंजाब के लिए क्या किया, और जैसा आपने कहा बंगाल के लिए क्या किया, बहुत सारी बातें हैं जिस पे अब कल से उछल के बात होंगी।
कहीं ना कहीं न्यूट्रिशन मिशन इस मौजूदा सरकार में आप चीज़ें तो लेके आते हैं, लेकिन आप उनको परस्यू नहीं करते हैं, विच इज़ वेरी सैड। मैं समझती हूँ किचन का ध्यान नहीं रखा गया है, क्योंकि सरकार महंगाई के बारे में कोई स्टेप्स लेना ही नहीं चाह रही है। और जहाँ तक हम देखेंगे तो जो परचेजिंग पावर है जो रूरल एरियाज़ में है वो लगातार घटती जा रही है, इसके ऊपर भी कोई ध्यान नहीं दिया गया है।
This budget has more or less copied the Congress Constitution, Congress Manifesto, and main important thing is about the Yuva Nidhi, which Rahul Gandhi ji has in the Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra has evolved it, and he promised that through the apprenticeship for the first year of the youngsters who are completing.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's highlighted the centre's focus on youth and women development in her 7th budget. Now, some of the key aspects that have been covered by the government is primarily with regards to job creation, and also the Prime Minister saying that this is laying the foundation of what he calls Viksit Bharat. The very fact that some of these schemes will essentially benefit crores, particularly youth and women. And that's the reason why the focus has been on education and employment. Take a look at this report.
Jobs, skilling, youth and women empowerment. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman started off on a strong foot, announcing the main focus of Budget 2024. In a big move, Sitharaman announced 1-month salary support to enterprises for first-time employees. A direct benefit transfer of 1 month salary was announced in 3 installments of up to ₹15,000 to first-time employees registered in EPFO. This scheme will benefit 210 lakh youth.
This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees as registered in the EPFO will be up to 15,000 rupees. The eligibility limit will be a salary of 1 lakh per month. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths.
The Finance Minister also announced government's package for skilling and collaboration. 20 lakh youth will be skilled over a 5-year period. Financial support up to 10 lakh rupees has been announced for youth who have not been eligible for any benefit under the government schemes. An internship scheme will also benefit 1 crore youths over a period of 5 years. The internship will be provided in the top 500 companies. Additionally, the budget gave a big impetus to women development.
Participation of women in the workforce. We will facilitate higher participation of women in the workforce through setting up of working women hostels in collaboration with industry and establishing creches. In addition, the partnership will seek to organize women-specific skilling programs and promotion of market access for women SHG enterprises.
More than 3 lakh crore announced for schemes benefiting women and girls. This will be facilitated by setting up hostels, creches, and creating partnerships to organize women-specific skilling programs. Finance Minister Sitharaman encouraged states to charge high stamp duty to moderate the rates for all, but announced slashing of duties for women. With such strong schemes, this budget surely has given good reasons for both youth and women to cheer about.
On the Amritsar-Kolkata Industrial Corridor, we will support development of an industrial node at Gaya. This corridor will catalyze industrial development of the eastern region.
Good morning. Today's hearing is for the American people who are seeking answers about the attempted assassination of President Trump. A little over a week ago, Americans watched in horror as a shooter attempted to assassinate President Donald J. Trump at a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The gunman nearly succeeded. The bullet that struck President Trump's head was less than an inch from taking his life. President Trump survived, but one rallygoer, Corey Comparator, tragically did not. 2 others were seriously injured. It was a horrifying moment in American history. The horror was exceeded only by the bravery of the law enforcement agents who threw themselves in harm's way when shots were fired, the bravery of a crowd unwavering in its refusal to panic, and the bravery of a bloody President Trump refusing to run. While we give overwhelming thanks to the individual Secret Service agents who did their jobs under immense pressure, this tragedy was preventable. The Secret Service's protective mission is to protect U.S. and visiting world leaders and safeguard U.S. elections through protection of candidates and nominees. The Secret Service has a zero-fail mission, but it failed on July 13th and in the days leading up to the rally. The Secret Service has thousands of employees and a significant budget, but it has now become the face of incompetence. The committee has a long track record of providing oversight of the Secret Service. Our predecessors, both Jason Chaffetz and Elijah Cummings, among others, worked together to issue warnings and recommendations to address obvious shortcomings in the agency's makeup and operations. Unfortunately, those warnings and recommendations have gone unheeded. A former president and current candidate for president was shot in the head by a sniper within 500 feet of the podium. This is unacceptable, and we are concerned the Secret Service lacks the proper management to keep protectees safe from bad actors. Americans demand answers, but they have not been getting them from the Secret Service. We are instead learning about new facts about the events surrounding the attempted assassination every day from whistleblowers and leaks. Americans demand accountability, but no one is yet to be fired for this historic failure. Today's witness, Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, is here under subpoena to answer questions about how the agency failed President Trump and the victims who attended the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. It is my firm belief, Director Cheadle, that you should resign. However, in complete defiance, Director Cheadle has maintained she will not tender her resignation. Therefore, she will answer questions today from members of this committee seeking to provide clarity to the American people about how these events were allowed to transpire. We will ask these questions because the Secret Service and its parent agency, the Department of Homeland Security, have been unwilling to provide answers to the American people. DHS has sought to push this hearing to a different time. Secret Service has suggested the hearing occur without media presence, and both agencies have provided only shallow explanations to Congress about what happened on July 13th. Indeed, DHS and Secret Service's lack of communication with the Oversight Committee required me to issue a subpoena compelling Director Cheadle to attend today, and still DHS requested more time to prepare. It shouldn't take this much time or preparation.
वित्त मंत्री ने जो अभी बजट अनाउंसमेंट की है उसमें एक बहुत वाइड रेंजिंग उन्होंने एरिया कवर किया है। यूथ से लेकर के, गर्ल्स से लेकर के, विमेन से लेकर के, स्टार्टअप्स तक भी, एग्रीकल्चर, मतलब कोई ऐसा एरिया लगता नहीं जो उन्होंने छोड़ दिया है। उन्होंने कई एरियाज़ में स्पेशल फोकस नया दिया है, जैसे मल्टीनेशनल्स को स्पेशल फोकस दिया है, ईस्टर्न एरिया के डेवलपमेंट को स्पेशल फोकस दिया है, स्टार्टअप्स को और इनकरेज करने के लिए स्पेशल फोकस दिया है, और जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन और एम्प्लॉयमेंट इनकरेजमेंट के जो प्रोग्राम हैं वो बहुत इनकरेजिंग फीचर्स हैं, वो ज़रूरी भी थे इस समय, क्योंकि जो सबसे बड़ी हमारी जो दिक्कत इस समय लगती है वो जो फीलिंग ऑफ जॉबलेसनेस है उसको एड्रेस करने के लिए जो उन्होंने किया है, ये सोसाइटी के लिए और कंट्री के लिए अच्छा रहेगा।
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I hope the American people do appreciate the incredible daily risks Secret Service agents take on our behalf. You mentioned there are 36 regular clients you've got that you protect constantly, but I was participating in the NATO summit just 2 weeks ago. We had 32 heads of government and heads of state, plus visiting heads of state and heads of government. Presumably, you provided protection for all of them.
That is correct.
Just saying. Help us understand, however, I will stipulate that there's an ongoing investigation. You don't want to go into too much detail on that until you've been able to ascertain all the facts and analyze what they mean. You can understand, however, the anxiety we and the American public have about how could this happen and how can we ensure it can't recur. Now, there are some things my friends on one particular side of the aisle don't really want to talk about, like AR-15s and access to them by a 20-year-old, or anybody for that matter. Presumably, Director Cheadle, the ubiquity of weapons, guns in America, especially assault weapons or semi-automatic weapons, that's helped your job and the mission of your agencies, right? It's made it less complicated. Isn't that true?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
Real simple. More guns, especially dangerous ones, have made your job protecting people easier. Is that not right?
I think from every
Director Cheadle, this is simple English. More guns, do they make your job more complicated or less complicated in protecting these 36 clients and visiting heads of state and heads of government that come to Washington?
I think the Secret Service needs to take into account.
I didn't ask that.
That they're in.
I'm sorry. I asked a simple question, which deserves a simple answer. The ubiquity of guns, dangerous weapons in America, like AR-15s, has that made your job, that is to say the mission of the Secret Service, easier or more difficult?
I think the threat environment for protecting our Secret Service protectees is always difficult, and that's dynamic, and it's always evolving.
We stipulate it's always difficult. Again, this is a simple one. Does the ubiquity of guns make your job easier or more difficult today?
I understand the Second Amendment rights of individuals.
I didn't ask that question. I'm not questioning the Second Amendment. I'm asking a simple analysis, Director Cheadle. And I can tell you, you're not making my job easier in terms of assessing your qualification for continuing on as director. Please answer the question. You're the head of the Secret Service. You're speaking on behalf of 8,000 members who put their lives on the line. We just had a failure by your own admission. Do guns make your job easier or harder?
I think the job of the Secret Service is difficult on every day, and we need to make sure that we are mitigating all threats, whether that be weapons,
isn't my question.
personnel.
That is not my question, and now I think you're evading the answer, which is not a hard one.
I am sorry that you feel that way, sir.
How else could I feel, Director Cheadle, when you're clearly avoiding a direct answer to a very simple declarative question? We almost lost a presidential candidate the other day. A 20-year-old had access to his father's AR-15 and got on top of a roof within 500 yards or feet of the podium.
Very importantly, a comprehensive paper on the next generation reforms to look at all the factor costs. I think these are some very important, very strong statements, very strong announcements have been made, and it touches upon many of the areas that has come in the form of suggestions to members of what CIA had presented, and we are it's a very positive message for the industry and for all stakeholders in the economy.
Gentleman years back. Chair now recognizes Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, were you guessing or lying? The day after President Trump is shot, Secret Service spokesman Anthony Guglielmi said, quote, "The assertion that a member of the former president's security team requested additional security resources that the U.S. Secret Service or the Department of Homeland Security rebuffed is absolutely false." The next day, Secretary Mayorkas said, "That is an unequivocally false assertion. We had not received any request for additional security measures that were rebuffed." But 5 days later, the Washington Post said this: "Top officials repeatedly rejected requests from Donald Trump's security detail for more personnel." The next day, the New York Times said this: "Mr. Guglielmi acknowledged that the Secret Service had turned down some requests for additional federal security assets for Mr. Trump's detail." So which is it? Because both statements can't be true. Were you guessing or lying when you said you didn't turn down requests from President Trump's detail?
Neither, sir, and I appreciate the question.
Well, what were you doing? Because those statements don't jive.
So what I can tell you is that for the event in Butler, there were no requests that were denied. As far as requests...
Well, maybe they got tired of asking. Maybe you turned them down so darn much, they said, not worth asking. How many times did you turn them down ahead of that?
I think that it is important to distinguish between what some people may view as a denial of an asset or a request.
Well, is Mr. Guglielmi your spokesperson? He said he acknowledged the Secret Service had turned down some requests. I'm asking how many?
A denial of a request does not equal a vulnerability.
Well, tell me what it is.
There are a number of ways that threats and risks can be mitigated with a number of different assets, whether that be through personnel, whether that be through technology, or other resources.
Well, tell the committee which it was. They asked for additional help in some form or another. You told them no. How many times did you tell them no, and what did you tell them no to?
Again, I cannot speak to specific incidents, but I can tell you in general terms, the Secret Service is judicious with their resources based on...
What does some requests mean? How many times? Some indicate requests is plural. So more than once they asked for additional help and you turned them down. What did they ask for and how many times did you turn them down? Pretty basic questions.
So again, without having all of the details in front of me, sir, what I can tell you is that there are times...
You didn't get briefed on how many times you turned down the Trump detail when they asked for additional help?
I'm sorry.
You didn't get briefed on that before you came to this hearing, knowing you were going to get asked that question?
What I can tell you is that in generic terms, when details make a request, there are times that there are alternate ways to cover off on that threat or that risk.
But that's not what he said. He said they were denied certain requests, some requests. This is your spokesperson, not me talking. This is the Secret Service talking. And what a change from absolutely false, unequivocally false to, oh, by the way, there were some times where we didn't give them what they wanted. That's a huge change in 5 days. And the fact that you can't answer how many times you did that, that's pretty darn frustrating, not just for me, but for the country.
I hear your frustration.
Let me ask you this. Were any of those requests denied to President Trump's detail after you knew about the Iranian threat?
What I can tell you, again, I don't know the specifics, is that there are times when we can fill a request. It doesn't necessarily have to be with a Secret Service asset or resource. We can fill that request with locally available assets.
कहने को आम बजट पर आम जनता के लिए कुछ नहीं। किसानों के लिए बड़े वादे किए थे, पर मिला क्या किसानों को? ना न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य का जिक्र आया।
Begin our 5 minutes questions, and I will begin. Just for the record, the Secret Service has an annual budget of around $3.1 billion, and I believe around 8,000 employees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, there were many security failures on the day of the attempted assassination and leading up to that day. Let's start with the building that the shooter used to shoot President Trump from. At any point Saturday, did the Secret Service have an agent on top of that roof?
Sir, I'm sure, as you can imagine, that we are just 9 days out from this incident, and there's still an ongoing investigation. And so I want to make sure that any information that we are providing to you is factual.
You can't, okay. Why did the Secret Service not, can you answer why the Secret Service didn't place a single agent on the roof?
We are still looking into the advanced process and the decisions that were made.
Okay. Wasn't that building within the perimeter that should be secured? Do we agree with that?
The building was outside of the perimeter on the day of the visit. But again, that is one of the things that during the investigation we want to take a look at and determine whether or not other decisions should have been made.
One of the things that you said, I believe in an interview, that there wasn't an agent on the roof because it was a sloped roof. Is that normal, and do you fear that immediately creates an opportunity for future would-be assassins to look for a slanted roof? I mean, this is a huge question that every American has. Why wasn't a Secret Service agent on the roof? And there have been reports that agents were supposed to be on the roof, but it was hot that day and they didn't want to be on the roof. Can you answer any of those questions, Director?
So I appreciate you asking me that question, Chairman. I should have been more clear in my answer when I spoke about where we place personnel in that interview. What I can tell you is that there was a plan in place to provide overwatch, and we are still looking into responsibilities and who was going to provide overwatch. But the Secret Service in general, not speaking specifically to this incident, when we are providing overwatch, whether that be through counter snipers or other technology, prefer to have sterile rooftops.
Did the Secret Service use any drones for surveillance that day?
So again, I'm not going to get into specifics of that day in itself, but there are times during a security plan that the Secret Service does deploy an asset like a drone.
There were reports that the shooter used a drone just a few hours before the rally start time. Is that accurate?
I have heard those same reports, and again, am waiting for the final report.
Do you know, if you can't answer the question, that's your answer. But can you answer this? Do you know, I'm not asking yes or no, but do you know if the shooter used a drone before the shooting?
That information has been passed to us from the FBI.
How many Secret Service agents were assigned to President Trump on the day of the rally?
Again, I'm not going to get into the specifics of the numbers of personnel that we had there, but we feel that there was a sufficient number of agents assigned.
There are reports that several agents assigned to the rally on July 13th were temporary agents not normally assigned to President Trump. Is that accurate?
What I can tell you is that the agents that were assigned to former President Trump are Secret Service agents that provide close protection to him, and that was what was actual on that day.
How many temporary agents were there that day?
Quite frequently, sir, during campaign events, the Secret Service utilizes agents from HSI or the Department of Homeland Security.
You don't know
to
how many?
supplement
you can't answer?
our plan.
Have the investigators reconstructed the shooter's precise movements over the past days, weeks?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Big announcement by Finance Minister. Tax slabs under new regime changed standard deduction, hike taxpayers to save 17,500 rupees.
Deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year.
Fiscal deficit down to 4.9%. Centre aims for fiscal deficit below 4.5% in 2025.
To bolster the Indian startup ecosystem, boost the entrepreneurial spirit, and to support innovation, I propose to abolish the so-called angel tax for all classes of investors.
Big move by the Modi government as the angel tax for all classes of investors to be abolished.
Formulate a plan, Purvodaya, for the all-round development of the eastern region of the country, covering Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. New airports, medical colleges, and sports infrastructure in Bihar will be constructed.
Budget bonanza for Bihar and Andhra as Nirmala Sitharaman announces airport, medical colleges in Bihar and special financial support for Andhra Pradesh.
ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है। ये देश के गांव, गरीब किसान को समृद्धि की राह पर ले जाने वाला बजट है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails Union Budget 2024, says budget empowers middle class, women, poor, villagers. Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit speaks for the first time in 8 years.
It is our responsibility to work for the country and for the army. Okay? Organization takes care of you. Remember always, it is our duty to work for them.
3.0's budget has already been tabled. What are the key takeaways as far as this budget really goes? There has been a strong emphasis on job creation. Remember, this was already an indication coming in from the economic survey that largely the bigger concern at this stage is whether at all the government would be able to create jobs, and would the onus really lie with the private sector. Some big announcements also being made by the centre with regards to angel tax, which has now been abolished, which essentially means that excessive premium as far as startup innovation funding is concerned, that has been taken away. And more importantly, as far as tax slabs are concerned, minor tinkering that has been done. Some big key takeaways with regards to job creation, which the government says the focus has been on women and youth empowerment.
Jobs, skilling, youth and women empowerment. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman started off on a strong foot, announcing the main focus of Budget 2024. In a big move, Sitharaman announced 1 month salary support to enterprises for first-time employees. A direct benefit transfer of 1 month salary was announced in 3 installments of up to Rs 15,000 to first-time employees registered in EPFO. This scheme will benefit 210 lakh youth.
This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees as registered in the EPFO will be up to 15,000 rupees. The eligibility limit will be a salary of 1 lakh per month. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths.
The Finance Minister also announced government's package for skilling and collaboration. 20 lakh youth will be skilled over a 5-year period. Financial support up to 10 lakh rupees has been announced for youth who have not been eligible for any benefit under the government schemes. An internship scheme will also benefit 1 crore youths over a period of 5 years. The internship will be provided in the top 500 companies. Additionally, the budget gave a big impetus to women development.
Participation of women in the workforce. We will facilitate higher participation of women in the workforce through setting up of working women hostels in collaboration with industry and establishing creches. In addition, the partnership will seek to organize women-specific skilling programs and promotion of market access for women SHG enterprises.
More than 3 lakh crore announced for schemes benefiting women and girls. This will be facilitated by setting up hostels, creches, and creating partnerships to organize women-specific skilling programs. Finance Minister Sitharaman encouraged states to charge high stamp duty to moderate the rates for all, but announced slashing of duties for women. With such strong schemes, this budget surely has given good reasons for both youth and women to cheer about.
In fact, we have 2 bits of breaking updates coming in, one from Karnataka, one from the national capital. In fact, okay. First up, we have the update from Karnataka. It's a setback for the Karnataka government. They were fighting the enforcement directorate. They even filed an FIR. An official of the Karnataka government went to the police, filed an FIR, filed a complaint. It was translated into an FIR, claiming that he was under pressure from the enforcement directorate to name few ministers, including the minister who was arrested. The Karnataka High Court has now stayed the FIR against the enforcement directorate. There was an attempt to block the enforcement directorate. The state government has been trying really hard. They protested this morning. They've been making allegations at a time when their own ministers, leaders are under scanner directly for looting the treasury. Basically stealing people's money, looting from the treasury and transferring it into their own personal accounts. or party accounts or to be used in election rallies. And this is something that is being investigated. Okay, we have another big breaking news update coming in. Let's go cross straight to that. We have a breaking news update on NEET. Supreme Court is dictating the judgment on the petition seeking cancellation and the re-examination of the controversy-ridden NEET examinations. I have Shravan also in the studios with us, getting us those live updates. Shravan.
Well, in fact, Chief Justice of India is dictating the order right now, and the Supreme Court says that there is no material to show that the results of the NEET undergraduate were vitiated entirely, and there was a systemic breach in its sanctity. This is with regards to the demand that was essentially made by a select few students that there should be a re-NEET. Now, the Supreme Court, it appears that has already passed an order, and this is with regards to whether at all there is going to be a re-examination. It turns out that the big news coming in, and this is what the Supreme Court says, that NEET undergraduate 2024 paper was just leaked in Hazaribagh and Patna, which is not disputed. After the investigation, it was handed over to the CBI. The CBI has filed its status report. Now, as the CJI is dictating the order, it appears right now, Niranjan, at least two things from so far the observations that have been made. One, the fact that this is not a large-scale leak that you're looking at isolated cases, particularly the state of Bihar and Gujarat. And also the fact that they are now looking at the order has been passed. There is no re-examination. Let me bring in our legal editor, Rhythm. Rhythm, just walk us through the details that you're picking up. It's clear now there will be no re-examination.
Absolutely, and that's the breaking news coming in from the top court after the CBI had got into this matter and started examining it. Shravan, for the longest time we were seeing the Supreme Court hearing the matter. For many days they went into great details. This is a bench of Chief Justice of India, Justice Chandrachud. They heard the students, they heard the Solicitor General, they heard NTA, affidavits were filed before them, and finally the Supreme Court comes to a big conclusion. There will be no re-examination of NEET. They have said it was in certain pockets where there seems to have, for which they are giving out details, but the Supreme Court is now saying there will be no NEET re-examination. They are saying there were certain tainted students, they cannot be differentiated, they have to be differentiated from the untainted ones. There was no systematic leak of the question paper which shows that the sanctity of the exam was not right. They also say there is absence of material to lead to any conclusion that the exam result was vitiated and there was a systematic breach of it. Hence, the Supreme Court now says no systematic leak of the question paper. The Additional Director General of the CBI appeared before the court. He told the court about the status of the investigation, and the Chief Justice of India dictating that order says that they believe that the fact NEET was leaked is not disputed. But the CBI has filed its status report, and there will be no re-examination because the Supreme Court says that we do believe that the sanctity of exam has not been breached. There was no systematic breach in the NEET UG 2024 examination. This is not the first day, but after a few days of hearing, the CJI has come to this conclusion. They've asked several questions to the NDA on how they can rule out the possibility of the paper being sent to various locations. Finally, the Supreme Court, I'm reading out the order they are dictating, have said, we are of the view ordering the cancellation of the entire exam is neither justified on application of principles propounded by the court, nor is it necessary. And that is now the breaking news coming from the top court. There will be no need for re-examination.
Getting in some more observations of the court. Stay with me, Rhythm. I'm reading out the observations of the Supreme Court on the NEET verdict. The court has said, in view of the facts available before it, it would not be right to conduct the examination again. There will be no re-examination of NEET. Chief Justice of India adding that they are of the view, that is, the Supreme Court is of the view that ordering cancellation of the entire exam is neither justified on application of settled principles propounded by the court on the basis of material on record. It's now done. Final, there will be no NEET re-examination. Talking about also the entire process, saying that data on record is not indicative of a systemic leak of the question paper, which would indicate a disruption of the sanctity of the examination. adding there is absence of material on record to lead to conclusion that result of the exam is vitiated or that there is a systemic breach of the sanctity of the examination. This is huge. Supreme Court has said there will be no re-examination. That is the verdict. I don't know how many people there are. As of now, Shawan, do we have details? Shawan, from what we know so far, the court has also said that it is important to distinguish, right? Distinguish those who cheated from those who didn't, right? Shawan, do we know how many students were affected? Do we have numbers to indicate the scale of the cheating that took place?
Well, in fact, if you go by the investigation that has been carried out, this is after the Supreme Court had basically highlighted the faults on the part of the National Testing Agency and largely looking into some of the complaints that were filed by the students, particularly of an FIR that was registered in the state of Bihar. Now, it turns out that a section that was affected because of the numbering that was largely done. What we are given to understand is that the court is saying that over 24 lakh students would be affected if a re-examination is done. And that is the reason why they are saying that they are mindful of the fact that it will have a direct impact. And that's the reason why they are saying that it only has an isolated impact. The fact that these reports came in only from 2 states, one in Bihar and the other coming in from the state of Gujarat. But more importantly, why in Jharkhand and Bihar is only because of the investigation that has been carried out, and a status report has been submitted before the Supreme Court, in which they have pointed out the fact that there have been isolated cases of a paper leak. And that perhaps is the rationale behind the Supreme Court now saying that there is absolutely no need for a re-examination to be carried out, or else it would have had a direct impact over 24 lakh students who have appeared for the examination.
Well, Shawan, well, the good news for those who were worried about what would happen to NEET, there will be no re-examination. There will be no re-examination. The court has also said that there is absence of material on record to lead to conclusion that the result of the examination is vitiated or that there is a systemic breach of the sanctity of the examination. There is no systemic breach, but there were many questions that were raised on the process itself, on the fact that leakages happened or kept happening over a period of time. All right, tracking the story closely, let's move on and get you some more headlines from the budget 2024 presented this morning.
ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है। ये देश के गांव, गरीब किसान को समृद्धि की राह पर ले जाने वाला बजट है। पिछले 10 वर्षों में 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले। ये जो न्यू मिडिल क्लास बना है, ये बजट उनके सशक्तिकरण की निरंतरता का बजट है। नई स्केल मिलेगी। ये मिडिल क्लास को नई ताकत देने वाला बजट है। ये जनजातीय समाज, दलित, पिछड़ों को सशक्त करने की मजबूत योजनाओं के साथ आया है। इस बजट से महिलाओं की आर्थिक भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने में मदद मिलेगी। रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के अभूतपूर्व अवसर बढ़े, ये हमारी सरकार की पहचान रही है। आज का बजट इसे और सुदृढ़ करता है। हर शहर, हर गांव, हर घर एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बनाना है। इसी उद्देश्य से बिना गारंटी के मुद्रा लोन की लिमिट को 10 लाख से बढ़ाकर 20 लाख रुपए किया गया। इससे छोटे कारोबारियों, विशेष रूप से महिलाओं, दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी परिवारों में स्वरोजगार को बल मिलेगा। बजट हमारे स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम के लिए ढेर सारे नए अवसर लेकर आया है। रिकॉर्ड हाई कैपेक्स इकोनॉमी का एक ड्राइविंग फोर्स बनेगा। 12 नए इंडस्ट्रियल नोड्स, देश में नए सैटेलाइट टाउन्स का विकास और 14 बड़े शहरों के लिए ट्रांजिट प्लान। इससे देश में नए इकोनॉमिक हब विकसित होंगे और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में नए रोजगार बनेंगे। एनडीए सरकार ने पिछले 10 साल में ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग को लगातार टैक्स से राहत मिलती रहे। इस बजट में भी इनकम टैक्स में कटौती और स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन में वृद्धि का फैसला लिया गया। टीडीएस के नियमों को भी सरल किया गया।
And continuing with post-budget reactions, I am now joined by Hardeep Puri. Mr. Puri, Arnab here. How are you, sir?
I'm very well. I'm always very happy to hear your vibrant and strong voice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. This is the first budget of Modi 3.0. You know, a political question to start with. You know, Andhra, Bihar have taken away a lion's share in the budget. And that approach has been questioned. Others are saying that Maharashtra, for example, you've not been fair to Maharashtra. Are you also resorting to alliance appeasement politics?
Not at all. First of all, Arnab, you know I have a claim to your affection. I would not say, I cannot agree that a lion's share has been taken away by these two states. Not correct. All the central schemes are equally available to all the states of the union. So it just so happened that there was a mention in the context of something that we are doing for the eastern states. For instance, in the eastern states, Bihar is not the only eastern state. You've got Orissa also, you've got other eastern states also. So when we talk about Purvodaya, that's it. In the case of Bihar, you are correct. There was a lot of devastation caused on account of the floods. The floods which are, where the origin of the problem may lie outside the state of Bihar, in Nepal. So there is some assistance that we have given. Equally for both these states, if we are talking in terms of getting them some assistance, that we will facilitate them getting resources from the multilateral funding institutions, etc. That's very different from the, we are doing things for every state. And for anyone to turn around, we have not done for X or Y. What they were hoping for prior to the budget was to say, Andhra and Bihar are alliance partners, they will soon leave, nothing will happen. Today, when the chief ministers are thanking you for addressing the problem. So I think this is a little sleight of hand that my friends in the opposition are doing. I would advise them to read the budget carefully as a starting point, and they'll realize there is stuff in here for every state. There is stuff in here for states which are not our alliance partners at all, but we will still do things for them.
Now, after the setback for the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections, it was expected that you would do more for, your core vote bank, at least of the middle class. Now, you have the money, your fiscal targets are all very well in shape, economy has been never better, but I don't see why apart from tinkering, and that also very frugally. If you look at the tax slabs being changed, you take a little, give a little, and you hardly ever give anything. Like you increase the category of 3 to 6 lakhs to 3 to 7 lakhs. I think the middle class would feel let down. After all, they have been shouldering, they have been very compliant, and if the middle class moves away from the BJP, to put it bluntly, to continue to follow your fiscal policies, you need to be in power. And for that, would it be wrong to woo back your core vote bank of the middle class a little bit? This fiscal hawkish approach may be fiscally good. Maybe the FDIs will like you, but voters may not like it.
No, I'm not sure if the results of June 2024 can be called a setback for the BJP. Whether you look at this in the global context or in the Indian context. I mean, here we have an opposition party full of Josh. If you take their numbers in the 3 elections put together, 2014, 19 and 24, it doesn't reach 200. Okay? And if you look at the global, I was looking at the picture of the G7 summit, and when I saw the Honorable Prime Minister there, and I looked at all the other G7 leaders, and I thought to myself, which one of these can get a second term? Forget about a third term. So it's not, you could say relatively yes. If we were expecting over 300, we got 292 in a pre-poll alliance with our alliance partners. You can say yes, it's a little different, but it's not a setback. We have the safety in number. Insofar as the middle class is concerned, before every budget I hear, 7 lakh ke limit, it should be made 15 lakhs or so and so. Please look at the thing. The 3 to 6 lakhs has become 3 to 7. The 6 to 9 has become 7 to 10. And then 12 to 15 has become. So we've increased it everywhere. But also look at the fact that the middle class is getting another 1 crore Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. The middle class which consumes energy, petrol and diesel, we are the only country in the world which has brought that down. The rates of capital gains have been brought down from something like 20% to about 12% or so. And okay, now there may be indexing issue, but on the other hand, you also gain from the reduction from 20 to 12%. So I think if I were to look at the budget, I don't think the budget is there for, rural development gets 2.66 lakh crores, women-centered development, women-led development gets 3 lakh crores, 4.1 crore people, youngsters, jobs in 5 years. So the middle class has to be looked at in that context. Yes, I am a product of the middle class, so I will always remain middle class. So if you give tax burden, but I think an individual gets up to 17,500 rupees as relief, you can argue that's not more, but maybe in the coming years we'll get more relief.
But Mr. Puri, you mentioned, for example, the flood-affected states, Bihar, Assam, Sikkim, Uttarakhand and Himachal, right? Only one of these is an opposition-ruled state. And that will be questioned as to whether the political and economic rationale behind the policy decision is political. Why, for example, is this relief package not extended to equally flood-prone states like Kerala, like Tamil Nadu, or Karnataka?
If you have to look at flood-affected states, I am not in a position to say where floods will come from or not come. We are looking at eastern states here, and you're looking at Himachal also, you're looking at others. So I don't think that argument can be stretched. If you have to look for arguments which the opposition will make, I'll help you make those arguments.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that.
We didn't get this.
I'm saying that. I'm saying you have a big election coming up. The Congress party came to power on the back of economic profligacy between UPA 1 and UPA 2. I'm not saying you should be economically profligate, but I would have expected the politician to come up and say that Jharkhand, Haryana, Maharashtra do matter. So, are you taking this fiscal hawkishness a bit too
Haryana
far?
and Maharashtra matter, we should give a special sop to them because they're coming for election.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying that has been the trend. Don't you need to win the election?
Oh, we will win the election. By the way, we are one party which is always learning from its mistakes. And Arnab, I am reasonably confident that the mistakes that we made in 2024, whatever they be, they may come sometimes when parties grow too quickly, there are other fault lines. But insofar as Maharashtra is concerned, please look at what we have done for Maharashtra or for other states. I am very happy in the next time, once this budget pe charcha ends, I'll sit down with you, I'll give you figures of the value of central schemes for each of the states. And it is not, it's just that some of this has been mentioned now in the context. And if Mr. Rahul Gandhi is speaking out and ask him, was he or was he not a signatory, his party is signatory to the States Reorganization Act of 2012, they were obliged to do certain things. Some of those things are happening in that context. When there are floods in Bihar and there is a problem which arises outside Bihar and it's in Nepal, we'll help them. Equally, we'll help these two states not by providing money, but to helping them access funds from multilateral financial institutions. So I think all in all, it's a very positive budget. And if you don't have a budget like this, and if you go for economic profligacy, then you cannot hold your own for foreign direct investment at a time of global uncertainty and turbulence.
Well, Mr. Puri, thank you very much for taking all those questions. Contrary and contrarian views, always an absolute pleasure talking to you. See you soon, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnab. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Begin our 5 minutes questions, and I will begin. Just for the record, the Secret Service has an annual budget of around $3.1 billion, and I believe around 8,000 employees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, there were many security failures on the day of the attempted assassination and leading up to that day. Let's start with the building that the shooter used to shoot President Trump from. At any point Saturday, did the Secret Service have an agent on top of that roof?
Sir, I'm sure, as you can imagine, that we are just 9 days out from this incident, and there's still an ongoing investigation. And so I want to make sure that any information that we are providing to you is factual.
You can't, okay. Why did the Secret Service not, can you answer why the Secret Service didn't place a single agent on the roof?
We are still looking into the advanced process and the decisions that were made.
Okay. Wasn't that building within the perimeter that should be secured? Do we agree with that?
The building was outside of the perimeter on the day of the visit. But again, that is one of the things that during the investigation we want to take a look at and determine whether or not other decisions should have been made.
One of the things that you said, I believe in an interview, that there wasn't an agent on the roof because it was a sloped roof. Is that normal, and do you fear that that immediately creates an opportunity for future would-be assassins to look for a slanted roof? I mean, this is a huge question that every American has. Why wasn't a Secret Service agent on the roof? And there have been reports that agents were supposed to be on the roof, but it was hot that day and they didn't want to be on the roof. Can you answer any of those questions, Director?
So I appreciate you asking me that question, Chairman. I should have been more clear in my answer when I spoke about where we place personnel in that interview. What I can tell you is that there was a plan in place to provide overwatch, and we are still looking into responsibilities and who was going to provide overwatch. But the Secret Service in general, not speaking specifically to this incident, when we are providing overwatch, whether that be through counter snipers or other technology, prefer to have sterile rooftops.
Did the Secret Service use any drones for surveillance that day?
So again, I'm not going to get into specifics of that day in itself, but there are times during a security plan that the Secret Service does deploy an asset like a drone.
There were reports that the shooter used a drone just a few hours before the rally start time. Is that accurate?
I have heard those same reports, and again, am waiting for the final report.
Do you know, if you can't answer the question, that's your answer. But can you answer this? Do you know I'm not asking yes or no, but do you know if the shooter used a drone before the shooting?
Welcome back. The big breaking story this minute, apart from Budget 2024, is that the Supreme Court has delivered its verdict on NEET re-examination, ruling out a re-examination. There will be no re-NEET. Let me go across to Prakash, joining us live from Patna. Prakash, Supreme Court has ruled that there is no material to show a systemic breach in NEET examination.
Well, the Supreme Court may have observed, Niranjan, that there is no need to for a re-examination. But as a matter of fact, yes, the Supreme Court is right that the genesis of the entire paper leak in the NEET scam started from Hazaribagh in OSS school, and from there on, the question paper, the booklet series number which was found in Patna belonged to that particular place in Hazaribagh district of Jharkhand. That is true. But from there, the question paper was transferred through WhatsApp to the various syndicates operational in Patna, and it was the Patna police which arrested 13 people in the beginning, and thereafter one started to get information that it's a question of paper leak, and all the confessional statements were made by the syndicate that were operational, and thereby there were different types of arrests made, and the confessional statements pertaining to the safe house where the children were taken to mug up the entire question papers and answers, and the solver gangs were also arrested from Patna AIMS in Ranchi. So I believe that yes, Hazaribagh was the place where the question paper leak started, but the epicenter was in Patna, where if at all that Renault Duster vehicle was not seized by the Patna police, then the paper leak could not have been unearthed. And I feel that Patna also was the epicenter of this place, but the Supreme Court may have observed this, that there is no need for re-examination, but it's an injustice to all those students who appeared in the NEET examinations, and there was a gross violation of the entire examination system based on the cutoff marks which shot up abnormally. Abnormally, I say, because if at all the question, the cutoff mark shot up from 650 to 700.
Reactions. Be with me.
Who could have got.
Be with me, brother. One second, brother. One second. Just a second. That's Prakash with me on the phone line. I have Shukanta Majumdar. Shukanta Majumdar is a Union Minister of State for Education. Shukanta Majumdar, your first response, आपका first response to Supreme Court saying there will be no re-examination.
First of all, I would just like to say that from the beginning of this problem, we are in the opinion that whatever the judgment will be given by the Supreme Court, we will obey that. First of all, the Supreme Court has given the verdict today, and this is I think this is a confirmation towards the stand of our central government and our ministry. Supreme Court today rejected the petition seeking a NEET UG retest, and also that the cancellation of the result, and which was announced in the last month. And Supreme Court, according to Supreme Court, their observation is that though no data on record is indicative of systemic leak of the question. So we also said that this kind of opinion was also from our end, and not only that, CBI is investigating the matter. Maybe some people tried to leak this question or some malpractices. They have tried to do some malpractice, but the investigation is going on, and we welcome the verdict of Honorable Supreme Court, and we should obey this verdict because you know that we have a robust legal system in this country, judiciary in this country, and we should respect the opinion and the judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court.
Yes, but the court has also spoken about, some gaps in the system. Now, within the government, what's the view on NEET itself, on strengthening NEET? You're the minister, junior minister for education. What's the view within the government on how you should hold it or approach it differently going ahead?
Actually, we will go through the order first and we will discuss the matter in detail in our ministry also. So obviously there, every system has some lacuna. It's a common matter. So if there is something, some lacunae is there, then we will try to make up those things, and we will discuss all these things, and so we will respect the observation of the Honorable Supreme Court.
Thank you for that, Shukranta Majumdar, the Minister of State for Education, joining us on Republic TV on the Supreme Court verdict. Supreme Court has just delivered its verdict on NEET. There will be no re-examination. It's dismissed the petition seeking cancellation. It's dismissed the petition that sought a retest of the controversy written NEET UG 2024. But there's also a mention. The bench has said the fact that the question paper leak took place in Hazaribagh, took place in Patna, was not in dispute. How many students are roughly affected in this, Prakash? You've tracked the story very carefully. There are political links, allegations that were made of those linked to political parties, political leaders as being a part of the NEET leak, right? How many people were affected? Because the Supreme Court has said you have to distinguish between those who are rotten apples and those who gave the examination in a clean way.
Well, Niranjan, we honor the judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court, but humbly we should submit that if at all the Supreme Court have observed that the question paper leak took place in Hazaribagh, and that means that the Supreme Court is saying that it's a partial paper leak. If it's a partial paper leak or a full paper leak, it's a paper leak. Supreme Court does observe that it's a paper leak. Now, in this era of technology, one wonders how many people were affected. We will be unable to gauge out how many people were affected because it's an era of technology. If you click one button in WhatsApp, the entire question paper can get it sent across to the entire globe. So the Solberg gangs were there, and it's a huge syndicate that is operational all over the country. It's not fixated to one place when it comes to paper leak. And in the previously also, there was multiple paper leaks that has taken place, and it's a syndicate that is operational. Huge money is involved into all this, and it's a pan-India gang that is operational. Patna was one center. But the paper leak originated from Hazaribagh, but the initial arrests on 5th of May this year took place in Patna. Imagine, the paper leak originated from Hazaribagh, which is around 300 kilometers from Patna, but the arrests were made in Patna. And 13 people were arrested. And had that Renault Duster vehicle not been arrested seized on the 5th of May, and those 4 people were not arrested, along with the photocopy documents of the admit cards were not recovered. Based on that, the police reached that particular school, the DAV BSCB, and then they got hold of the student who was appearing in the examination system. And when they interrogated the principal, and the student then confessed to having received a particular question paper, and they were also confessed that they were taken to a specific school to mug up the entire question paper and answers, then the entire case would not have been busted. So it's a case of paper leak. And be it a partial paper leak or a full paper leak, one doesn't know the magnitude of it. But yes, having said that, what I've observed closely was that because there is a huge gap when it comes to the cutoff marks in the last year and the cutoff marks this year. Now, there's a case of demand and supply in this entire case. The demand and supply remains the same as it was last year. Then how could the cutoff marks shoot up? The cutoff marks shot up because of the paper leak and because the questions did reach out to the student, and the students were able to solve those questions. And that is why the question paper, the cutoff marks shot up. And now, the meritorious student who could not get hold of the question papers, or rather who could not buy the question papers through the syndicates that were operational, they are the sufferers. Suppose if a student who would have got 650 marks and was expecting a government medical college, is not able to get a government medical college because from 650 to 700, there are a lot of students. Out of 720, there's a lot of students in that 50-mark slot. And remember, it is India, around 22 to 23 lakh students appear in the MBBS examination, which is conducted by the NTA. And in that 50 marks, there are a lot of students. And the sufferers are those who prepared it on their own. You cannot imagine the magnitude, Niranjan. I've seen students from different rural hinterlands staying in lodges, parents, poor people, sacrificing their lives and making the students study. So it's a difficult proposition, I must say, but we'll have to honor the judgment of the Supreme Court because it's the highest authority in India. The law, we have to abide by the law. But yes, I'm convinced that if it's a paper leak, it has to be a full paper leak, partial paper leak, or full paper leak. It's a paper leak, and you cannot imagine the scale or the magnitude of technology which would have affected either the meritorious student or benefited the non-meritorious student.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for those details and your inputs. Prakash has been tracking the story since the story broke in Hazaribagh and Patna. There have been, these two cities have been the epicenters of the NEET leak story since it broke. Okay, getting you some reactions, shifting our focus from NEET to the budget 2024 presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman this morning. Here are some responses that came in to the budget.
To enhance domestic value addition in gold and precious metal jewelry in the country, I propose to reduce customs duties on gold and silver to 6% and that of platinum to 6.4%.
Mr. Chairman. Director Cheadle, what grade would you give the Secret Service's performance in Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13?
As I've stated, ma'am, this was clearly a failure. I would grade the agents and officers who selflessly threw themselves in front of the president and neutralized the threat an A. I think that we need to examine the events that led up to and prior to that day.
You stated in 2021 that the Secret Service has a zero-fail mission. It's clear that the events of July 13 show a cascade of failures that cost Corey Comparator his life, nearly cost former president his life, and injured David Dutch and James Copenhaver. When an agency fails spectacularly at its mission, those responsible must be held accountable, and the problems must be fixed so they cannot happen again. Why should the American people or the officials you're responsible for protecting have confidence in your ability to lead the Secret Service after such a spectacular failure?
I appreciate the question, and I am committed to finding answers so that we can make the agency stronger after this.
You said on July 15 that the buck stops with me. How are you taking accountability for the Secret Service's failures during the July 13 assassination attempt on President Trump?
I have taken accountability, and I will continue to take accountability. I am responsible for leading the agency, and I am responsible for finding the answers to how this event occurred and making sure that it doesn't happen again.
So I would like to explore how you got the job as director of the United States Secret Service. Is it typical for the director of the Secret Service to be recommended for the role at the behest of a president's family and senior staff, perhaps at the request of Jill Biden or Anthony Bernal?
I got the job as a director of the Secret Service because I spent 27 years in an agency with a mission that I absolutely love. I started my career in Detroit. I worked my way up through investigations and protection.
Was there competition for the position?
You would have to ask those who were involved in the interview process.
But you think you are the best person in the country to head the Secret Service?
I think that I am the best person to lead the Secret Service at this time.
The Secret Service receives billions in funding each year, as has been explained by my colleagues here. In fact, you've had an increase in real terms of 55%. As you're no doubt aware, staffing levels for those assigned to protect the president, former presidents, and other senior officials has decreased by about 350 between 2014 and today. Clearly, a lack of financial resources not to blame for the staffing shortage. In 2022, the Secret Service saw nearly half its workforce leave in 1 year, and during the same year, it was ranked dead last among law enforcement agencies in the best places to work in the federal government. Can you explain why your agency was so poorly rated and why so many staff left in just 1 year?
So with all due respect, I dispute the statistics.
कहने को आम बजट, पर आम जनता के लिए कुछ नहीं। किसानों के लिए बड़े वादे किए थे, पर मिला क्या किसानों को? ना न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य का जिक्र आया।
दिल्ली के कागजों में उनको ठीक लगता होगा, लेकिन ग्रामीण पृष्ठभूमि पे ठीक नहीं है। इसका ज़्यादा लाभ किसानों को नहीं होगा, कंपनियों को जरूर लाभ होगा। जो ऑर्गेनिक और नेचुरल फार्मिंग की बात करिए, वो भी कोई न कोई एनजीओ, कंपनी, कोई संस्था वो इसको लेगी और वो कहेगी कि हम इतने किसानों को खेती करने सिखाएंगे ऑर्गेनिक। ये आएगा, उस पर पैसा चला जाएगा वो।
What is unfortunate, however, is that Maharashtra continues to be ignored by the center. Because Maharashtra has become a state where you keep sucking in money from, a cash-rich state where you keep taking money from, but do not give in money for its infrastructure needs and its development.
क्या वहाँ के किसान के लिए कुछ बड़े फैसले हैं? किसान की फसल की पैदावार, उसकी कीमत के लिए क्या कोई इंतजाम है? कहने को तो याद होगा आप सबको कि पिछली बार कहा था कि मंडी और एग्रीकल्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए स्ट्रेंथन करने के लिए लाखों करोड़ रुपए हैं।
Affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
The Secret Service's solemn mission is to protect our nation's leaders. On July 13th, we failed. As a director of the United States Secret Service, I take full responsibility for any security lapse of our agency. We are fully cooperating with ongoing investigations. We must learn what happened, and I will move heaven and earth to ensure that an incident like July 13th does not happen again of the Secret Service in decades. And I am keeping him and his family in my thoughts. Let me state unequivocally, nothing I have said should be interpreted to place blame for this failure on our federal, state, or local law enforcement partners who supported the Secret Service in Butler. We could not do our job without them. We rely on the relationships built over years of working together to secure events and conduct investigations. Our agents, officers, and support personnel understand that every day we are expected to sacrifice our lives to execute a no-fail mission. Since January 1st, 2024, the Secret Service has successfully secured over 7,500. As witnessed on July 13th, our special agents shielded former President Trump with their own bodies on stage while shots were being fired. Selflessly willing to make the ultimate sacrifice without hesitation, I am proud beyond words of the actions taken by the former president's detail, the counter-sniper team who neutralized the gunman, and the tactical team who was prepared to act. I will be transparent as possible when I speak with you, understanding, though, at times that I may be limited in providing a thorough response in this open setting due to associated risks with sharing highly sensitive protective methodologies. I do not want to inadvertently provide you today with inaccurate information. One set of challenges and requires a customized mitigation strategy, including specific assets. The comprehensive advance process involves collaborative planning between our Secret Service, the protectees staff, local law enforcement partners, and the level of security provided for the former president increased well before the campaign and has been steadily increasing as threats evolve. The security plan included a full assessment of the Butler Farm showgrounds to identify security vulnerabilities and craft a security plan for the protectee, attendees, and the public. These layers include personnel, technical, and tactical assets. Immediately following the assassination attempt, I directed the activation of my crisis center. I assembled my executive team to begin surging more protective resources to the former president and to ensure the wellness of our people post-incident, all while securing an active crime scene. I immediately ordered a reevaluation of the Republican National Convention security plan, and I increased the security investigation within our agency. I have instructed my team that all necessary resources will be dedicated to investigating these matters. We will not rest until we have explored every option, and we will leave no stone unturned. But I want to be clear, I am not waiting for these investigations to be completed prior to making changes. I know this because I have spent 29 years in this agency. I came up through. It is now more important than ever for the men and women of the Secret Service to remain resilient and to focus on what is necessary to carry out our critical mission. Our agency needs to be adequately resourced.
मोदी सरकार का जो पुरानी हिस्ट्री ये बताती है कि रोजगार 2 करोड़ देके सत्ता में आई थी। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा बेरोजगार देश हो गया। 4 करोड़ रोजगार, यानी वो 2 करोड़ के झूठ को डबल कर दिया। डबल इंजन की सरकार होती है, ऐसे डबल झूठ की सरकार नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार।
कहा गया कि 4 जाति हैं, गरीब, युवा, महिला और किसान। ये लोगों के ऊपर अभी समझ में आएगा दरअसल उनके लिए क्या किया गया है। बिहार के लिए जो हुआ है, बिहार का होने के नाते बहुत अच्छा लगा, लेकिन बाकी आपने तेलंगाना के लिए क्या किया, पंजाब के लिए क्या किया और जैसा आपने कहा बंगाल के लिए क्या किया, बहुत सारी बातें हैं जिस पे अब कल से उछल के बात होंगी।
कहीं ना कहीं न्यूट्रिशन मिशन इस मौजूदा सरकार में आप चीज़ें तो लेके आते हैं लेकिन आप उनको परस्यू नहीं करते हैं, विच इज़ वेरी सैड। मैं समझती हूँ किचन का ध्यान नहीं रखा गया है क्योंकि सरकार महंगाई के बारे में कोई स्टेप्स लेना ही नहीं चाह रही है। और जहाँ तक हम देखेंगे तो जो परचेजिंग पावर है जो रूरल एरियाज़ में है वो लगातार घटती जा रही है, इसके ऊपर भी कोई ध्यान नहीं दिया गया है।
This budget has more or less copied the Congress Constitution, Congress Manifesto. And main important thing is about the Yuva Nidhi, which Rahul Gandhi ji has in the Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra, he has evolved it, and he promised that through the apprenticeship for the first year of the youngsters who are completing.
Director Cheadle, the American people are watching, and they're wondering if there are any questions you can answer honestly today. So, Director Cheadle, I have a series of questions, very specific questions. I want very specific answers. Most of my questions are going to demand a yes or no answer. Do you understand? I do. Okay, my first question. Both sides of the aisle today have asked for your resignation. Would you like to use my 5 minutes to draft your resignation letter, yes or no? No, thank you. Was this a colossal failure? It was a failure. Yes or no? Was it a colossal failure is the question, yes or no? I have admitted this is a terrible This is a yes or no series of questions. Was this a colossal failure, yes or no? Yes. Was this tragedy preventable, yes or no? Yes. Has the Secret Service been transparent with this committee? Yes. Would you say the fact that we had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today as being transparent, yes or no?
I have always been
yes or no. You didn't want to
talk
answer
to
the question.
committee.
We had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today. That is not transparent, by the way. You stated earlier, Secret Service is not political. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Would you say leaking your opening statement to Punchbowl News, Politico's Playbook, and Washington Post several hours before you sent it to this committee as being political? Yes or no? I have no idea how my statement got out. Well, that's bullshit. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record articles by Punchbowl News, Political Playbook, Washington Post, all done at 5:24 a.m., 6:12 a.m., 6:34 a.m., a solid 3 to 4 hours before this committee got your statement.
Without objection, so ordered.
Okay. Is the Secret Service fully cooperating with our committee? Yes. Okay, you say you're fully cooperating with this committee. On July 15th, this committee sent you a list of demands of information that we wanted. Has the Secret Service provided this committee a complete list of all law enforcement personnel that were there that day? Have you done that? Have you provided a list to the Oversight Committee? Yes or no? I will have to get back to you on that. That is a no. Have you provided all audio and video recordings in your possession to this committee, as we asked on July 15th? Yes or no? I would have to get back to you. That is a no. You're full of shit today. You're just being completely dishonest.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
Chairman, I want to.
Come on.
We have to maintain decorum in this committee, no matter how
have you provided
upset we
any
get.
and all memos to this committee that we've asked you on July 15th? Have you provided all memorandums within the Secret Service? I would have to get back to you on that. That is a no. You are being dishonest or lying. You're being dishonest.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Supreme Court rejects NEET UG retest result cancellation, please. Says no materials to conclude result is vitiated. Big announcements by Finance Minister. Tax slabs under new regime change. Standard deduction hike. Taxpayers to save 17,500 rupees.
Fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year.
Fiscal deficit down to 4.9%. The centre aims a fiscal deficit below 4.5% in 2025.
In startup ecosystem, boost the entrepreneurial spirit and to support innovation, I propose to abolish the so-called angel tax for all classes of investors.
Big move by the Modi government as angel tax for all classes of investors to be abolished. Budget bonanza for Bihar and Andhra as Nirmala announces airport, medical colleges in Bihar and special finance support for Andhra.
बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है। ये देश के गांव, गरीब किसान को समृद्धि की राह पर ले जाने वाला बजट है।
PM Modi lauds and hails a Union Budget 2024, says budget empowers middle class, women, poor and villagers. Maligaon blast probe gathers pace. Lieutenant Colonel Purohit speaks for the first time in 8 years. And viewers, a much-awaited budget was announced today by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. And what we saw, viewers, was a lot of expectations which were fulfilled. And this is coming in as laying a special focus on addressing the fiscal and funding requests of its allies, the JDU and the TDP. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has announced mega packages for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh in her 7th union budget. Now, we have a look at this report to understand what has happened and what are the key highlights of Nirmala Sitharaman's budget. Take a look.
The standard deduction for salaried employees is proposed to be increased from 50,000 to 75,000 rupees. A salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax.
Tax savings, student loans, MSME growth. The Union Finance Minister today revealed a budget for all, an inclusive one.
पिछले 10 वर्षों में 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले हैं। ये जो न्यू मिडिल क्लास बना है, ये बजट उनके सशक्तिकरण की निरंतरता का बजट है।
देखिए, मध्यम वर्गीय परिवार में टैक्स के बारे में सबसे बड़ी छूट आज उपलब्ध हुई है और ये लंबे वर्ष समय से ये मांग चली आ रही थी। 3 लाख तक के प्रत्यक्ष कर यानी इनकम टैक्स में कोई भी टैक्स नहीं लगेगा। इसके साथ साथ अन्य जो स्लैब भी दिए गए हैं वे काफी राहत भरे हैं।
In a bid to bolster education, employment and skill development, the Union Budget for 2024 to 25, announced by Finance Minister today, allocated a significant Rs 1.4 lakh crore towards these crucial sectors. Termed as a middle-class budget, the fiscal plan aims to empower the youth and enhance their employability through a series of targeted initiatives. Key highlights include the introduction of support loans up to Rs 10 lakh for students pursuing education in domestic institutions aimed at easing financial burdens. Additionally, e-vouchers with a 3% interest subvention will be provided to benefit 1 lakh students annually, further facilitating access to quality education. Addressing unemployment, the budget aims to provide internships to 1 crore youth in top 500 companies, offering a stipend of Rs 5,000 per month. This initiative is expected to bridge the gap between academia and industry, preparing young graduates for the competitive job market. In a move to support the middle-class taxpayers, revised tax slabs have been introduced, allowing salaried employees to save up to 17,500 annually. This revision is said to provide the much-needed relief amid the rising living costs.
As we had seen in the economic survey, the participation from all around in the economy, which is required, the partnership which was talked in the economy was very well reflected into the budget. So while we will see a focus on capex to an extent, we had asked for 25%, that was not to be, but that doesn't matter because we have seen huge focus on areas like, say, for instance, the rural economy. So that's a very important area that one can see. Which will generate a lot more, not only elevate poverty or rural economy, but would also get into a lot of non-agricultural rural jobs because there was a lot of talk about MSMEs and the rural business enterprises.
Moreover, the budget introduces 3 new employee-linked incentive schemes designed to enhance employment opportunities across various sectors, thereby promoting economic growth and stability. Special attention has been given to micro, small and medium enterprises or MSMEs with the introduction of a new credit assessment model aimed at easing access to credit and fostering growth within this vital sector.
It's a NDA budget, because the focus was on allies, and as an industry body I am welcoming, because the object motive of this budget is for Vikasit Bharat, taking India to global. The direction which she was speaking, madam, who has presented the budget today, it was main focus was on youth, main focus was skill, MSME and middle class and farmers. So if you look at those angles as an industry body, because we create employment, private sector.
If you see, look at what even including finance minister repeatedly said, because the GST collection has been gone up, growing up fast. So let me bring the rationalization to reduce the tax impact, which will be day to day. Forget about the taxpayers and indirect taxpayers.
Yeah.
Taxpayers may be only 5 crores, whereas the indirect taxpayers are 140 crores.
Correct.
So she's aiming the entire middle class.
In a significant step towards women's empowerment, 3 lakh crore has been allocated for schemes benefiting women and girls, underscoring the government's commitment to gender equality and inclusive development. Furthermore, the budget outlines major infrastructure projects in Bihar, including the development of expressways and airports, which are expected to boost connectivity and drive regional economic growth. Under the provisions of the AP Reorganization Act, development funds have been earmarked for Andhra Pradesh, reflecting the government's commitment to fulfilling its obligation towards equitable regional development. Overall, Budget 2024 emerges as a pivotal document with a clear focus on empowering the middle class through education, employment and tax reforms, while also ensuring inclusive growth and development across various sectors of the economy.
And meanwhile, viewers, Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami spoke exclusively to Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri on Budget 2024. Listen in to that exclusive conversation.
Continuing with post-budget reactions, I am now joined by Hardeep Puri. Mr. Puri, Arnab here. How are you, sir?
I'm very well. I'm always very happy to hear your vibrant and
to hear my
strong voice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. This is the first budget of Modi 3.0. You know, a political question to start with. You know, Andhra, Bihar have taken away a lion's share in the budget. And that approach has been questioned. Others are saying that Maharashtra, for example, you've not been fair to Maharashtra. Are you also resorting to alliance appeasement politics?
Not at all. First of all, Arnab, you know I have a claim to your affection. I would not say, I cannot agree that a lion's share has been taken away by these two states. Not correct. All the central schemes are equally available to all the states of the union. So it just so happened that there was a mention in the context of something that we are doing for the eastern states. For instance, in the eastern states, Bihar is not the only eastern state. You've got Orissa also, you've got other eastern states also. So when we talk about Purvodaya, that's it. In the case of Bihar, you are correct. There was a lot of devastation caused on account of the floods. The floods which are, where the origin of the problem may lie outside the state of Bihar, in the state of, in Nepal. So there is some assistance that we have given. Equally for both these states, if we are talking in terms of getting them some assistance, that we will facilitate them getting resources from the multilateral funding institutions, etc. That's very different from the, we are doing things for every state. And for anyone to turn around, we have not done for X or Y. You know, what they were hoping for prior to the budget was to say, Andhra and Bihar are alliance partners, they will soon leave, nothing will happen. Today, when the chief ministers are thanking you for addressing the problem. So I think this is a little sleight of hand that my friends in the opposition are doing. I would advise them to read the budget carefully as a starting point, and they'll realize there is stuff in here for every state. There is stuff in here for states which are not our alliance partners at all, but we will still do things for them.
Now, after the setback for the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections, it was expected that you would do more for, your core vote bank, at least of the middle class. Now, you have the money, your fiscal targets are all very well in shape, economy has been never better, but I don't see why, apart from tinkering, and that also very frugally, if you look at the tax slabs being changed, You take a little, give a little, and you hardly ever give anything. Like you increase the category of 3 to 6 lakhs to 3 to 7 lakhs. I think the middle class would feel let down. After all, they have been shouldering, they have been very compliant. And if the middle class moves away from the BJP, to put it bluntly, to continue to follow your fiscal policies, you need to be in power. And for that, would it be wrong to woo back your core vote bank of the middle class a little bit? This fiscal hawkish approach may be fiscally good. Maybe the FDIs will like you, but not voters may not like it.
Of June. No, I'm not sure if the results of June 2024 can be called a setback for the BJP. Whether you look at this in the global context or in the Indian context. I mean, here we have an opposition party full of josh. If you take their numbers in the 3 elections put together, 2014, 19 and 24, it doesn't reach 200. Okay? And if you look at the global, I was looking at the picture of the G7 summit, and when I saw the Honorable Prime Minister there, and I looked at all the other G7 leaders, and I thought to myself, which of one of these can get a second term? Forget about a third term. So it's not, you could say relatively yes. If we were expecting over 300, we got 292 in a pre-poll alliance with our alliance partners. You can say yes, it's a little different, but it's not a setback. We have the safety in number. Insofar as the middle class is concerned, before every budget I hear, oh, 7 lakh ki limit, it should be made 15 lakhs or so and so. Please look at the thing. The 3 to 6 lakhs has become 3 to 7. The 6 to 9 has become 7 to 10. And then 12 to 15 has become. So we've increased it everywhere. But also look at the fact that the middle class is getting another 1 crore Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. The middle class, which consumes energy, petrol and diesel, we are the only country in the world which has brought that down. The rates of capital gains have been brought down from something like 20% to about 12% or so. And okay, now there may be indexing issue, but on the other hand, you also gain from the reduction from 20 to 12%. So I think if I were to look at the budget, I don't think the budget is there for, rural development gets 2.66 lakh crores. Women-centered development, women-led development gets 3 lakh crores, 4.1 crore people, youngsters, jobs in 5 years. So the middle class has to be looked at in that context. Yes, I am a product of the middle class. I will always remain middle class. So if you give tax burden, but I think an individual gets up to 17,500 rupees as relief. You can argue that's not more, but maybe in the coming years we'll get more relief.
But Mr. Puri, you mentioned, for example, the flood-affected states, Bihar, Assam, Sikkim, Uttarakhand and Himachal, right? Only one of these is an opposition-ruled state. And that will be questioned as to whether the political and economic rationale behind the policy decision is political. Why, for example, is this relief package not extended to equally flood-prone states like Kerala, like Tamil Nadu, or Karnataka?
If you have to look at flood-affected states, I am not in a position to say where floods will come from or not come. We are looking at eastern states here, and you're looking at Himachal also, you're looking at others. So I don't think that argument can be stretched. If you have to look for arguments which the opposition will make, I'll help you make those arguments.
No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm saying that. I'm saying that. I'm saying you have a big election coming up. The Congress party came to power on the back of economic profligacy between UPA 1 and UPA 2. I'm not saying you should be economically profligate, but I would have expected the politician to come up and say that Jharkhand, Haryana, Maharashtra do matter. So, are you taking this fiscal hawkishness a bit too far?
And Maharashtra matter, we should give a special sop to them because they're coming for election.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying that has been the trend. Don't you need to win the election?
Oh, we will win the election. By the way, we are one party which is always learning from its mistakes. And Arnab, I am reasonably confident that the mistakes that we made in 2024, whatever they be, They may come sometimes when parties grow too quickly. There are other fault lines. But insofar as Maharashtra is concerned, please look at what we have done for Maharashtra or for other states. I am very happy in the next time, once this budget pe charcha end, I'll sit down with you, I'll give you figures of the value of central schemes for each of the states. And it is not, it's just that some of this has been mentioned now in the context. And if Mr. Rahul Gandhi is picking on it, ask him, was he or was he not a signatory, his party is signatory to the States Reorganization Act of 2012. They were obliged to do certain things. Some of those things are happening in that context. When there are floods in Bihar and there is a problem which arises outside Bihar and it's in Nepal, we'll help them. Equally, we'll help these two states not by providing money, but to helping them access funds from multilateral financial institutions. So I think all in all, it's a very positive budget. And if you don't have a budget like this, and if you go for economic profligacy, then you cannot hold your own for foreign direct investment at a time of global uncertainty and turbulence.
Well, Mr. Puri, thank you very much for taking all those questions. Contrary and contrarian views, always an absolute pleasure talking to you. See you soon, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnab. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Good morning. Today's hearing is for the American people who are seeking answers about the attempted assassination of President Trump. A little over a week ago, Americans watched in horror as a shooter attempted to assassinate President Donald J. Trump at a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The gunman nearly succeeded. The bullet that struck President Trump's head was less than an inch from taking his life. President Trump survived, but one rallygoer, Corey Comparator, tragically did not. 2 others were seriously injured. It was a horrifying moment in American history. The horror was exceeded only by the bravery of the law enforcement agents who threw themselves in harm's way when shots were fired. The bravery of a crowd unwavering in its refusal to panic, and the bravery of a bloody President Trump refusing to run. While we give overwhelming thanks to the individual Secret Service agents who did their jobs under immense pressure, this tragedy was preventable. The Secret Service's protective mission is to protect U.S. and visiting world leaders and safeguard U.S. elections through protection of candidates and nominees. The Secret Service has a zero-fail mission, but it failed on July 13th and in the days leading up to the rally. The Secret Service has thousands of employees and a significant budget, but it has now become the face of incompetence. Our predecessors, both Jason Chaffetz and Elijah Cummings, among others, worked together to issue warnings and recommendations to address obvious shortcomings in the agency's makeup and operations. Unfortunately, those warnings and recommendations have gone unheeded. A former president and current candidate for president was shot in the head by a sniper within 500 feet of the podium. This is unacceptable, and we are concerned the Secret Service lacks the proper management to keep protectees safe from bad actors. Americans demand answers, but they have not been getting them from the Secret Service. We are instead learning about new facts about the events surrounding the attempted assassination every day from whistleblowers and leaks. Americans demand accountability, but no one is yet to be fired for this historic failure. Today's witness, Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, is here under subpoena to answer questions about how the agency failed President Trump and the victims who attended the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. It is my firm belief, Director Cheadle, that you should resign. However, in complete defiance, Director Cheadle has maintained she will not tender her resignation. Therefore, she will answer questions today from members of this committee seeking to provide clarity to the American people about how these events were allowed to transpire. We will ask these questions because the Secret Service and its parent agency, the Department of Homeland Security, have been unwilling to provide answers to the American people. DHS has sought to push this hearing to a different time. Secret Service has suggested the hearing occur without media presence, and both agencies have provided only shallow explanations to Congress about what happened on July 13th. Indeed, DHS and Secret Service's lack of communication with the Oversight Committee required me to issue a subpoena compelling Director Cheadle to attend today, and still DHS requested more time to prepare. It shouldn't take this much time or preparation, Director Cheadle, to tell the truth and to be transparent with the American people. I am thankful to the ranking member, Mr. Raskin, for joining me and insisting.
Welcome back, viewers. Now, the FICCI has said that Budget 2024 meets all the priorities that FICCI and the industry had laid out, which is around Make in India, women-led development, farm prosperity, and, of course, sustainability. Listen in to this report by my colleague, Suesha.
Firstly, what were the big hits and misses for you in this budget?
I think the big hits, if I must call, is on the job creation. I think this budget has been, laid the roadmap very specifically and clearly on job creation. Especially the Yuva Shakti has been spoken about, the Nari Shakti, the agriculture and the manufacturing. So I think if you see, those all areas have been covered extremely well. We will see, of course, the fine print as they are, how they will be implemented. But the roadmap is set. Also the capex spending. Government has stuck to its capex spending to create roads, infrastructure, and of course the fiscal prudence has been kept in check. From that point of view, it's a good budget.
In terms of the kind of demands that FICCI was making and how much of that has been incorporated, where do you say it has matched?
I think we had spoken about job creation, women empowerment. That has been captured. Again, as we said, we'll see the final line. The loan education for students. I think that's a great move. We at our end at Bharati Enterprise, as you must have read, we also put a scheme where we are now funding the needy students. I think education becomes a key part of it. Other areas have been, of course, on the manufacturing side, which FICCI had promoted. There are a few issues that we'll have to check as to what has been incorporated as yet or not.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Gentlemen, years back, Chair now recognizes Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, were you guessing or lying? The day after President Trump is shot, Secret Service spokesman Anthony Guglielmi said, quote, "The assertion that a member of the former president's security team requested additional security resources that the U.S. Secret Service or the Department of Homeland Security rebuffed is absolutely false." The next day, Secretary Mayorkas said, "That is an unequivocally false assertion. We had not received any request for additional security measures that were rebuffed." But 5 days later, the Washington Post said this: "Top officials repeatedly rejected requests from Donald Trump's security detail for more personnel." The next day, the New York Times said this: "Mr. Guglielmi acknowledged that the Secret Service had turned down some requests for additional federal security assets for Mr. Trump's detail." So which is it? Because both statements can't be true. Were you guessing or lying when you said you didn't turn down requests from President Trump's detail?
Neither, sir, and I appreciate the question.
Well, what were you doing? Because those statements don't jive.
So what I can tell you is that for the event in Butler, there were no requests that were denied. As far as requests...
Well, maybe they got tired of asking. Maybe you turned them down so darn much, they said, not worth asking. How many times did you turn them down ahead of that?
I think that it is important to distinguish between what some people may view as a denial of an asset or a request.
Well, is Mr. Guglielmi your spokesperson? He said he acknowledged the Secret Service had turned down some requests. I'm asking how many?
A denial of a request does not equal a vulnerability.
Well, tell me what it is.
There are a number of ways that threats and risks can be mitigated with a number of different assets, whether that be through personnel, whether that be through technology, or other resources.
Well, tell the committee which it was. They asked for additional help in some form or another. You told them no. How many times did you tell them no, and what did you tell them no to?
Again, I cannot speak to specific incidents, but I can tell you in general terms, the Secret Service is judicious with their resources based on...
What does some requests mean? How many times? Some indicate requests is plural. So more than once they asked for additional help and you turned them down. What did they ask for and how many times did you turn them down? Pretty basic questions.
So again, without having all of the details in front of me, sir, what I can tell you is that there are times...
You didn't get briefed on how many times you turned down the Trump detail when they asked for additional help?
I'm sorry.
You didn't get briefed on that before you came to this hearing, knowing you were going to get asked that question?
What I can tell you is that in generic terms, when details make a request, there are times that there are alternate ways to cover off on that threat or that risk.
But that's not what he said. He said they were denied certain requests, some requests. This is your spokesperson, not me talking. This is the Secret Service talking. And what a change from absolutely false, unequivocally false to, oh, by the way, there were some times where we didn't give them what they wanted. That's a huge change in 5 days. And the fact that you can't answer how many times you did that, that's pretty darn frustrating, not just for me, but for the country.
I hear your frustration.
Let me ask you this. Were any of those requests denied to President Trump's detail after you knew about the Iranian threat?
What I can tell you, again, I don't know the specifics, is that there are times when we can fill a request. It doesn't necessarily have to be with a Secret Service asset or resource. We can fill that request with locally available assets.
You spoke to anyone at the White House since July 13th?
Yes, I have.
Who'd you talk to?
I have briefed the president and the vice president.
Talked to the First Lady?
No, I have not.
Talked to the White House staff? Anyone in the White House communications?
No, I have not.
Have you talked to the counter sniper who took the shot that took out the bad guy?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell us about that conversation?
I would not want to reveal conversations that I've had.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, you're watching Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Today was a day that every Indian has awaited for. The announcements in the budget. Something that affects every Indian, whether it is somebody who's salaried, a middle-class salaried employee, or perhaps even industry leaders, to women, to farmers, all across every sector. This budget has had a few surprises. We will go ahead and see what was announced today and the key highlights. But as usual, the headlines. Supreme Court rejects NEET UG retest result cancellation plea, says no material to conclude result is vitiated. Big announcements by Finance Minister. Tax slabs under new regime change, standard deduction hiked. Taxpayers to save 17,500 rupees.
The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year.
Fiscal deficit down to 4.9%. Centre aims for fiscal deficit below 4.5% in 2025.
To bolster the Indian startup ecosystem, boost the entrepreneurial spirit, and to support innovation, I propose to abolish the so-called angel tax for all classes of investors.
Big move by the Modi government as angel tax for all classes of investors to be abolished. Budget bonanza for Bihar and Andhra as Nirmala announces airport, medical colleges in Bihar and special financial support for Andhra.
ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है। ये देश के गांव, गरीब किसान को समृद्धि की राह पर ले जाने वाला बजट है।
PM Modi hails Union Budget 2024 says budget empowers middle class, women, poor and the villagers.
Our responsibility to work for the country and for the army. ठीक है? Organization takes care of you. Remember always, it is our duty to work for them.
Malegaon blast probe gathers pace. Lieutenant Colonel Purohit speaks for the first time in 8 years. And viewers, like we said, there was something for everyone in the budget announcements. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has highlighted the centre's focus on youth and women development in her 7th budget. Job creation, skilling, collaboration and boosting women participation was high on the agenda. Announcing strong schemes which will benefit crores, Sitharaman gave a major thrust to the education and employment sectors. Here is the full report.
Jobs, skilling, youth and women empowerment. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman started off on a strong foot, announcing the main focus of Budget 2024. In a big move, Sitharaman announced 1-month salary support to enterprises for first-time employees. A direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary was announced in 3 installments of up to Rs 15,000 to first-time employees registered in EPFO. This scheme will benefit 210 lakh youth.
This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees as registered in the EPFO will be up to 15,000 rupees. The eligibility limit will be a salary of 1 lakh per month. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths.
The Finance Minister also announced government's package for skilling and collaboration. 20 lakh youth will be skilled over a 5-year period. Financial support up to 10 lakh rupees has been announced for youth who have not been eligible for any benefit under the government schemes. An internship scheme will also benefit 1 crore youths over a period of 5 years. The internship will be provided in the top 500 companies. Additionally, the budget gave a big impetus to women development.
Participation of women in the workforce. We will facilitate higher participation of women in the workforce through setting up of working women hostels in collaboration with industry and establishing creches. In addition, the partnership will seek to organize women-specific skilling programs and promotion of market access for women SHG enterprises.
More than 3 lakh crore announced for schemes benefiting women and girls. This will be facilitated by setting up hostels, creches, and creating partnerships to organize women-specific skilling programs. Finance Minister Sitharaman encouraged states to charge high stamp duty to moderate the rates for all, but announced slashing of duties for women. With such strong schemes, this budget surely has given good reasons for both youth and women to cheer about.
The structural reforms for the next 5 years, I think the last 10th point that she mentioned, is for me a future looking forward budget. A budget which sets a structural reform in process, a budget that lays a foundation for the next 5 years. We've always looked at budget from a one-year perspective.
But viewers, the opposition has now politicized the budget 2024. Reactions are pouring in from various political leaders. Let's listen into all those reactions as the debate now unfolds.
Highly lackluster budget. No substantial measure has been taken to check the rising and burning issues such as rising unemployment, rising inflation in the country. No relief measure has been provided to big sections of our population such as the farmers and the poor.
बजट नाउम्मीदी का पुलंदा है और इन हालातों में भी इंसान कैसे जिंदा है, सवाल तो ये है कि महंगाई कैसे कम हो, बेरोजगारी वही की वही है और जिन सरकारों ने और जिन सरकारों के फैसले की वजह से बेरोजगारी बढ़ी है, वो आज बेरोजगारी कैसे खत्म करेंगे?
Nirmala Sitharaman going out of Bangalore, representing India, Karnataka. I thought that she will help. Only help they have done is to Andhra Pradesh and Bihar to save their government. Apart from that, it is very disappointment, and I think they have not helped the entire India alliance partnered government.
80% से ज्यादा युवाओं के पास नौकरी नहीं है, तो स्किल डेवलपमेंट करके नौकरी कहाँ पे मिलेगी? नौकरियों के लिए आप क्या कर रहे हैं? सो बेसिकली बेरोजगारी जो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है, महंगाई जो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है, किसानी संकट जो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है, उन सब के लिए कुछ भी नहीं था। सिर्फ खोखली अनाउंसमेंट्स हैं और सरकार को बचाने के लिए सरकार बचाओ बजट, जहां अलायंस पार्टनर्स को खुश रखा गया ताकि सरकार चलती रहे।
And we was laying a special focus on addressing the fiscal and funding requests of its allies, the JDU and the TDP. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced mega packages for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh in her 7th union budget. Watch this report for all that the budget has in store for these two states.
Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, Phase 4 of the PMGSY will be launched.
Union Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced special aid packages and mega infrastructure boost for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. The announcement followed funding requests from the two main NDA allies, the JDU and TDP. Presenting her 7th consecutive budget, the Union Finance Minister announced new airports and medical colleges in Bihar. Sitharaman said an additional aid package for Bihar will be expedited. Turning to Andhra, the Finance Minister also announced a funding bonanza for the state.
The industrial node at Gaya will also be a good model for developing our ancient centers of cultural importance into future centers of modern economy. This model shall showcase Vikas B, Virasat B in a growth trajectory. We will also support development of road connectivity projects, namely 1. Patna-Purnia Expressway, 2. Buxar-Bhagalpur Expressway, 3. Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Vaishali and Darbhanga spurs, and 4. Additional 2-lane bridge over River Ganga at Buxar at a total cost of 26,000 crore rupees.
The budget packs a special capital investment for the development of Andhra Pradesh. The budget also provides for a dedicated funding push for Bihar. While stopping short of granting special category status to Andhra and Bihar, a key demand put forward by the TDP and JDU, the centre has done enough to keep its ally happy.
I think it's positive. It's definitely positive. We have a very vibrant
and emerging, startup ecosystem. And I think India leads in many ways globally on that. So this would be a great encouragement to them.
Begin our 5 minutes questions, and I will begin. Just for the record, the Secret Service has an annual budget of around $3.1 billion, and I believe around 8,000 employees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, there were many security failures on the day of the attempted assassination and leading up to that day. Let's start with the building that the shooter used to shoot President Trump from. At any point Saturday, did the Secret Service have an agent on top of that roof?
Sir, I'm sure, as you can imagine, that we are just 9 days out from this incident, and there's still an ongoing investigation. And so I want to make sure that any information that we are providing to you is factual.
You can't, okay. Why did the Secret Service not, can you answer why the Secret Service didn't place a single agent on the roof?
We are still looking into the advanced process and the decisions that were made.
Okay. Wasn't that building within the perimeter that should be secured? Do we agree with that?
The building was outside of the perimeter on the day of the visit. But again, that is one of the things that during the investigation we want to take a look at and determine whether or not other decisions should have been made.
One of the things that you said, I believe, in an interview, that there wasn't an agent on the roof because it was a sloped roof. Is that normal, and do you fear that immediately creates an opportunity for future would-be assassins to look for a slanted roof? I mean, this is a huge question that every American has. Why wasn't a Secret Service agent on the roof? And there have been reports that agents were supposed to be on the roof, but it was hot that day and they didn't want to be on the roof. Can you answer any of those questions, Director?
So I appreciate you asking me that question, Chairman. I should have been more clear in my answer when I spoke about where we place personnel in that interview. What I can tell you is that there was a plan in place to provide overwatch, and we are still looking into responsibilities and who was going to provide overwatch. But the Secret Service in general, not speaking specifically to this incident, when we are providing overwatch, whether that be through counter snipers or other technology, prefer to have sterile rooftops.
Did the Secret Service use any drones for surveillance that day?
So again, I'm not going to get into specifics of that day in itself, but there are times during a security plan that the Secret Service does deploy an asset like a drone.
There were reports that the shooter used a drone just a few hours before the rally start time. Is that accurate?
I have heard those same reports, and again, am waiting for the final report.
Do you know, if you can't answer the question, that's your answer. But can you answer this? Do you know, I'm not asking yes or no, but do you know if the shooter used a drone before the shooting?
That information has been passed to us from the FBI.
How many Secret Service agents were assigned to President Trump on the day of the rally?
Again, I'm not going to get into the specifics of the numbers of personnel that we had there, but we feel that there was a sufficient number of agents assigned.
There are reports that several agents assigned to the rally on July 13th were temporary agents not normally assigned to President Trump. Is that accurate?
What I can tell you is that the agents that were assigned to former President Trump are Secret Service agents that provide close protection to him, and that was what was actual on that day.
How many temporary agents were there that day?
Quite frequently, sir, during campaign events, the Secret Service utilizes agents from HSI or the Department of Homeland Security.
You don't know how many?
Supplement
you can't answer?
our plan.
Have the investigators reconstructed the shooter's precise movements over the past days, weeks, and months?
So, again,
we need to have confidence that if the FBI is leading this investigation, that they're leading a credible investigation, because there's some of us sitting up here today that don't have a lot of confidence in the FBI. So I will repeat the question. Have the investigators reconstructed the shooter's precise moments over the past days, weeks, and months?
I understand your question.
And viewers, welcome back. Now we'll talk about what happened in terms of the provisions for farmers and for the agriculture sector. We saw very clearly the centre has allocated 1.52 lakh crore. That is right. 1 crore farmers will be introduced to natural farming in the coming years. The government also plans to enhance production, storage, marketing to achieve self-reliance in pulses and oil seeds. So a huge importance being given to the farming sector. Here is how India's farmers will yield a big bonanza.
The budget for financial year 2024-2025 saw a huge boost to the agriculture sector and the farming community. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman made it very clear that good farming practices and focus on agriculture is the key to Viksit Bharat.
This year, I have made a provision of 1.52 lakh crore rupees for agriculture and allied sectors.
The interim budget had earmarked strong funding for the agriculture sector, and those promises were fulfilled in the current budget. The focus is on productivity and resilience. 1 crore farmers will be introduced to natural farming in the coming years.
Achieving self-sufficiency in pulses and oil seeds, we will strengthen their production, storage and marketing. As announced in the interim budget, a strategy is being put in place to achieve Atmanirbharta for oil seeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soybean and sunflower.
These farmer-friendly schemes announced by the Finance Minister focus on Atmanirbharta or self-reliance. A new national cooperation policy will be introduced to ensure the systematic, orderly and all-round development of the cooperative sector. Additionally, Sitharaman announced a 3-year plan to facilitate the digital public infrastructure for agriculture. The aim is to cover farmers and their lands comprehensively. The Jan Samarth-based Kisan Credit Card will be introduced in 5 states. The government will also provide finance for shrimp farming, processing and export through National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. The announcements come in the backdrop of farmer groups spearheading protests for MSP and farm loan waivers. The centre time and again has emphasized on dialogue with the farmers.
हम पहले भी वार्ता के लिए राजी थे, आज भी हैं, आगे भी रहेंगे, हमें उस पर कोई दिक्कत नहीं। हमारे भाई हैं, अन्नदाता हैं। मोदी जी 4 जातियों की बात करते हैं तो गरीब, युवा, अन्नदाता और नारी शक्ति की बात करते हैं और इन सब के लिए रिकॉर्ड काम किया है।
With the new schemes and initiatives announced by the Finance Minister, India's agriculture sector is getting a major upgrade.
And we were speaking just after the budget announcements. Prime Minister Modi has lauded Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's speech, calling the budget visionary. Here is all the reactions coming in from the Prime Minister.
ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है। ये देश के गांव, गरीब किसान को समृद्धि की राह पर ले जाने वाला बजट है। पिछले 10 वर्षों में 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले। ये जो न्यू मिडिल क्लास बना है, यह बजट उनके सशक्तिकरण की निरंतरता का बजट है। नई स्केल मिलेगी। ये मिडिल क्लास को नई ताकत देने वाला बजट है। ये जनजातीय समाज, दलित, पिछड़ों को सशक्त करने की मजबूत योजनाओं के साथ आया है। इस बजट से महिलाओं की आर्थिक भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने में मदद मिलेगी। रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के अभूतपूर्व अवसर बढ़े, ये हमारी सरकार की पहचान रही है। आज का बजट इसे और सुदृढ़ करता है। हर शहर, हर गांव, हर घर एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बनाना है। इसी उद्देश्य से बिना गारंटी के मुद्रा लोन की लिमिट को 10 लाख से बढ़ाकर 20 लाख रुपए किया गया है। इससे छोटे कारोबारियों, विशेष रूप से महिलाओं, दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी परिवारों में स्वरोजगार को बल मिलेगा।
Our government is fully committed to financing and early completion of the Polavaram irrigation project, which is the lifeline for Andhra Pradesh and its farmers.
Mr. Chairman, Director Cheadle, what grade would you give the Secret Service's performance in Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13?
As I've stated, ma'am, this was clearly a failure. I would grade the agents and officers who selflessly threw themselves in front of the president and neutralized the threat an A. I think that we need to examine the events that led up to and prior to that day.
You stated in 2021 that the Secret Service has a zero-fail mission. It's clear that the events of July 13 show a cascade of failures that cost Corey Comparator his life, nearly cost former president his life, and injured David Dutch and James Copenhaver. When an agency fails spectacularly at its mission, those responsible must be held accountable, and the problems must be fixed so they cannot happen again. Why should the American people or the officials you're responsible for protecting have confidence in your ability to lead the Secret Service after such a spectacular failure?
I appreciate the question, and I am committed to finding answers so that we can make the agency stronger after this.
You said on July 15 that the buck stops with me. How are you taking accountability for the Secret Service's failures during the July 13 assassination attempt on President Trump?
I have taken accountability, and I will continue to take accountability. I am responsible for leading the agency, and I am responsible for finding the answers to how this event occurred and making sure that it doesn't happen again.
So I would like to explore how you got the job as director of the United States Secret Service. Is it typical for the director of the Secret Service to be recommended for the role at the behest of a president's family and senior staff, perhaps at the request of Jill Biden or Anthony Bernal?
I got the job as a director of the Secret Service because I spent 27 years in an agency with a mission that I absolutely love. I started my career in Detroit. I worked my way up through investigations and protection.
Was there competition for the position?
You would have to ask those who were involved in the interview process.
But you think you are the best person in the country to head the Secret Service?
I think that I am the best person to lead the Secret Service at this time.
The Secret Service receives billions in funding each year, as has been explained by my colleagues here. In fact, you've had an increase in real terms of 55%. As you're no doubt aware, staffing levels for those assigned to protect the president, former presidents, and other senior officials has decreased by about 350 between 2014 and today. Clearly, a lack of financial resources not to blame for the staffing shortage. In 2022, the Secret Service saw nearly half its workforce leave in 1 year, and during the same year, it was ranked dead last among law enforcement agencies in the best places to work in the federal government. Can you explain why your agency was so poorly rated and why so many staff left in just 1 year?
So with all due respect, I dispute the statistic of half of the employees leaving in 2022. I think that has been inaccurate data that's been reported out there. But what I can tell you is, as I have returned as the director of the agency, we have had an increase in hiring and staffing and an increase in resources, and we are committed to continue to hire so that we can be staffed appropriately to meet the dynamic mission that we have.
Well, you may want to dispute it, but it's out there. My understanding, given the high-profile failures and rotten culture at the Secret Service during your nearly 2-year tenure, why should the American people have any confidence in your ability to lead the Secret Service to perform its zero-fail mission to protect our senior leaders?
The Secret Service has an incredible culture. Our men and women.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Modi 3.0's budget has been tabled. Big takeaways really coming in from the budget that has been tabled. Questions that many were asking. Will the coalition government be able to carry on with their reform, transform agenda? From what's really emerging from the union budget that has been tabled, a big focus has been given on employment, job creation, something that has been a major concern for the Modi government. Not just that. Big takeaways also for the startup ecosystem, with angel tax being abolished. All this and much more on this edition of This Is Exclusive. But up first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour, and also the big political news that's emerging, the fight that's taking place between the NDA government and the Indi. Indi now saying that this is a Kursi Bachao budget. Is that the case? All this and much more. But up first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Big announcement by Finance Minister. Tax slabs under new regime changed. Standard deduction hiked. Taxpayers to save 17,500 rupees.
The deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year.
Fiscal deficit down to 4.9%. Centre aims for fiscal deficit below 4.5% in 2025.
We will formulate a plan, Purvodaya, for the all-round development of the eastern region of the country, covering Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. New airports, medical colleges, and sports infrastructure in Bihar will be constructed.
Budget bonanza for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh as Nirmala announces airport, medical colleges in Bihar and special financial support for Andhra Pradesh.
ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है। ये देश के गांव, गरीब किसान को समृद्धि की राह पर ले जाने वाला बजट है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails Union Budget 2024, says budget empowers middle-class women, poor villages. Supreme Court rejects NEET undergraduate retest result cancellation pleas, says no material to conclude result is vitiated.
It is our responsibility to work for the country and for the army. ठीक है? Organization takes care of you. Remember always. It is our duty to work for them.
Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit speaks for the first time in 8 years. Well, a lot was spoken about whether at all a coalition government will be able to deliver on the promises that they have essentially made. In the run-up to the elections, this was becoming a political face-off between the NDA and the Indie bloc. Whether at all employment generation is something that the government would be able to deliver. Middle-class concerns were also something that was raised in the run-up to this entire budget. But what Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has been able to underscore is the fact that not only have they been able to stabilize the economy at a time when there have been global headwinds, but also being able to deliver key concerns: employment, skillful labor, and not to forget how the startup ecosystem has been given a major impetus. As far as tax slabs are concerned, there has been a minor tinkering that has essentially been done. But the market essentially did not really respond well in the initial few hours, and of course, with the announcement that has been made with regards to long-term capital gains is something that has perhaps did not really go down well. But there is a larger story that is essentially emerging, is the big boost that has been given to BJP's key allies, the TDP and the JDU, with the kind of financial assistance that is being provided to the Andhra Pradesh government, over 15,000 crore rupees, which the finance minister says will be billed through multilateral banks. Let's first take you through some of the political reactions that are now emerging of the budget that has been tabled by Union Minister Nirmala Sitharaman.
Whatever has been promised to Telangana as by way of Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act back in 2014, unfortunately not a single thing has been delivered by the union government. For the last 10 years, we've been demanding year after year in every single union budget. We have pleaded, we have requested the Prime Minister, the Finance Ministers and the relevant ministers. Unfortunately, not one single promise has been kept by the union government. Not a single educational institution. The Indian Institute of Management, ICER, National Institute of Design, all these were promises of the Act. Tribal University, the integrated steel factory that was supposed to come up in Bayaram, not one has materialized. So we've always said, it appears that in this coalition era, in India today, unfortunately, I think you can only extract your pound of flesh if you have the right kind of numbers. Today, if you look at the union budget, there are a lot of memes doing the rounds in social media. कि ये union budget नहीं है, Bihar budget है, Andhra budget hai, etc., etc. See, we're not begrudging Andhra or Bihar, but I think every single state deserves its rightful share of resources, its rightful share of institutions, its rightful share of fund allocations, and that is not to be seen.
Let's get you the first big response from the TDP. Leader of the House of the TDP is going to join us. Mr. Lavu Sri Krishna is going to join us on this broadcast. The TDP has essentially been targeted here. Mr. Lavu Sri Krishna, the question that many are asking tonight is that, is this a Kursi Bachao budget? Now, that's the opposition's first reaction that came in, only because what started off as a demand that was made by the TDP, particularly with regards to special financial assistance, is now being seen as perhaps a weak moment for the government.
let's not look at it that way, because there are 3-4 issues that have been addressed in this budget. If you go through it clearly, the first issue being unemployment, which we have been talking about for the last 2-3 years, the rural economy that we have been talking about, and the MSMEs that we're talking about, which are struggling for cash. So all these 3 issues have been addressed in this budget, and it has been, the finance minister has been extensively talking about it, and numerous schemes have been brought in to address these 3 issues. All these, agriculture, rural economy, MSMEs, they are spread across India, not just in Andhra Pradesh, not just in Bihar. So it is a budget for the whole of this country. And on top of that, there's a lot of schemes that have been brought in, wherein to induce more people to get employed. There's so many incentives that have been given to industries as well, wherein there's a stipend given if there's internship that's been given, and even ITS being upgraded. Almost 1,000 ITS are going to be upgraded in the next 5 years. So ITS are not just there in Andhra Pradesh and Bihar; they're there in every state.
Krishna,
so
the question here is this.
Let's not look at it that way.
The question here is this. You were looking for a special status. Remember, one of the reasons why you parted ways with the BJP. Now you have come back to the BJP fold with some sort of tinkering of some financial assistance to be provided by the government at this point in time. Is it a climb down?
Let me tell you something very clearly. In the budget speech as well, Finance Minister clearly mentioned AP Reorganization Act, the promises that were made under them. And there is the talk and in the speech itself, she has very clearly mentioned that we are going to fulfill all the promises that are made under AP Reorganization Act. Yes, we are not asking for 1 or 2 promises. We are asking for all the promises that are there in that AP Reorganization Act, and we are going to keep asking them until they are fulfilled for the next 5 years or so. So let's not stick to 1 or 2 issues and get bogged down. We are here to develop state of Andhra Pradesh economically, industrially, agriculturally as well. So we are going to get as much funds as possible from the union government so that our state gets developed.
Would you then say that somewhere down the line, the TDP today, of course, since you are in power in the state of Andhra Pradesh, your focal point would be the state development. But having said that, aren't you perhaps putting the government, hamstringing the government right now, because it appears that a big bang reform budget could not really be brought in because of the TDP and the JDU?
I will look at it the other way around. I look at it the other way around. When the results were coming out on the day of the election, when the markets were going down, the first party to come over and say we are with NDA, and that's when the markets actually stabilized. The party which has come over and did that conference boosting was Telugudesam Party. So we are not here just to get a pound of flesh only for Andhra Pradesh. We want the development of the whole of India. All of the states should be included in the development. We are here for all for development of all the states. But at the same time, we are going to remind everyone in the house, all the parties in the house, the misadventure that has happened in 2004. Because of that, Andhra Pradesh was deprived of development for the last 10 years or so. And also for the last 5 years, there's no capital investment that has come into Andhra Pradesh. There's no new industry that has come into Andhra Pradesh. So we are going to push for all these things for the next 5 years or so. So we are here for the development of all the states. At the same time, our main focus is to get as much funds as possible to state of Andhra Pradesh.
Mr. Lavashri Krishna, also with regards to the opposition parties reacting to this entire budget. On the one hand, they say that the long-term capital gain tax that has been brought in is seen as a big impediment for the investors. And that is the reason why perhaps the market did not really respond in the manner that many would have expected. How do you really look at the kind of criticism that the budget faces at this point in time?
There are a lot of inputs that are being given, mainly for MSMEs and some of the industries that needs a lot of incentives that needs to be there. Of course, last year and before a year, there was a PLI scheme that was announced, because of which a lot of industry has benefited. But the government is expecting, the ministry is expecting a lot of private funding to be crowded in. And I hope and I wish, because of the new incentives that are being given, I hope in the next year and a half, the private funding will be crowded in. Because right now what we are seeing is majority of the investments that are happening is being done by union government in the infrastructure or in other sectors as well. And for the last 3-4 years, once these 3 years, these investments are being done, once everything settles in, the private people also will get the confidence to come and definitely invest in this market.
Reactions. Mr. Lava Sri Krishna, I'll request you to stay on with us because I want you to also hear the kind of reactions that have really come in from inside the parliament, particularly with the opposition parties from the state of Maharashtra saying that while the government has milked the state of Maharashtra, they've not essentially given it back. Same coming in from Uttar Pradesh. In fact, we spoke a short while back to Akhilesh Yadav. This is what he had to say.
समाजवादी पार्टी नेता और पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। अखिलेश जी, पूरे बजट को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
ये बजट नाउम्मीदी का पुलंदा है और इन हालातों में भी इंसान कैसे जिंदा है, सवाल तो ये है कि महंगाई कैसे कम हो, बेरोजगारी वही की वही है और जिन सरकारों ने और जिन सरकारों के फैसले की वजह से बेरोजगारी बढ़ी है, वो आज बेरोजगारी कैसे खत्म करेंगे? आधी अधूरी नौकरी से किसी का भविष्य नहीं बनना है जब तक पक्की नौकरी ना हो। क्या अग्निवीर वाली व्यवस्था खत्म होगी या जो नौकरी की व्यवस्था आरक्षण के साथ है, क्या वो व्यवस्था लागू होगी?
अखिलेश, आप लोग आंध्र प्रदेश और बिहार को ही सब कुछ दिया गया है।
अखिलेश यादव समाजवादी highly lackluster budget. No substantial measure has been taken to check the rising and burning issues such as rising unemployment, rising inflation in the country. No relief measure has been provided to big sections of our population such as the farmers and the poor. So it's a absolutely lackluster budget. And another thing, focus only on 2 states, Andhra Pradesh and Bihar, because of coalition politics compulsion. Haryana's name was not even taken. Why Haryana name was not even taken once, while so many things have been sanctioned for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar?
बिल्कुल इसलिए कि हम लोगों का डिमांड था कि बिहार में स्पेशल कैटेगरी स्टेटस मिले या विशेष सहायता मिले और ये हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी उठाते रहे। धन्यवाद देते हैं अपने प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को। उन्होंने अपने इस बजट में बिहार का विशेष ध्यान रखा। मुझे लगता है कि कांग्रेस हमेशा बिहार की विरोधी रही है, बिहारियों की विरोधी रही है। 15 साल लालू जी का राज रहा कांग्रेस के समर्थन से और क्या हाल बिहार का किया बिहार की जनता जानती है। इसलिए कांग्रेस का सुपड़ा बिहार में साफ कर दिया और कल तक बोल रहे थे कि स्पेशल कैटेगरी नहीं मिला और आज जब मदद मिल
कहाँ पे मिलेगी? नौकरियों के लिए आप क्या कर रहे हैं? सो बेसिकली बेरोजगारी जो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है, महंगाई जो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है, किसानी संकट जो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है, उन सब के लिए कुछ भी नहीं था। सिर्फ खोखली अनाउंसमेंट्स है और सरकार को बचाने के लिए सरकार बचाओ बजट, जहां अलायंस पार्टनर्स को खुश रखा गया ताकि सरकार चलती रहे।
Mr. Lava Sri Krishna, you've already heard the kind of reactions that have come in from the opposition parties. You may say that it's the duty of the opposition to criticize the government no matter what the budget is like, but one would have certainly expect some sort of a big bang reform coming in, particularly as far as small businesses are concerned, and not really tinkering much with the long-term capital tax, which was also another bigger concern. But let's also take you through some of the details that are basically emerging from the steps that have been taken. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, while presenting her 7th straight budget that paved way for what they called the Viksit Bharat vision. The spotlight was on employment, upskilling, agriculture and MSMEs. Now, the budget also tinkered with the income tax slabs, bringing relief for the middle class. Now, that's not all. It's also realized that the long-standing wishes of the NDA partners that were also fulfilled. We just a short while back spoke to the TDP leader of the House, who's once again spoken about how it has essentially worked out for them. Let's take a quick look at this report, and then we'll also bring in Union Minister Gajendra Shekhawat, who's joining us on this broadcast.
The centre has given a big boost to 5 crucial sectors in the 2024 budget. Agriculture, MSMEs, manufacturing along with employment and skill development have emerged as the biggest winners.
This budget envisages sustained efforts on the following 9 priorities for generating ample opportunities for all. Number one, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Number two, employment and skilling. Number three, inclusive human resource development and social justice. 4, manufacturing and services. 5, urban development. 6, notion that if it doesn't appear in the speech, it's not at all there, is wrong. I want to make that plain.
Right.
Now, when you have rightly quoted the amounts for agriculture, we are saying what is very important is to reach to the farmers such inputs which are worthy for them to toil in the soil. So it's one thing you give MSPs, it's one thing you give Kisan Samman Nidhi, all that will go on.
Right.
But Kisan today requires high quality seeds, better inputs, and for that good research with which we can. I made one announcement also in this budget, 109 varieties of seeds, both for field crops and also for horticulture.
And also the climate resilient.
Climate resilient seeds. Most of our farmers today buy seeds which can't take this extreme heat, sudden flooding, and then also sometimes scarcity of irrigatable waters and so on. So I'm very proud that Indian agriculture scientists of themselves come up with this 109 resilient varieties, which I'm sure will soon be launched, and they will be, we'll be taking it down to the farmer so that they can benefit.
All
so
developed in India, ma'am?
All developed in India.
Okay.
And even better is we are looking at giving input support also to the farmers. As I said, more than 50% of his input cost should be met by the amounts that we give them. So these are great detail. And rural development is looking at not just PM Gram Sadak Yojana, not just building homes, PM Awas Yojana, where big amounts are going, that is important. 3 crore new homes, 25,000 new Gram Panchayats will get road network. Over and above this, we are looking at actually hard infrastructure in the rural areas, whether you're having silos for storage of grains, whether you've got power, actually 3-phase power going there with smart meters, and making sure that 5G connectivity reaches them. Because today, e-commerce for agriculture, for MSME, for meeting the global markets, is a requirement in the villages.
And these special vegetable clusters, ma'am, also
Yes.
it may help this, fighting the food inflation.
Yes. Because the supply side management of perishable crops is a very big challenge for any government.
Right.
We have a group of ministers which looks at the situation every 15 days and imports from some countries, from Nepal, from somewhere else, and redistributes. But if we are able to manage a perishable crops in its production, storage and redistribution better, we'll be able to control prices. You're right in pointing that out.
वित्त मंत्री जी, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने फर्स्ट रिएक्शन जो डीडी नेटवर्क पर दिया उसमें आपको बधाई दी, आपकी टीम को बधाई दी, साथ ही उन्होंने कहा कि ये बेटर ग्रोथ और ब्राइट फ्यूचर के लिए दिया गया बजट है। अब जब आपने एक रोड मैप इंटरिम बजट में आपने प्रॉमिस किया था कि हम विकसित भारत का रोड मैप देंगे, आपने इस पूर्ण बजट में दिया। ये जो 9 पिलर्स आपने डिफाइन किए हैं, आपको लगता है कि ये एक विकसित भारत की नींव रखते हैं, और किस तरह से इसके पीछे का दर्शन थोड़ा सा समझाएंगे हमारे दर्शकों को प्लीज?
बिल्कुल, ये 9 पर्टिकुलर आइटम्स स्पेसिफिकली हमने बोला है। आप अगर अब देखेंगे यूजुअल क्लेम्स ऑफ हाउसेस, रोड्स, ये नहीं है। इन एवरी वन ऑफ देम एक फ्यूचरिस्टिक ध्यान दिया गया। फर्स्ट पॉइंट ऑन एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्टिविटी रिलेटेड, क्योंकि वोट ऑन अकाउंट बजट में हमने एग्रीकल्चर रिसर्च के लिए भी, और अभी भी एग्रीकल्चर रिसर्च के लिए बहुत बड़ा फंड अनाउंस करी, और उसके द्वारा मॉडर्नाइज करने के लिए एग्रीकल्चर में क्रॉप पैटर्न के लिए, और ये 400 गांव में जाकर के खरीफ क्रॉप का, लैंड असेसमेंट का और फार्मर्स रजिस्ट्री में एंटर करने के लिए
डीपीआई का इस्तेमाल,
का इस्तेमाल, ये सब फ्यूचरिस्टिक फॉर मॉडर्नाइजिंग इंडियाज एग्रीकल्चर, वो एक पॉइंट है। फिर सोशल जस्टिस के साथ
प्रधानमंत्री उन्नत ट्राइबल विलेज, इसमें 63,000 villages in which there are tribal bahul tribal majority villages. We are going to absolutely provide everything to make them compare with any other better managed ग्राम पंचायत.
5 करोड़ जनजाति लोगों
हाँ,
को फायदा
5 करोड़ जनजाति को. सो सोशल जस्टिस मतलब ये सिर्फ नहीं है कि आप अच्छे कहीं स्कूल चलाओ और जिसमें वंचित वर्गों का बच्चे को ले आओ, वो भी करना, ये भी करना.
मैम, working women's hostel, creches, women specific skilling programs, promotion of market access for self-help groups, these are some of the things you've mentioned. And you've said that women's led development will see an allocation of more than 3 lakh crore rupees. Could you specify some of the, how this is going to be spent?
See, actually speaking, we have been consistently maintaining that the emphasis for bringing more women to productive activities will have to be continued. And that is why in economic survey yesterday, you saw the figures that from somewhere close to 2018, 16.7% to 37, women's participation in workforce has been highlighted in the economic survey. So in the last 10 years, where we started with a simple Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao to bringing more women and incentivizing women in work and providing them, loans to uplift them. Even in this budget, we have given emphasis for land and property registration for women. So like that, at every stage when we center focus on women, it has brought in a bit of a mindset change, like the way in which in the rural areas, Drone Didi has actually not just made women to be able to operate drones, but the mindset in the village that our women can just not do our regular kitchen work, but here are they in the fields, which are essentially male dominated. Only for the haranguing, monotonous physical labor, de-weeding the field, do you find women coming. But here in the villages, women are operating drone. They are able to make assessment of the crop density. They are able to use it for spraying fertilizer, chemical and so on. And if this is how villages and their mindsets are changing towards women, it gives them a prominence. So in many of that is why, if you remember last time, we had come up with a special savings scheme, Mahila Samman Bachat Nidhi. What a response we had in it. Because people realize saving in the name of women actually helps. They've come out to invest. Women have themselves come out, and women themselves are saving in some other, their child or their mother's names. So this government has not lost an opportunity in bringing to focus women and women's needs. Whether it is the simple sanitary pad, which Honorable PM spoke about, even from Red Fort, you can see the priority is given for women, and that's what has explained why 3 lakh crores for women and women-led. Today, Anganwadis are standing out for the kind of quality work that they're doing. They can be even better improved. You're going to have early childhood education centers in those Anganwadis. Because children's learning also, as much as nutrition and care is important, their learning should start there before they enter schools. All these are priorities which are executed by women.
वित्त मंत्री जी, इससे पहले कि मैं नए टैक्स रिजीम पर आपसे सवाल करूं, एक बार फिर से शायद ये रिएटरेट करने की ज़रूरत है कि मनरेगा जैसी योजनाएं जो हम लोग जो सबसे बड़ी स्वास्थ्य बीमा की योजना देते हैं, उस तरह की किसान सम्मान निधि, ये जो पहले से प्रोग्राम चलते आ रहे हैं वो जारी रहेंगे, क्योंकि आपने बिल्कुल उसमें जब आपने जिक्र नहीं किया तो लोगों को लग रहा है कि नई स्कीम का क्या हुआ, उसके बजटीय प्रावधान का क्या हुआ. तो एक बार प्लीज सबको शायद क्लैरिफाई करने की जरूरत है.
मैं एब्सोल्युटली क्लैरिफाई करना चाह रही हूँ. आप समझ लीजिए 1.5 घंटा भाषण, 1 hour, टुडे आई फिनिश्ड इट इन 82 minutes, मान लीजिए 90 minutes. उस 1.5 hour स्पीच में मैं कितना विषय जोड़ सकूंगी, वो एक है. दूसरा, स्टेट्स के विषय में भी बहुत सारे स्टेट्स बोले, हमारे स्टेट के ऊपर आप एक बात भी नहीं कहा. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि उस स्टेट में कोई पैसा नहीं जाएगा। हर स्कीम लागू है उधर भी, हर सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम भी, हर सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम भी। और इसके अलावा वर्ल्ड बैंक से, एडीबी से पैसा के साथ कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स चल रहा, वो भी चलेगा। और घोषणा हमने पहले नहीं किए, मगर उदाहरण के लिए मैं बोल रही हूं, महाराष्ट्र में पिछले 70 इयर्स में भारत देश में इसके बारे में नहीं सोचा। ऐसे बदावन पोर्ट जो भारत देश का सबसे बड़ा पोर्ट होगा, और उसका ड्राफ्ट विल बी द बिगेस्ट, इट विल ड्रॉ सम ऑफ द बेस्ट।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Hotel Management with AI. Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I hope the American people do appreciate the incredible daily risks Secret Service agents take on our behalf. You mentioned there are 36 regular clients you've got that you protect constantly, but I was participating in the NATO summit just 2 weeks ago. We had 32 heads of government and heads of state, plus visiting heads of state and heads of government. Presumably you provided protection for all of them.
That is correct.
Just saying. Help us understand, however, I will stipulate that there's an ongoing investigation. You don't want to go into too much detail on that until you've been able to ascertain all the facts and analyze what they mean. You can understand, however, the anxiety we and the American public have about how could this happen and how can we ensure it can't recur. Now, there are some things, my friends, on one particular side of the aisle don't really want to talk about, like AR-15s and access to them by a 20-year-old, or anybody for that matter. Presumably, Director Cheadle, the ubiquity of weapons, guns in America, especially assault weapons or semi-automatic weapons, that's helped your job and the mission of your agencies. Right? It's made it less complicated. Isn't that true?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
Real simple. More guns, especially dangerous ones, have made your job protecting people easier. Is that not right?
I think from every
Director Cheater, this is simple English. More guns, do they make your job more complicated or less complicated in protecting these 36 clients and visiting heads of state and heads of government that come to Washington?
I think the Secret Service needs to take into account.
I didn't ask that. I'm sorry. I asked a simple question, which deserves a simple answer. The ubiquity of guns, dangerous weapons in America, like AR-15s, has that made your job, that is to say the mission of the Secret Service, easier or more difficult?
I think the threat environment for protecting our Secret Service protectees is always difficult, and that's dynamic, and it's always evolving.
We stipulate it's always difficult. Again, this is a simple one. Does the ubiquity of guns make your job easier or more difficult today?
I understand the Second Amendment rights of individuals.
I didn't ask that question. I'm not questioning the Second Amendment. I'm asking a simple analysis, Director Cheadle. And I can tell you, you're not making my job easier in terms of assessing your qualification for continuing on as director. Please answer the question. You're the head of the Secret Service. You're speaking on behalf of 8,000 members who put their lives on the line. We just had a failure by your own admission. Do guns make your job easier or harder?
I think the job of the Secret Service is difficult on every day, and we need to make sure that we are mitigating all threats, whether that be weapons,
isn't my question.
personnel.
That is not my question, and now I think you're evading the answer, which is not a hard one.
I am sorry.
Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat joins us on the special coverage of the Union budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Shekhawat, for joining us on this broadcast. Let me straight away begin by asking you the kind of reactions that have really come in from the opposition parties. While the thrust of this entire budget was ensuring that there is job creation, which has been a major concern, and the other is with regards to youth and women empowerment. But you've already had the opposition party saying that this is nothing but a kursi bachao budget.
So let me tell you one thing before I commence, that before looking towards this budget, we need to look into the economic survey report which was released yesterday. That whereas post-COVID, all major economies are struggling and the global GDP growth was limited up to 3.2%. The Indian GDP growth rate was registered as 8.2%, and that is again the highest in the world. And it's a static, steady growth rate. And we have successfully capped the inflation further low and had a commitment with the projections which have made that it is going to be further lowered down. Simultaneously, as far as the opposition's statement or reaction is concerned, as you have mentioned there, what they have said, I just wish to drag your attention to when the vaccine for the COVID was announced. What was their reaction? Because it was a big achievement in last 7 decades when India have invented its own vaccine at the pandemic time.
Right.
But the reaction was that is BJP's vaccine, this is X vaccine, Y vaccine, RSS vaccine. When we have landed on the moon, then what was the reaction? When the new Parliament House was constructed, what was the reaction? Listen to me, when our forces, they did surgical strike, they did air strike, what was their reaction? Whenever country achieves anything and do good, their reactions are always to nullify that. So it is nothing else than that they are playing their political game, because they don't have anything to say. So for the sake of saying anything, they are creating an issue.
But Minister Shekhawat, the reason why many are also raising this entire question is because from your ministry itself, large part of the tourism pie has actually gone to the state of Bihar. You're looking at about 59,000 crore rupees allocated for Bihar. As far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, 15,000 crore rupees. In fact, you've already had the BJD a short while back, Naveen Patnaik, saying that you had made the promise of special status, but you never delivered it for Odisha. It's largely looking at states which you really need to nurture at this point in time, where you're going to go for polls. And secondly, you may be hamstrung by your allies.
See, let me clarify it. One finance minister, she is delivering the budget of estimated all around 48 lakh crore rupees. The income, the expenditures, different schemes. Can you expect from her that in a 80 minutes speech, she can deliver and she can talk about each and everything? Sometimes it is the mentions about some other state, sometimes it is mentioned about some other state, but what all the schemes which Government of India, center sector scheme or the centrally sponsored scheme, whatever the schemes Government of India is running as on date, the money is going to go to all states. All the projects, say, let me give you an example. That is the 12 industrial park to be developed that has been announced. But out of those 12 parks, only one is in Bihar, rest are in other states. There is one park in my state and my Lok Sabha constituency also. So that is why I am saying they are creating an issue. Tourism is our priority. And the destinations which have been mentioned or enlisted to develop a holistic framework, they are located in Bihar. They are two ways they are important. First, they are connected with the Buddhist circuit, which is very, very important for us looking towards the inbound tourists coming from the Buddhist countries. And the other thing was they are important for the religious tourism as well. So, if this announcement has been made, but the other schemes which were already they were taken up by the government, by the central government, like Prashad scheme or the Swadesh Darshan scheme, that money has been already given and it has been increased. It increased by almost 50% if I consider or compare with the RE of previous year.
But Minister Shekhawat, you wouldn't be happy, the government wouldn't have been really happy with the kind of response that has come in from the markets, because this morning most market experts were saying that, look here, do not do anything, do not tinker with any of the taxes at this point in time because everything was going fine. But you brought in some amount of changes as far as the long-term capital taxes are concerned, which hasn't really gone down well with the investors.
But I have spoken with couple of investors and persons who are engaged into stock markets and dealing in the stock market. Frankly speaking and honestly speaking, that none of them have made any negative reaction about this increase of long-term capital gain. Because it is not going to impact. Otherwise, for a common principle of economy says, we have to think for the common people. So that the long-term gain, which was the indexing pattern, has been eliminated. It is very much in the favor of the small investors as well as the real estate investors, who are people who are doing in the investing in the real estate. So it is going to be really a very, very beneficial for the small investors. Maybe it is in they are into stock markets or in the real estate also.
Mr. Shekhawat, with regards to what many had touted, that perhaps the Prime Minister, who's spoken largely about reform, transform, in his third term, paving the way for a $5 trillion economy, would come up with a big bang reform budget. That's the larger expectation, and perhaps also learning from some of the mistakes that you've made in your previous term. Do you believe that you've been able to overcome that, or somewhere down the line it's a little pale budget, as some have already pointed out?
See, our commitment for India to become the third largest economy or 5 trillion economy, that is affirmed, that is PM Modi's guarantee. And if it is Modi ka guarantee, then we are firm on our commitment, and we will take all initiatives and all possible steps to achieve that target.
Well, thank you very much, Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, for joining us on this broadcast. Minister Shekhawat, once again reiterating the point that as far as the investors are concerned, very few have essentially raised this entire concern about the long-term capital gain tax, and more importantly, this is about ensuring that the confidence is brought back to key areas and key people concerned with the budget.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Hotel Management with AI. Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
Director Cheadle, your opening statement indicates that the Secret Service constructed a security plan for the site in Pennsylvania. I'm assuming that security plan would also include the security footprint for the site, but it also would be based upon a threat assessment for the threats associated with Donald Trump and the crowd in attendance. Would it not include a threat assessment?
Yes, it would.
So that threat assessment, as we know, basically would have started with, there's a generalized threat against Donald Trump because he is a presidential candidate. Then it would have gone to, he's a former president, and he gets security coverage just as Bush, Clinton, Carter, and Obama do. And then you also have the heightened political environment. Even for those, it's clear that the security footprint, that the threat assessment was insufficient, which permitted then a 20-year-old to actually enter with a weapon and shoot Donald Trump. But I want to ask you about two other aspects of the threat assessment. It is known and public that Iran is a threat risk for Donald Trump. They're a threat risk for John Bolton, former Secretary of State Pompeo, and Donald Trump, because they have indicated they want to assassinate them as a result of retaliation for the killing of Soleimani. That is both, for Iran, a generalized threat. They're targeting these individuals, but also most recently, a specific threat to Donald Trump himself. Now, I want to enter into the record by UC a Department of Justice Public Affairs release, a CNN article, an article from Fox News, and an article from CBS, all of which acknowledge
Without objection to order.
That this threat exists for Donald Trump from Iran, and that there are specific threats, most recently, that have been acknowledged. Director Cheadle, have you read the intelligence of the generalized threat to Donald Trump by Iran as a result of their desire to retaliate for the killing of Soleimani?
I have.
Have you read or been briefed about the intelligence of the specific recent threat to Donald Trump from Iran?
Yes, I have.
Director Wray, when we were getting our briefing, indicated that he thought the threat assessment should have included this threat from Iran. Is it your testimony today that the threat assessment, since you've read this intelligence, was sufficient to protect him from this threat from Iran?
My testimony today is that the information that we had at the time was known.
Was it sufficient? Director Cheadle, was it sufficient for the Iranian threat that you said you have read the intelligence briefings for?
That information was passed to...
Well, I'm not asking the bureaucratic issue of who did it get passed around to. Director Cheadle, was it sufficient for the specific and generalized threat to Donald Trump's life from Iran?
Yes, I do believe it was.
Director Cheadle, is an Iranian assassin more capable than a 20-year-old?
Sir, I think we've acknowledged that there was gaps and a failure that day.
When I raised this issue with Director Wray, he was incensed. He was shocked that the threat assessment of Iran did not seem to be, as we and I discussed, baked in to your security footprint and your threat assessment. And he went on to say that the generalized threat that he has told the whole country that we are under from a potential terrorist threat. He has said we're under the highest threat level since 9/11, that the lights are flashing red. And he has specifically indicated that people have crossed the southern border as a result of the Biden administration's policy, and that there are in our country today terrorists and individuals who are affiliated with terrorist groups and organizations. That would be a heightened threat environment, Director Cheadle, would it not?
Yes.
In his public statements, he has said he is making these statements because he wants people to take them into consideration in threat assessments, specifically. Now, that would be a threat not just to Donald Trump, but it would also be a threat to the crowd there, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Are ISIS terrorists and Al-Qaeda terrorists and international groups and terrorists more capable than a 20-year-old in pulling off either a mass shooting or an assassination of Donald Trump?
Sir, again, there was clearly a breakdown and a failure that day.
Have you read the intelligence of the terrorists that are currently in the United States that Director Wray speaks, and those individuals that are here that are affiliated?
Tamper free और जीरो एरर एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम बनाने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की नेतृत्व की सरकार कमिटेड है। इस कमिटमेंट को आगे बढ़ाते हुए एनटीए की संपूर्ण रिवैम्प के लिए हमने पिछले दिनों में आप लोगों के सामने एक उच्च स्तरीय कमेटी का भी घोषणा किया था। वो कमेटी अपनी काम बड़े तन्मयता के साथ कर रही है। प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर राधाकृष्णन जो पूर्व चेयरमैन इसरो के हैं, डॉक्टर गुलेरिया जैसे देश की जाने माने चिकित्साविद भी उस कमेटी में हैं, एग्जामिनेशन एक्सपर्ट, डाटा एनालिटिक्स एक्सपर्ट, ऐसे सारे माननीय सदस्य उसमें हैं। उन्होंने इस बीच में मेरे पास जो जानकारी है, इस बीच में अनेक एक्सपर्ट्स ओपिनियन इकट्ठा किए हैं, अनेक मॉडल्स को भी उन्होंने अनुध्यान किया है। जो लोग उनके साथ संपर्क करना चाहते हैं वो सभी के ओपिनियन को, सुझाव को वो सुन रहे हैं और उसे समझने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो जल्द ही वो रिपोर्ट भी आएगा और मैं आपके माध्यम से देश की युवा पीढ़ी को, विद्यार्थियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं, एनटीए को एक जीरो टेम्पर फ्री, जीरो एरर फ्री ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बनाने के लिए हम लोग कमिटेड है। मैं और एक विषय कहना चाहूँगा, ये सारे प्रोसेस में जो अव्यवस्था हुई उसमें से जो लोग इन्वॉल्व है किसी को भी बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
Director Cheadle, the American people are watching, and they're wondering if there are any questions you can answer honestly today. So, Director Cheadle, I have a series of questions, very specific questions. I want very specific answers. Most of my questions are going to demand a yes or no answer. Do you understand? I do. Okay, my first question. Both sides of the aisle today have asked for your resignation. Would you like to use my 5 minutes to draft your resignation letter, yes or no? No, thank you. Was this a colossal failure?
It was a failure.
Yes or no? Was it a colossal failure is the question. Yes or no? No.
Yes.
Was this tragedy preventable? Yes or no?
Yes.
Has the Secret Service been transparent with this committee?
Yes.
Would you say the fact that we had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today as being transparent? Yes or no?
I have always been
yes or no. You didn't want to
talk
answer
to
the question.
committee.
We had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today. That is not transparent, by the way. You stated earlier, Secret Service is not political. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say leaking your opening statement to Punchbowl News, Politico's Playbook, and Washington Post several hours before you sent it to this committee as being political? Yes or no?
I have no idea how my statement got out.
Well, that's bullshit. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record articles by Punchbowl News, Political Playbook, Washington Post, all done at 5:24 a.m., 6:12 a.m., 6:34 a.m., a solid 3 to 4 hours before this committee got your statement.
Without objection, so ordered.
Okay. Is the Secret Service fully cooperating with our committee?
Yes.
Okay, you say you're fully cooperating with this committee. On July 15th, this committee sent you a list of demands of information that we wanted. Has the Secret Service provided this committee a complete list of all law enforcement personnel that were there that day? Have you done that? Have you provided a list to the Oversight Committee? Yes or no?
I will have to get back to you on that.
That is a no. Have you provided all audio and video recordings in your possession to this committee, as we asked on July 15th? Yes or no?
I would have to get back to you.
That is a no. You're full of shit today. You're just being completely dishonest.
Mr. Chairman, I want to.
Come on.
We have to maintain decorum in this committee, no matter how upset we get.
Have you provided any and all memos to this committee that we've asked you on July 15th? Have you provided all memorandums within the Secret Service?
I would have to get back to you on that.
That is a no. You are being dishonest or lying. You're being dishonest here with this committee. These are important questions that the American people want answers to, and you're just dodging and talking around it in generalities. And we had to subpoena you to be here, and you won't even answer the questions. We have asked you repeatedly to answer our questions. This isn't hard. These are not hard questions.
have you provided us all communications from the Secret Service related to that day and that rally? Have you provided this committee? We've asked for this information on July 15th. Have you provided any of this information that this committee has asked of the Secret Service? Any of it?
I'll have to get back to you.
Have you even read this letter that we sent you? Did you even read this?
Yes.
Okay, and you have said you don't know, you have no idea. Well, the answer is no. We haven't gotten a single document or piece of information or data from you or your agency in related to the rally that we have asked you for. So, was this attempted assassination of Donald Trump a failure of training or execution or both?
I think that those are answers that we need to
Training,
examine.
execution, or both? Which one?
I think those are answers.
All right, how many Secret Service personnel have lost their jobs due to this colossal failure?
At this time, none.
उनकी खुशी, उनकी नाराजगी हम सभी के हैं। इसलिए मैं पिछले लगभग 2 महीने से सारा विषय को बड़े बारीकी से सरकार की ओर से हम देख रहे थे और संभाल भी रहे थे। हम भी कोशिश कर रहे थे कि कोई किसी भी प्रकार की हमारी वाणी के कारण किसी को आहत ना पहुंचे। लेकिन मित्रों, मैं आज फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट की इस ऐतिहासिक जजमेंट के बाद फिर कहूँगा, सत्यमेव जयते, सच कभी छुप नहीं सकता है। कुछ विषय मैंने कल पार्लियामेंट में कहा भी है। देश की शिक्षा व्यवस्था को सुधारने के लिए, विशेष करके नौजवानों की हितों को सुरक्षित करने के लिए किसी ने क्या किया है, यह ऑन रिकॉर्ड है। हमने तो अपना हिसाब दिया कि हमने पब्लिक एग्जामिनेशन को सुचिता के साथ जोड़ने के लिए कानून भी लाया। जिन लोगों ने 2010 में कानून ला के वापस कर लिए, उनको ही उत्तर देना पड़ेगा किसकी दबाव में आपने कानून ला के आप उसको वापस किए थे।
Good morning. Today's hearing is for the American people who are seeking answers about the attempted assassination of President Trump. A little over a week ago, Americans watched in horror as a shooter attempted to assassinate President Donald J. Trump at a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The gunman nearly succeeded. The bullet that struck President Trump's head was less than an inch from taking his life. President Trump survived, but one rallygoer, Corey Comparator, tragically did not. 2 others were seriously injured. It was a horrifying moment in American history. The horror was exceeded only by the bravery of the law enforcement agents who threw themselves in harm's way when shots were fired, the bravery of a crowd unwavering in its refusal to panic, and the bravery of a bloody President Trump refusing to run. While we give overwhelming thanks to the individual Secret Service agents who did their jobs under immense pressure, this tragedy was preventable. The Secret Service's protective mission is to protect U.S. and visiting world leaders and safeguard U.S. elections through protection of candidates and nominees. The Secret Service has a zero-fail mission, but it failed on July 13th and in the days leading up to the rally. The Secret Service has thousands of employees and a significant budget, but it has now become the face of incompetence. The committee has a long track record of providing oversight of the Secret Service. Our predecessors, both Jason Chaffetz and Elijah Cummings, among others, worked together to issue warnings and recommendations to address obvious shortcomings in the agency's makeup and operations. Unfortunately, those warnings and recommendations have gone unheeded. A former president and current candidate for president was shot in the head by a sniper within 500 feet of the podium. This is unacceptable, and we are concerned the Secret Service lacks the proper management to keep protectees safe from bad actors. Americans demand answers, but they have not been getting them from the Secret Service. We are instead learning about new facts about the events surrounding the attempted assassination every day from whistleblowers and leaks. Americans demand accountability, but no one is yet to be fired for this historic failure. Today's witness, Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, is here under subpoena to answer questions about how the agency failed President Trump and the victims who attended the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. It is my firm belief, Director Cheadle, that you should resign. However, in complete defiance, Director Cheadle has maintained she will not tender her resignation. Therefore, she will answer questions today from members of this committee seeking to provide clarity to the American people about how these events were allowed to transpire. We will ask these questions because the Secret Service and its parent agency, the Department of Homeland Security, have been unwilling to provide answers to the American people. DHS has sought to push this hearing to a different time. Secret Service has suggested the hearing occur without media presence, and both agencies have provided only shallow explanations to Congress about what happened on July 13th. Indeed, DHS and Secret Service's lack of communication with the Oversight Committee required me to issue a subpoena compelling Director Cheadle to attend today, and still DHS requested more time to prepare. It shouldn't take this much time or preparation, Director Cheadle, to tell the truth and to be transparent with the American people. I am thankful to the ranking member, Mr. Raskin, for joining me in insisting that Director Cheadle appear today. God knows the ranking member and I disagree on many things, but that does not matter today. The safety of Secret Service protectees is not based on their political affiliation, and the bottom line is that under Director Cheadle's leadership, we question whether anyone is safe. Not President Biden, not the First Lady, not the White House, and certainly not the presidential candidates. The July 13th assassination attempt is one of the darkest days in American political history. It represents the ugliest parts of what America.
Modi 3.0 outlays vision for Viksit Bharat.
ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है.
Prime Minister presents 5-scheme package for the youth. Will Budget 2024 fulfill aspirations? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
When you encourage more cooperatives in the country, when you encourage more women to be members of the cooperative, they directly get linked to the bank accounts, they get earnings in their own hands. I think it leads to overall development of the economy.
I see a broad thinking within the government that we need to compete more aggressively, encourage manufacturing in India.
When the finance minister says that she is going to have a complete economic policy overhaul, she is rationalizing duties. It's all pointing towards converting India into the manufacturing capital of the world.
It's a growth-oriented budget with a huge focus on employment. Also, the finance minister saying that we are coming down from 5.1% to 4.9%. So that demonstrates a great amount of financial discipline.
I think it's a very, very balanced budget. Growing at 7-8% without printing money, without increasing debt. I think we're getting it right.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The government may have achieved a dream fiscal deficit and pleased all the global investors by projecting a beautiful 4.5% fiscal deficit by next year. And so the corporates are very happy. Oh, and the economists, oh, they're super happy. They are over the moon, the economists. The foreign investors are so happy. The pink papers are so happy. But I don't see any reason why the Modi government could not have given the most compliant set of loyal taxpayers, the middle class, many of whom are watching this tonight, just a little bit of a break. Come on. Towards the construction of the Andhra Pradesh capital, the central government has earmarked 15,000 crores. That is to keep Chandrababu Naidu also happy. But for the entire middle class population, after tinkering around a wee bit, the government has incurred a net loss of 7,000 to 8,000 crore rupees, which means to keep one ally happy, you have to do twice as much as you are doing for the entire middle class of India. Which means that to keep one party happy, you are doing as much as to keep 30% of the Indian population happy. So naturally, we are disappointed. This was the best chance the BJP had to extend a helping hand, much needed to the middle class, weighed in by inflation, and very, very loyal and compliant during COVID, during the tough times. They paid their taxes, they filed their returns, they contributed to the country during the last 10 years. Yesterday, I raised a demand for that middle class. And today, I have no doubt in saying that that demand has largely not been met. It is great that India will be a shining light in terms of fiscal prudence and all that. And that this will help us in times of global uncertainty. But the BJP needs to continue to be popular, if not populist. And as of tonight, it is not going to be popular among the middle class. I can tell you that. I have two simple debates tonight, viewers, on budget night. Number one, middle class, the big picture debate. At 9 o'clock tonight, the politics of this, I see this intensify tomorrow. Yes, the government has done a lot of good things for startups, angel tax and all that. But our coalition compulsions beginning to show in Modi 3.0. That's at 9 o'clock. And ladies and gentlemen, here are the headlines. This Tuesday evening, this budget night on the debate tonight.
Is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presents Union budget for the fiscal year 24-25. She outlines the government's economic priorities and the financial plans. One of the key highlights of the budget is the fiscal deficit target, which has been set at 4.9% of GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks a significant reduction from the target set in the interim budget.
The tax rate structure is proposed to be revised. As a result of these changes, a salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax.
Budget for 2024 gives token relief for the taxpayers. Salaried employees in the new tax regime stand to save a token of 17,500 a year in income tax, and standard deduction for salaried employees is increased from 50,000 to 75,000.
We will formulate a plan, Purvodaya, for the all-round development of the eastern region of the country, covering Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha and Andhra Pradesh.
Modi governments give special focus to ally states for Bihar, where assembly elections are due next year. The finance minister announced spending of rupees 60,000 crores on infra projects and special financial support for Andhra Pradesh as well to keep Naidu happy.
See, this Prime Minister's package that I announced,
has 5 different schemes. The First Timers is, I would think, one of the very, very innovative initiative.
Finance Minister announces Prime Minister's package of 5 schemes and initiatives for employment, skilling and other opportunities for 4.1 crore youth over a 5-year period. New schemes include assistance for first-timers to internships at top companies for a year, financial support for loans up to 10 lakh rupees for higher education in domestic institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the anticipated budget is out. The overall picture says that the BJP has maintained to be popular. They have inclined towards ally states and given a token relief. Underline, token relief for the Aam Aadmi. But will this budget help them to gain the trust of the middle class? I'm not sure of that at all. Let's debate.
In the interim budget, we promised to present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Vikasit Bharat. In line with the strategy set out in the interim budget, this budget envisages sustained efforts on the following 9 priorities for generating ample opportunities for all. Number 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Number 2, employment and skilling. Number 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice. 4, manufacturing and services. 5, urban development. 6, energy security. 7, infrastructure. 8, innovation, research and development. And 9, next generation reforms.
इस बजट में भी इनकम टैक्स में कटौती और स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन में भी वृद्धि का फैसला लिया गया है। टीडीएस के नियमों को भी सरल किया गया है। इन कदमों से हर टैक्स पेयर को अतिरिक्त बचत होने वाली है।
In the new tax regime, the tax rate structure is proposed to be revised as follows. 0 to 3 lakh rupees, nil. 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5%. 7 to 10 lakh rupees, 10%. 10 to 12 lakh rupees, 15%. 12 to 15 lakh rupees, 20%. And above 15 lakh rupees, 30%. As a result of these changes, a salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax. To provide relief to cancer patients, I propose to fully exempt 3 more medicines from customs duties. We will facilitate higher participation of women in the workforce through setting up of working women hostels in collaboration with industry and establishing creches. In addition, the partnership will seek to organize women-specific skilling programs and promotion of market access for women SHG enterprises. This budget provides special attention to MSMEs and manufacturing, particularly labor-intensive manufacturing. We have formulated a package covering financing, regulatory changes, and technology support for MSMEs to help them grow and also compete globally, as mentioned in the interim budget. This year, I have provided 11,11,111 crore rupees for capital expenditure. This would be 3.4% of our GDP. Under the Act, Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, for promoting industrial development, Funds will be provided for essential infrastructure such as water, power, railways and roads in Kopparthi node on the Visakhapatnam-Chennai Industrial Corridor and Varavakal node on the Hyderabad-Bangalore Industrial Corridor. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. We aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course from 2026-27 onwards. To enhance their competitiveness, I propose to reduce BCD on certain broodstock, polychaete worms, shrimp and fish feed to 5%. I also propose to exempt customs duty on various inputs for manufacture of shrimp and fish feed.
ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है। ये देश के गांव गरीब किसान को समृद्धि की राह पर ले जाने वाला बजट है।
With me in the studio is Nirupama Soundarajan, founder of the Policy Consensus Center, works on macro economic issues. It's an independent think tank from the National Capital Region. Shazia Ilmi, spokesperson of the BJP. Tanveer Ahmed, anti-BJP these days. I would call him a political analyst, also anti-BJP, pro-Congress. From the Congress, Lokesh Jindal. And the angry young man of the day, his award goes to Sohail Seth, who's been angry from 4 o'clock in the morning in London time, and he continues to be angry as the day progresses.
You're keeping on spreading this misinformation. I'm in Goa doing my punch karma.
He's in Goa. I don't know where you are. You start your day in London, you are too high-flying, and then you keep speaking for the middle class. Why are you speaking for the middle class?
Because no one else is. Because no one else is.
I am for one
Arnab
since
Goswami,
yesterday.
I don't see CNBC. I don't see other channels. I don't see commercial channels. All the industrialists have hailed this budget. Some have given it 10 on 10. They'll lose their jobs. They should give it 15 on 10. Let me tell you, I have a great regard for every finance minister because it's a Herculean task. But you tell me, as my late grandmother would say, fiscal deficit ka hum log achar dalenge. What does it mean? Your basic amenities are suffering in this country. Your bridges are collapsing, airport roofs are coming off, water, drainage, sewage, electricity, it's in a right royal mess. Then we have had savings decline in our country now only to 9%. You tax capital gains and you say that no, it'll be all adjusted. Adjusted when and where? You have food inflation which is at a high, you have no addressing that. What do? You reduce the customs duty on gold, silver and platinum. So therefore, you tell me, what are you going to do with the middle class, which is basically a savings class, which, by the way, they should be most worried about because it is the class that votes for them. Now, you tell me, Arnab, on a serious note, what is there in this budget to delight people? A space mission? I'm telling you, come to Goa. I'll take you around for a drive. You will have more craters here than you can get on Mars and Moon combined. What else do you want to see? Do you want to see smart cities? Come to Gurgaon. It's flooded every year. So I'm saying the budget is one fiscal exercise, but it must be mired in realism. It must deliver value to citizens, and it must make sure that citizens' basic needs are met. It is not about the BJP or the Congress or the TMC. I couldn't be bothered with any of these. Every year, the same budget is prepared. We are told that there'll be tax offs. I have no issues paying a very high rate of tax. No citizen does. But in return for the payment of those taxes, what are you getting? Tanveer comes from Bangalore. Ask him the state of Bangalore, irrespective of which government.
So let me, no. 1 minute. The Prime Minister says the budget is for empowerment of the new middle class. But is that true? Is that true, Nirupama? I mean, what has the middle class got? what is the big deal about this tinkering with tax slabs? I mean, 0 to 3 lakh, nil tax. 3 to 6, you made it 3 to 7 lakh. 7 to 10, 10%. You just broken it up. 10 to 12, 12 to 15, 20%, above 15, 30%. It makes no difference. Deduction on family pension of pensioners to increase from 15,000 to 25,000. What difference does it make? It makes no difference. You're saying if all the deductions and everything is applicable to you, then you'll get 17,000 rupees a year, which is 1,400 rupees a month. Is that what the middle class gets?
Okay. So let me actually look at this in terms of what is it that you're looking at for the middle class.
Some big break, that's what I'm looking at.
Look, tax breaks is what every time one expects. If I'm looking at it, and I understand as what Mr. Seth says, achar daloge kind, are you going to be able to understand or not understand makes sense.
Yeah.
But I think there is a difference between what the middle class actually expects, which is huge tax breaks,
everyone on. Yeah, please. I'm just getting my windows
and what
right.
else you're going to look at in terms of what would have a long-term impact. See, the big thing about direct taxes...
No, my question is, why not give the... What is the big deal, Nirupama, with giving a break to the middle class?
Nothing wrong in giving a break to the middle class.
Why was it not given in your view?
Because I think just giving it this year doesn't make sense. If you're actually creating reform, if you want to do this properly, you need to look at long-term, something that lasts in the long term.
For 10 years is not long.
Fair enough, but direct tax code, which is what it is, they've been talking about direct tax code review for a while. They're talking about it again. So hopefully this time, before the next budget comes, which is Feb 1st, they do some research, some homework, and do their rationalizing and get this. At least this time, there's been some signaling around it, where your incentives, even whatever little that's gone for middle class in this case, has gone towards your new regime, not the old regime. And they are looking at shifting people for ease of compliance. And they're also looking at it in terms of LTCG. So while Mr. Seth may not agree with the LTCG policy, I am actually all for it, because one of the biggest things that the middle class gets out of it is for real estate, which is a huge chunk of what middle class owns today. When they sell, their capital gains now comes down from their 20% to 12.5%, which is huge. And I think that has an impact for middle class and middle class savings.
And that, Nirupama,
Lokesh is on the debate. Lokesh. Yeah.
From 20% to 12.5%, when you have reduced it, you have done it by doing away with the indexation benefit.
Absolutely.
And madam, secondly, when you're talking about the entire middle class, there is the upper middle class and there is the lower middle class. Now this tax slab, it only gives a benefit of 17,500 to those upper middle class. Those who have income above 20 lakh, 22 lakh. But if you talk about the 7 lakh, 8 lakh, the major chunk of the middle class, they hardly benefit anything from this tax regime. And they are the most impacted because of a food inflation, which is in double digits. So basically, your tax slab is regressive in nature. It is punishing, punishing those who are earning less, and it is benefiting those who are earning more. So the idea is, there is no basis to it. I would say there's an apathy towards the lower middle class as well as the larger section of the population, and they are to bear the brunt of the fiscal deficit or the fiscal consolidation. That's not fair.
You don't believe in fiscal consolidation and fiscal deficit anyway, because your government was elected on the back of fiscal profligacy of an unseen nature. Your whole view was the economy can go to the dogs. We have the compulsions of coalition politics as long as we get elected. On the other hand, maybe the Prime Minister is thinking that I will first get the country on track and then think about the politics, which is pretty brave. What's there to smile about, Tanvi? That's pretty brave. May not be Devegowda School of Politics, but it's pretty brave.
I just want to come in just for a minute. I don't agree at all with what Lokesh says.
Arnab,
I mean, there has been an effort. If you look at the tax slabs, they have been rejigged. Maybe you're not happy with the amount or the proportion, so to speak. But there is an effort to provide more to the middle class, and also in some way to increase disposable income, to propel consumer spending, and that is done not directly.
Come on, what has the middle class got? Sanju, sorry, Shazia, what has the middle class got?
But I think more than that,
what has the middle class got?
No, I just want to say one thing.
No, tell me one thing. What wrong has the middle class done?
I mean, you just look at this budget. I think it's amazing with the new big bang ideas that it has. we heard.
Which Big Bang
before
idea?
the elections, I'm coming in. All that we heard before the elections, run up to the elections,
it is all in
Shazia's
Shazia's dreams. Shazia's dreams are getting big bang ideas.
And employment generation. Now just look at the 5 new schemes for employment generation. I think they're phenomenal. And I think it's great that the government is tying in largest 500 biggest companies, having a stake in the matter, and whether through a CSR, which remains a choice, and the government working on skill enhancement, employment opportunities,
I need time for rebuttal for this. I need time for rebuttal, with Shazia.
It will give such an impetus to, and especially to the youngsters, to the youth. And because it will go through the EPFO, people will know and will be marked and will know who to take it from.
I'll tell you one thing,
even
Shazia,
for the corporates who will be picking up interns.
Shazia, I said this when the Congress presented its manifesto.
Shazia is leaving she needs to definitely
I said this when the Congress presented its manifesto.
No, Shazia needs to wake up from a
I spoke about a 1 lakh rupee a year internship, and I said that which Congress leader's son or daughter would be working for 7,000 to 8,000 rupees a month for an internship for a year, after top quality graduation or post-graduation.
Instead of doing khatakhat and ATM,
no, not khatakhat.
Don't you think you have to have a structured way to ensure that young people get trained in
Shazia, the country needs jobs, not internships.
Get a minimum stipend.
This is just cheap labor for corporate. Those top 500 companies can afford to pay.
I think this is brilliant.
Correct.
I think this is brilliant.
Those
look at the numbers, 5 years, and look at the numbers we're looking at. And not just that, first-time job seekers,
how much time more do they need to restructure? Nirupama is right that, we should have hope next year they'll do it. By God knows, we are like Ralph Waldo Emerson. In the long run, we are all dead. So we don't know when it will happen. It hasn't happened for 10 years. The late Arun Jaitley said, because of Rahul Gandhi's statement at that time, Soot Boot Ki Sarkar, a lot of the reforms got pushed on the burner because the government was unfairly blamed to be a government for corporates. But the point I'm making today, Arnab, is Narendra Modi has come back for a 3rd term. He's not the kind of person who dilly-dallies. Nirmala Sitharaman shows extreme gravitas in her working. Who are the people who are advising her? Who has advised on the indexation?
These are generics.
Babu sitting in a Lutyens owns bungalow.
No,
So my point is, why is the government killing itself?
No, I think that enough. I don't think enough thought. I don't think enough thought has been given, Shazia.
I don't understand. Maybe you should read the budget.
Shazia, let me tell you, I have read the budget. I don't think enough thought has been given to the details. No, Shazia, one minute. Shazia, either you are saying that we should underplay our expectations.
Rate of women, female working force. Look at all that is being done, whether it's hostels, whether it's access, whether it's... So I think a lot is being done, and it's great, and they're all new ideas. How else? Right from going from sarkari jobs to khatakhat. Don't you think this is better? No, there are 2 choices you have. Either you promise
Shazia,
which is what Congress is saying, or you're saying we'll have more government jobs.
Shazia,
this is what we're saying, which is workable,
Shazia, please listen to me. And I have this little bit of unsolicited advice for the BJP spokespersons here. Don't assume you are always correct. After 10 years in power, this is your 11th year running.
Yeah.
You are giving me a statement of your good intentions. You are saying, I will give you a loan of 10 lakh to pursue higher education in India. Thank you very much. The students will get their loans anyway. You're not giving 10 lakhs to them. Then you are saying, after 10 years in power, I will train 20 lakh youth. What will you train them in? Which states? Where? I will train them in collaboration with states.
But if you were to read about the ITI...
No, Shazia, listen to me. This is a statement of good intention.
NSDC was started under Manmohan Singh.
Skill Development Ministry was started in 2014. After 10 years, you are saying you will train you.
S. Ramadurai headed the NSDC.
Through corporates,
he worked on a campaign called Hunar Hai to Qadar Hai. Uska kya hua?
Now tell me, Shazia, when the Congress party spoke about internships in its manifesto, you criticized them. You said, what the youth want jobs, not 8,000 rupee internships. Then you sat and thought this through, and in your budget, you have said the youth don't want jobs, we will give them a 5,000 rupee internship. through CSR.
No, you didn't. No.
And Congress is claiming credit for it.
So let me tell you,
the worst compliment for you is Congress is saying you inspired. They inspired you to do it.
No. That is not true. They will get 5,000 rupees, which is really 1 month's salary when they first get into the labor force for the very first time.
With due respect,
which will
another
be
stupid idea.
because it will be registered by the EPFO. And that is one scheme. So there are 5 different schemes for job generation and employment generation. This is one. And not just that, we are getting in the private sector, which actually the biggest 500 companies will actually pick names which will be there on the website. So the youth for the first time will have somewhere to go.
Arnab Goswami hires
No. After 10 years in power, 1 minute. After 10 years in power, Shazia, you're trying very hard.
I have spent the whole day.
No, 1 minute. When Arnab Goswami hires an intern, he'll have to pay 1 month's salary plus another month.
How is a company going to increase the output?
You know what
basic
was
fundamentals of economics are incorrect.
Shazia,
please tell me, with
the corporates along with hand-holding by the government will look at an investment into a young a careerist, a young man or a woman's career to ensure that they get a basic stipend, work in the best company, learn, and after a year, they're ready for the world with far more skills in their kitty than before. So
I don't think any. I don't.
This is how you build a strong workforce.
Yeah, please. So you need.
With job creation, I think there are 3 things we need to keep in mind. One is the actual number of jobs that you want to create year on year. That's fine. The number thereabouts is about, I think, given the estimates that come out around, a median figure of about 1 crore jobs on a year-on-year basis. The second thing that we need to talk about also is the quality of jobs that you want to come up with. So if you're looking at the quality of jobs, what kind of quality, where are you going to create? The third is also in terms of forget the internship program, forget what is happening, but there is definitely a huge skill mismatch as far as this country is concerned. So where jobs are available, you are not able to find people, and where people are there, they're not, I don't know, there is a huge mismatch. So the entire focus on skilling, and I think the question is rightfully asked that what have they been doing for 10 years is fair enough.
My question is simple. I truly appreciate the fact that now we are being told that after 10 years, 1,000 ITIs will be upgraded to make them at par with the requirement of the industry. What were they at par with now?
I'm telling you, it's
what
a fraud.
So should we be looking at improving them and bettering the standards?
It's
Shouldn't we be looking at that?
I know Shazia's heart is in the right place.
You know what has happened in the 10 years?
But
You just
in
see
10
our
years,
economy
you need
where
to
we
also
are.
remember
A
that
lot of great things have happened. There have also been 2 black swan events. We have seen where the world is. We have seen how we've curbed inflationary trends. We have seen how we're trying to bring in the fiscal deficit. We are targeting a track from 4.9 to 4.5. So you have to look at that also in totality.
Just listen to me.
So
You don't be like, just listen to me for 2 minutes. Number one, you have been a journalist, you have been in business. Arnab Goswami is a journalist and an entrepreneur. Nirupama ji is an economist. The other 2 are like all of us, have an opinion. My point is very simple. For 10 years, the government was in power. You needed to restructure, you would have restructured earlier. A. B. You're talking about NSDC. The National Skills Development Corporation came into being under Dr. Manmohan Singh. S. Ramadorai, who had just retired from TCS, was the chairperson. We were tasked. We even created a campaign saying, Hunar hai to kadar hai. We asked the private sector to take part. They didn't. They don't care. All of them will give you 100 on 10 for the budget. Visionary, pro-poor, pro-farmer, pro-everything. Because they don't want to piss anyone off. But the reality, Shazia, is आप फिस्कल डेफिसिट का क्या करोगे जब गोभी आलू के दाम बढ़ रहे हैं? आप फिस्कल डेफिसिट का क्या करोगे जब आप घर नहीं खरीद सकते? आप फिस्कल डेफिसिट का अचार डालोगे जब ब्रिज आपके सर पे गिरेगा? आप मेरे से एक बात पूछिए. I didn't interrupt you. You are creating space missions. अरे first sort out your own backyard.
you cannot blame the government for working on the task and looking at
Okay, Lokesh is on the debate. I must say the government is a bit on the defensive after this budget, at least in popular opinion. I'm not saying all they've done is bad, but I don't think enough thought has been given, and I would like Tanveer to come in. Tanveer has been very quiet.
Yeah, ask Tanveer.
When Suhail Seth is really speaking, I don't think, people like me definitely need to interfere. No, Suhail has really spoken enough and more, and he has really put exactly those points which every Indian is discussing today. Physical deficit का क्या आप अचार डालोगे? Actually, they are creating corporate agniveers by paying them 5,000, and Shazia is today standing out across when IIT and IIM people are not getting jobs today, and top 100 companies are laying off people who are so skilled, and here you want to create interns? First thing. And second thing, there is absolutely no benefit in indirect taxes. What are you talking about now, juggling between words? पहले 3 lakh से 6 lakh था, अब 3 lakh से 7 lakh कर दिया. I think Nirmala Sitharaman, other than Pradhan Mantri Bachao Yojana, by giving benefit to Bihar and Andhra Pradesh, which are two great things they have done, they have absolutely taken away the middle class totally out of their ambit. क्या किया? Were you speaking about anything about great infrastructure projects? No. Initially, when you really spoke about infrastructure projects, we all were very happy. No infrastructure. It is a budget which is nothing but an eyewash. Totally, the middle class has really taken out of consideration, and they have not even benefited corporates on a larger extent. So this budget is totally, utterly, completely failed, and Karnataka, as a Kannadiga, I would say that we have only got a begging ball. We contribute for every 1 rupee which we give it to the central, we just get 12 paisa. We are not even getting that. Absolutely, Nirmala Sitharaman, who's an MP from Karnataka, has totally derailed Karnataka.
KV Subramaniam is executive director at the IMF. KV, economists are happy, nobody else is happy. Economists are happy, stock market is sort of so-so. Corporates are always happy. Corporates are never unhappy.
Corporates are not happy.
But economists are very happy today.
No, economists can fiddle with anything. Yeah, KV is an expert brain. He's a brilliant human being. He can make anything, look good.
No, I'm not telling him to look good. What are your thoughts here? Hits and misses, KV.
No, but
and from the point of view of the middle class, I wonder why some generosity would not have cost much. It would not have hammered the fiscal deficit at all.
Jobs? What happened? What happened after the Great
Should I respond or not?
What's the new deal? How do you get jobs? You do
1 minute, Shazia. Let the genuine economists
or you make your PSUs totally useless, redundant, and bimaru. What do? This is what you do. You work on infrastructure. You work on capital expenditure. You make sure there's enough happening. Money is being kept in circulation. You have different ways
you have to stay in power. No?
What is the third option?
Where it is being circulated.
Mind you, Andhra is not a Bimaru state, please. Yeah, Andhra is not Bimaru. Andhra is not Bimaru. You created a Bimaru because you wanted to keep
Tanveer taking offense.
Chandrababu Naidu happy. That's exactly what you're talking about. Andhra is not Bimaru, please. Neither of the South Indian states
Who
are
said
Bimaru.
Andhra Pradesh is? If you have a problem with comprehension or you are hearing impaired to some degree, I can't solve your problems. You have to go somewhere else for that.
No, Shazia, today, other than making sense, you're doing everything. Other than making sense today, you're doing everything, Shazia.
Okay, let me get KV in. I asked the question about 5 minutes back and he's still waiting.
Thanks, Arnab. Very good morning from Washington, D.C.
Morning.
Let me, I think, Suhail said, I'm not here to, put lipstick on something that is not very good. I actually really like the budget, and I'm being honest about it, as I've always been in my assessments. When we talk about the middle class, or, we talk about the Aam Aadmi, I think taxes are just one element of what the Aam Aadmi, an important element, nevertheless.
Visible element.
Labor force of 60 crore people, if about 7-8 crore people pay taxes, clearly that's about 10%. So which means, that is not the only aspect. I think for the, youth in particular, the focus on employment, and that is my biggest takeaway from this budget. The emphasis on employment and on skilling, I think is really critical. I go back, Arnab, to the time when I actually did an internship myself when I was doing my MBA 2 decades back. I worked with ICIS, and actually it was learning by doing, and it really helped, sort of make me attractive, in the job market. So I think the emphasis on internship, especially with top 500 firms, this is not all in sundry firms. I think that'll really help in, beefing up the CVs or the resumes of our youth, and the emphasis on job creation by giving incentives to both the employer and the employee, I think is really critical.
No, my point is, all this is very ornamental to me. First of all, it's an internship. No, 1 minute, I'll tell you. First of all, it's an internship. Second, I think 90% of people will not take a 5,000 rupee internship. Third point is, because times are tough, families, you saw that image where there was an Air India interview going on and there was a riot for 1,000 jobs. There were 15 times as many applicants outside Mumbai airport. Now, top 500 companies take 500 interns each for 5,000 rupees a month. Right? So, for 5,000 rupees a month, that's 50,000 internships. 50,000 internships, right? Even if I say that each internship is at 5,000 rupees.
250 crores.
That's 25, one minute. That's 25 crores a month. That means you're saying that the top 500 companies together should spend 25 into 12,
every year.
550 odd crores.
Yeah, I think
top 500 companies spending 500 to 600 crores get 50, get 1 minute, get...
No, there is...
No, this is not, it's not good enough. I'm telling you, it's ornamental,
There is nothing...
Now tell me, if 6 people here can't understand it...
I am against the internship program.
Let me tell you...
No, I'm asking KV.
Nobody is using force here to have a certain...
This is not going to create a skilled workforce.
There is no minimum or maximum here.
As an intern for 5,000
it is either going to be a part of the already existing CSR.
When my driver is drawing 30,000 rupees.
That also you give tax breaks by saying it's part of your CSR. So look at it, it's all win-win for the corporate. 5,000 rupees.
So these are new and innovative ways to ensure. And it is not, we don't want just interns. The idea is, okay, I went to do my master's mass communication center. Somebody does the MBA. Imagine somebody from class 12th goes
it's not practical.
12th, or even after the bachelor's.
Anyway, that's my view. I may be very naive about it. Maybe economists know better, but I'm against it.
Imagine that.
KV, what do you, KV, this, KV. Shazia, now let KV speak. No, he's woken up all morning. He hasn't slept all night. Let him say something now. KV, this is not, see, you want to, if it's a budget for Viksit.
I think, Arnab, what you have to keep in mind here is that when one works on an internship, it is not for the earnings. It is you work as an intern to actually learn. I think that is the most important point. Second, if we look at 500, let's say 500 firms, each one of them taking let's say 1,000. We're looking at 5 lakh, and that is every year, right? This is not because the same intern is not going to go and work, in the same firm again. Because after doing the internship, he'll basically be in the job market trying to. But this is only one element. I think the other key aspect where, through EPFO, the incentive provided to the employer, I think that is a really critical part of the employment creation. The credit guarantee given to
for 1 month
MSMEs, I think. Beg your pardon?
This provident fund support that the employer gets is for how long?
If I remember right, what the finance minister said, I think we had to look at the details. It's for at least 2 years. And let me point out,
have you people actually lost the plot? Has the government lost the plot? Now you want to force companies to take in interns when they don't need interns. You're going to extract it from the CSR budget. So if I as a company was supporting cancer patients and cancer hospitals, or if I was looking at education and setting up schools, now I have to take on 500 Johnnies because the government wants me to take them on.
No, the government will provide incentives to 30 lakh youth entering the job market by providing 1 month's Provident Fund contribution.
From whose pocket is it going?
No, that's different from internship. I'm saying here, Nirupama, very good. A, how do you decide which 30 lakh youth? B, how does 1 month's, if I'm going to employ someone, how is 1 month's Provident Fund contribution going to make a big difference in the person's life?
Let's find out who actually gave this idea and give him the Nobel Prize for economics.
I don't think KV is...
Which Johnny did this? Which Johnny came up with this idea?
KV, are you actually convinced about this? Are you convinced, Nirupama?
No, okay,
You're not convinced.
Let me come in on two things here since I've been... One is on the entire conversation around fiscal deficit. What are you going to go? I know we've crossed that, but I'll tell you why I want to come back to that. And two is the internship. Fiscal deficit first, basic...
KV on it.
Yeah, and KV will... See, why is fiscal deficit and fiscal consolidation important? If you don't do that, you're going to end up taxing your middle class and everybody else more, because how else are you consolidated? So it's a very straightforward relationship there. Higher the fiscal deficit, higher your taxation. So if you want tax breaks for middle class, if you want lower taxation, then you need to have fiscal consolidation. So achar dale, na dale is different, but this is the direct relationship
She's taking on Sohail. Come on,
So this is one.
Yeah.
The second one...
Get Sohail on. No, what are you guys doing? Take that graphic off.
The second one we need to look at is internship. Now, internship typically, in today's day and age, as an entrepreneur myself, when I take on interns, who are still studying. Let me finish, please. I take on interns who are still studying. Which means internship is not the same as employment.
I can't hear him.
That's a different scheme. However, today we are saying as part of the education system, when I am studying, if I'm doing my master's or doing my undergrad, at the end of that period, if I were to come out, the general feedback from corporate sector is after studying and coming out, I don't have the skills equipped to work in a company. Now, if you are providing internship during the time, and this is what really...
No, I tell you this.
I want to respond.
I don't know what is your compulsion. Being an economist speaking all this, I don't really understand. This is absolutely rubbish.
Narayan Murthy used to say,
or a BBA.
every person, look at Narayan Murthy used to say, every person they hired in Infosys, initially they had to retrain the person.
And
1 minute, Shazia.
With the best
1 minute, now you can't defend it. Every person that Infosys hired, they had to retrain in the first 6 months. That's number one. Number two, KV has now become the executive director of IMF. Okay, if KV was today an intern, would KV actually accept a 5,000 rupee internship? No. So the point I'm therefore making, Arnab, is whoever is doing this brilliant idea, put that person in a glass box, keep him in isolation, and give him the Nobel Prize for economics. Because this bizarre logic, I have not understood. No, I'm not asking you to get the Nobel Prize. I'm saying whichever Johnny's created this idea.
There's one more condition. It is giving the 3,000 rupees incentive to the employer, and that is conditional. He has to keep that
These are the ways you upgrade, upscale the workforce. Encourage youngsters and give them something
No, I think there are some things right.
That new employee, he will not be given a 3,000.
No, the KV, I want to 1 minute. Can I, Shazia, KV, I'm trying to understand this one very simple thought.
And besides that,
Shazia, can I?
1 minute, let him speak.
20 lakhs, all of that is also happening.
See, she's a TV anchor, she's missing
the problem with the BJP. Okay, then.
Now the point here is, Shazia, just give me. Why is it so this or that kind of situation, KV? Like, oh, you want to take on China, you want to, you want us to reduce customs for critical minerals, you want us to keep your fiscal deficit, then you guys got to give a little. Why? It can, I'm saying that there is an explicit focus which is good on manufacturing sector, explicit focus on fiscal deficit, explicit, clear. But on anything to do with Aam Janta, Aam Aadmi, not clear. They're, one very squeamish about and very unclear. See, you can say that, okay, now we are going to have a comprehensive tax review, for example. But KV, tell me, is there anything that you've seen very comprehensive about the review thoughts so far, other than the promise of a review? And other question, KV, associated, you can answer at length. This is not the 100-day program. The Prime Minister promised a 100-day program. Then he said, I am going to give 25 more days so that you can make your plans for the youth. This he said when he was giving interviews.
So how many days is it now?
No, it's about 50, 60 days.
How many days is it now?
It's 50 to 60 days now. Shazia, I'm asking KV, this can't be the 100-day or 125-day program, is it? Is that different?
So, Arnab, let me, I mentioned this again, and can I request other panelists for me to allow me to complete my points here? I think if we look at the six-pronged strategy, and let's not just focus only on the internship part, on employment. I think that cumulatively there is significant potential for employment creation. Let me, those who are questioning whether this will work or not, let me point out the evidence from the previous such emphasis. You would recall during the COVID program, the Atmanirbhar Bharat Rozgar Yojana, which created 60 lakh jobs. And what was that scheme? That was essentially the 12% that the employer pays as provident fund. The government took care of that. So gave an incentive to the employer, which translated into 60 lakh jobs actually being created there. I think that is important. Similarly, if you look at the ECGLS scheme, which was a spectacular success, increased credit to MSMEs, that has been increased as well significantly.
When there is a cheap labor available, why would a company resort to having all forms of old white elephants and pay them more? There is no logic at all.
I think let the data speak, let the proof of the participation.
We are having a jobless growth, and on top of that, rather than emphasizing more upon job creation, you have created a kind of cheap labor.
Conversation I want to have.
Yeah. Let KV complete is what he's saying, Lokesh. Thank you. Please, KV.
Yeah. As I was saying, the ECGLS scheme, which gave a guarantee to MSMEs, that played a significant part in MSMEs, surviving the crisis, and SBI research shows that actually led to significant jobs also being created, so I think when you look at these incentives that have been provided, let me tell you that tax is only one part of Aam Aadmi. It's not the only part, especially with a labor force of 60 crores. 6 to 8 crores pay taxes. So how are we talking about just tax as the Aam Aadmi? Employment is far more important for the Aam Aadmi, especially for the youth. And therefore, this budget laying out the vision for inclusive growth through employment is something that I absolutely commend. I have no hesitation in saying it.
Okay, so I'll close it at this. I think economic fundamentals very good. The way I see the Indian middle class is the true growth engine of our economy. The middle class has the aspiration to push India to being a developed nation, and the middle class knows the value of sacrifice for the nation. And we know the Indian middle class is very, very patient. They will not hit the streets with their hatchbacks to blockade the roads of Delhi. Neither will they riot or call for division, as they have their office to get to the very next day, EMIs to pay, increasing taxes to bear, so that in the middle of the constant political turmoil in this country, there is economic continuity. My view, the middle class should have got a lot more than it's got this time. The politics of the budget when I'm back at 9.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Hotel Management with AI. Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
Affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
The Secret Service's solemn mission is to protect our nation's leaders. On July 13th, we failed. As a director of the United States Secret Service, I take full responsibility for any security lapse of our agency. We are fully cooperating with ongoing investigations. We must learn what happened, and I will move heaven and earth to ensure that an incident like July 13th does not happen again of the Secret Service in decades. And I am keeping him and his family in my thoughts. Let me state unequivocally, nothing I have said should be interpreted to place blame for this failure on our federal, state, or local law enforcement partners who supported the Secret Service in Butler. We could not do our job without them. We rely on the relationships built over years of working together to secure events and conduct investigations. Our agents, officers, and support personnel understand that every day we are expected to sacrifice our lives to execute a no-fail mission. Since January 1st, 2024, the Secret Service has successfully secured over 7,500. As witnessed on July 13th, our special agents shielded former President Trump with their own bodies on stage while shots were being fired. Selflessly willing to make the ultimate sacrifice without hesitation, I am proud beyond words of the actions taken by the former president's detail, the counter-sniper team who neutralized the gunman, and the tactical team who was prepared to act. I will be transparent as possible when I speak with you, understanding, though, at times that I may be limited in providing a thorough response in this open setting due to associated risks with sharing highly sensitive protective methodologies. I do not want to inadvertently provide you today with inaccurate information. One set of challenges and requires a customized mitigation strategy, including specific assets. The comprehensive advance process involves collaborative planning between our Secret Service, the protectees staff, local law enforcement partners, and the level of security provided for the former president increased well before the campaign and has been steadily increasing as threats evolve. The security plan included a full assessment of the Butler Farm showgrounds to identify security vulnerabilities and craft a security plan for the protectee, attendees, and the public. These layers include personnel, technical, and tactical assets. Immediately following the assassination attempt, I directed the activation of my crisis center. I assembled my executive team to begin surging more protective resources to the former president and to ensure the wellness of our people post-incident, all while securing an active crime scene. I immediately ordered a reevaluation of the Republican National Convention security plan, and I increased the security posture in the National Capital Region for all permanent protectees and sites. At the same time, I initiated a mission assurance investigation within our agency. I have instructed my team that all necessary resources will be dedicated to investigating these matters. We will not rest until we have explored every option, and we will leave no stone unturned. But I want to be clear, I am not waiting for these investigations to be completed prior to making changes. I know this because I have spent 29 years in this agency. I came up through. It is now more important than ever for the men and women of the Secret Service to remain resilient and to focus on what is necessary to carry out our critical mission. Our agency needs to be adequately resourced in order to serve our current mission requirements and anticipate future requirements. The Secret Service currently protects 36 individuals on a daily basis, as well as world leaders who visit the United States, like Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who arrived in Washington, D.C. today. The coming years will bring an unprecedented heavy protection.
Whatever has been promised to Telangana, as by way of Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act back in 2014, unfortunately, not a single thing has been delivered by the union government. For the last 10 years, we've been demanding year after year in every single union budget. We have pleaded, we have requested the Prime Minister, the Finance Ministers, and the relevant ministers. Unfortunately, not one single promise has been kept by the union. Unfortunately, not one single promise has been kept by the union government.
Mr. Chairman. Director Cheadle, what grade would you give the Secret Service's performance in Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13?
As I've stated, ma'am, this was clearly a failure. I would grade the agents and officers who selflessly threw themselves in front of the president and neutralized the threat an A. I think that we need to examine the events that led up to and prior to that day.
You stated in 2021 that the Secret Service has a zero-fail mission. It's clear that the events of July 13 show a cascade of failures that cost Corey Comparator his life, nearly cost former president his life, and injured David Dutch and James Copenhaver. When an agency fails spectacularly at its mission, those responsible must be held accountable, and the problems must be fixed so they cannot happen again. Why should the American people or the officials you're responsible for protecting have confidence in your ability to lead the Secret Service after such a spectacular failure?
I appreciate the question, and I am committed to finding answers so that we can make the agency stronger after this.
You said on July 15 that the buck stops with me. How are you taking accountability for the Secret Service's failures during the July 13 assassination attempt on President Trump?
I have taken accountability, and I will continue to take accountability. I am responsible for leading the agency, and I am responsible for finding the answers to how this event occurred and making sure that it doesn't happen again.
So I would like to explore how you got the job as director of the United States Secret Service. Is it typical for the director of the Secret Service to be recommended for the role at the behest of a president's family and senior staff, perhaps at the request of Jill Biden or Anthony Bernal?
I got the job as a director of the Secret Service because I spent 27 years in an agency with a mission that I absolutely love.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. All economists are thrilled with the budget, naturally, because the broad numbers are good and the government continues to push on infrastructure, expenditure, capital investment, and has yet not gone totally populist. It has not vastly increased subsidies or the cost of subsidies because it keeps its expenditure under check. In fact, it keeps the expenditure so much under check that it spends much less than it can. And it has what is being called by all economists today, they've been so happy all day, going around with big smiles. Anywhere in the world you meet an economist, they say we have a beautiful fiscal deficit. That's all they bother about, so the economists are very happy. However, practically speaking, has the BJP left itself politically vulnerable after what many are describing as a flat budget in terms of its political impact? Some concerned people, even well-wishers of the BJP, are asking whether the Modi 3.0 government could have been a little more practical, politically realistic, and done a few generous things to win over the youth and not just offer them a 5,000 rupee internship. It seems unthought, unstudied, and unresearched. The youth, the middle class, have been the reasons for the BJP's big victories in 2014 and 2019. Women have been another big factor. If women are not supportive, if the youth are less supportive, ladies and gentlemen, and if the middle class changes its mind, and I keep emphasizing there was 3% fall in middle class vote for in this election for the BJP, it could have been more, 2% increase for the Congress. When the BJP substantially lost the middle class vote was in 2004 and Vajpayee was voted out of power. These are political realities. These are practical realities. I have spoken to many politicians today, many bureaucrats, many of whom are supporters of the overall BJP's right of center brand of politics. the overwhelming number of them feel that the BJP could have done more, not just for its allies, but given what the results were, to expand its voter base, which has comparatively dropped in the last election. So my sense is that the government feels that it has 5 years to consolidate the whole thing, 5 years to consolidate the votes. As the Prime Minister said at the start of the budget session when he was addressing the media a couple of days back, he said, next 4 to 4.5 years, his words, should be dedicated to the national cause and not to politics. And I agree with the Prime Minister. But can the BJP, which is facing state elections, which will be watched globally later this year, and also internal discontent, take a political chance? That is the question that we need to address, and which we will. So in a few moments, let's debate.
Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, Phase 4 of the PMGSY.
Union Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced special aid packages and mega infrastructure boost for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. The announcement followed funding requests from the two main NDA allies, the JDU and TDP. Presenting her 7th consecutive budget, Union Finance Minister announced new airports and medical colleges in Bihar. Sitharaman said an additional aid package for Bihar will be expedited. Turning to Andhra, the Finance Minister also announced a funding bonanza for the state.
The industrial node at Gaya will also be a good model for developing our ancient centers of cultural importance into future centers of modern economy. We will also support development of road connectivity projects, namely 1. Patna-Purnia Expressway, 2. Buxar-Bhagalpur Expressway, 3. Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Vaishali and Darbhanga spurs, and 4. Additional 2-lane bridge over River Ganga at Buxar at a total cost of 26,000 crore rupees. We will facilitate special financial support through multilateral development agencies. In the current financial year, 15,000 crore rupees will be arranged with additional amounts in future years. Our government is fully committed to financing and early completion of the Polavaram irrigation project, which is the lifeline for Andhra Pradesh and its farmers.
The budget packs a special capital investment for the development of Andhra Pradesh. The budget also provides for a dedicated funding push for Bihar. While stopping short of granting special category status to Andhra Pradesh and Bihar, a key demand put forward by the TDP and JDU, the centre has done enough to keep its allies happy.
Start the political debate in some time. I'm starting with Ravi Shankar Prasad, former Union Minister, Member of Parliament of the BJP. Mr. Prasad, good evening. Good to see you on budget night. Mr. Prasad, this budget is...
Good to see you after a long time on the screen.
Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. Fantastic, always. Now tell me, sir, this, the problem is with the great expectations one has of the government. I don't think this is the 100-day plan. Something more big bang was expected. And this 45 days since Prime Minister took oath, the Prime Minister had promised that the third term will set the agenda for Viksit Bharat, that there'll be a 100 to 125-day plan, that he would get a ball rolling. He said it was 100 days, for youth another 25 days. This budget cannot be that plan. Would you agree?
No, I would, with great respect to you, I differ completely. There is a lot of echo.
Reduce the echo. Yeah.
Now, Arnab, coming to the core of it.
Yeah.
In plain word, this budget lays down the road map for Viksit Bharat. Has 9 areas of development identified in the budget or not? That is the roadmap. If you see, you have said it a number of times, I don't want to repeat it. This includes development of agriculture. This includes infrastructure in a big way. The biggest capex push is there. You know, new seeds for the farmers, including organic farming, digitization of agriculture, and apart from MSME, manufacturing and a whole lot of things. This is the roadmap for Viksit Bharat. There is a concrete program for employment generation, including skilling. Or now, kindly see the new areas of growth. Shrimp culture in India, coming from Assam, I must tell you, has touched 60,000 crores. The basic custom duty has been reduced or not. Diamond, leather, cancer drugs being ultimately reduced in the cost by reduction.
But you are not doing...
Roadmap is properly there.
Yeah, but you are the accusation against you is that you have gone out of your way for Bihar, where you are an MP from, for JDU, for TDP. You know, there is no relief for Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka or West Bengal for flood relief. The opposition accuses you of stepmotherly treatment when it comes to tax devolution. Then you stand behind the wall of the Finance Commission.
Arnab, may I respond to your query? You have rightly put it. If Nepal, no barrage, etc., the rivers of Koshi, Kamla Balan, Gandak, Budi Gandak create havoc. They don't only create havoc for Bihar, they create problem for adjoining Bengal, including Assam. And in this flood protection program is extended to Sikkim, to Assam, to Uttarakhand, to Himachal Pradesh, to Bihar. Therefore, this Purvodaya coming from Assam, or now as you know, this whole Purvodaya development is a new narrative in terms of agenda that this government is going to focus a lot on the development
but you're
of
a politician. No, you're a politician.
No, one thing I must clarify here.
No, Mr. Prasad, you're a politician. These World Bank economists will not help you win an election in Maharashtra or Jharkhand. They're all celebrating today. You're getting all the editorial, oh great, this, that, etc. But what is your grand political plan? Does it not worry you at all that the middle class has been left without anything much? You know, you're not being generous. You've got this whole policy of being a fiscal disciplinarian. But that doesn't help you politically.
Arnab, let me reply. Arnab, you know how much I respect you, but let me allow me to at least meet your concerns. The whole taxation regime has been straightened or not. This whole deduction from 50,000 to 75,000.
Very little.
And the whole family pension scheme and others are... Or no, it is just the beginning. We are going for 5-10 years more. As we did in the last 10 years. Please trust in us. This whole infrastructure, the
so in Russia, all income is taxed at 12%.
For the
Here, your effective rate of taxation goes up 55% at the highest levels.
Or no, that I will have to sit with you and try to persuade you to have a view that taxation regime as far as the 3 lakh is concerned and 5 lakh, 7 lakh exemptions has not been completely abolished. So these are very good initiative, or no? And the need to straighten income tax law, the need to disposal of all the pending disputes in a very time frame manner, these are proper concerns to address the middle class apart from infrastructure. If there is a good roads, the good mobile connectivity, good mobile manufacturing, etc. Loan of 10 lakh rupees for going abroad and higher education. But
Going in
these are
India,
also
domestic,
meant for middle
not
class, don't you
abroad.
think so? Apart from health. Yes, in India itself.
Yeah.
Therefore, good universities are coming in India. They must have good opportunity. I would only tell you, allow the budget projections to get concretized on the ground. And then you will see whether it is MSME or manufacturing or infrastructure or flood control or the whole new employment initiative, including of skilling, is going to play a very crucial role.
Mr. Prasad, I thank you very much for setting up my debate tonight. Thank you so much. That's Ravi Shankar Prasad. Thank you very much, sir. And
thank you.
With me in the studio is member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, reappointed. Congratulations again, Sanjeev Sanyal, joining us tonight. On the political debate, I can see Deepak Reddy Gunapati of the TDP. I can see Abbas Haidar of the Samajwadi Party. I can see Vivek Srivastav of the CPI. I can see Sanju Verma of the BJP. Right, Sanjeev. Firstly, why is it so important to have 4.5% fiscal deficit? The world is not doing well. If we had spent 0.5 more for the people, being generous, more generous with them, how would it hurt?
So first of all, let me be very clear that, this idea that money grows on trees is completely wrong. Ultimately, the taxpayer pays. Whether you pay through inflation or through ultimately have macroeconomic...
But the taxpayer doesn't get anything.
Well, ultimately, all citizens of this country pay if you have macroeconomic instability. So please do not think that macro stability is not a public good. It is. Restraining inflation, making sure that you don't have huge amounts of debt which your future generations have to pay. These are important things, and if you lose control of macroeconomic stability, you ultimately have to pay.
Macroeconomic stability we've had for 10 years.
Yes, because we have been restrained. If you remember, we used to be a fragile 5. We used to have inflation in the 10 to 12% range. So please do not have this view that macro stability is not important. Now, having said that...
I've not said it's not important.
No, so let's be clear on this.
I'm saying, is it true that the government has made it abundantly clear it's not going to take any responsibility directly to generate employment for the youth?
Okay. So,
yeah, that's my question.
So the question is, what do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is it only the onus of the private sector to create jobs? In the economic survey, the government makes it amply clear that it believes it's a responsibility of the private sector to generate jobs. At some level,
yes, because so it is not, first of all, a good idea that the bulk of the jobs generated in the system are government jobs. Now, that doesn't mean the government have absolved of generating jobs. It can invest, for example, in infrastructure. All the infrastructure is not just creating assets, it's also creating jobs. Similarly, it is the job of the government to create a
Why doesn't the government do more enough? See, you are one of the most sort of viral podcast interviewee subjects in the world today, perhaps. And those same people who watch you on your podcasts, Sanjeev, want to know that what happens to the youth who Sanjeev Sanyal gives gyan to all the time? Sanjeev Sanyal teaches economics. Sanjeev Sanyal is this cool economic guy who works with the government. All cool. But Sanjeev Sanyal... Sanjeev Sanyal, the problem with you, Sanjeev, is that when people sit with you on your podcast, they all are, looking at you extremely absorbed with your intelligence, etc. They don't challenge you. You see, in today's budget... So what are you getting? I'll tell you what I'm getting. I'm not talking about sarkari job. I'm telling you today, please understand, in today's budget, the government has made private sector responsible for internship of youth, which is a ridiculous idea. A 5,000 rupee stipend. Come on, Sanjeev, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that 20 years back. I want to ask Sanjeev Sanyal, Rhodes Scholar from Oxford, whether instead of joining Deutsche Bank, he would do the equivalent 20 years back of a 5,000 rupee job. The nation wants to know whether he would do the equivalent of a 5,000 rupee stipend in the private sector. Then why should others do it, Sanjeev?
But let me tell you, this is obviously not meant for a tiny number of people with an elite education. This is meant for a bulk expansion of
5,000 rupees stipend?
Well, it's a top-up. Nobody's saying that the person has to only earn that much. That's a stipend for an apprenticeship.
I'm saying it's too little. I mean, there's no plan. You want the manufacturing sector to employ youth.
So
and you are ready to pay EPFO for 2 years of around 3,000 rupees. Is that enough?
It's a top-up. Obviously,
top-up. What do you mean by top-up?
So obviously the person is working. They are meant to get a salary, right?
Yeah.
So what you are seeing is this is a top-up in order to encourage bringing people into the formal sector.
You are asking the startups to buy machineries. You will back the 100 crore loans without collateral so that they can build these factories and employ these youth whose EPF you will pay for 2 years for 3,000 rupees.
Nobody's saying that they shouldn't earn any more. So the point being made is this is...
No, I'm sorry. Sanjeev, gotcha tonight.
What?
I'm telling
this
you.
Is utter rubbish. You are just...
I'm having a great time tonight. We have the panel. They're also having a great time tonight. Okay. By the way, let me reveal this. So there's no conflict of interest emerges out here. That Sanjeev's an old friend, and he's been a year senior to me in college, and I'm having a blast tonight because I'm not one of those starry-eyed podcasters looking at you, Sanjeev, educate me kind of stuff. Sanjeev, listen, you could have done more to the youth. And people expect more from you. People expect more from you.
But you have to have fiscal restraint. I'm sorry.
Fiscal restraint?
You have to.
You're riding on money and you're
riding on money means what?
You're riding on money, which means you spent 60,000 crore rupee less last time than you could have. Now, I tell you this. Okay. Now listen, the problem with you, Sanjeev, is that you're an economist. You only look at things that way.
I am an economist. That is the way it is.
Okay, everyone. But I'll show the laughs we are getting among our panelists and put them on air, viewers. And you know what? Sanjeev Sanyal is actually enjoying this conversation today.
Somebody has to
challenge this man.
So all the rest of your panel are politicians. And they all love to have huge deficits. So somebody has to restrain them. I'm the guy.
Can everybody be on air, not just the two of us? What I'm saying, Sanjeev, to you today is that you had the money. You have got the numbers. Suppose 4.5% target had remained.
By the way, the target is 4.9. It's not 4.5. So
no, your target for next year is 4.5.
So next year, this year, it is 4.9.
Why do you have to put these unrealistic targets? Will it help you win the election?
Well,